For beauties who once treated you as a poor loser. Now, they're kneeling and begging you to be their husband. One of them even gave her first time to you without reservation. All because of the apocalypse, where 90% of the global population turned into zombies. You survived because of your robust athletic physique. Moreover, you were blessed by heaven and awakened the many children, many blessings system. As long as you have more children and contribute to humanity's continuation, you'll receive generous rewards. At this moment, a stunning girl in a school uniform is fearfully shouting for help. She's pale, panting heavily, trembling all over, her chest heaving, utterly terrified. Because their physical education teacher seems to have gone mad, viciously smashing the gym-style door. With a loud bang, a strong and twisted arm, covered in black veins, reaches in through the door crack. The girl desperately uses her body to block the door, barely managing to trap the arm and prevent further intrusion. Unfortunately, the already thin wooden door, under the relentless assault of the crazed teacher, is now on the verge of collapse. If this continues, the girl won't hold out much longer and will inevitably be eaten. Just when she's about to despair, with a bang, there's a loud noise from outside, and the teacher struggles before collapsing. No movement. Shut up, stop yelling. More noise will attract more monsters. There's a low growl coming from outside the door. Lu Ruyan finally stops screaming, but he's still very scared. Nervously, he asks Yi Chen outside the door, "What happened? Why did the PE teacher go crazy? You opened the door first and let me in. You pushed open the door and entered the equipment room, then quickly locked the door behind you, panting heavily. After a moment, you finally say, many classmates and teachers have turned into zombie-like creatures, attacking others crazily. Don't make a sound, or both of us will die here. What should we do then? Quickly call for help." Lu Ruyan quickly takes out his phone and dials the emergency number, but the phone emits an unconnectable tone. After hanging up, the phone receives an urgent text message. On May 21, 2024, a zombie virus broke out globally. Most humans have turned into zombies. Only a few humans are immune to airborne transmission, but currently, no one is immune to blood transmission. Please close doors and windows, do not go out, and wait for rescue. Upon seeing this message, Lu Ruyan bursts into tears. We're done for. Even emergency calls won't go through. We're doomed. And you say, most people have turned into zombies. I reckon the police station is the same. They're probably overwhelmed themselves. They don't have time to save us. If we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves. Then you go to the window and observe the situation outside. Seeing the chaos on the playground, most of the students have turned into zombies chasing after others, with continuous screams of terror, creating an extremely bloody and horrifying scene. Lu Ruyan grabbed your arm, her voice trembling as she said, "Yi Chen, you must protect me. As a boy or an athlete, you have a responsibility to protect your female classmates. As an athlete, standing at 185 meters tall with a strong and powerful body, it would take 2 or 3 ordinary people to match you. In the apocalypse, you can indeed be considered a strong support." After hearing Lu Ruyan's words, a cold smile appeared on your face. "Captain Lu, what are you talking about? How did you respond when I confessed to you back then? Insulting me in front of the whole class, calling me a simple-minded poor guy with a well-built body, and rejecting my confession. Now that the apocalypse is here, you dare to seek protection. Are you being too naive? I already saved your life just now. If you don't appreciate it and still demand more, then forget it." After speaking, you coldly shook off the other person's hand. Lu Ruyan didn't expect you to speak to her like that, which made her furious. Pointing at you, she said, "But you're a boy, shouldn't you protect girls? Can't you be more magnanimous and show some responsibility as a man? No wonder a waste like you can't find a girlfriend. Which girl would like someone like you?" Hearing this, you angrily retorted with wide eyes, "Say waste to me one more time, and I'll show you. I'll kill you right now. I have no morals, and I won't be manipulated by you. I won't be your lapdog, being disregarded and manipulated by you. Thinking I would follow the rules of peacetime, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies if you keep blabbering." Seeing you furious, Lu Ruyan was stunned in place. He never expected the once timid man to become so domineering. You, on the other hand, paid no attention, turned around, and observed the surroundings. There were plenty of sports equipment, such as bows, arrows, baseball bats, and javelins, that could be used as weapons. Unfortunately, outside the equipment room was the playground, where there were hundreds of zombies. Even with weapons, it would be difficult to rush out. The difficulty was too high. Just as you were racking your brains and couldn't come up with the best solution, a mechanical voice suddenly came to mind. Ding! Detection of a zombie virus outbreak, a sharp decrease in the human population. The more children, more blessings system has been activated. By having more children, contributing to human continuity, rewards can be obtained. Upon hearing this prompt, you immediately showed a look of surprise. Having read many novels before, you never expected to have the cheat code fall into your lap this time. However, you slowly regained your composure. The more children, more blessings system rewards having children, but it takes at least 10 months to give birth. Isn't this playing with me? The system seemed to detect your thoughts and continued, saying that you only needed to save a young girl. If she agrees to be your woman and is willing to have children with you, you can receive rewards. After the child is born, even more generous rewards can be obtained. Please, host, make more efforts to contribute to the inheritance and reproduction of humanity. Hearing this, you nodded in satisfaction. That's about right. As for the first person to save, you set your sights on Lu Ruyan not far away. The class beauty has a tall and voluptuous figure, with beautifully curved lines. She's absolutely a perfect candidate for bearing children. But I don't know how to persuade her. Should I use force directly? Thinking about it, you shook your head. A forcibly twisted melon won't be sweet. It's not the last resort yet. The two of them were trapped in the equipment room like this, and a whole night passed. Early the next morning, Lu Ruyan woke up parched and hungry, having not eaten or drunk anything for a full 24 hours. Lu Ruyan's stomach had been growling with hunger for a long time. After a fearful night's sleep in the sports equipment room, she was awakened by thirst. You had already woken up, holding a javelin in one hand and a bow and arrow in the other. Your eyes were fixed on Lu Ruyan, like a hungry wolf, even licking your dry lips uncontrollably. Seeing the look in your eyes, Lu Ruyan's heart trembled. With some fear, she asked, "Why are you staring at me like that? I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? You mentioned that if we stay here, in a few days, we'll be doomed. So, I'm going to break out. As for you, just wait here to die." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan became anxious. You were her last straw. If you really left her behind, she would truly be doomed. Immediately, she hurriedly said, "No, you have to take me with you. Promise to protect me when we go." You put on a light smile and said, "Who are you? Why should I protect you? What benefit do I get from carrying this burden?" Lu Ruyan said, "Didn't you used to like me? As long as you protect me, take me out, behave well, listen to me everywhere, and take care of me. Get me more food. Maybe I'll agree to be your girlfriend." She thought she had dropped a bomb. But to your surprise, after hearing his words, the sneer on your face deepened. Hee, don't think you're really the enchanting fairy who captivates everyone. Since the moment you publicly rejected and humiliated me, my admiration for you has long vanished. After saying that, you picked up your gear and prepared to leave. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan was really anxious, rushed over and grabbed your arm, saying, "Yi-chen, don't go. I was wrong before, I apologize to you. I just want to live. As long as you take me away, I'm willing to do whatever you ask." Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on your face as you looked up and down at Lu Ruyan, admiring her proud figure, unable to help but lick your lips. Seeing you with an evil smile, Lu Ruyan instantly reacted, immediately covering her chest, taking 2 steps back, and saying, "Yi-chen, what are you looking at?" You smirked and said, "Oh, didn't you say you'd do anything as long as I took you away? Now you can't even meet my gaze. Since it's like this, then there's nothing more to discuss. You stay here." Hearing your words, Lu Ruyan became anxious again and quickly said, "Don't go, I didn't mean that." You smiled, "It's good that you didn't mean that. As long as you agree to be my woman, I can protect you and take you away." At this moment, Lu Ruyan finally understood your meaning. It seemed unrealistic for her to manipulate this man in front of her. But then she thought, she, who was pursued by countless boys in the class, was going to be wasted by such a loser. Her eyes instantly reddened. "Still unwilling?" you said coldly with a sneer. Lu Ruyan wiped away her tears and said with a sob, No, I'm willing to be your woman, but you can't go back on your word. You must protect me and take me out with you." You said indifferently, "Don't bargain with me. Do you think you still have a choice? Fine, I'm willing to be your woman." Lu Ruyan didn't say anything more. As for what happened next, I'm sure no one is interested, so let's skip ahead. After a while, you received a system prompt in your mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing the beautiful girl. You have received a beginner's reward. As a novice reward, you receive 1. Physical enhancement, 2. System scanning, 3. Storage space, 4. Virus immunity, and the super gene." Seeing these 5 options, you're a bit stunned. They're all a bit difficult to choose from. And then the system's voice comes again, stating that these 5 rewards are part of the novice reward and are obtained simultaneously, not as choices. You were pleasantly surprised, realizing that cheating doesn't come easy. You quickly looked at the instructions for the 5 rewards. 1. Body strengthening, the host's basic physical attributes are enhanced, doubled, and for every 10 zombies killed, 1 attribute point is gained. 2. System scan, the host can scan others using the system and obtain their basic information. 3. Storage space, the host gains a level 1 storage space, allowing for the storage of anything, with a physical size. 4. Virus immunity, the host is immune to the zombie virus, even if bitten, they won't turn into a zombie. Super gene, the host's genes are greatly enhanced, ensuring every subsequent action is successful and breaks genetic limitations. After reading the instructions for several rewards, your heart was filled with joy, and you felt a surge of power in your body. Looking back at the huddled figure with tears in their eyes, the pitiful Lu Ruyan, their information appeared in your mind. Name, Lu Ruyan, age, 18, height, 165 centimeters, weight, 45 kilograms, bust size, D, appearance score, 88, figure score, 95, charging count, 1. Wow, this system scan is amazing, you can even see the charging count. After reading all the reward information, you focused on Lu Ruyan and said, let's get going, stop crying as if you were upset just now. Upon hearing your words, Lu Ruyan stood up expressionless, feeling uncomfortable and in pain, walking with an awkward gait. You directly handed him a javelin and said, take this weapon, stab the zombies in the head when you encounter them. Although I promised to take you away, I can't guarantee your safety 100%, so you also need to focus. Lu Ruyan nodded. At this moment he had completely resigned himself to fate. So you prepared to act, first observing the playground, noticing there were fewer zombies outside than yesterday. There are still 30 to 40 zombies wandering around now. By now, you had planned your tactics, telling Lu Ruyan to charge out later, not to worry about the zombies, just keep moving forward without looking back. Our target is the medical room, as it's closest to the cafeteria and supermarket, only a few dozen meters away. We need to use the medical room as our base, got it? Lu Ruyan nodded, a hint of confidence appearing on his face, as he felt you were a very calm and planned man. Taking a deep breath to calm yourself, you quickly opened the door to the equipment room and rushed out with Lu Ruyan. The zombies on the playground saw your arrival, their eyes almost glowing green, roaring angrily as they charged towards you. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan was scared stiff, standing still in shock and unable to move. You shot an arrow through a zombie's head, then growled softly, don't just stand there, run. Yen Luyan finally reacted, quickly running towards the medical room, while you kept shooting arrows behind, taking down one zombie with each arrow. But due to the large number of zombies, each arrow can only deal with one. Seeing the zombies getting closer, you decided to take out the spear. Engage in close combat with the zombies. Being a sports student, you are already much stronger than an ordinary person. With the system's support, you thrust the spear, instantly piercing through a zombie's head. After taking down over a dozen zombies, you looked back and saw Yen Luyan had already run hundreds of meters away. Deciding not to linger, you picked up your weapon and ran. You soon caught up with Yen Luyan, and the two of you quickly arrived at the medical room. The door was not closed, and inside were a doctor and a nurse, now turned into zombies. Without hesitation, you rushed forward and instantly took down the two zombies with the spear, then quickly closed the door. The zombies outside lost their target when they saw you close the door. They instantly became quiet, standing still in place. Inside the medical room, Yen Luyan was panting heavily, having exhausted all his energy running from the playground to the medical room, hundreds of meters away. You started to observe the situation inside the medical room, noticing many medicines which would be very useful in the bedroom. You tried the light switch and found that there was still electricity in the medical room. The faucet also had water, indicating that although the apocalypse had struck, the water and electricity were still functioning temporarily. It's not a bad idea to use this place as a stronghold. It should hold up for quite some time. Thinking this, you took out your phone and opened the class group chat. The messages inside were already numerous. You scrolled through the internet and found so many messages, all sent by those dozen or so people, indicating that others had turned into zombies. Moreover, all of them were cries for help. You looked at your phone and couldn't help but chuckle. Most of these people used to be rich second generations, each looking down on others and often bullying students from poor families. If it weren't for you being an athlete, those people wouldn't stand a chance against you. Otherwise, you would have been bullied to death by them. Now, seeing them hungry and scared, you couldn't help but feel delighted. After organizing everything, you decided to head to the convenience store to find food. With storage space now available, you could completely plunder all the food in the supermarket. The cafeteria seems too spacious, there are likely many zombies inside. For now, it's better not to take risks. After settling down Lu Ruyan, you opened the door, ready to head to the convenience store. Several zombies outside the door rushed towards you upon seeing you, but by now, your abilities had greatly improved. Dealing with them was a piece of cake. You quickly arrived at the convenience store. The cashier had already turned into a zombie, and there were also several student-like zombies wandering inside. You grabbed a spear and started fighting hand-to-hand. After a few minutes, you had cleared out all the zombies. So, you began to gather supplies quickly. The sounds of battle here might attract more zombies, so it was necessary to hurry. You looked at the items on the shelves, various rice, noodles, cooking oil, as well as bread, chicken legs, instant noodles, milk, bottled water, and all kinds of beverages. All kinds of snacks, take them all away. Quickly, everything in the entire small supermarket is cleaned out by you, regardless of usefulness, taking everything away. At this point, your storage space is already half full. Just as you were about to leave, inside the supermarket, a large cardboard box lying upside down on the ground moved slightly. Seeing this movement, you were startled, instantly gripping the spear in your hand, gently poking the large cardboard box, but there was no further movement inside. Could it be my eyes playing tricks on me? You showed a puzzled expression, then directly lifted the box with the spear, revealing the contents. A petite girl in a JK school uniform, wearing white over-the-knee socks, with pink twin tails, appeared in front of you. You directly asked who she was and why she was hiding here. After hearing your words, the beautiful girl dared to open her eyes, with tears hanging at the corners of her eyes, even her eyelashes were wet. Trembling, she said to you, "You're not a zombie, you scared me, it's so scary," and the beautiful girl started crying. At this point, you also recognized her, somewhat surprised, saying, "Aren't you Su Chanxian, one of the 4 school beauties?" Su Chanxian is one of the 4 campus belles, known as the cutest belle. She has a petite yet full and sexy figure, perfect features, and is extremely beautiful. It is precisely because of her small figure that she can hide in a cardboard box. Su Chanxian nodded, still with a fearful expression on her face. "It's me. Who are you? Are you here to rescue me?" Yichen shook his head and said, "No, my name is Yi Chen, a sports student in this school. I'm just here to search for supplies and happen to run into you. But I can take you with me as long as you listen to me. I will protect your safety." Upon hearing this, Su Chanxian's eyes lit up immediately, somewhat surprised, and quickly nodded, saying, yes, okay. I will definitely listen." So the two quickly returned to the infirmary, and luckily, they did not encounter any zombies on the way. Yi Chen received a system prompt again. "Congratulations, the host has killed a total of 32 zombies this time, gaining 2 attribute points, currently possessing 5 attribute points." Seeing this prompt, Yi Chen was very satisfied. This time out to find food was really rewarding. Not only did he scavenge all the food from a whole small supermarket, but also gained 2 attributes, and even brought back a youthful goddess. It's really great. Yi Chen temporarily didn't use these 5 attribute points. He hadn't figured out which one to enhance. At this time, Lu Ruyan saw Yi Chen bringing Su Chanxian back, showing a surprised expression on her face, and she also recognized Su Chanxian, saying, "Su Chanxian, one of the 4 campus belles." Su Chanxian has a petite figure but possesses an incredibly cute face, making her highly recognizable in the school. Almost everyone knows her. "Hello, I'm Su Chanxian," the youthful campus belle smiled shyly and politely said. However, Lu Ruyan's face showed a somewhat unhappy expression. What did Yi Chen say in the morning? As long as she became his woman, he would protect her well. But now, not even a day has passed, and he brought back a new woman. Isn't this clearly not taking her seriously? Moreover, a campus belle came. If she doesn't clarify her position immediately, will she still have her own status in the future when the campus belle establishes herself? This made her unhappy, so she directly confronted Yi Chen, saying, "Yi Chen, what do you mean? Didn't we agree this morning? As long as I become your woman, you will protect me. But now, you didn't bring back food, but brought back a woman. What are you thinking? Isn't having me enough for you? Do you only have that in your mind and nothing else?" Hearing the other party's words, Yi Chen instantly frowned, his expression turning cold. He said coldly, "What? Who gave you the right to talk to me like this? Do you have any objections? If you do, you can leave immediately. If you dare to speak out of turn again, I will throw you out to feed the zombies. Now, who can't do without whom? You should be clear in your heart, right? Don't think that having a fling with me once makes you the mistress here. Let me tell you, you are not worthy." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan finally came to her senses. Looking at Yi Chen's cold expression, she finally understood that this man was no longer someone she could control. She could only lower her head and admit her mistake, saying, "Okay, I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that to you." Yi Chen snorted coldly without saying a word. Su Chanxian, who was beside them, was completely stunned by everything. This man is so domineering. But within his domineering nature, there is also a bit of handsomeness. At this moment, Yi Chen also scanned Su Qianqian with the system. Information about the other party appeared in his mind. Name, Su Qianqian. Age, 18 years old. Height, 150 centimeters. Weight, 40 kilograms. Chest size, a pair of E-cups. Appearance score, 98. Figure score, 88. Never had a boyfriend. Number of relationships, 0. After seeing this system explanation, Yi Chen was instantly shocked. Wow, the appearance score actually reached a high score of 98. And the figure score of 88 points, probably because the height lowered the score. With a height of 1.5 meters, being able to score 88 is enough to show how excellent her other attributes are. Looking at Yi Chen staring at her chest without turning his eyes away, Su Qianqian's face showed a somewhat shy expression. Her beautiful face blushed instantly, like 2 ripe apples, making people want to take a bite. She embarrassedly said, Don't look, it's embarrassing when you stare like that. Give me something to eat, I'm so hungry and thirsty. Yi Chen smiled and said, Sorry, my food is only for my woman. Do you want to be my woman? Ha! Su Qianqian was startled by Yi Chen's words. Although she had already guessed from the way he looked at her that he was lusting after her body, this guy was a bit too direct. As one of the 4 school belles, Su Qianqian had countless male students who liked her in school. There were even super-rich second-generation heirs, top students with excellent grades, and even the son of a school leader. These people were all attracted to Su Qianqian's petite yet perfect body, but faced with their strong advances, Lin Qianqian remained unmoved and never agreed to date anyone. Now, this unknown sports student was directly asking her to be his woman. Seeing Su Qianqian's surprised expression, Yi Chen didn't care and said directly, No matter what you think, if you want food, you have to be my woman. Give yourself a night to think about it, give me an answer tomorrow, because if you still disagree tomorrow, you have to leave this clinic. This is my headquarters. Su Qianqian felt wronged and said, Isn't this not good? We are all alumni of the same school, shouldn't we help each other? How can you do this? Yi Chen said, Yeah, I help you get food, you help me feel good, isn't that helping each other? Ha! You have a thick skin, can't we just be friends? Su Qianqian was speechless. Yi Chen said, What's the point of being friends? If we're going to be friends, we might as well just be boyfriend and girlfriend. After all, as the saying goes, friends can help you a bit, but a girlfriend can help you a lot. If you don't become my girlfriend and have deep conversations with me, I'll find it hard to trust you completely. Besides, you're so beautiful, with a perfect youthful face and a body that makes people drool. Which man in school wouldn't want to have you? Now there's a good opportunity in front of me, of course, I won't give up. Otherwise, wouldn't I be a eunuch? Don't you think so? You. Su Qianqian was rendered speechless by Yi Chen. This guy had such a thick skin and a bunch of twisted reasoning. She didn't know how to argue back. Yi Chen didn't waste any more words and said directly, Think about it yourself. If you don't climb into my bed tonight, you'll be out of here first thing in the morning. I don't keep useless people by my side. After saying that, he took out 2 bread rolls, a box of milk, and a sausage, handing them to Lu Ruyan, saying, This is your food for today. I'm going to rest now, don't bother me anymore. Yi Chen then lay down on the only bed in the clinic. Lu Ruyan, receiving the food, immediately showed a happy expression on her face. Okay, thank you. Yi Chen, rest well, I won't bother you. She then took the food Yi Chen gave her and started eating hungrily. It's just a normal piece of bread, but when it's eaten by Lu Ruyan, it tastes better than any delicacy. She hasn't eaten anything for almost 30 hours, and the satisfaction in her mouth makes her feel this moment is the happiest. Su Qianqian, who has also been hungry for many hours, looks at Lu Ruyan eating voraciously, feeling envious and holding her stomach, swallowing saliva continuously. Looking at Yi Chen, she finds him lying on the bed, seeming to not care about her at all. What a heartless man! Su Qianqian's eyes reveal a hint of resentment, and her face shows a tearless expression. Yi Chen lies on the bed, takes out his phone to check the messages in the group. He finds that his classmates are still chatting, different from the initial call for help. They seem to have realized that no one will rescue them, so they start chatting and making jokes in the group. Yang Tianchang, damn, been trapped for over a day, I'm about to die of thirst. I drank some of my urine earlier, found it salty and bitter, now my mouth has a foul taste. Li Ning, luckily, I'm trapped in the toilet, there's water in the tank to drink. But I don't think I can last long, my stomach is in pain from hunger. The poop I just did, I can't bear to flush it down, in the end, I might have to deal with it myself. He even took a picture of the poop. Others immediately started criticizing, damn, just say it, don't send pictures. Are you sick? Already hungry, seeing your picture almost made me throw up. Looks watery, you having stomach issues lately? If you dare to live stream yourself eating, I swear I'll. Li Ning was scolded into silence, quickly retracting the disgusting picture. Chen Ting, what to do? I'm so scared, zombies outside keep walking around. I'm sitting on the toilet, my butt is numb, I'm so scared. Shenzi, I can't hold on much longer, more and more zombies under the tree, I don't know when they'll fall. Once they fall, they'll be gnawed into a pile of bones. Wah! Joan, if you really can't hold on, I suggest you commit suicide first. I saw a classmate being gutted by zombies, still alive, screaming in agony, the scene was too terrifying. Being bitten by zombies is worse than a quick suicide. Shenzi, what? Don't scare me, I'm already scared, one more scare and my legs will give out. Wah! And at that moment, a pair of white hands holding 2 pieces of bread, with a sausage and a box of milk on the table, were sent to the group. This photo instantly caused a stir in the group. My God! Bread, fragrant bread, and sausage, and milk. Class monitor Lu Ruyan, where are you? Can you come and rescue us? You're the class monitor. Can you bear to see us starving and scared like this? I'm done, my stomach is so hungry, I can't stand this. I could endure the hunger, but now seeing these pictures, I can't hold back anymore. Class monitor, please come and save me. As long as you share some food with me, I'm willing to do anything. Class monitor, please. Class teacher Li Ruyan, have you been rescued? Can you come and save the teacher? I'm trapped in the classroom dormitory, there are several other teachers in the corridor who have turned into zombies, I dare not go out. Lu Ruyan was also surprised that her photo had even shocked the class teacher Li. Her face showed a proud expression as she replied in the group, I was also trapped, just lucky to meet Yi-Chen who saved me, and then we happened to have some food, seeing everyone in such a miserable state, so I posted some photos to encourage everyone, hold on and we will definitely be rescued. Hearing what class monitor Chen said, the classmates were all disdainful in their hearts. Who didn't know that Lu Ruyan was the most hypocritical person in the class? What encouragement! Just showing off! However, they were still shocked to hear that Yi Chen had saved Lu Ruyan. So they immediately said in the group, Li Ning, Yi Chen is still alive? He is the only athlete in our class. A real man. Lu Gu, come and save me, Lu Gu. Li Ziheo, Yi Chen, we are classmates in the same class. Come and save us. As long as you save me, I will give you 100,000. You must be short of money, right? Yang Tianchang, I'll offer 200,000. You come and save me first, I'll give you 200,000. My family is very wealthy. As long as you save me, I can arrange for you to work in my family's company in the future. Let you rise to the top. Chen Ting, Yi Chen, come out and talk. Can you come and save us? Please, help me. Class teacher Li, Yi Chen, are you really still alive? Come to the teacher's dormitory first and save the teacher. The teacher can give you extra credit. Yi Chen looked at the chat records inside, without saying a word. Just a cold smile on his face. He found that there were still 9 people bubbling in the group. Zhou Zishuan, who said he was scratched by a zombie yesterday, had stopped talking, probably turned into a zombie. Among the remaining 9 people, 1 was a teacher and 8 were students, of which only 2 were female students. 1 was Chen Ting trapped in the first-floor women's restroom. 1 was Chen Zi trapped in a tree. These 2 students could be saved. After all, both of these students were good-looking, although not as beautiful as the class flower Lu Ruyan, they could still be considered rare beauties, and they had no rumors or boyfriends in school, making them good marriage partners. As for the male students, women choose their partners, men strive for success. These male students had always looked down on themselves in the class, relying on their wealthy families and never paid attention to Yi Chen. Yi Chen had long been accustomed to their cold treatment. Now they could only rely on themselves. Yi Chen believed they could definitely save themselves. But today, Yi Chen had collected enough food from the supermarket and was already tired. Saving people could wait until tomorrow. Let these 2 female students suffer a bit more first. After all, when he failed to confess his love before, these female students had also mocked him a lot. They said he was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. As for teacher Li, let him fend for himself. This class teacher had always looked down on him the most. As Yi Chen was only good at sports and had nothing else to offer besides good sports results, and his family was poor, he had been taken care of by this teacher Li many times. Moreover, every time he saved someone, he had to fight dozens of zombies, which was not an easy task. He had to replenish his energy first. Soon, Yi Chen fell asleep until midnight, and he heard a sneaky sound in his ear. Yi Chen instantly woke up alert, then took out a fruit knife he had collected from the small supermarket from the dark space. At this moment, he heard Su Chanshan's soft voice, Lu, Yi Chen. I want to stay, I don't want you to drive me away, so I'm willing to submit to you, you can ask me to do anything. So that's how it is. Yi Chen immediately put away the knife, and said to Su Chanshan, right, why pretend to be so high and mighty? Wouldn't it be better to see the reality sooner? Su Chanshan nodded. He received his system prompt, ding. Congratulations, host, the other party has surrendered to you, successfully obtained a reward, and the storage space has been upgraded by 1 level. After receiving this prompt, Yi-Chen was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that saving the girl again would also increase the level of his existing abilities. He looked at the description of the storage space. Storage space. Level. 2 levels. You have a 20 x 20 x 20 meter storage space, where you can store items at will. Yi-Chen was pleasantly surprised. This upgrade was significant. 10 x 10 x 10 is equal to 1000. 20 x 20 x 20 is equal to 8000. It increased by a whole 8 times. Impressive. Originally, he had already stored everything from a small supermarket, occupying half of the storage space. But now, with an 8-fold increase, the items inside only took up 1/16 of the space. Wow! Now he had to collect more things, otherwise, the space would be too vast. He must search for more supplies and fill it up. Yi-Chen smiled and said, "You rest well, these are your food, you can eat when you have time later." After that, he took out 2 loaves of bread, a box of milk, and a sausage from the dark space for her. Her stomach was indeed growling from hunger. Now that there was food, even if she was tired, she had to get up and eat. Early the next morning, Yi-Chen woke up refreshed. He looked at Su Chanshan. This peerless beauty was pursued by countless people in school before, probably wouldn't even look at him, but now, in the outbreak of the apocalypse, she voluntarily surrendered to him. Reality is always more magical than movies because movies need logic, reality doesn't. Yi-Chen got up, then had breakfast. Without a bed to sleep on, he can only sleep on a chair. Lu Rian saw Yi-Chen get up and immediately showed a pleasing smile, saying, "Yi-Chen, you're awake, today's breakfast." Yi-Chen didn't say much. He directly gave her a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk. Seeing the food, Lu Rian's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, "Thank you. Yi-Chen, you are really kind." Then she picked up the food and started eating and drinking eagerly. Seeing her pleased smile, Yi-Chen couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In peacetime, in order to pursue Lu Ruyan, he once stood in front of her dormitory door at noon under the scorching sun, waited for a whole hour just to give her a cup of milk tea, and ran back to the dormitory in the pouring rain to get an umbrella for her when it rained, all soaked, just to prevent her from getting wet. But, at that time, everything he did was called being a lapdog. Now, a loaf of bread could make her so grateful. Indeed, deep affection cannot be retained since ancient times, always playing tricks on people's hearts. Lapdogs, in the end, have nothing. Men have to be tough to make women obedient. While having breakfast, Yi-Chen took out his phone and checked the class group chat. At this point, the messages in the group were becoming fewer and fewer. Obviously, on the third day of the apocalypse outbreak, everyone was almost out of energy due to hunger. However, Lu Ruyan posted photos of bread and milk in the group chat, instantly heating up the atmosphere in the group. Shenzi, whoa, class monitor, please come and save me. Today is my third day stuck in a tree. I really can't hold on anymore. Zhou1, I'm so hungry. Class monitor, please stop posting. The more I look, the hungrier I get. Who will come and save me? I'm about to starve. Chen Ting, whoa, what should I do? Am I going to be trapped in the toilet? Class monitor, please come and save me. Yang Tianchang, I'm almost done playing. I can't even pee, can't even drink. I'm dying of thirst. Li Ning, I'm almost starving to death. Even though there's water to drink, the hunger is too strong. Do I really have to fend for myself? My phone is about to run out of battery and shut down. I'm really about to give up and shut down. Lu Ruyan replied in the group, hang in there, we must wait for rescue. I believe you can do it. This sentence instantly caused an uproar in the group. Believe my ass. Squad leader, stop talking nonsense. You have food, you're in a safe place, of course you can say that. We are all trapped in a place with no food or drink. We'll starve and die of thirst in less than 2 days. Exactly, we're hungry and scared, and you're enjoying life. How dare you say that? You won't save us, yet you keep posting about food in the group. Aren't you deliberately teasing us? Sob. Squad leader, you're really mean. Faced with the messages from everyone in the group, Lu Ruyan showed a hint of smug smile on her face. Watching these people suffer while she has food, a strong sense of superiority emerged. It wasn't in vain to devote herself to Yi-Chen, the athlete. Although she was tormented by Yi-Chen for over an hour, what she got in return was safety and food, and the ability to show off in front of other surviving students at school, totally worth it. Just then, Yi-Chen spoke in the group, I can save you. Upon hearing this, the group exploded once again. Li Ning, save me. Good buddy, come quickly. As long as you save me, you'll be my savior. Yang Tianchang, Yi-Chen, I can give you money, 500,000. As long as you can save me, 500,000 will be transferred immediately. Wen, Dad. I'll offer 1 million, Dad, save me first. Chen Ting, Yi Chen. Save me and I'll warm your bed. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. I can be your wife. Shenzi, honey, save me first. I can not only be your wife, but also be your dog. Homeroom teacher Mr. Li, Yi Chen, first come to the classroom dorm and save the teacher. The teacher has always been good to you. You students, don't you understand the importance of respecting your elders? Seeing the replies in the group, Yi Chen smiled. These rich second-generation classmates used to look down on him. They never even glanced at him. Now, when they begged him to save them, calling him dad and husband, why aren't they being arrogant now? Yi Chen didn't reply further. The group became anxious. Wen, Dad, why aren't you talking? Who are you going to save first? Chen Ting, Yi Chen. Please, come and save us quickly. Shenzi, honey, come quickly, honey, I really can't hold on much longer. Homeroom teacher Mr. Li, Yi Chen, as long as you can save the teacher, once the teacher is safe, I guarantee to help you get into a foreign company. From then on, you'll reach the peak of life. Faced with their pleas, Yi Chen still remained silent. After leisurely finishing breakfast, he began to prepare to go out. When Lu Ruyan saw Yi Chen getting ready to go out, she hurriedly asked, Yi Chen, where are you going? You're not really going to save them, are you? That's too dangerous. Besides, no one in the class used to respect you, they all used to call you a poor loser, a useless person with developed limbs. Don't let them deceive you. She didn't want Yi Chen to go save people, because if he did, he might encounter danger, and if he did, her future source of food would be cut off. And once these classmates were saved, how could she continue to show her superiority in front of them? Will they blame themselves when the time comes? Will they ostracize themselves? The more people around Yi Chen, the lower Lu Ruyan's status will be. So she hopes that there will be only herself beside Yi Chen. In this way, fewer people will share the food, and Yi Chen will have more energy to protect himself. However, facing Lu Ruyan, Yi Chen gave her a cold glance and said, Do I need to report to you for what I do? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Got it? Seeing Yi Chen's cold expression, Lu Ruyan shivered instantly and quickly lowered her head, saying, Okay, I understand, I'm sorry. Humph, foolish woman. Yi Chen snorted and then left directly. After leaving, Yi Chen instantly took out the bow and arrows from the system space and held them in his hand. This time Yi Chen went out to save someone, and he already had a candidate in mind. That person is Chen Zi. This beautiful classmate who was trapped in a tree has already called herself his wife in the group chat, so it wouldn't be right not to save her. Moreover, a girl trapped in a tree for 3 days, Yi Chen thought she would be the first to reach her limit. As for Chen Ting, she was trapped in a restroom stall and is currently safe. Because zombies have low intelligence, the school flower Su Chanshan can hide in a cardboard box for a whole day. Chen Ting has water to drink in the restroom, so she should be able to hold on for another 2 or 3 days. But Chen Zi is different, she can't rest properly while climbing a tree, she has to constantly be alert not to fall, and she has no water or food to eat. She might get bitten by mosquitoes at night, and Yi Chen estimated that today would be her limit. If he didn't save her soon, she would fall and be devoured by zombies. Yi Chen headed straight towards a teaching building. He was lucky not to encounter any zombies along the way. When he arrived a few dozen meters away from a teaching building, he saw a large group of zombies surrounding a tree. The zombies reached out their claws, constantly scratching the tree trunk, leaving countless marks. However, their intelligence was low. They couldn't even climb trees, so they could only look up at the tree, gnashing their teeth and roaring at the tree. Observing the behavior of these zombies, Yi Chen concluded in his mind, I guess that's the tree where Chen Zi is. There are over 40 zombies under the tree, no wonder I didn't encounter any zombies on the way. They were probably attracted by the commotion over there. Yi Chen continued to approach and hid behind a tree about 20 meters away. At this moment, all the zombies' attention was focused on Chen Zi in the tree. They didn't notice Yi Chen's arrival at all. Yi Chen drew his bow and shot an arrow in an instant. Swish! Immediately, a zombie fell to the ground. Even after seeing their companion fall, the other zombies had no reaction and continued to look up at the tree, gnashing their teeth. Yi Chen chuckled, these zombies are really dumb. In the post-apocalyptic game, they would be considered beginners. With the support of the system, I'm like a fish in water in this post-apocalyptic world, it's awesome. Yi Chen shot another arrow. Swish! Another zombie fell to the ground. Several minutes later, half of the zombies under the tree were lying down. Chen Zi, who was originally scared and sitting on a tree branch, tightly hugging the trunk and not daring to look down, finally mustered the courage to look down after hearing the sound of zombies falling. She saw that half of the zombies had fallen, and a look of joy appeared on her face. She took out her phone, took a picture, and sent it to the group chat, saying, Oh my god, all these zombies have fallen. What's going on? Could it be that heaven is watching over me? Have the zombies fainted from hunger? Joan, zoom in on the photo. Each fallen zombie has an arrow in its head. They were killed by someone. Chen Ting, oh my god, someone is coming to save you. Chen Zi, someone is coming to save you. Could it be Yi Chen? At this time, Chen Zi also enlarged the photo and indeed found that each zombie's head was pierced by an arrow. She also showed a surprised expression. It's true, they were really shot by someone. Ha ha, we're saved, finally saved. Yi Chen, is that you? Husband, are you coming to save me? Ha ha, husband, keep shooting, don't stop. I love you. The others in the group were directly envious. They said in the group, Jo1, Dad, come and save me, Dad. Dad, you look so cool shooting the zombies. Come and save your son. Yang Tiancheng, Yi Chen Dad, come and save me first. As long as you save me, I will give you all the money in my house. Chen Ting, Yi Chen, husband. I'm trapped in the women's restroom on the first floor of building 1, it seems quite close to where Chen Zi is. Please save me too. Husband, come quickly, I'm waiting for you. You must come. At this moment, Yi Chen was unaware of the messages in the group, he was fully focused on shooting. After a few more minutes, Yi Chen had already taken down all the zombies. At this time, Chen Zi, on the tree, had an extremely excited expression on her face. She sent the picture of all the zombies lying on the ground to the group. She said, haha, they're all taken down, all the zombies under the tree are down. So awesome. Husband, you're so awesome. I love you so much. Come and save me, my legs are numb, I can't climb down. The others in the group expressed their envy and congratulations. At the same time, they pitted themselves, hoping that Yi Chen would come to save them soon. Yi Chen saw that all the zombies had been taken down by him, so he walked out from behind the tree and came to the big tree where Chen Zi was. Looking up, he indeed saw Chen Zi's pale and thin face, with an expression of excitement and joy. She took a picture of Yi Chen holding a bow and arrow with a javelin on his back, and sent it to the group. She said, my husband is so handsome. So cool. Ha ha, finally safe. Finally rescued, I'm so happy. Classmates, I'm getting out of trouble first, you guys hang in there. Yi Chen said to Chen Zi on the tree, come down, all the zombies have been taken down by me. Chen Zi's excited face showed a hint of embarrassment, and she replied, my legs are numb, I can't climb down. Yi Chen said, it's okay, just jump down, I'll catch you. After saying that, he put the bow and arrow on his back, stretched out his hands in a gesture of catching someone. It's so high, can you catch me? Chen Zi showed a somewhat scared expression. She had climbed a height of 3 meters, if she jumped directly down, the impact would be strong, even if Yi Chen was a strong athlete, he might not be able to catch her. Yi Chen said without hesitation, it's okay, trust me, just jump, believe in me. Seeing Yi Chen say that, Chen Zi nodded, then I'll jump, you must catch me, okay, Yi Chen said. Then Chen Zi closed her eyes, leaped forward, and in an instant, Yi Chen princess carried her, holding her securely. Holding her slender waist that was less than a grip, Yi Chen felt Chen Zi's figure. He found that although this Chen Zi was slightly inferior in appearance to Lu Ruyan, her figure was no less impressive, with a slim waist, wide hips, and a proud and upright chest, she could be considered a beauty in the school. Seeing that Yi Chen caught her securely, Chen Zi leaned against Yi Chen's solid chest, her face showing a happy expression. The feeling of escaping from death was truly joyful. During these days in the tree, she had been frightened, cold, and hungry, thinking she was really going to die. I didn't expect Yi Chen's appearance to save myself from despair. In Chen Zi's eyes, Yi Chen was like the heaven-sent sun who came to rescue her on a rainbow cloud. Smack! She kissed Yi Chen's resolute face and shyly expressed, husband. Thank you for saving me. I love you so much. Yi Chen just nodded calmly and then handed her a bottle of water and a piece of bread, saying, eat something first to replenish your strength. I'm going to save Chen Ting next. Follow me quietly and obey my instructions. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chen Zi obediently nodded, okay, I will listen to you. Because Yi Chen rescued her from the tree, Chen Zi now saw Yi Chen as her hero. She had already decided that if anyone could save her, she would be grateful even if she had to give herself to that person. So she had already considered Yi Chen as the man she wanted to follow. Seeing her obedient, Yi Chen didn't say much and led her to the first floor women's restroom. They encountered several wandering zombies on the way, all of which Yi Chen killed. Soon they arrived outside the women's restroom on the first floor. Yi Chen entered with a spear and saw several female zombies inside. Without hesitation, he ruthlessly killed them one by one. He checked each cubicle, and when he reached the second one, he found it locked. Realizing someone was inside, he lightly knocked on the door and said, open the door, I'm here to save you. The zombies have been taken care of. Click. Yi Chen heard the sound of the restroom door lock opening, and then the door opened slightly. Through the crack, he saw a pair of eyes as bright and lovely as obsidian. The eyes showed excitement upon seeing Yi Chen, and then the door was fully opened. Seeing the person inside, Yi Chen was surprised. It wasn't his classmate Chen Ting but a more beautiful and delicate girl with fair and tender skin. Moreover, looking at her, Yi Chen felt a sense of familiarity. He quickly recognized her and said, "Aren't you Li Mange, one of the 4 school beauties known as the Ice Queen?" Li Mange nodded. She then asked Yi Chen, "Has the disaster passed? Are you here to save us?" Yi Chen replied, "The disaster hasn't passed, the apocalypse has arrived. I'm just a student at this school. My name is Yi Chen. I can take you with me, but you must follow my lead and not cause trouble. First, no matter what danger we face, do not make loud noises, as it will attract more zombies." "Okay," Li Mange nodded. Yi Chen continued to check the other restroom cubicles. When he reached the last one, he found it locked as well. He spoke softly, "Open the door, I'm here to save you." Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, the restroom door was quickly opened. Chen Ting, being Yi Chen's classmate, recognized his voice. She had been eagerly waiting for Yi Chen's arrival since seeing Chen Zi being rescued. Hearing Yi Chen's voice was like hearing a divine call, making her excited and thrilled. When she opened the door and saw Yi Chen's resolute face, Chen Ting rushed over and hugged him, tears of excitement in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Husband, you finally came to save me. It's great. I've been waiting for you." Next to him, Li Mang saw this scene and couldn't help but show an envious expression. What a pure love scene. When the boyfriend came to save his girlfriend in the toilet despite the danger of the apocalypse, it could be made into a book. Even Li Mang couldn't help but feel moved and a bit sour in the nose. At this moment, Yi Chen pushed the other person away and said, "Alright, now is not the time to celebrate, follow me. Remember, no matter what happens on the way, do not shout." The 3 beautiful girls nodded sensibly. Then they walked out of the toilet behind Yi Chen. At the entrance of the toilet, Chen Ting pointed to the men's toilet and said, "Yi Chen, isn't Li Ning trapped in the men's toilet?" Yi Chen nodded, "Yes." Then he continued to walk without looking back. Chen Ting was stunned. She thought Yi Chen would save Li Ning, but it seemed like he had no intention of helping. However, she quickly realized that it might be better not to save him, as there might be more zombies in the men's toilet, and she didn't want to face the threat with Yi Chen. Besides, should men still need others to save them? Can't you save yourself? So Chen Ting followed behind Yi Chen with a clear conscience, and the 3 of them quickly returned to the medical room. As soon as they arrived at the medical room, Chen Ting and Chen Zi saw their monitor Lu Ruyan. They immediately showed a strange expression on their faces. This monitor, after being saved in the apocalypse, completely ignored the other students in their class, and even flaunted her food and safety in the group. It's despicable. If it weren't for Yi Chen's kindness, they might have been trapped and died. The 2 said to Lu Ruyan, "Oh, monitor, we finally see you. We thought we would never come out again. Thanks to Yi Chen. Otherwise, we could only watch you eat and drink in the phone. Ha, we are all classmates. I also want to save you, but I don't have the ability." Posting food photos in the group is also to encourage everyone. "It's great to see you 2 alive and back," Lu Ruyan said with an embarrassed expression on her face. At this time, Su Chanxian also saw Li Mang, with a somewhat surprised expression on her face, saying, "Mang, you were also saved by Yi Chen?" Li Mang was also surprised and said, "The school flower Su Chanxian? You are here too?" They are both among the 4 school flowers, so they have naturally interacted with each other. Now seeing each other saved by Yi Chen, they felt shocked. The 2 chatted for a while, talking about the terrifying scenes during the apocalypse and the fear and worry they had when trapped. They both felt lucky to be saved. As for Chen Zi and Chen Ting, they ignored the hypocritical monitor. At this time, Yi Chen also received a system prompt. The host has killed a total of 55 zombies, gained 5 attribute points, and currently has 5 attribute points. Seeing this prompt, Yi Chen was very satisfied. Killing a zombie could make him a little stronger, which is an infinite growth skill. Sooner or later, he would become the best in the world. At this moment, Chen Ting looked at Yi Chen hopefully and said, "Honey, I'm so hungry, can you give me some food?" Chen Zi also said, "Yes, honey, I was trapped in a tree for 3 days. My originally obvious abs are now even flatter from hunger. My chest used to be quite big, but now it feels smaller. Otherwise, can you check it later? Give me something to eat, like sausages or milk. Hee hee." After speaking, Chen Zi licked her tempting red lips and showed a mischievous smile. Her face was full of indescribable charm and allure. Hearing the words of these 2 people, Li Mang was dumbfounded. She immediately showed the expression of an elderly person on the subway looking at a phone. What the heck? Are these 2 people both Yi Chen's girlfriends? When she was rescued in the toilet at the beginning, she thought Yi Chen's girlfriend was only Chen Ting. She was moved by the fact that her boyfriend was not afraid of danger even when the apocalypse came, and saved his girlfriend. She even thought Yi Chen was a pure love war god. Now it seems that the other party is not a pure love war god, but a time management master? He has 2 girlfriends at the same time, and these 2 girlfriends know each other, and they are not even angry at all. Wow! Isn't this too surprising? Besides being a bit taller, having stronger muscles, sharper facial features, and a more determined look in his eyes than others, from a distance, he looks a bit like Pang Yuyan. What other advantages does he have? What other special skills? Why does he have 2 girlfriends? Regarding this matter, Li Mang expressed that she did not understand and was greatly shocked. She really didn't understand what was so special about Yi Chen that he could have 2 women as his girlfriends, and they could peacefully coexist without any issues. Seeing Chen Zi and Chen Ting calling themselves husband and wife directly, Yi Chen's face showed a happy expression. These 2 people are really perceptive. They didn't need any hints. They just started calling each other husband and wife. Yi Chen decisively took out 2 bread rolls, 2 sausages, and 2 bottles of milk from the space, giving each of them 1 portion. As soon as they saw the food, their eyes lit up. Chen Zi had been trapped in a tree for 3 days and was almost desperate. Yi Chen not only saved her but also came back with so much food. He was truly her destined savior. Chen Ting had been trapped in the toilet for 3 days, almost starving to the point of eating feces. Now, seeing Yi Chen giving her so much food, she was also deeply moved. Thank you, husband, you are really great. After I finish eating, I will serve my husband well tonight. After thanking Yi Chen, they directly started eating the food. Lu Ruyan, who was next to them, listened to their words and muttered under her breath, "They are really shameless. They keep calling each other husband and wife. Shameless." Su Chanqian also expressed some shock, but she didn't comment. Li Mang, on the other hand, watched this scene with an expression of confusion on her face. What's going on? What about my portion? She clearly saw Yi Chen take out 2 bread rolls, 2 sausages, and 2 bottles of milk from somewhere in his arms. But didn't he save 3 people? What about my portion? How could he ignore me? As the most popular beauty in the school, Li Mang was always the center of attention wherever she went. In school, there were at least 800 people who liked her, if not 1,000. And how many licking dogs, even in the scorching sun, braving the wind and rain, braving the snow, came to court her and give her gifts? But this Yi Chen actually ignored her? She was immediately unhappy. Ahem! She pretended to cough softly, trying to get Yi Chen's attention. However, Yi Chen was busy with his phone and didn't pay her any mind. It turned out that Chen Ting and Chen Zi had already sent photos of the food to the class group chat, causing a stir in the group, and Yi Chen began to check the chat records. Chen Zi, image, having a bread roll, drinking some milk to calm down, finally rescued, so happy. My husband is so awesome. Chen Ting, it has to be Yi Chen, my husband. I was about to eat feces, but unexpectedly, things turned around, and the feeling of eating food again is really great. Zhouwen, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You all got rescued? Yi Chen, what about me? Save me too. I also want to eat bread, sausages, and milk. At Yi Chen Li Ning, at Yi Chen. Chen Ting was trapped in the first floor women's restroom, and I was trapped in the first floor men's restroom just a wall away. You saved Chen Ting but didn't save me? Dad, don't you love your son anymore? Class teacher Li said, at Yi Chen. The teacher has been trapped in the classroom dormitory for 3 days, and the food in the dormitory has run out. Hurry up and come to save the teacher. Yang Tiancheng said, at Yi Chen's dad. I don't even have water to drink here. Without water, a person can only survive for 3 days. Today is the 3rd day, my son's deadline has arrived, I can't even urinate. Dad, please save me. The group was full of mentions of Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at these messages, a faint smile on his face. These guys are really funny, looking down on themselves one by one in peacetime, and now they are all eager to call me dad. It's really hilarious. He directly replied in the group, you didn't say that before, didn't each of you curse me as a poor loser, saying I have well-developed limbs, born to do manual labor, destined to be a laborer for a lifetime, to be at the bottom of society for a lifetime? Why are you all eager to be my sons now? Seeing Yi Chen finally speaking, the others in the group immediately perked up. Yang Tiancheng said, Yi Chen dad, it was all our fault before. We looked down on people, please forgive us this time. From now on, you are our dad, our real father, our new parents. As long as you save me, all my family's money will be yours. Zhouwen said, yes, it was all our fault before, we know we were wrong. Yi Chen dad, please come and save us quickly. From now on, we will be your little brothers, if you ask us to go east, we will never go west. Li Ning said, Yi Chen dad, don't say so much, if you don't come soon, we will really die. We really know we were wrong before, don't dwell on it. As long as you save me, even if you ask me to go through fire and water, I will not frown. We really know we were wrong, you are the bigger person, don't hold it against us. Yi-Chen said, Ha, you don't know you were wrong, you just know you are about to die. If the disaster disappears now, you will immediately become the arrogant second-generation rich kids as before. Since in peacetime, you didn't show me any kindness, why should I save you after the apocalypse? So, good luck to you all. As soon as they heard that Yi-Chen was not going to save himself, those people became anxious. Yang Tiancheng said, Yi-Chen, we are all classmates, we should help each other, don't be so extreme. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank, don't go too far. Zhou Wen said, exactly. If you see someone in danger and don't help, can you sleep at night? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Li Ning said, I saw it before, you are not only poor, but also have a dark mind, you are obviously not a good person. Now that the apocalypse has come, you don't help classmates and teachers in danger, which confirms my previous view. You are worthless in peacetime, indeed there is a reason for it. Class teacher Li said, Yi-Chen, in peacetime, I always taught everyone to help each other, to love each other, to respect teachers. Now that you have the ability but don't help everyone, can you justify it? Do you have any morals left? Let me tell you, not helping someone in danger is a crime. They saw that their pleas were in vain, so they began to morally blackmail Yi-Chen, but they underestimated Yi-Chen's mindset. As long as I have no morals, you can't blackmail me. In peacetime, why didn't you talk about helping each other? Why do you look down on poor people instead of helping them? Why do you bully classmates who are short instead of treating them kindly? Does your moral blackmail never require yourselves, only stronger people? Yi-Chen no longer paid attention to them and directly left the class group. There are no surviving female classmates waiting to be rescued in this group, so there is no need to exist anymore. Seeing Yi-Chen leaving the group, Lu Ruyan, Chen Zi, and Chen Ting also left the group chat. After all, Yi-Chen is now a full-fledged big shot, and Yi-Chen's attitude towards herself determines whether she can survive. They naturally want to show their support for Yi-Chen through action. Ha, Chen Zi reference picture. Seeing Yi-Chen, Lu Ruyan, Chen Ting, and Chen Zi all leaving the group, the other people in the group were dumbfounded. Originally, they were prepared to morally kidnap Yi-Chen, kidnap him a bit, and force Yi-Chen to come and rescue them. Who knew they went too far and directly forced Yi-Chen to leave the group? Damn! Yi-Chen ran away, and the monitor and others also left. What should we do? Quick, private chat with him. He used to be a poor guy, who would add him as a friend. I just added him, but he didn't accept. It's over, it's really over this time. Right, mention him in the school's main group. Don't be silly, back then when Yi-Chen's confession failed, everyone in the main group was mocking him, he had already left the main group. At that time, we were still mocking him for being scolded as a coward. This is really over. After leaving the class group, Yi-Chen scanned Chen Zi and others with the system. Instantly, their information appeared in his mind. Name, Chen Zi. Age, 18. Height, 1.68 meters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance score, 85. Figure score, 94. Yi-Chen nodded. Well, not bad, with an appearance score of over 80, she is considered a rare beauty, just 3 points lower than Lu Ruyan's 88. But with a figure score of 94 at 1.68 meters tall, and a pair of proud D+ assets, she is definitely a good girl for having children. Yi-Chen then looked at Chen Ting. Name, Chen Ting. Age, 18. Height, 166. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance score, 86. Figure score, 92. Seeing this evaluation, Yi-Chen nodded again, with a close match to Chen Zi, and also with 0 charging times, very good. Finally, Yi-Chen's gaze fell on Li Mange, who was the most beautiful and aloof. She was known as one of the 4 school flowers, and I wonder what score the system would give her. Soon, the information about her appeared in his mind. Name, Li Mange. Age, 18. Height, 1.70 meters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Bust size, D+. Appearance score, 95. Upon seeing this information, Yi-Chen's eyes lit up. Wow, with both appearance and figure scores of 95, she is definitely a top-notch beauty. And at 1.70 meters tall, she is the tallest among all the women here. No wonder her pair of white long legs are so eye-catching. With his own height of 1.85 meters, they are simply a perfect match. I wonder how this perfect school flower performs in bed, whether it's a contrast to her current aloof appearance. Just thinking about it makes one look forward to it. At this moment, Li Mange also felt Yi-Chen's gaze. This guy finally noticed me. Oomph, I knew it, with my beauty, which man wouldn't want to be my lapdog? Li Mange had just coughed a few times, but Yi-Chen was looking at his phone and didn't notice her. She felt very disappointed, but now seeing Yi Chen finally focusing his gaze on her, her chin lifted proudly. She regained her confidence in her usual aloof demeanor. Later, she opened her red lips and said to Yi Chen, where is my portion of food? These two classmates you saved both have food. I can't be left without, right? Yi Chen smiled and said, didn't you hear what they called me? My food is only for my woman, so you have to become my woman too. Upon hearing this, Li Meng's face changed instantly. She showed an expression of disbelief, with a hint of contempt in that disbelief. She stared at Yi Chen with beautiful eyes and said, oh my god, am I hearing this right? Are you trying to buy my body with a bit of food? Do you know how many rich second-generation guys spent hundreds of thousands trying to pursue me in the past, and I didn't agree? You actually want me to be your woman with a sausage and a bit of milk? Are you brainless or am I? Li Meng seemed to find it a huge joke. As the most unattainable goddess in the school, she had ignored countless top-rich second-generation suitors who showered her with gifts like bags, branded clothes, and some even offered sports cars. Yet Li Meng didn't even spare them a glance. Now this guy, with developed limbs and a simple mind, actually wanted her to be his woman with just a bit of food? What did he take her for? Oh, you're quite something, but since you're so capable, why don't you ask those rich second-generation guys who pursued you to give you food, see if they now see you as food or give food to you. After saying this, Yi Chen ignored her. He lay down on the bed to rest. Chen Ting and Chen Zi had already finished showing off the physical photos in the group and started unwrapping the bread and sausage packaging, eating them bite by bite. In times of peace, vacuum-packed bread and starch sausages were considered junk food. Li Meng, coming from a wealthy family, wouldn't have even glanced at this kind of food before. But now, seeing Chen Ting and the others eating sausages, bread, and drinking milk bite by bite, the aroma slowly wafted into her nose along with the hunger that had plagued the aloof schoolflower for 3 days. Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach made frog-like noises, so she had to go to the kitchen sink and gulp down 2 mouthfuls of water. Seeing this scene, a smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. No one could withstand the feeling of hunger. Even the most aloof person would be the same. This so-called aloof schoolflower would eventually come to him for help. Yi Chen lay down on the bed to rest. Soon, it was dark. In the darkness, Yi Chen felt someone approaching his bed. Soon, he heard the voice of the person beside him. Honey, I'm sleeping with you tonight. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Chen realized it was Chen Zi. Good. Yi Chen liked this kind of understanding person. They didn't need many words, they would come to him on their own, saving a lot of unnecessary talk. Come, let's get on the bed and sleep, then we can have a good chat. Early the next morning, Yi Chen woke up refreshed and saw the sleeping Chen Zi beside him. He reached out and pinched her delicate face. Since Chen Zi had agreed to be his woman last night, he checked the notification in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully saving the beauty and gaining a new ability, invisibility. Seeing this prompt, Yi Chen was surprised. Was this little girl Chen Zi so amazing? She actually brought him such a powerful ability? He quickly checked the description of this ability. Skill name, invisibility. Skill level, level 1. Skill effect, after using this skill, you will enter an invisible state, your whole body becoming transparent and blending into the environment. Cooling time, invisible for 1 hour within a day. Seeing the instructions of this system, Yi Chen was very excited, but after the excitement, he was also somewhat puzzled. Invisible for 1 hour within a day, does that mean the 1 hour has to be used all at once, or can it be used separately? If it can be used separately, that would be awesome. If I can be invisible for 1 minute each time, wouldn't that mean I can be invisible 60 times? It seems like I have the opportunity to try out this skill properly. However, this skill can only be used once a day, so it cannot be wasted on experiments. It must be tested during real combat. This skill of invisibility is simply a dream come true for men. How many people have fantasized about sneaking into the girls' dormitory or the girls' bathhouse to watch others bathe? It's a pity that Yi Chen obtained this skill too late. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, it can only be used to observe zombies. After reading the instructions for this skill, Yi Chen thought to himself, the rewards for rescuing female classmates are really generous. If I want to quickly become stronger in a short time, I must save more female classmates. Today, it seems that I must hurry up and continue rescuing people. After all, today is already the 4th day of the apocalypse. If I don't rescue them back soon, they might starve to death in 2 days. And now that Yi Chen has an invisibility skill, he can better save people in the future. Even when facing many zombies, he is not afraid. After all, back then, Su Qianxian could hide in a cardboard box and the zombies couldn't find her. Now that he has the invisibility skill, those zombies won't be able to find him either. With this skill, saving people will be much easier. Yi Chen began to take out food from the dark space for breakfast. When the women saw Yi Chen eating, they all approached him with pleasing smiles on their faces. They said, "Yi Chen, you're awake. Is that bread tasty?" Yi Chen nodded, "Delicious. Don't worry, I won't forget about you." After saying that, he directly handed them a breakfast. Li Mang, the aloof school beauty beside him, saw this scene and couldn't help but cover her stomach with her hand. However, even though she covered it, her stomach still made a frog-like sound, "Kadoodoo." Hearing this sound, Yi Chen smiled and ignored her. After going hungry for a night, she must be struggling, right? But since she wants to be an aloof school beauty, then she should continue being aloof. Yi Chen is not in a hurry. He chatted with Chen Zi last night and will chat with Chen Ting tonight. Later, he will go and save new female students, talk to them after saving them, have deep conversations, and be busy every day. Who has time to care about your so-called aloof school beauty? After breakfast, Yi Chen prepared to go out directly. Today, these women finally dared not say anything more. Especially Lu Ruyan, who took advantage of Yi Chen's past pursuit of her, always thought she could control Yi Chen. After being scolded by Yi Chen yesterday, she finally learned to behave. Before going out, Yi Chen had already made plans for the day. In the first building, there are women in the toilet. Yesterday, he saved 2 female classmates inside the toilet. One was Chen Ting, and the other was the aloof school beauty Li Mang. This indicates that there is a high chance of survivors in the toilet. Because the apocalypse broke out during class time, except for students in physical education classes who were outside the school, other students were in the classrooms. Once zombies appeared in the classrooms, there was nowhere for others to run. But it's different in the toilet. Each toilet has compartments, and once you hide in a compartment, the zombies can't find you. It can be said to be a natural refuge. Therefore, in the women's toilet, the chances of female survivors appearing are very high. And there are a total of 10 teaching buildings in the school, each with 6 floors, and each floor has a women's toilet. Even if not every women's restroom has survivors, at least there should be around 10, right? Moreover, there are not many zombies in the restroom, and Yi Chen's strength has doubled now, so it's easy to take out the few zombies in the restroom. So today's plan is to check all the restrooms in 10 teaching buildings. If any female survivors are found, bring them back. So Yi Chen started to enter a teaching building. Yesterday, he saved Chen Ting and Su Chanxian in the restroom on the first floor of Building 1, so starting from today, he is ready to search from the 2nd to the 6th floor. In the women's restroom on the 2nd floor, there are still several zombies wandering around. However, these zombies are no match for Yi Chen, and he quickly takes care of them with a spear. He knocks on each compartment one by one. All the compartments in front are not locked. When he reaches the last compartment, Yi Chen finds the door locked. But when he knocks, the person inside starts roaring and banging on the restroom door. Yi Chen shows a puzzled expression. Could it be that there is a zombie inside? He kicks the door open. As expected, there is a female zombie with disheveled hair inside, who roars and charges at Yi Chen. But what meets her is the sharp spear. Put! The female zombie's head is instantly pierced. Yi Chen pulls out the spear and says, "It seems that this female student was bitten by a zombie, then hid in the restroom, and turned into a zombie there. How pitiful. I have also helped her on her way." After checking the restroom on the 2nd floor, Yi Chen proceeds to the 3rd floor. In the women's restroom on the 3rd floor, after taking care of all the zombies, he finds one compartment locked. So he knocks on the door and says, "Is anyone there? I'm here to rescue you." Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, the person inside responds with joy, "Someone. Someone. Has someone finally come to rescue me?" The person directly opens the door, revealing a delicate face. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the person's face lights up with excitement and says, "Great, this is really great. Has the disaster ended? Are you a police officer?" Yi Chen shakes his head, "No, I'm just a student in this school. My name is Yi Chen." Oh. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the girl opposite shows a somewhat disappointed expression. Yi Chen continues, "But I'm here to rescue you. The disaster is not over yet. Follow me, I can provide you with food, but you need to listen to me and cannot make any noise along the way." Upon hearing that Yi Chen will also save her, the girl's spirits lift a bit, and she nods quickly, saying, "Okay, I won't cause you any trouble." Yi Chen then takes this female student and heads to the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, Yi Chen does not find any survivors in the restroom. He then finds 1 survivor on the 5th floor and 2 on the 6th floor, making a total of 4 survivors in one teaching building. With these 4 people, Yi Chen heads to another teaching building. In the women's restroom on the 1st floor of the 2nd teaching building, there are no survivors. After clearing the 1st floor women's restroom in the 2nd teaching building, he asks them to wait in the restroom while he searches upstairs. After searching all 6 restrooms in the 2nd teaching building, he brings out a total of 3 female survivors. He then moves on to search the third teaching building, where he brings out 5 female students. In the fourth teaching building, he brings out 2, in the fifth teaching building, 3. When Yi-Chin finishes searching all 10 teaching buildings, he realizes that he has rescued 25 female students, and most of these female students are quite attractive, with a few even comparable to Lu Ruyan and others. It's a pity that the other 2 of the 4 school bells have not appeared yet, which disappointed Yi-Chin a bit. However, with these 25 female classmates, his strength can still increase significantly. Today's gains have been more than enough. As for the school bells and such, he already has 2 of the 4 school bells, which is already very lucky, and he can't ask for more. So Yi-Chin led these 25 female classmates towards the infirmary. Along the way, because this group was too large, it attracted many zombies. Yi-Chin asked those girls to run quickly, while he stayed behind to deal with the zombies. When they almost reached the infirmary door, Yi-Chin had already killed more than a dozen zombies. As more and more zombies gathered, he no longer lingered in battle and hurried towards the infirmary. After everyone entered the infirmary, Yi-Chin finally closed the door, with about 20 more zombies outside. Unfortunately, these zombies had no intelligence. When they saw Yi-Chin closing the door, they instantly lost their target. The infirmary accommodated him and his 25 new female classmates, all of whom were panting heavily. The feeling of being chased by dozens of zombies was truly terrifying, but fortunately, Yi-Chin had their backs. After coming to their senses, they all looked gratefully at Yi-Chin and said, "Yi-Chin, thank you for saving us. We thought we would be trapped and die in the restroom, but your appearance saved us. We are really grateful. By the way, when you saved us, you mentioned having food for us, is that true? We are so hungry, can you give us some food?" Hearing these words from the female classmates, Li Mang on the side couldn't help but sneer and said, It's not that easy to get his food. This guy wants to use food to buy our bodies. He will only give food when you become his woman." Sure enough, this statement immediately caused a stir among the 25 female students. They all showed expressions of disbelief. Looking at Yi-Chin, they asked, "Oh my god, is she telling the truth? I recognize her, isn't she Li Mang, the coldest of the 4 school bells? Is Yi-Chin just lusting after our bodies, so he wants to use food to buy us without even considering who we are? We are all college students. How could we sell ourselves for a little food? Humph, dream on. I have never seen such a man before, he is truly despicable." The tallest, fattest, and ugliest girl in the group said, "How disgusting. I regret being saved by him. I would rather die in the restroom, rather than being saved by this despicable man. Sisters, why don't we join forces to catch him and force him to give us food? There are 25 of us, how could we be afraid of him alone?" Some girls, after hearing this, began to echo her sentiments. Yi-Chin looked at them and couldn't help but frown. The woman was tall, strong, and fat, like a pig. When Yi-Chin saw her in the restroom, he hesitated for a long time about whether to save her. Finally, he thought that maybe if she lost some weight, it would be acceptable. After all, there is a saying that every fat person is a potential stock, so Yi-Chin decided to take a chance and save her. But who would have thought that this ugly fatty would cause trouble at this time? Ugly people are indeed troublesome. Yi-Chin said coldly, "You would rather be bitten by zombies than be saved by me, right? Very well, there are over 20 zombies outside the door. You can go out now, with your weight of at least 200 pounds, enough to feed those zombies." Upon hearing this, the fat woman's face twisted in anger, pointing at Yi-Chin and cursing, "What kind of thing are you? Why should I feed the zombies? Why don't you do it yourself? You brought us back but didn't give us food. You want to use food to control us. What kind of leader are you? And your food was collected from the school, it belongs to everyone, why do you claim it as your own? Sisters, we need to unite and take back what belongs to us. Make him share the food with us, or we will take it by force." After saying this, she looked at Lu Ruyan and the other elderly people who arrived first, asking, "Do you want to join us and stand up for what's right?" Chen Ziyi said, "What are you talking about? It was clearly Yi-Chen who saved you, and you don't appreciate him. Now you want to take his food? If you don't want to stay here, you can leave. No one is stopping you." Chen Ting added, "Exactly, who is forcing you to stay here? You want Yi-Chen's protection and food without giving anything in return? What are you thinking? Do you think the world owes you something? Do you still believe you are princesses who are always pampered?" Su Chanxian said, "If you're not happy staying here, you can leave on your own. But demanding a share of the food collected through hard work is a form of moral blackmail. If you want food, find it yourself based on your abilities, instead of ordering others to give it to you with a superior attitude." Lu Ruyan chimed in, "Exactly. Why should we share with you?" Chen Zi, Lu Ruyan, and Su Chanxian all had a relationship with Yi-Chen. Therefore, Yi-Chen shared the food with them. If these women could get food without contributing anything, wouldn't all the efforts of the elderly be in vain? So they firmly defended Yi Chen's interests, which was equivalent to protecting their own value. At this moment, the chubby woman saw Li Mange and asked, "Aloof school beauty, are you not planning to join us? Let me tell you, we have 25 people here. If we get the food from this guy, and you don't join us, we won't share the food with you." In the eyes of the chubby woman, their numbers gave them an advantage. Even if Yi Chen was strong, he couldn't possibly fight against 25 women at once, right? Li Mange maintained a detached and aloof expression, as if she wasn't involved in the situation. She had witnessed Yi Chen killing zombies mercilessly, one shot at a time. If these women really provoked him, Yi Chen could handle them easily. She didn't consider these women as Yi Chen's match. Therefore, she ignored the chubby woman's words, lowered her head, and played with her pristine fingers. The chubby woman sneered, "You five are a disgrace to us girls. 2 of you are school beauties, what a shame. The prettier they are, the weaker they become. Even the school beauties are conquered by this guy? Disgusting." Hearing the chubby woman's words, Yi Chen's cold demeanor revealed a faint smile. He walked towards them step by step. With a height of 185 meters and having killed so many zombies, Yi Chen exuded a strong presence, even emitting a terrifying aura. Except for the chubby woman, the other girls couldn't help but step back, lower their heads, and avoid eye contact with Yi Chen. The chubby woman, who enjoyed boxing during peacetime, realized there was only Yi Chen as the only man present. She naturally wanted to unite the other girls to replace Yi Chen as the leader. Faced with Yi Chen's approach, although she was afraid, she clenched her fists, stood her ground, raised her head proudly, and confronted Yi Chen. She threatened, "What? What do you want to do? We have 25 people here." Yi Chen said nothing, continued to walk past with a smile. The fat woman finally got scared, took a step back and said, "Don't come any closer, if you do, I will fight back." Yi Chen kept walking, finally reaching the fat woman and looking down at her. Faced with Yi Chen's imposing figure and cold eyes, the fat woman's lips trembled as she said, "What do you want? I won't submit. Trying to buy my body with food, how dare you?" Yi Chen still didn't speak, but raised his hand and slapped her hard smack. The fat woman was instantly slapped to the ground by Yi Chen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She looked incredulous, then turned to fear and anger. She got up and shouted, "Ah! How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? You hit a woman! Despicable scoundrel! I'll kill you! Sisters, let's get him! This scum dares to hit people! Men should all die! Men are the most disgusting creatures in this world, all scum! The doomsday is here, this world belongs to us girls! Expel all men! Turn them all into zombies!" Unfortunately, her crazy shouting did not get help from the other female students behind her, but instead attracted zombies outside, who began to roar and bang on the door. The female students were shocked, showing fearful expressions. They advised her, "Ruhua, stop shouting. The zombies will hear and come in." "Yes, stop it, if you continue, we will all die." "Shut up. We can figure out the food situation later. The priority now is to survive. Stop attracting the zombies' attention." Hearing the female students blaming her, Ruhua became unhappy, shouting even louder. "What do you mean? I'm fighting for your rights, and you're speaking up for this man? You are a disgrace to women. What happened to Girl Help Girl? Since he won't give us food, we might as well all die together. If you support him, you can die with him, let's all die." "Ah!" Seeing no one supporting her, Ruhua went crazy, screaming in the medical room as if dragging everyone down, as if they would all be eaten by zombies. Seeing this, Yi Chen frowned, went over and grabbed her by the throat, lifting her up. Yi Chen's strength was evident as he held her 200-pound weight in his hand, lifting her off the ground. At this moment, Ruhua realized Yi Chen's terrifying strength and asked in a strained voice, "What do you want?" Yi Chen coldly chuckled, "You wanted to die, right? You wanted everyone to feed the zombies, so I'll grant your wish." With that, he grabbed her by the neck and brought her to the door of the medical room, his other hand ready to open the door. Outside, countless zombies kept banging on the door, which wouldn't hold for long under the continuous attack. Finally, the fat woman got scared. She shouted, "What are you going to do? Are you going to throw me out to feed the zombies? This is murder. You're breaking the law." Yi Chen remained silent and started turning the doorknob. Seeing this, the fat woman was truly scared, trembling all over. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, "Please don't throw me out. I know I was wrong. I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten by zombies. I only said those things to scare you." Sob. Yi Chen sneered and asked, "Do you want to be my woman?" "Ha!" The fat woman was stunned. She never expected Yi Chen to ask such a question in this situation. Then her face showed a look of surprise, and she quickly said, yes, I really want to. Help me down, I'll go to bed with you right now. At this moment, Yi Chen's mind received a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the girl and receiving a system reward. Storage space level +1. After receiving this prompt, Yi Chen's face showed a satisfied smile. Then he said to the fat woman, you want to, but I don't. He quickly opened the door, kicked away the zombies that were about to pounce, and then threw the 200-pound fat woman out, landing her in the pile of zombies. He then quickly closed the door. Outside the door, there were countless angry roars of zombies and the screams of the fat woman. Inside the medical room, the remaining 24 female classmates were trembling in fear, huddling together and covering their ears with their hands. Even the aloof class beauty, Li Mang, showed a frightened expression. Although Yi Chen always said he would feed people to the zombies, she thought it was just talk, but she didn't expect Yi Chen to actually do it. It was so tragic. Too tragic. The fat woman, who was eaten by more than 20 zombies, screamed in agony for 5 minutes before dying. At this moment, Yi Chen's cold eyes swept over the 24 female classmates. Faced with Yi Chen's gaze, they shivered, their backs soaked in cold sweat. They avoided eye contact with Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, anyone else want to fight? Let me tell you, if you want to stay here, you must obey me. If you dare to do anything that endangers everyone's safety, your fate will be the same as that fat woman's. Understand? The women nodded repeatedly, saying, understood. Understood. Sorry, we won't do such things again. Please don't throw us out. Wah! Mom! I'm so scared. Seeing their reactions, Yi Chen finally showed a satisfied expression. He had worked hard to rescue these people from the toilet, and they still wanted to snatch his food? Without giving them a lesson, they wouldn't know who was in charge. The fat woman was also ridiculous, thinking it was peacetime and daring to fight with him? You dare to fight, I dare to feed you to the zombies. It's the end of the world, and you think I'll go easy on you? Female boxing? Got used to it during peacetime, huh? I won't indulge you. Seeing that he had subdued these women, Yi Chen returned to the ward and lay quietly on the bed, ready to rest. Let those women reflect in the medical room lobby. With Chen Ting available for communication tonight, Yi Chen was not in a hurry. At this moment, Yi Chen discovered a bug in the system. As long as the other party agreed to be his woman, he could get a reward, and even if he killed the other party later, the reward would not be revoked. This system was awesome. If that was the case, as long as he met a woman, he could get rewards without caring about the other person's appearance or age. As long as the other party agreed verbally, he could succeed without actually branching out. Cool. It's really cool. Thank you. Watching Yi Chen return to the ward, the 24 female students began to discuss. One female student, pale with fear, said, oh my god. Someone was killed, really killed. Ruhua was actually thrown out to feed the zombies. Oh god, call the police. He's a murderer. Another female student said, call the police? If calling the police worked, we would have called for help when we were trapped. Are you stupid? It's the end of the world now. That's right, the end of the world has come, there's no longer any legal constraints, and Ruhua is screaming, wanting us to join the zombies. What Yi Chen did was also for emergency escape. Do you really want Ruhua to attract dozens of zombies to break in and eat all of us? Exactly, Ruhua is a lunatic, not only wanting to die herself but also wanting to drag us down with her. She deserves to die. In that case, Yi Chen actually saved us. He did save us, he rescued us from the toilet and brought us to this safe medical room. But Ruhua wants to turn this safe medical room into a danger zone. Isn't it her fault? Exactly. Ruhua doesn't care about the big picture, she wants us to die with her. What's wrong with Yi Chen trying to protect himself and us? I agree. And the food that Yi Chen worked hard to collect was originally his own. How could we expect to get it for free? If you want food, you have to exchange it with something valuable. What valuable thing do we have? If you don't become Yi Chen's woman, why should he protect you? Why should he give you food? Makes sense, I'm going to apologize to Yi Chen. Me too. Count me in, count me in. So the 24 female students formed a team and rushed towards the ward where Yi Chen was lying. They knocked on Yi Chen's door. Knock knock knock. Hearing the knocking, Yi Chen was puzzled. It wasn't even evening yet. Could it be that Chen Ting was coming to chat with him during the day? Come in, Yi Chen said to the door. Soon the door opened, and all 24 female students walked in, bowing their heads and saying to Yi Chen, we're sorry, it was all our fault just now, we were rude because we were really hungry. We will listen to you from now on, please give us some food, even if it means being your women, we are willing. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang became spirited. He said, oh, you've come to your senses so quickly? Yes, we have. We've realized our mistake. the girls said with hopeful faces. Yi Chen nodded. Alright, wait outside, I will distribute food to you later. I need to rest now, take a nap, don't disturb me. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the girls showed happy expressions on their faces and said, Okay Yi Chen, we won't disturb you, go ahead and rest. It's great that you can forgive us. We won't cause any trouble, we will behave. Watching these female classmates being so understanding, Yi Chen was very satisfied. Without rules, there can be no order. Today, Yi Chen wanted to intimidate these people a bit, otherwise, with 3 women causing trouble, it would be hard to manage when more women joined in. After a satisfying nap, Yi Chen woke up feeling refreshed. He opened the door of the ward, walked to the lobby, and found more than 20 women sitting there. Lu Ruyan, Su Chanxian, Chen Ting, and Chen Zi were playing games on their phones, each with a relaxed expression on their faces, as if the apocalypse had nothing to do with them. The aloof beauty Li Mang was sitting on the side, holding her stomach, occasionally hearing a few frog calls from her stomach. The 24 female classmates were huddled in a corner, enduring hunger. When they saw Yi Chen coming out, everyone's eyes lit up. Lu Ruyan and the others surrounded Yi Chen, smiling and saying, Yi Chen, you're finally awake. Come play with us. Join us for a game. I found that even at the end of the world, there are still many people playing games. Maybe they are trapped and can only pass the time with games. Yi Chen smiled and patted the heads of the 4 beautiful women. When that fat woman was about to rebel just now, the performance of these 4 women satisfied Yi Chen. This is your lunch, go ahead and eat. Yi Chen took out a bread, a vacuum-sealed chicken leg, a ham sausage, and a box of milk from the system space for them. The 4 women's eyes lit up when they saw the food. Wow! This is amazing, and there's even a chicken leg. Yi Chen, you're so kind. They all look delicious, I'm starting to drool. The 4 of them picked up the food and started eating. The 24 new female classmates also looked at Yi Chen with eager eyes. Their faces were filled with expressions of I want to eat too, please feed me quickly. So Yi Chen walked over to them, took out a bunch of food from the system space, and distributed it to them. Each person received a bread, a sausage, and a bottle of milk. The 24 girls showed excited expressions on their faces and started devouring the food. Today is already the 4th day since the disaster broke out. They had been hiding in the toilet, surviving on water but without food. They were already starving and couldn't bear it anymore. Now, seeing Yi Chen giving them food, they couldn't resist and started eating voraciously. Everyone started eating, except for the aloof Li Mang who didn't receive any food. She looked at Yi Chen and realized that he didn't even look at her. Disappointment immediately appeared on her face. Damn it! Does this guy really have no interest in me? How can he ignore me when I'm one of the 4 campus beauties, much prettier than those 24 ordinary girls? As long as Yi Chen comes over to say a few nice words to me, gives me a chance, it's not impossible for me to be his girlfriend. But he didn't even spare me a glance. Does he want me to make the first move? Damn it! Gurgle gurgle. Smelling the scent of bread in the air, Li Mang's stomach couldn't help but growl again. However, Yi Chen ignored her. Instead, he thought to himself that maybe tomorrow, he should head to the cafeteria. Most of the food I brought back from the supermarket as a child is snacks, including candies, bread, sausages, etc. Although I also brought some rice, noodles, and instant noodles, without a pot or a stove for cooking, I need to go to the cafeteria to get a stove. Although there are many zombies in the cafeteria, my strength has already been enhanced. All 4 basic attributes have reached 130 points, 6 times that of an ordinary person. Even if there are zombies in the cafeteria, I can handle them all. And if there are too many zombies, I can also turn invisible, directly loot the food, finish looting the food before those zombies even see me. So he made up his mind that tomorrow morning, he would start looting the cafeteria. Of course, before looting the cafeteria tomorrow, he must get today's reward. So in the evening, Yi Chen gave Chen Ting a signal. He said, "Tonight, it's your turn to chat with me." Chen Ting immediately showed a pleasantly surprised expression and said, Okay, is it finally my turn? I'm the best at chatting. Yi Chen, dear, rest assured, I will definitely chat with you to the sky tonight. So, Chen Ting followed Yi Chen into the room, hopping around like a little deer. Seeing Chen Ting's clumsy figure, Lu Ruyan pursed her lips, feeling a bit unhappy. These people are too proactive one by one. When she decided to be Yi Chen's woman, she felt a sense of being forced. Yi Chen won't hold a grudge against this in the future, so why not give herself a good face? Damn it! Can't you newcomers be a bit more reserved? Acting so boldly and proactively, where is the femininity in you? The next day, Yi Chen received a system prompt, detected that the other party agrees to be your woman, congratulations host, receives system reward, invisibility skill level +1. After receiving this prompt, Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised, then looked at the instructions. Skill name, invisibility. Skill level, level 2. Skill effect, can be invisible for 2 hours every day. Great, the invisibility time has doubled. Awesome. Yi Chen stretched his back, feeling refreshed, and got up. At this time, Chen Ting was still lying in bed, looking satisfied. It has to be said that this little vixen is indeed as good at chatting as she said. Wearing glasses, she looks like a good girl, but once in bed, the contrast is unbearable. Although she had never had a boyfriend before, she probably had read a lot of theory, as her knowledge surpassed that of Lu Ruyan and others combined. Chatting with her is truly enjoyable. Looking at the other's sleeping face, Yi Chen couldn't help but pinch her cute and pure face. There is a saying, the highest in the sky is the plane, and the hottest on the ground is the glasses. This saying is indeed true. Yi Chen got up, then distributed breakfast to the girls, and then, amidst the grateful gazes of everyone, he went out to the cafeteria to search for supplies. As soon as he stepped out, he killed all the 20 or so zombies at the door. There was also a skeleton that had been gnawed clean on the ground. It was the one thrown out by Yi Chen yesterday, like a flower. Looking at the skeleton, Yi Chen said coldly, "Get up and continue boxing. Why are you silent? Why don't you box with the zombies, so they won't bite you?" It seems that this female boxer is not a match for the zombies. Yi Chen did not encounter any other zombies on the way, but when passing by a small supermarket, he found 2 zombie bodies at the entrance. Yi Chen had already looted the small supermarket on the 2nd day, and today was the 5th day. The zombies killed by Yi Chen on the 2nd day had begun to rot, but these 2 bodies were fresh, as if they had just been killed, clearly not from the batch killed by Yi Chen. Yi Chen went over to check the situation of the 2 zombies. He found that the tops of their heads had been smashed open, clearly by heavy objects, as if they had been split open by an axe. He frowned and said, "Could it be that there are other survivors in the school, and they are quite fierce? I wonder where they got an axe from, actually smashing a zombie's head with one blow." Yi Chen felt a sense of urgency. If the other party saw that the food in the small supermarket had been looted, they would definitely go to the cafeteria. Wouldn't they have taken all the food from the cafeteria as well? Yi Chen quickened his pace towards the cafeteria, and sure enough, at the entrance of the cafeteria, he saw several zombie bodies. These zombie bodies had also died from head injuries. However, there were still many zombies inside the cafeteria. This indicated that the other party had not entered the cafeteria, only being discovered by the zombies inside, who rushed out to attack them. These people had seen too many zombies and directly gave up searching for food. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. If the food in the cafeteria had also been looted, I would have been at a loss. Looking at the 50 or 60 zombies wandering inside the cafeteria, Yi Chen decided not to waste time fighting them and started to turn invisible. Then Yi Chen disappeared on the spot, even his bow and arrow and spear began to turn transparent. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen was shocked. Awesome! Even the weapons in my hands can be invisible. Wouldn't it be very easy for me to ambush others? It is well known that invisibility has many abilities. The most awesome thing is the kind that can hide clothes and weapons, just like Yi Chen. There is another kind that is more basic, where only the body can be invisible. Once in the invisible state, clothes cannot be worn, and things cannot be carried. There is even a lowest kind, where even things inside the body cannot be invisible. When eating, the food goes into the stomach, but the contents of the stomach cannot be invisible and will float in midair. Those 2 kinds of invisibility are not useful. Like Yi Chen, as long as it's something on his body, it can be invisible with him, which is the most awesome. So Yi Chen conducted an experiment. He placed his hand in the corner of the cafeteria wall and found that this corner did not change. He picked up a brick from the ground, but the brick turned invisible. Yi Chen had another question in his mind. Does this mean that only things that I can completely pick up can be invisible to me? If I hold someone else's hand, will that person also become invisible with me? Then Yi Chen shook his head. Forget it, this experiment can be done later in the medical room. The most important thing now is to collect food. So the invisible Yi Chen swaggered directly into the cafeteria, and the zombies didn't notice his presence at all. He went straight into the cafeteria's kitchen warehouse and found a lot of food. Hundreds of bags of rice and flour? Take them all. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, taro, corn, soybeans, red beans, green beans, black beans? Take them all. Dozens of barrels of cooking oil? Fresh vegetables weighing hundreds of pounds, frozen meat weighing thousands of pounds? Take them all. Induction cookers, gas cylinders, gas stoves? Take them all. Pots, bowls, ladles, chopsticks, spoons? Take them all. At this point, Yi Chen's dark space had already upgraded to 2 levels. Within a range of 20 meters, he could gather everything with just a thought. In a few minutes, Yi Chen emptied the entire cafeteria's kitchen and warehouse. His dark space was now filled with supplies. Just the rice and flour alone weighed dozens of tons, enough for him and those women to eat for several years. However, during the collection process, Yi Chen also discovered some problems. The cafeteria's kitchen was a bit messy. Obviously, someone had come in and looted. Could it be that more than one person was looting for food? The zombies at the door were attracted by someone. One person deliberately let all the zombies out, and then let others collect food? Fortunately, they didn't have a systematic space, so even with a large backpack for each person, they couldn't take much. At most, they could only take a few days' worth of rations. And if they took too much food at once, they might not run fast because it was too heavy, and they might encounter danger. So Yi Chen wasn't too late to arrive. When he came out, the cafeteria was already empty, with no food left. Having finished collecting, Yi Chen's work in the cafeteria was done for the day. So he began to test his invisibility skill. His invisibility skill had reached level 2, which meant that Yi Chen now had an extended time of 2 hours. However, when he finished in the cafeteria, he had only used 5 minutes, leaving him with 1 hour and 55 minutes. If he were to release the invisibility for this 1 hour and 55 minutes, would it still be there? Was there a limit to the number of times he could turn invisible each day? So Yi Chen released the invisibility. His figure instantly appeared, returning to its normal state. Then Yi Chen muttered under his breath, "Invisible." Swish! His figure disappeared again. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen was overjoyed. It can be used multiple times. As long as it's not used up, it's fine to use it as many times as needed within 2 hours. This skill is too powerful. After reaching this conclusion, Yi Chen showed a happy smile, then directly released the invisibility and started walking towards the medical room. Meanwhile, outside the infirmary, a group of 5 people arrived, all tall and dark-skinned, clearly athletes from the school. Seeing the zombies lying on the ground outside the infirmary, they immediately looked alert. After exchanging glances, one of them whispered, "It seems like the infirmary has been occupied, and that guy inside is strong." Just outside the infirmary, there are dozens of zombie bodies. Another strong man said, "It looks like the infirmary has been taken over. Should we still go in?" "Of course, we need to get disinfectant. Nyo's leg got scratched by rusty metal yesterday and needs to be disinfected, or it might get infected. We must get the disinfectant today." Saying this, he gestured to a person beside him. "Li Wei, you knock on the door." Li Wei, one of the athletes, nodded and then knocked on the infirmary door. Bang! 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 Hearing this sound from inside the door, the female students were startled, thinking it was zombies knocking. They couldn't help but let out a low exclamation. "Ah! Lock the door!" Then, a female student quickly locked the door. Hearing the sound of the door being locked and the low screams of the women, the 5 athletes' faces showed confusion, which quickly turned into excitement. "Damn, it's a woman! The last woman we played with for a few days is already dead. Finally, we found a new woman. So lucky. Wait, how did a woman kill these zombies? Probably a man went out to find food. Didn't we see that the food in the small supermarket was already taken yesterday? It's probably this person who took it and also brought back a woman. This infirmary not only has a woman but also food. We're going to strike it rich this time. While that man is not home, let's quickly loot the place." The 5 athletes instantly became energized, knocking on the door and saying, "Are the female students from the school inside? We're here to rescue you. Open the door quickly." "That's right, come with us, we'll make sure you live comfortably." Inside the room, Lu Ruyan and others heard the voices outside and knew it wasn't Yi Chen. She immediately put her finger to her lips and made a hushing gesture to the others, who all nodded. They remained silent, and the infirmary fell into silence. They were not foolish, they could tell from the voices that these people were up to no good. Moreover, Yi Chen had thrown Ruhua out to feed the zombies in front of them, so they knew these men were likely worse than Yi Chen. Opening the door was absolutely out of the question. They only hoped Yi Chen would return soon and drive these men away. Outside, the athletes saw that the people inside were pretending to be dead and not speaking, which made them impatient. They intensified their knocking on the door. Bang! 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 "Open the door quickly, don't be disrespectful. If you don't open, we'll break it down, and you'll be done for. Open the door obediently, we'll be gentle, or else we'll be ruthless." "Ha ha, Tiger, you still have the nerve to say that? Didn't you kill that woman last time?" Hearing these vulgar words, the female students inside were extremely frightened. Indeed, these men had ill intentions, and fortunately, they were not deceived. If they had opened the door, the outcome would have been unimaginable. "You won't open the door, huh? Our patience has run out. Do you really think this flimsy door can stop us?" "Cutie, I'm coming in," one of the athletes said, raising the fire axe in his hand high. The fire axe was still covered in black zombie blood. Obviously they had killed their way here. Just as the fire axe was about to strike the door heavily, a voice came over. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Everyone turned to look, and saw a strong figure with a bow in hand and a spear on his back appearing not far away. After seeing the appearance of the other party clearly, they showed a somewhat surprised expression on their faces. "Yi Chen? You're not dead either? Great, our team of athletes can be strengthened again. You came just in time. We found many women in this infirmary. We can break open the door together, and share the supplies and women inside. How about that?" At this point, Yi Chen also saw clearly that these people were all athletes, and they had known each other in school before. Moreover, Yi Chen's sports performance in school was the best in all aspects. Even among the athletes, he was quite famous. However, one thing that set Yi Chen apart from these athletes was that most of them were rich second generation, their families were wealthy, and because they didn't study well, their families spent money on their sports training, allowing them to enter this school as athletes. These athletes were thriving in school, changing girlfriends every few weeks. The incident of Yi Chen's failed confession was laughed at by these athletes for several months. They all said Yi Chen had really lost face as an athlete. Which athlete didn't have a girlfriend and keep several backups, ready to seamlessly switch at any time? Yi Chen never expected that these athletes would gather together in the apocalypse and form a team. Their combat power was not weak. Unfortunately, the current Yi Chen, with the blessing of the system, was already far superior to before. Even this group of athletes, Yi Chen did not take them seriously. He said coldly, "The infirmary is my base. The women inside are the ones I rescued. You better leave quickly. Don't bother me here, otherwise, I won't be polite to you." As soon as they heard this, the faces of the 5 athletes changed instantly. The infirmary turned out to be Yi Chen's base, and the women inside were his? Wow, this Yi Chen was something. The leader of the athletes, with a smile on his face, said, "Yi Chen, you seem to be a man of character, collecting women as soon as the apocalypse breaks out. You're quite something. Join our team. In the future, our team of athletes will be even stronger. The whole school will be our base. We can walk sideways in the school. What do you say?" Yi Chen was strong, with excellent sports performance. He was the #1 athlete in the school. Naturally, they didn't want to be enemies with Yi Chen. If they could absorb him into their team, that would be the best. As long as Yi Chen was willing to share the supplies and women he had collected, they could accept his joining. However, Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Not interested." The athlete opposite him showed a cold smile. "Hee, not giving me face, huh? Yi Chen, you don't think you're a match for all of us, do you? If there are women, they should be shared by everyone. Don't hog them all to yourself. Be careful not to overreach and get yourself killed." Yi Chen didn't say a word, but raised the bow and arrow in his hand, aimed at the other party. Then he said coldly, "Are my women also targets for you? Since I let you go, if you don't leave, then there's no need to leave. I'll send you on your way." Swish! Without saying a word, Yi Chen shot an arrow that instantly pierced the chest of the leader of the athletes. The athlete clutched his chest, showing an incredulous expression. You dare to kill? Ah! After saying that, he fell to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. The other 4 sports students who saw this scene were directly scared silly. "Damn, Hui Ji, wake up. Murder! Yi Chen killed someone. Brothers, let's go together. This guy actually dared to kill our Hui Ji. Split up and surround him directly. He can't shoot his arrows that fast." So the 4 of them acted separately, charging towards Yi Chen from 4 directions. However, Yi Chen did not continue shooting arrows, but instead revealed a cold smile. Then, he silently said in his heart, "Invisibility." Swish! Yi Chen disappeared instantly from where he stood. The 4 sports students who were originally charging towards Yi Chen at a very fast speed, upon seeing Yi Chen disappear, instantly stopped in their tracks, completely shocked. "What the hell? What's going on? Where is he? Damn, is this a ghost sighting? Is that guy really Yi Chen? What's going on? Am I dreaming? Is the other party human or ghost?" Just as they were puzzled, plop! A light sound came. One sports student's chest had been pierced directly, blood gushing out from his chest, a clear blood hole appearing on his body. But they couldn't see what went through the student's chest, as if the blood hole appeared out of thin air. Ah! The sports student let out a scream, looking incredulously at his chest. "It hurts! It hurts! Help! Save me!" Swish! The sound of a spear being pulled out came, blood gushed like a fountain from the student's chest. He fell to the ground clutching his chest, his body convulsing due to blood loss, slowly losing consciousness. The remaining 3 people were completely shocked. They never expected Yi Chen to disappear like a ghost and be able to kill someone. They now had no idea where Yi Chen was, perhaps right behind them, aiming a weapon at their hearts, ready to kill them with just a thought. This unknown fear made all 3 of them tremble. Smack! One sports student knelt directly on the ground, continuously kowtowing to the air. Yi Chen, we know we were wrong, don't kill us. We know we were wrong, we'll leave immediately, just give us a way out. The other two sports students, seeing this scene, knelt on the ground in an instant, begging to the air. Yi Chen, we were blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai, please forgive us this once. We are all sports students, we used to know each other, we are friends, we are brothers. Yi Chen, during the school sports meeting 400 meters relay, I have competed with you, we were teammates. Please don't exterminate us. However, the response they received was not Yi Chen's voice, but the sound of a spear piercing flesh. Plop, plop, plop. 3 people had a blood hole in their chests, blood gushing out, staining the ground red. They showed expressions of fear, clutching their chests, slowly falling into the pool of blood. If you're not ruthless, you won't stand firm. Yi Chen understood this principle. Since their main camp had been discovered by them, they could not be left alive. In the apocalypse, without the constraints of law and morality, even for a piece of bread, one could kill, let alone when one had so much food and so many women. Therefore, Yi Chen did not trust anyone, he only trusted his own fists. These sports students had indeed known Yi Chen before, but they had never considered Yi Chen as a friend or brother, only as a joke. After all, there is only one disease in this world, and that is poverty. Poor people, no matter where they go, will always be looked down upon. Yi Chen used to be the most looked down upon. Now he certainly doesn't believe that these people really consider him as a friend. Looking at the 5 bodies lying on the ground, Yi Chen deactivated his invisibility. This skill is really too useful, killing without a trace. After getting rid of these people, Yi Chen went straight to the door of the infirmary and knocked, saying, "Open the door, I'm Yi Chen, those people have been taken care of by me." Hearing this voice, the female students inside the door finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened the door. Yi Chen entered the infirmary and noticed that they still had a frightened look on their faces. Lu Ruyan said, "Yi Chen, who are those people? So terrifying. He said he wanted to take us away and kill us alive." Su Qianqian also said, "Yi Chen, luckily you came back in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. This flimsy door wouldn't withstand their attack." Chen Zi said, "Those people are too scary, too despicable, right? They keep saying they want to kill us, so disgusting." Chen Ting said, "It's fortunate that Yi Chen's husband is here, it's really reassuring." Yi Chen comforted them for a few words, saying, "It's okay, I've taken care of them. They were just some athletes. In this post-apocalyptic world, no one in the school can be trusted. When I'm not around, you must remember to lock the doors and windows, don't make any noise, don't let anyone find you." "Okay, we understand." The women nodded obediently. As Yi Chen discovered other athletes in the school, he began to feel a sense of urgency. Although his own strength was already strong enough, his women still had no ability to protect themselves. If they were accidentally robbed, it would be a big loss. So today, he had to improve his strength first. Yi Chen took out lunch from the system space and distributed it to the women. Then he asked the 24 new women, "Let me ask you again, are you willing to submit, right?" The women nodded repeatedly, "Willing, willing. As long as you protect our safety, feed us, we are willing to submit to you." "Very good. Some of these rewards increase basic attributes, some upgrade skill levels, and some acquire new skills." Seeing his strength increase so much, Yi Chen's face showed an excited expression. Yi Chen looked at his attribute panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 18 years old. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 200. Spirit, 200. Stamina, 200. Speed, 200. 36 meters per second. Skills, 1. Attribute enhancement, 2. Super gene, 3. Storage space, level 4, 4. Virus immunity, 5. System scan, 6. Invisibility, level 3, 7. Metal control, level 2. His basic attributes reached 200 points, and his maximum movement speed reached 36 meters per second, 4 times that of an ordinary person. Now, an ordinary person in front of Yi Chen is like slow motion, no one is his opponent anymore. Then, Yi Chen checked the explanations of each skill upgrade in the panel. Storage space, level 4, you have a storage space of 40 by 40 by 40 meters, where you can store and retrieve any items at will. 40 times 40 times 40 is equal to 64,000 cubic meters. Over 60,000 cubic meters, enough for Yi Chen to store a lot of supplies. It's large enough to support 100 wives. This space is big and cool enough. Invisibility, level 3, you can be invisible for 6 hours a day. Invisibility has no limit on the number of uses, only needed during material search or combat. A battle can end in seconds, so 6 hours is more than enough for Yi Chen. Metal control, 2 levels, you can control any metal. This explanation is simple and clear. and it is a skill that Yi Chen has recently acquired. He quickly tried out the usefulness of this skill. With just a thought, Yi Chen pulled out a fruit knife from the dark space. Then with another thought, the metal part of the fruit knife turned into a substance like water, floating in the air and able to take on any shape or form. Seeing this scene, excitement appeared on Yi Chen's face. This is amazing. I can directly control flying knives with my mind. Now at level 2 metal control, I should be able to control metal up to about 100 meters away. Within 100 meters, every shot hits the target. Whether facing zombies or enemies, I can easily take them down. Afterwards, he retrieved a dozen stainless steel bowls and trays from the dark space, and then those bowls and trays floated in front of him. With a single thought, all the metal fused together, and some impurities were purified by Yi Chen from the metal, forging weapons sharper and more resilient than those made by a master swordsmith. Soon, the metal formed into a sharp, over 1 meter long sword. Looking at the sharp sword, Yi Chen was filled with confidence. With this weapon, even facing 100 zombies would be a piece of cake. To test the limits of this ability, Yi Chen once again took out a fruit knife from the dark space, stood outside the window, and shot it towards a distance. After reaching the maximum distance he could control, he made the fruit knife return. After back and forth about 20 times, he felt sweat forming on his forehead and even a slight headache. It seems this is the limit of mental power. With a fruit knife, flying back and forth 100 meters 20 times gives a total distance of 100 times 20 times 20 is equal to 40,000 meters. If I use steel needles instead of fruit knives, the number of times could double, allowing control of flight for 80,000 meters. Just a steel needle can be controlled to fly 80,000 meters, piercing through countless enemies' skulls along the way. I can kill as many as I want. Awesome! This new skill can be said to be Yi Chen's most important attack skill. As his mental power and the level of metal control skill increase, the objects he can control will become heavier and larger. Perhaps he will be able to directly create tanks, airplanes, aircraft carriers, and even spacecraft with his mind in the future. With this skill, I will be able to single-handedly create an indestructible survivor base. Yi Chen clenched his fist, full of confidence. Less than 10 days since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he has already gained such a powerful ability. For other survivors who are still struggling between hunger and zombies, he is already far ahead. Now, not to mention those 5 athletes, even 100 athletes are no match for him. Sooner or later, he will reach the top of the world. After checking the improvement of his attributes, Yi Chen, with an excited heart, shifted his gaze to the aloof school beauty Li Meng. It has to be said that there is a reason why she is called the aloof school beauty, as she has not compromised even after starving for a full 5 days. Yi Chen was starting to admire this person. He walked over with a smile on his face and asked Li Meng, "Are you hungry?" Seeing Yi Chen walking towards her and asking her a question, Li Meng felt flattered. She thought Yi Chen had forgotten about her. At the same time, Li Meng made up her mind that as long as Yi Chen gave her a way out, she would compromise. These days she was really hungry, especially when she saw other classmates enjoying delicious food and drinks while she could only drink tap water. It was torture. Li Meng had figured it out. In the apocalypse, survival was the most important thing. Dignity, purity, they were all trivial matters. Moreover, Yi Chen treated his woman very well, sharing delicious food and drinks, and he was a very strong man. Decisive and ruthless, he would eliminate anyone who posed a threat to him and his woman. Such a man would definitely achieve great things. Following such an outstanding man, one could definitely survive in the apocalypse for a long time. So today she decided to compromise. However, before Li Meng could speak, her stomach growled. Gurgle gurgle. Hearing her stomach, Li Meng blushed, feeling embarrassed. She nodded with a red face, "Yes, I'm hungry, very hungry. I feel like I'm going to starve." Her cute eyes, full of hope, looked at Yi Chen. Li Meng wondered why she hadn't noticed before that Yi Chen was quite handsome. Strong, resourceful, and handsome, where else could she find such a good man? At this moment, Yi Chen spoke, "I'll ask you again, if you become my woman, I'll give you food. Are you willing?" Blushing, Li Meng nodded, "Yes, I'm willing. As long as you provide me with food and protect my safety, I will submit to you." At this moment, Yi Chen instantly received a system prompt. "Congratulations, host, for successfully saving the beauty. Metal control skill +1, reaching level 3. Upon hearing this prompt, Yi Chen's face showed a satisfied smile. Then he said to Li Meng, "You could have compromised earlier. Why starve for a few more days? There's no need." After speaking, Yi Chen directly took out some food from the dark space and handed it to Li Meng. Watching the delicious food, Li Meng's eyes widened. She quickly unwrapped the package and started eating hungrily. Yi Chen said lightly, "Tonight, come to my room and talk to me. This is the aloof school beauty that countless people pursue in the school. Which guy in the school doesn't want to conquer her? Unfortunately, Li Meng didn't even glance at those people. Now she had a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk in her hands. Is this the apocalypse? This feeling is so cool. Munching on the bread, Li Meng blushed when she heard Yi Chen's words, her face turning as red as an apple. Nevertheless, she nodded and said in an almost inaudible voice, "Okay, got it." At night, Li Meng obediently knocked on Yi Chen's door. After fully understanding Yi Chen, Li Meng realized how rare his tough character and strong abilities were. In the apocalypse, only men like Yi Chen could thrive. So she admired Yi Chen even more. Who wouldn't like a powerful man? And Yi Chen was the strongest man she had ever seen. The next day, Yi Chen woke up refreshed. Li Meng was still asleep, looking very peaceful, with a smile on her face like a baby's. After waking up, Yi Chen found that the infirmary was already crowded, and it was no longer a suitable place to stay. It seems it's time to find a new headquarters. The school is a good natural shelter. There are walls around, and those zombies have very low intelligence. As long as the gate is closed, the zombies can't get in at all. So, what Yi Chen needs to do now is to clear out all the zombies inside the school, then the school will become a natural safe base. And Yi Chen has already figured out how to clear the school. Of course, before clearing the school, he needs to clear the teacher's dormitory first. The teacher's dormitory has a total of 10 floors, each floor has more than 10 dormitories. And these dormitories are all single rooms with kitchens and bathrooms, very suitable for living. There are more than 100 rooms in total. Even if he has more than 100 women, they can all fit in. So today's top priority is to clear the teacher's dormitory. So he assigned breakfast to all the women, and very thoughtfully, left a portion for Li Meng who hadn't gotten up, and then prepared to go out. Lu Ruyan and others, somewhat worried, said to Yi Chen, "Where are you going? It won't be dangerous, right? Be careful in everything." Su Chanshan said, "Yi Chen, you must pay attention to safety." Chen Zi said, "Yi Chen, husband, be careful on the road. If you encounter danger, we will all be widows." Chen Ting said, "Husband, come back early, we are all waiting for you." Listening to everyone's caring words, Yi Chen's heart was touched. In the peaceful era before, no one had ever cared about him. He kept being a lapdog for Lu Ruyan, and the other parties still acted indifferent. Now, it's not like before. Lu Ruyan is reminding him to be careful? Yi Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, with my strength, I won't encounter any danger. You don't need to worry. During the time I'm not in the medical room, you must keep the doors and windows tightly closed, don't make any noise, don't attract anyone's attention, don't open the door to anyone, understand?" "Okay, husband," everyone said in unison. So, Yi Chen opened the door and walked out, heading straight to the teacher's dormitory. Along the way, Yi Chen encountered several scattered zombies. As soon as the zombies saw Yi Chen, they quickly roared and rushed towards him. At this moment, Yi Chen didn't use a bow and arrow, nor did he use steel needles to attack, but directly drew out the large sword he had created with his mind. When the zombies were just over a meter away from him, Yi Chen swung his extremely sharp sword heavily. Swish! A flash of silver light in the air, the zombie's head had already flown into the sky in an instant. Yi Chen's body leaned to the side, almost twisting his waist because of his own strength. His face showed a surprised expression. "Wow, this sword is too sharp." When it cut the zombie's neck, I didn't feel anything at all, as if cutting tofu. Just cut the other party. I used so much force to chop, almost didn't throw myself out. It seems that next time I have to hold back my strength. As long as I lightly chop, the other party's head will fall to the ground. After the first battle, Yi Chen finally understood the power of this sword. The steel-controlled and refined steel can be said to be the toughest steel in the world. Even the world's top forging masters absolutely cannot create the weapon Yi Chen made. He swung the large sword and chopped another zombie. This time, he directly chopped down from the top of the zombie's head. Swish! The zombie was instantly split in half. Then he swung the sword backhand, and another zombie was instantly cut in half. In less than 2 seconds, 3 zombies had all been knocked down by Yi Chen. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen was extremely excited. Cool, it's really cool. Using this knife to chop zombies is just like mowing the lawn, so relaxing, so enjoyable. Yi Chen carried a big knife and killed his way to the teacher's dormitory. Along the way, the zombies he encountered were either beheaded, cut in half at the waist, or sliced in half from the middle, all dying miserably. He arrived at the teacher's dormitory. After entering, Yi Chen found several zombies wandering in the corridor on the first floor. They were all former teachers who used to live there. This time, Yi Chen did not behead them again because he didn't want zombie blood splattered everywhere, making it difficult to clean up later. With a single thought, a steel needle gleaming with cold light appeared in front of him, hovering in the air. Then, with a glance, swish! That flying needle instantly turned into a stream of light, piercing the zombies in front of him at a speed faster than a bullet, penetrating from the forehead and exiting from the back of their heads. Bang, bang, bang. Like a string of candied haws, in less than a second, these 10 zombies had all fallen to the ground instantly. The steel needle then flew back to Yi Chen, spinning rapidly in the air, shaking off all the black zombie blood on it. Once again, it revealed a chilling light that made people tremble with fear. Seeing the power of this steel needle, Yi Chen was amazed. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Too fierce, this skill is too fierce. It's like having bullets that can turn corners. One bullet can take out countless enemies. Awesome." After dealing with the zombies in the corridor, Yi Chen began to check each dormitory one by one. The first dormitory was empty, indicating that the teachers inside had turned into zombies and wandered into the corridor. The second dormitory was also empty. In the third dormitory, there was a teacher who had turned into a zombie. Without hesitation, Yi Chen used a flying needle to blow off his head. After checking the entire first-floor dormitories, Yi Chen did not find any living teachers, so he proceeded to the second floor. After eliminating the zombies in the corridor, Yi Chen began to check each dormitory one by one. The first dormitory was empty, the second dormitory was empty, and in the third dormitory, a teacher had turned into a zombie, whom Yi Chen took out. However, in the fourth dormitory, Yi Chen found their homeroom teacher, Mr. Li. He didn't expect that their homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, lived in the fourth dormitory. Opening the dormitory door, Mr. Li was startled. Today was the 6th day since the apocalypse broke out. Although the teacher's dormitory had a kitchen for cooking, Mr. Li never cooked and relied on water and some snacks to get through these 6 days. Now, seeing Yi Chen come in, he instantly showed a surprised expression and said, "Yi Chen, you finally came to rescue the teacher. That's great. The teacher is so happy. Don't worry. When the disaster is over, the teacher will definitely give you extra points, let you graduate at the top of the class. After graduation, I will directly introduce you to work in a large company. Quick, bring food for the teacher to eat, the teacher is starving." He was painting a rosy picture for Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen looked at him with a cold expression on his face. Coldly, he said, "Sorry, I don't have any food." Mr. Li's happy expression froze on his face, and he said incredulously, "No food? How is that possible? A few days ago, in the group chat, Lu Ruyan and others posted photos. Didn't you give them a lot of bread, milk, and sausages to eat? Give some to the teacher." Yi Chen remained silent, thinking whether to drive this Mr. Li out of the school or to take him out directly. This teacher was not the kind with professional ethics. In peacetime, he often picked on Yi Chen, scolding him for poor grades, and at the same time, he looked down on other poor students and those with poor grades. For those rich second-generation students, they greeted them with a smile, typical of despising the poor and loving the rich. So Yi Chen would not share precious food with this guy. Seeing Yi Chen silent, Teacher Li's face showed an angry expression and said, "Yi Chen, what do you mean? It's fine if you don't help other students leave the class group, but now that you've encountered your teacher, you don't plan to help either? Food is meant to be shared, everyone should help each other, don't you know that? Do you still want to graduate smoothly? Do you believe I can prevent you from getting a university diploma?" Upon hearing Teacher Li's words, Yi Chen immediately let out a cold laugh. The end of the world has already come, and you're still flaunting that little bit of power here? Always using a university diploma to threaten us university students? In the peaceful era before, being threatened by you was one thing, but now that the end of the world is here, you still want to threaten me with this? You scum! Die of hunger with your little power. University teachers like to use diplomas to threaten students. Yi Chen used to scoff at such things. Unexpectedly, now that the end of the world has erupted, this Teacher Li dared to use this matter to threaten him, instantly touching Yi Chen's reverse scale. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Teacher Li became even angrier, daring to talk back to the teacher. "I've always seen you as not only poor but also with poor grades, except for being physically fit and good at sports, your other academic subjects are crap. I didn't expect that in the end of the world, I would find that you have no morals at all, no respect for teachers. You have food and you won't share it with the teacher? Disrespectful. Unfilial." As Teacher Li spoke, he directly pointed at Yi Chen and walked towards him step by step. When he reached Yi Chen, the hand hidden behind him suddenly pulled out a kitchen knife and directly chopped at Yi Chen. He shouted, "Since you won't share food with me, then stay here to be my food." Seeing the knife about to chop on Yi Chen's neck, a crazy expression appeared on his face. Starved for 6 whole days. Finally, he could indulge. Yi Chen, a sports student, tall in stature, with plenty of flesh on him. Put in the fridge, he could be eaten for at least 2 months. Today he would have a hearty meal. However, before his knife could come down, a hint of mockery flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Immediately, a cold gleaming large knife appeared out of thin air in his hand. Swish! With a swing of the large knife, Teacher Li's kitchen knife instantly broke, as if it were made of tofu, cut into two halves. Then his head flew high in the air, spinning around, his face still frozen in shock, followed by a gush of crimson blood spurting towards the ceiling from his neck. His body stiffened and fell down. Yi Chen shook off the blood from the knife in an instant. Looking at the headless body on the ground, Yi Chen sneered, "A broken class teacher dares to argue with me in the end of the world, still dares to threaten me? Seeking death. From now on, only I, Yi Chen, will threaten others, even the God of Heaven will have to walk around me when he sees me." After killing the class teacher, Teacher Li, Yi Chen continued to move towards the third floor. Yi Chen followed suit and killed the zombies wandering in the corridor on the third floor. Then he started searching dorm room by dorm room. However, he did not find a single living person. Moving on to the fourth floor, fifth floor, sixth floor. Still no living person was found. Until the 10th floor, Yi Chen finally found a teacher's dormitory that was locked. According to Yi Chen's experience, if a teacher's dormitory is empty, it should be open. Since the last dormitory was locked, inside there would either be a living person or someone who had turned into a zombie. Yi Chen knocked on the door. However, there was no response from inside. This indicates that there are no zombies inside, because once zombies hear knocking, they will go berserk. Is there nobody? Yi Chen showed a puzzled expression. He continued knocking. Bang bang bang. Help! A woman's voice came from inside, but then suddenly stopped, as if someone covered her mouth. Yi Chen instantly realized that something was wrong inside. Perhaps a female teacher was in danger. Yi Chen shouted inside, "People inside, open the door!" But no one responded. So Yi Chen lifted his foot and kicked the door. Boom! With a loud noise, the door lock was instantly kicked open by Yi Chen, and the door was kicked open. At this moment, Yi Chen already had 4 times the strength of an ordinary person. How could a wooden door possibly stop him? After the door was kicked open by Yi Chen, the scene inside surprised him. A woman was tied up by a man, one of her legs had been removed, the wound was tightly bound to prevent blood loss, her mouth was gagged, unable to make a sound, her face pale, lips devoid of color, the pain of having a leg cut off made her sweat profusely, almost fainting. And a man was holding a kitchen knife in one hand and a leg in the other. Seeing Yi Chen coming in, he looked wary, pointing the knife at Yi Chen, saying, "Who are you? What do you want?" Yi Chen recognized him. This man turned out to be the headmaster of their school. Yi Chen never expected this headmaster to directly harm a woman, wanting to eat human flesh. The apocalypse only started on the 6th day, and this guy was already so hungry for human flesh? At this point, Yi Chen also tightened the big knife in his hand. This headmaster was ruthless, even more ruthless than himself, he couldn't be left alive. The headmaster saw Yi Chen's actions and the long knife in his hand. His small kitchen knife was no match for Yi Chen's long knife. And Yi Chen, tall at 185 meters, while the headmaster was a small old man in his 50s, he knew he was no match for Yi Chen. So he put on a pleasing smile and said, "This student, you must also be a student of this school, right? Can't find food, so you came to the teacher's dormitory, right? It's okay, I have food here, this woman weighs at least 100 pounds, we can split it, enough for you to eat for a month. What do you think?" Woo woo woo. Hearing the headmaster's words, the woman on the ground, gagged, could only make a pitiful whimper, her face showing extreme fear. She was tied up, her mouth gagged, unable to run or call for help. The cry for help just now was because the gag loosened, allowing her to make some noise. After hearing the headmaster's proposal, Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Sorry, I only eat beef, not human flesh." With that, he raised the big knife in his hand high. It was about to come down. The headmaster panicked and quickly said, wait, let's talk. You have no relation to this woman, no need to avenge her. I am the headmaster of this school, I am wealthy, as long as you let me go, I will give you all my money. And these female students are not good people, just promise them, give them some extra points, they willingly climb into my bed. Who knows, halfway through the apocalypse, isn't it just right to treat them as food after having fun? I just want to survive. What's wrong with that? As long as you let me go, I will leave immediately, this woman is yours. Yi Chen sneered and said, "Sorry, with someone as ruthless as you, having me around is enough. I don't want to keep you in this world as my enemy." After speaking, Yi Chen directly swung his knife down, and the head of the headmaster fell instantly. Yi Chen then untied the rope of a female student and removed the cloth from her mouth. The woman looked terrified, but her will to survive made her keep pleading to Yi Chen, "Classmate, save me, I don't want to die, I want to live. Please save me, I beg you to save me." Despite having one leg already severed, even in peacetime, if not treated promptly, excessive bleeding could lead to death, let alone in the post-apocalyptic world. With the current medical conditions, there was no way to save her. However, Yi-Chen nodded and said, "As long as you are willing to be my woman, I can help you." I'm willing. As long as you don't kill me or eat my flesh, I'm willing to do anything you ask." At this point, Yi-Chen received a system prompt, ding. "Congratulations, host, for successfully saving the girl, all basic attributes increased by 10 points. Satisfied with the prompt, Yi-Chen stood up, holding the large knife in his hand. Seeing this, the female student was petrified. "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me. You said as long as I agree to be your woman, you would help me, right?" Yi-Chen replied, "Yes, I will help you relieve your pain now and send you on your way." Swish! With one swift strike, he pierced the woman's heart, allowing her to leave this tragic world after just a few seconds of suffering. Climbing onto the headmaster's bed in peacetime to exchange for better grades was something Yi-Chen couldn't tolerate. Even if there was a chance to save her, Yi-Chen wouldn't take it. After eliminating both the headmaster and the female student, Yi-Chen completely cleared out the entire teacher's dormitory. He then began disposing of each body downstairs. This teacher's dormitory would now be his headquarters. As for clearing out the school, that could wait until tomorrow. He had done enough for today. After dealing with all the bodies in the dormitory, Yi-Chen returned to the infirmary. Along the way, he encountered some scattered zombies, all of which he eliminated. Checking the system prompt, Yi-Chen had killed a total of 120 zombies this time, gaining 12 attribute points. He distributed the 12 points evenly among his basic attributes. Although each attribute only increased by 4 points, every little bit counts, and he would surely become stronger and reach the peak of life. When Yi-Chen returned to the infirmary, he knocked on the door. There was no response from inside. Yi-Chen was pleased with the women's actions. He had instructed them not to open the door for anyone except himself. Since there was no response when he knocked, it meant that these women were following his rules very strictly. Yi-Chen then said to the women inside, "I am Yi-Chen." The women inside breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Oh, Yi-Chen, our husband, it's you, you scared us." The door was then opened, and Yi-Chen walked in. Looking at everyone, he smiled and said, "You all behaved well, very vigilant. I knocked without speaking just to test you." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at Yi-Chen and said, "Annoying. You scared us to death just now. We thought another athlete was attacking us." Su Chanshan also said, "Exactly, you almost gave me a cold sweat." Li Mang added, "You can't scare us like that again next time." Yi-Chen patted their heads, comforting them, all right, I got it. I won't joke with you like that again next time. There is good news to tell you, we can move the headquarters." Move? As soon as they heard this, all the women became alert. But when they thought of the terrifying zombies in the school, they showed a hesitant expression. One after another hurriedly said, "There's no need to move, we're fine here, it's safe here, no zombies will attack here." Yes, compared to being trapped in the school, living in fear, hungry, and even feeling like eating shit in the end, I think it's better to stay here. That's right, there are zombies everywhere in the school, we better not go out, right? Seeing the fearful expressions of the crowd, Yi-Chen shook his head helplessly and then said, "If you stay here, there is only one ward, with only one bed in the ward, besides me who can sleep on the bed. Will you all be okay sleeping on the floor? Can you handle it?" Unexpectedly, those women said, "We can handle it, we're fine. As long as we're not attacked by zombies, even if we sleep on the floor every day, I'm willing." Sleeping on the floor is much better than being trapped in the toilet, unable to even sit on the toilet, let alone sleep. Exactly, I was trapped in a tree for 3 whole days before, and there were zombies all around the tree. Now being able to stay in a safe medical room, even if it means sleeping on the floor, it's better than before. Yi-Chen. He felt somewhat speechless. It seems that these women are really scared. Just a few zombies? Are they really that terrifying? As long as you chop off their heads, they die. Compared to the strict hierarchical rules of the peaceful era, the rigid class divisions, the tragic fate predetermined from birth, those zombies without intelligence are really just child's play. The difficulties that can be seen, the difficulties that can be overcome, are not difficult for Yi-Chen. What he fears is that invisible kind of pressure, as if a mountain is pressing down on your head, never allowing you to see the light of day. It's like being born into a poor family, destined to be bullied and poor forever. Even if you work hard in sports, become number one in the whole school, you're still looked down upon. But now, in the outbreak of the apocalypse, it's different. Look down on yourself? Just chop them down. Yi-Chen smiled helplessly and said, "Don't worry, with my strength, I can protect your safety. Even if we encounter zombies on the way, I can easily take care of them. I've already cleaned up the place I want to move to, there are no zombies or dangers there." Seeing Yi-Chen so confident, those women became curious. They asked, "Where is the safe place you mentioned?" Is it far from here? The teacher's dormitory, there is water, electricity, a kitchen, a bathroom. I've cleaned up the entire teacher's dormitory building. You can stay there safely, sleep on a soft and large bed every night, cook your own meals, much better than hiding in the medical room and sleeping on the floor, Yi Chen said seriously. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the women showed shocked expressions on their faces. Yi Chen, you actually cleared out the teacher's dormitory? Shouldn't it be full of teachers turned into zombies? At least dozens of them, right? Honey, you're amazing, you've taken care of all the zombies in the teacher's dormitory in just one morning? And those are indoor zombies, once surrounded, there's nowhere to run even if you want to. Yi Chen, you're too fierce. Su Chanshan said, this is too dangerous, Yi Chen, you must not do such dangerous things again next time. Actually, we're fine staying in the medical room, you don't need to take risks for us. Chen Ting also nodded, yes, there are too many zombies inside, dear, what you are doing is too dangerous. Shen Zi said, Yi Chen, you are too good to us, risking so much for our lives, it's really touching. Other women also looked at Yi Chen gratefully, because they knew that in the medical room, Yi Chen also had a bed to sleep on. The reason why Yi Chen wanted to move the main base was actually for the good of these women. Now thinking about how Yi Chen is protecting their safety, providing them with food, and now working hard to find a comfortable shelter for them, it must be said that he is a good man. Yi Chen smiled and said, don't worry, following me as my women, I will not treat you unfairly. This is just the beginning, next, I will turn the entire school into a safe zone. With a relaxed and confident expression on his face, Yi Chen continued, rest assured, following me as my women, I will not treat you unfairly. This is just the beginning, next, I will turn the entire school into a safe zone. Yi Chen's confident and handsome face made the women's eyes sparkle. Unable to help but exclaim, so handsome, Yi Chen is really handsome. So Yi Chen led this group of women directly to the teacher's dormitory, which had already been cleared out and turned into a safe zone, where they could stay. Because the group of women led by Yi Chen was too large, a total of 29. They couldn't keep a low profile even if they wanted to. This scene attracted the attention of many zombies in the distance. They roared and charged towards Yi Chen and the others. Seeing this scene, the women were terrified, covering their mouths tightly with their hands. Without Yi Chen's command, they dared not make a sound or run away, standing still, as if rooted to the spot. What should we do? Yi Chen, there are so many zombies. Dear, I'm so scared. Let's run quickly. Watching the nervous women, Yi Chen smiled and said calmly, don't worry, it's just a dozen zombies. It's them who should run. With that, he took out a sharp sword from the space and, holding the sword, advanced instead of retreating, charging directly at the dozen or so zombies. In front of everyone's eyes, Yi Chen transformed into a killing god, engaging in a one-sided massacre against the group of zombies. With just a casual swing of his sword, the zombies were already dismembered, his strength and speed 4 times that of an ordinary person, moving through the zombie horde like a dragon, unstoppable. Even the black blood splattered by the zombies couldn't stain his clothes. With just one encounter, 7 or 8 zombies were killed by Yi Chen. Seeing this scene, the women showed expressions of shock. This shock soon turned into admiration and excitement. They couldn't help but discuss. Chen Ting said, dear, so fierce. So fast, so strong, so powerful, that sword is so long, so big, so sharp. 1 zombie per strike, too powerful. Chen Zi said, too fierce. Yi Chen is really too fierce. These zombies are no match for Yi Chen, 1 strike per zombie, too strong. Lu Ruyan said, how come I didn't realize how powerful Yi Chen is before? Damn it, if I had known how powerful he was, I would have accepted his confession long ago. Su Chanshan said, being protected by such a powerful man gives a sense of security. Go, Yi Chen. Kill all these zombies. A few seconds later, Yi Chen had already taken down all the dozen or so zombies. He swung his big sword, instantly wiping off the blood on it. Later, he returned to the women's side with ease. He said, alright, we can continue walking now. In the admiring and envious eyes of the women, Yi Chen strode forward directly towards the teacher's dormitory. However, Yi Chen was unaware. In the distance, on the rooftop of a teaching building, 4 men and 1 woman were watching what was happening below. The man in branded clothes with a gold watch on his wrist said, that guy is quite fierce, he took down over a dozen zombies in one go. And he's even accompanied by 20-something female students, can he handle that? Another strong man said, it's his weapon that's fierce, with just 1 slash he can chop off a zombie's head, give me such a powerful weapon and I can kill over a dozen too. Look, they're entering the teacher's dormitory. It seems like they've made the teacher's dormitory their base, judging from that guy's skills, strength, and the weapon he's carrying. I strongly suspect that all the food from the small supermarket and cafeteria has been taken by him. Maybe it's all piled up in the teacher's dormitory. The leader of the men said coldly, so as long as we take him down, those female students around him, and the food he's collected, will all be ours. If Yi Chen saw these people, he would definitely recognize them. The leader was the most famous second-generation rich kid in the school, Zhao Lei. He was widely known as the wealthiest student in the school. It was said that his family was rich and influential. Even the principal had to give him some face when they met. The strong man next to him was said to be his bodyguard arranged by his family, studying in the same class with him to ensure his safety. He didn't come to school to study, but to enjoy life. After all, he had reached heights in the school that others couldn't reach since birth. When the apocalypse broke out, he brought his bodyguard and a few classmates to the rooftop of the teaching building to have a party. There were 5 men and 5 women in total. But they didn't expect that during the apocalypse, 1 man and 4 women turned into zombies. Fortunately, his bodyguard was agile and professionally trained, quickly taking down those zombies and throwing them downstairs, so Zhao Lei was not in danger. Instead, because they brought food and drinks to the rooftop for the party, they were able to survive for several days without food shortage. And a few days after the apocalypse broke out, they even went downstairs to look for food, but when they arrived at the supermarket and cafeteria, they found them empty. Now, seeing Yi Chen with over 20 female classmates, he finally understood that Yi Chen probably took all the food, otherwise how could he feed so many female students? Seeing Yi Chen leading over 20 female students towards the teacher's dormitory, Zhao Lei felt extremely displeased. As the most powerful second-generation rich kid in the school, he only had 1 woman by his side in the apocalypse. Why did an ordinary student like Yi Chen have over 20 women? What kind of status did he think he had? How dare he be stronger than me? So he had to snatch them over. Lei, rest assured, now that we know his base, his resources will be ours sooner or later. The strong man next to Zhao Lei said earnestly. Zhao Lei nodded with a grim face. Hurry up and make a plan. That guy dared to occupy over 20 female students. Who does he think he is? After saying that, he rudely grabbed the hair of the only female student beside him and said, I'm really angry now. Comfort me quickly. Then he said to the big man beside him, go inform my sister Zhao Yuqing, tell her that today we can change our base. That teacher's dormitory and the food inside are all ours. Yes, Lei. The strong man nodded and then started walking towards the attic next to them. On the other side, Yi Chen had already brought 29 female classmates to the teacher's dormitory. Seeing that there wasn't a single zombie left in the teacher's dormitory, the female classmates' faces showed expressions of shock. To think that all the zombies were cleared out before even morning arrived. Honey, you're too amazing. This is great. Now we can finally sleep in beds. And there's a kitchen here, and a bathroom. Sob sob sob. It's so convenient, it feels like returning to peaceful life. Yi Chen, thank you for creating such a good environment for us. To be able to restore this kind of life in the apocalypse is truly rare. The crowd expressed their gratitude to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and said, it's just a small matter. Since you have agreed to be my women, of course, I have to provide you with the best environment. Upon hearing this, all the women blushed and shyly said, honey, you're annoying. Yi Chen said to the women, next, I will stay on the first floor of the teacher's dormitory, closest to the main entrance. This way, if there's an enemy invasion, I will be the first to notice and protect your safety, and you can freely choose where you want to stay. Upon hearing this, Su Chanqian immediately said, then I'll stay in the dormitory opposite yours. It's so close to you, just a few steps away, you can knock on my door anytime. After hearing Su Chanqian's choice, the other women reacted. The early bird catches the worm, this school flower is quite scheming. Li Meng said, then I'll stay in the dormitory next to Yi Chen. I'm afraid of zombies, so I want to be closer to Yi Chen. After hearing Li Meng's words, the other female classmates regretted not being quick enough. These 2 school flowers reacted too fast, they were all snatched away. So others also said, then I'll stay in the dormitory next to Yi Chen's. Then I'll stay in the dormitory opposite his. I'll stay in the dormitory next to the one opposite his. Soon, all 29 female classmates made their decisions and all stayed on the first floor, closest to Yi Chen's dormitory. Wow! Yi Chen didn't expect these female classmates to be so enthusiastic. He originally thought they would choose the 10th floor because the higher the distance from the ground, the safer it is, and zombies would invade from the first floor. But he didn't expect these women to all choose positions close to him. Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. When did he become such a popular choice? He didn't know that his displayed strength had already won over these women. After all, admiration for the strong and worship of the strong is innate. At this moment, Yi Chen was strong, fierce, and handsome. Which woman wouldn't like that? After choosing their dormitories, the women began to organize themselves, saying, let's start cleaning the dormitory, clean the entire building. Although Yi Chen used flying needles to kill zombies, there was still some blood splattered on the walls. When the women saw this, they naturally wanted to do something within their power, so they spontaneously began preparing to clean the dormitory. Li Meng said, "Okay, let's split into groups of 6, which will make 5 small groups. This dormitory building has a total of 10 floors, so each group can clean 2 floors. One group will be short of 1 person, but it's okay. The group with 1 less person will clean 1 floor and the second floor, closer to each end. You will definitely be more motivated. How about this proposal? Sounds good. I agree." Li Meng continued, "That's great. I volunteer to be the leader of the 5-person group." Su Chanshan said, "I also want to join the 5-person group, to clean the first and second floors." Willow like smoke, Chenzi, Chenting said, "That I want to be closer to Yi Chen's husband." The other 24 female classmates, although they also wanted to clean the first and second floors, although they agreed to be Yi Chen's women, there has not been a substantial relationship yet. They cannot compare with Su Chanshan and Li Meng. They could only purse their lips, form groups, and go upstairs. Most of these female students come from affluent families, used to having everything provided for them at home. How would they know how to clean? But now they are all very motivated. Even Willow like smoke, in order to show off in front of Yi Chen, picked up a mop and started cleaning vigorously. Watching this scene, Yi Chen felt some emotion. In the past, when he pursued Willow like smoke, he was the one showing off in front of her, but now, she has become his lapdog. It's really magical to think about it. When the female students cleaned the entire dormitory building, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone was tired and hungry. They gathered on the first floor again. Yi Chen looked at everyone sweating and panting, and said to them, "Thank you all for your hard work. The teacher's dormitory is finally cleaned up. From now on, it will be our headquarters. We haven't had lunch yet, so go wash your hands. We can have lunch now. Today we won't eat bread or sausages, we'll go straight to hot pot." Upon hearing this, the faces of the women showed expressions of surprise. "Really? Can we have hot pot? Do we have fresh ingredients? Honey, you're not lying to us, are you? It's been so many days since the apocalypse, how is it possible to have fresh ingredients?" Yi Chen smiled. He directly took out a bag of 100 pounds of rice, a bunch of fresh vegetables, some frozen pork and beef, and even a rice cooker, a frying pan, and even hot pot base ingredients from the dark space. Watching this scene, those women were all dumbfounded. In the apocalypse, being able to eat bread, sausages, and milk already made them very satisfied, but now Yi Chen told them they could have hot pot? My goodness! This is too surprising, isn't it? In the apocalypse, they had been hungry for several days. Eating bread and sausages already felt like a delicacy. Eating hot pot was something they didn't even dare to think about. While others were almost starving, they could enjoy hot pot in the safe teacher's dormitory. It was truly a luxury. And they didn't have to worry about being robbed while singing and eating hot pot, because Yi Chen's strength was strong enough. These women believed that no matter what enemy, Yi Chen could defeat them. So the women busied themselves, preparing to eat hot pot, washing the vegetables, cutting the meat. In no time, they had all the ingredients ready, and then they started cooking and eating hot pot. Because there were too many people, some couldn't even sit down and had to stand to eat, but even so, it didn't affect the joy that came from deep within their hearts. Eating the steaming hot pot, savoring the delicious beef slices, at that moment, they felt like they had returned to peacetime. They forgot about the terror of the apocalypse, forgot about the current difficulties they were facing, and wholeheartedly enjoyed the taste in their mouths, completing a spiritual and mental enjoyment. Everyone had a happy and content expression. While eating, they said, "Yi Chen, you're really great. Being able to eat such delicious hot pot in the apocalypse feels like going back to peacetime. It's like a dream. Yes, thanks to you, we can enjoy the rare leisure time. It's really great. Honey, you're so good to us, we're so touched we could cry." Looking at the admiring eyes of the crowd, Yi Chen nodded and said, "Rest assured, follow me, Yi Chen, and your life will get better and better. Being my woman, you can just enjoy the good stuff and not suffer." The women nodded without expressing agreement or disagreement. While everyone was happily eating hot pot, a group of uninvited guests had already sneaked up to the outside of the teacher's dormitory building. Looking at the tightly locked gate, a big man said, Wait here, I'll climb over the wall and open the gate." Zhao Lei nodded. The big man immediately sprinted towards the perimeter wall, stepping 3 times on the wall, soaring to a height of over 3 meters, grabbing the top edge of the wall with both hands, then pulling himself up and leaping over the wall. Watching this scene, 2 students nearby couldn't help but exclaim, "Huang is amazing. His skills are even more impressive than a special forces soldier." Zhao Lei proudly said, "It's just okay, this kind of ability is necessary. In peacetime, paying him 100,000 yuan a month to be a bodyguard is not a waste of money. The two immediately flattered, Lei is amazing, even a bodyguard is so skilled. It's only by following Lei that we can survive until now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good in the apocalypse, and we would have died long ago. Listening to the flattery of the two, Zhao Lei was very pleased, couldn't help but raise his chin high, showing a posture of invincibility. Soon, the gate of the teacher's dormitory was opened. The strong man named Huang said to Zhao Lei, Lei, you can come in now. Zhao Lei snorted from his nostrils and then walked in arrogantly. The moment the gate of the teacher's dormitory was opened, Yi Chen, with his keen hearing, had already sensed that someone had broken in. Zombies have very low intelligence and wouldn't know how to open a door, not to mention a locked gate. It can only be opened from the inside. If there was a forced entry from the outside, it would definitely make a lot of noise. So, whoever broke in must be human. Yi Chen's face showed a vigilant expression as he said to the women eating hot pot, you continue eating, I'll go outside to take care of something. The women saw Yi Chen's unusual expression and realized that something important might be happening. So they didn't say anything, just nodded. Then Yi Chen went out directly, heading towards the gate of the teacher's dormitory building. Just as he walked out of the teacher's dormitory building, before reaching the gate of the perimeter wall, he saw several strong men coming towards him, 4 men and 2 women, one of the women dressed in tattered clothes, looking disheveled, while the other woman was dressed elegantly, creating a sharp contrast. Yi Chen squinted at these people and asked coldly, who are you? Dare to invade my stronghold, seeking death? Zhao Lei, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, showed a mocking expression on his face. He said, kid, I just saw you bring dozens of women into this dormitory building, and it seems like you've taken all the food from the supermarket and cafeteria, right? Not bad, the apocalypse has just begun, and you've already collected so many women and so much food, planning to be a king in the teacher's dormitory building? Unfortunately, I, Lei, found out. You're out of luck. I'll give you a chance, hand over your women and food, then get lost quickly, and I'll spare your life. Yi Chen observed them, focusing on the strong man holding a metal baseball bat. Of the 4 men and 2 women present, only that man had some strength, the other 3 men were weaklings, including that so-called Lei. After roughly assessing the opponent's strength, Yi Chen said arrogantly, I didn't expect you to be quite good. You even want to spare me a way out. But I'm different. All 4 of you guys must die, while those 2 women can stay and be my women. Such an arrogant guy, just a student in this school, maybe just a bit taller. Probably a sports student, right? I used to be a professional mercenary. How dare you talk to our Lei Xiao like this? Are you looking for death? The burly man threatened Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen remained silent. He just elegantly waved his hand. A fine steel flying needle turned into a black streak of light, shooting towards the opponent. Bang! A loud noise. The professional mercenary's head had been instantly blown up by Yi Chen. His body collapsed to the ground with a bang. One foot was still twitching, and it took several seconds before it stopped moving. A mist of blood exploded in the air, with dense blood spots staining Zhao Lei and the others' faces. They stood still, each of them stunned. Damn! Did you blow up Huang Ji's head? How did you do that? Is there a sniper? Lei Xiao, be careful. But the next second, bang bang, 2 more crisp sounds, and the 2 followers of Zhao Lei also had their heads blown up instantly, their bodies falling into a pool of blood. At this moment, Zhao Lei was already terrified, a warm stream flowing down his legs directly onto the ground, soaking his pants. This top-rich second generation, at this moment, had peed himself out of fear. He was trembling uncontrollably, his legs starting to fight involuntarily. Cold sweat had already broken out on his face, and his back was soaked with sweat. He looked at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a demon crawling out of hell. With just a wave of his hand, he had directly killed 3 people. This guy must have companions, and the companions must have sniper rifles aimed here. His wave was the signal to fire. Zhao Lei was completely scared out of his wits. Suddenly his knees went weak, and with a snap, he knelt on the ground. Tears were streaming down his face, pleading with Yi Chen, Big brother, I was wrong. Big brother, please don't kill me, don't let him shoot. As long as you spare me, I'll give you anything you want. My family is wealthy, the richest in this school. How much money do you want? I can give it to you. Yi Chen smiled and said, Huh? Why are you kneeling? I didn't ask you to kneel, weren't you very arrogant just now? Saying you would kill me, snatch my woman, snatch my food. What's going on now? Rich second generation? Thinking they can do whatever they want just because they have a mercenary bodyguard? In the apocalypse, the previous rich second generation were useless. Strength is respected now, and Yi Chen happened to be the strongest in this school with the system's support. Zhao Lei knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing to Yi Chen, no trace of the arrogance of a top-rich second generation. When he entered the classroom dormitory just now, he was full of confidence, thinking he could crush Yi Chen, snatch Yi Chen's woman, snatch Yi Chen's food. But now, he was kneeling on the ground like a dog, begging for mercy. In the apocalypse, no matter how rich you were before, it's useless. Only those with bigger fists can live better. Bang bang bang. Zhao Lei kept kowtowing and said, "Big brother, I know I was wrong. Big brother, I was blind. Spare my life. As long as you spare me, I'll give you both of these women. I'll exchange these 2 women for my life, is that enough?" Hearing this, the 2 women next to Zhao Lei showed different expressions. One ragged woman looked indifferent. Before the apocalypse broke out, Zhao Lei treated these women as sexual partners to vent his desires. And the reason they swarmed towards Zhao Lei was also because they were attracted to his money. It could be said that they each got what they needed. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, Zhao Lei became more and more presumptuous, treating them like dogs. And the things she got from Zhao Lei turned into food from then on. Even if she was sold to Yi Chen by Zhao Lei now, she didn't care. As long as Yi Chen could provide her with food, she just wanted to survive. She really didn't care who played with her. But the other woman dressed in bright clothes was different. She was not Zhao Lei's companion, but Zhao Lei's own younger sister, Zhao Yuqing. Upon hearing that Zhao Lei was actually going to hand her over to a stranger, she was furious. She shouted at Zhao Lei, "What are you talking about? I am your own sister, and you actually say you want to give me to someone else in exchange for your life? What do you mean?" Zhao Lei, however, felt nothing and said directly, "Zhao Yuqing, now is a matter of life and death. Can't you sacrifice yourself a little to save your brother? If you follow him, he won't kill you. At most he will let you sleep with him. Isn't that innocent? Is it worth a few coins? In peacetime, you can get an inexperienced female college student for 10,000 yuan. Just 10,000, is it worth your brother's life?" Unexpectedly, Zhao Lei said this, and Zhao Yuqing's eyes instantly turned red. Hot tears flowed down her delicate cheeks to the ground. She never expected her brother to think like this. Follow a stranger in the apocalypse? The consequences are unimaginable. Maybe after being tired of playing, she would be killed and eaten directly. She started crying, "Woo woo woo. Zhao Lei, you bastard, you deserve to die. I don't want to sacrifice myself to save you." Watching the siblings turn against each other, Yi Chen's face showed a cold smile. He said to Zhao Lei's sister, "Your brother's proposal is not bad. As long as you agree to be my woman, I can let him go. What do you think?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Lei's eyes were filled with hope, and he said directly to Zhao Yuqing, "Quickly agree to him, good sister, please agree quickly. As long as you agree to be his woman, he will let me go. He has taken all the food from the school's small supermarket and canteen. Following him means living a good life, you won't go hungry. Please agree quickly." Faced with Zhao Lei's coercion, Zhao Yuqing was in tears, almost on the verge of collapse. She kept shaking her head and said, I don't want to. Woo woo woo. I don't want to sell my body." Yi Chen showed impatience, took out his big knife, and held it against Zhao Lei's neck, saying, "Very well, since you don't want to, I'll cut him first." After that, he raised the knife high. Zhao Lei was scared out of his wits, kept saying, "Big brother, don't kill me, please, big brother, I beg you. Yuqing, please agree to him quickly. Even if your brother begs you, please agree to him." Zhao Yuqing, with tears all over her face, looked at her own brother's terrified expression and the severed heads of the family, eventually softened, nodded, and said, "Woo woo woo, okay, don't kill him, I agree to be your woman." At this point, Yi Chen had received a system prompt, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the girl and obtaining a system reward, new skill soul control. Upon receiving this prompt, Yi Chen was excited. Finally, he had gained a new skill. Then he raised the knife high. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lei became anxious, and quickly said, "Big brother, what are you doing? My sister has agreed to be your woman, why are you still raising the knife? Don't kill me, you have to keep your promise." Yi Chen sneered and said, "I don't even eat beef anymore, and you want me to keep my promise? In the end times, what can credit be used for?" After saying that, he directly swung down his sword. He, daring to have ideas about his own food and his own woman, and still wanting to survive? Swish! Zhao Lei's head fell to the ground instantly. Zhao Yuqing, who was beside him, saw the scene and let out a scream of horror. "Ah! Brother! Woo woo woo!" Although Zhao Lei had directly sold her to Yi Chen at a critical moment, she was very angry, but deep down in her heart, she still did not want her own brother to be killed. So, at the last moment, she agreed to be Yi Chen's woman, but she did not expect that even though she agreed, she could not save her brother Zhao Lei's life. Zhao Yuqing's tragic scream attracted the zombies outside, and they kept attacking the iron gate of the teacher's dormitory. Yi Chen said coldly, "Shut up, if you scream again, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuqing was instantly scared and covered her mouth with her hand. Then, Yichen turned to the disheveled woman next to him and asked, "Are you willing to stay and be my woman?" The woman's face showed a pleasantly surprised expression and quickly nodded, saying, "I'm willing, I'm willing." At that moment, Yichen also received a system prompt, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the girl, all basic attributes increased by 10 points. After receiving this prompt, Yichen scanned the woman with the system and frowned when he saw her information. Although this woman scored above 80 in appearance and figure, she had more than 3 types of viruses in her body? Damn! What kind of virus host is she? Although Yichen could be immune to zombie viruses, he couldn't be immune to the viruses on a woman's body. He shook his head and said, "You better leave here quickly, I dare not keep you as a virus host." Upon hearing Yichen's words, the woman's face showed a fearful expression and said, "Please, let me stay, outside are all zombies, if you drive me away, aren't you sending me to die? As long as you are willing to keep me, I will do anything for you. I can serve you." Yichen waved his hand, "I don't lack women, I don't accept any trash. If you don't want to leave now, it's fine. Since you contributed a reward to me, when I kill the zombies outside tomorrow, you can leave." Then, Yichen ignored her and focused on his new skill, reading the description of that skill. Soul Control, Level 1, place your fingers on the opponent's forehead for 1 minute, as long as your mental power is greater than the opponent's, you can complete soul control. The person controlled by you will unconditionally obey your commands and become your most loyal servant. After seeing the description of this skill, Yichen was instantly excited. Being able to control others directly from the soul, making them obey him completely and become his most loyal servant? This skill is too awesome. Yichen looked at Zhao Yuqing, who was crying on the side. Just now, he had killed her own brother, and she probably hated him deeply now, planting the seeds of revenge. Even if she obeyed him now, she might betray him when given the chance. Yichen didn't want to have a time bomb buried beside him. So, using her to experiment with the soul control skill was a very good idea. Yichen then extended 2 fingers towards her. Seeing Yichen approaching step by step, Zhao Yuqing was terrified. She kept retreating, her face showing a fearful expression, and said to Yichen, "What? What do you want to do? Don't come over. I've agreed to be your woman, you killed my brother, and now what do you want to do? If you don't want to die, shut up and don't move." Yichen said sternly to her. Seeing Yichen's appearance, Zhao Yuqing was instantly frightened, shrinking in place, not daring to move. 1 minute later, Yichen received a system prompt. "Ding! Congratulations, host, soul control has been successfully cast. The other party has become your most loyal servant." Seeing this explanation, Yichen became excited. And at this moment, Zhao Yuqing's eyes towards Yichen were already filled with obedience and admiration. It was as if Yichen was the master she would follow for a lifetime. Seeing this scene, Yichen was somewhat incredulous. This skill is awesome, it can directly control others from the soul level, even enemies can be turned into my servants. As long as the control is successful, the other party will be 100% willing to submit to me, and I will receive 100% of the system's rewards? I no longer need to threaten others with food or life to make them my women. With this soul control skill, I will receive rewards much more efficiently. Of course, this skill is not without any limitations. The first condition for successful casting is to place a finger on the opponent's forehead for 1 minute. Unless your strength is greater than the opponent's and you can control them, no one will let you place your finger on their forehead for a minute. Another condition is that your mental strength must be greater than the opponent's. If the opponent's mental strength is greater than yours, your skill will fail. In general, this skill can only control those weaker than oneself and absolutely cannot control those stronger. However, even with these limitations, this skill is completely sufficient for Yichen. As long as it is used on women, he can quickly receive system rewards. At this moment, Zhao Yuqing, looking at Yichen with eyes full of admiration and obedience, said to Yichen, "Master Yichen, Zhao Yuqing is at your command." Looking at the delicate and pretty face of the other party, full of obedience and showing a shy and enticing expression, Yichen scanned the other party with the system. In his mind appeared the information of the other party. Name, Zhao Yuqing. Age, 18 years old. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Appearance score, 90 points. Figure score, 93 points. Seeing this data, Yichen was somewhat surprised. He did not expect the other party's appearance and figure scores to be above 90 points, even slightly higher than Lu Ruyan's. Moreover, as a top-tier second-generation rich, apart from having everything handed to her, it is estimated that her skin and appearance maintenance are also top-notch. So, her skin was as tender and smooth as a baby's, making people can't help but want to pinch it. What made Yichen feel even more rare was that although his brother Zhang Lei was a debauched person, Zhao Yuqing was actually an inexperienced young girl. Compared to the woman next to her who was covered in viruses, she was as pure as a white lotus flower. Yi Chen was very satisfied with Zhao Yuqing. Not only did she provide him with such an awesome skill, but she was also a very high-quality candidate for bearing children. It was really great. Yi Chen smiled and touched the other party's head, saying, "Good, no need to call me master, call me husband." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Yuqing showed a pleasantly surprised expression, her face instantly blushing, showing a shy expression, and said, "Oh, okay, I got it, husband." Yi Chen nodded and said, "Alright, let's go back to the classroom dormitory, I'll find you a room to stay in later." Then he turned to the other virus-infected woman next to him and said, "As for you, stay downstairs for the night, and when I finish dealing with the zombies outside tomorrow, you should leave quickly." Later, Yi Chen directly took Zhao Yuqing back to the teacher's dormitory. At this moment, Su Chanqian and the others were still eating hot pot. When they saw Yi Chen coming back with a new woman, they all had a surprised expression on their faces, saying, "Wow, Yi Chen, you went out for hot pot and brought back such a beautiful sister. You are so lucky." Lu Ruyan also said, "It seems like your luck with relationships is off the charts. In these days of the apocalypse, not many men have been encountered, but you have found dozens of women." Chen Zi said, "Sisters, come join us for a meal. The hot pot today tastes really good." Chen Ting said, "Yes, let's eat together, it's just a matter of adding one more pair of chopsticks." Zhao Yuqing did not expect that Yi Chen had hidden dozens of women in the dormitory. This surprised her. And seeing everyone being so warm towards her, Zhao Yuqing felt a bit uncomfortable. She blushed and said, "Thank you, I'm not hungry." Yi Chen said, "This is Zhao Yuqing, the female classmate I just brought back. She will live with us from now on. Let's get along well." The women all smiled and said, "Don't worry, we won't bully the new sister." Yi Chen nodded and said to Zhao Yuqing, "Alright, come and eat with us." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Yuqing couldn't refuse anymore, so she blushed and took a pair of chopsticks to sit next to everyone, eating hot pot together with a happy smile on her face. Everyone chatted casually, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After finishing the hot pot, the women started to compete to clean up the bowls and chopsticks, washing the pots and pans. They went from being high and mighty ladies to familiar housewives, happily busy. They all wanted to show off in front of Yi Chen, hoping to receive his reward. After being busy, everyone lingered in Yi Chen's room and didn't want to leave. At this point, Yi Chen said, "Go back to your rooms and rest." "Oh, okay." Everyone showed a bit of disappointment, then left Yi Chen's room one by one. Zhao Yuqing's face showed a look of surprise. The next day, Yi Chen woke up refreshed. Just as he finished washing up, Chen Zi came in with breakfast. It turned out they had gotten up early to make lean meat porridge for Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a sip and expressed satisfaction, praising, "This porridge is well made, quite delicious. You girls are already pampered, I didn't expect you to make porridge too?" Chen Zi blushed and said, "There's a porridge option on the rice cooker." Yi Chen nodded and then headed out. It was time to start the day's plan. Yi Chen walked out of the dormitory building and arrived at the open space between the building and the wall. Several bodies were still lying there. They were Zhao Lei, his henchmen, and his bodyguards. The women from the dormitory also came out and were instantly shocked to see the scene outside. It turned out that a big battle had taken place outside last night, with so many invaders, all of whom were taken care of by Yi Chen. There was no peaceful time, only Yi Chen resisting the invaders for them. Seeing this scene, they all had moved expressions on their faces. Zhao Yuqing looked at her brother Zhao Lei's headless body lying stiff on the ground, but her face showed no emotion. Yi Chen found it somewhat miraculous. Could soul control be so powerful as to strip away one's familial emotions? At this moment, a woman who had been outside in tattered clothes the night before also walked over. Begging Yi Chen for mercy, he said, "Brother, please let me stay. I can be your servant, take care of you, and your woman's daily life, as long as you give me some food." Yi Chen still shook his head. He couldn't afford to keep a biomother around. What if he infected his own woman? The women around him had zero charging times, pure as snow. He couldn't let a bad apple spoil the whole barrel. He replied, "No, I, Yi Chen, don't accept just any woman. Next, I will kill all the zombies at the door. You better leave quickly, the farther from this school, the better. The next time I see you, you'll end up like Zhao Lei, beheaded by me." The ragged woman, with tangled hair and a dirty face, was startled by Yi Chen's cold expression. In the end, she could only nod and follow behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen then opened the iron gate and walked out. Outside the gate were dozens of zombies attracted by the commotion caused by Yi Chen and Zhao Lei's battle last night. As soon as they saw the iron gate open, they crazily rushed forward. Yi Chen instantly took out a steel needle from the dark space and with a sharp look, swish, The flying needle turned into a streak of light weaving through the zombies, exploding their heads one by one. In less than a second, Yi Chen had already killed over 30 zombies. Seeing this scene, the ragged woman was instantly shocked. She couldn't understand how Yi Chen could make dozens of zombies' heads explode in an instant. In just a moment, all the zombies fell to the ground. She knew that this man's strength was definitely top-notch in the apocalypse. It was a pity that due to her own impurity, she could never hold on to this pillar of support. Thinking of this, she felt regretful. In peacetime, she shouldn't have gotten involved with Zhao Lei, a second-generation rich kid, for a little money, becoming his plaything. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. Go away, Yi Chen said coldly to the bio mother. The woman had no choice but to run away into the distance. Meanwhile, Yi Chen began his plan to clear the campus today. Before executing the plan, he used his metal control ability to raise the walls of the teacher's dormitory building with metal to 5 meters, and created very sharp, 10-centimeter steel spikes at the top of the walls, densely surrounding the walls to prevent others from climbing over. This way, the incident of someone climbing the wall to open the door like last night wouldn't happen again. After completing all this, Yi Chen began to act. He first arrived at the school gate and found that the 2 security guards in the security booth had turned into zombies. Yi Chen sent a flying needle to blow their heads off. Then Yi Chen opened the gate and walked out. This was the first time he saw the scene outside the school after the apocalypse broke out. The 4-lane road at the school gate had been blocked by abandoned cars. During the apocalypse outbreak, many people chose to escape by car. However, some people turned into zombies while driving, causing those cars to quickly lose control. Countless car accidents occurred on the road, leading to paralysis, with the road being completely blocked by these cars. Those car owners who didn't turn into zombies were trapped on the road with nowhere to escape and would also be bitten to death by the zombie car owners. Looking at these abandoned cars, Yi Chen's mind moved slightly, instantly turning those cars into movable steel, then controlling the steel to turn into square steel ingots. Soon, all the steel inside a car was collected by Yi Chen, turning into steel ingots of about 0.5 meters x 0.5 meters x 0.5 meters. Looking at the floating steel ingots, Yi Chen sighed. So there's only this much steel inside a car? 5 times 0. 5 times 0. 5 is equal to 125 cubic meters. And 1 cubic meter of steel is 7.85 tons, which means the steel collected from one car is 125 by 7. 8 is equal to 975 tons. One car can provide me with almost 1 ton of steel, which is very important raw material for me. It can be used to expand the base in the future, even to manufacture aircraft, tanks, and aircraft carriers. Moreover, after turning them into steel ingots, storing them in the dark space does not take up any space. My dark space is now 40 times 40 times 40 is equal to 64,000 cubic meters. If all used to store steel ingots, it can store 64,000 cubic meters of steel ingots, equivalent to 64,000 times 7.85 is equal to 502,400 tons. With so many steel ingots, I can make 5 aircraft carriers. So Yi Chen, with an excited expression, kept turning cars into steel ingots and storing them in his dark space. The fuel tanks in the cars were also directly collected into his dark space, with dozens of liters of gasoline in each car. This gasoline is also a very important raw material in the apocalypse. So Yi Chen began to continuously collect the steel from the cars and turn them into steel ingots, and then took away the fuel tanks from the cars. Soon, dozens of cars at the school gate were all collected by Yi Chen. Yi Chen then walked forward all the way. Wherever he went, the cars were all dismantled, the steel turned into a flowing water-like state, continuously forming steel ingots, and taken away by Yi Chen. He walked all the way to the gas station 1 kilometer away from the school. This time, Yi Chen had collected the steel from hundreds of cars, and at the same time, his dark space had gained hundreds of car fuel tanks. Arriving at the gas station, Yi Chen looked at the underground of the gas station and said, "The oil storage device of the gas station is an underground oil tank, also made of steel." So Yi Chen waved his hand. Crack, crack, crack. The ground of the gas station began to make cracking sounds, and countless spiderweb-like cracks spread towards the distance. Then, 6 huge oil tanks broke through the concrete ground from underground and slowly rose up. Each oil tank has a capacity of 1,000 liters. 6 huge oil tanks are 6,000 liters. Yi Chen put all these 6,000 liters of gasoline into his dark space. And the fuel tanks he collected from the cars also contained thousands of liters of gasoline. Adding the two together, he now had over 10,000 liters of gasoline. This is extremely important fuel in the apocalypse. Moreover, in the future, when encountering cars on the road, he can continue to collect steel and gasoline in the same way. Yi Chen's resources will continue to grow. After doing all this, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. This time, the harvest is really full. Not only did I gain hundreds of tons of steel, but also over 10,000 liters of gasoline. Next, I can start my clearance plan. Yi Chen returned to the school from the gas station. He used the steel in the dark space to make 2 huge steel gongs, then controlled the 2 steel gongs to float in the air and fiercely collide with each other. Bang! A loud gong sound echoed throughout the campus. When the zombies heard this loud sound, they instantly rushed out from various corners of the school. Yi Chen activated his invisibility skill, controlled the floating gongs in the air, and began to walk inside the school. From a distance, only 2 huge gongs could be seen constantly ringing in the air. And under the gongs, more and more zombies gathered, densely packed, already reaching over tens of thousands. The school where Yi Chen was located probably had 30,000 students. In the apocalypse, apart from those who were eaten or escaped, there were at least over 20,000 students who turned into zombies. Killing all these over 20,000 zombies can provide Yi Chen with over 2,000 attribute points, being able to increase Yi Chen's basic strength several times again. So, clearing the campus not only provides a safe refuge for oneself but also can enhance one's strength. This is why Yi Chen is so eager to do this. Soon behind those 2 gongs, more and more zombies gathered. Yi Chen saw that it was almost done, so he began to control the 2 gongs to fly outside the school gate. They flew up to the top of the gas station, and then the 2 gongs kept ringing there. The zombies in the school also poured out, constantly moving towards there. Even the zombies in the nearby residential buildings were attracted and all came over. The survivors in the residential building heard the loud noises outside and were attracted to observe the situation outside through the window cracks. A man and a woman in a house saw this scene, showing a shocked expression on their faces. The man said, "What's going on? Why are there 2 gongs in the sky constantly ringing there? More and more zombies are being attracted there. My God, at least 20 to 30,000 zombies are gathering there." The young woman also said, "Just when the food in our house is running out, now that the zombies are being attracted there, we can take this opportunity to go downstairs to the convenience store to collect food." The man said, "That's right, this is the best opportunity for us to collect supplies. I don't know if those 2 gongs are controlled by humans or what, it's really strange. Forget about how strange it is, let's hurry downstairs to find food." So the 2 quickly picked up their backpacks, ran downstairs, and started collecting food during this time period. At this time, Yi Chen was still in stealth mode. He saw more and more zombies gathering at the gas station. Even the zombies in the nearby residential buildings were attracted by him to come out. Yi Chen's face showed an excited expression. He said very excitedly, "Great! There are already over 30,000 zombies gathered here. This time, if I kill them all, I will be able to gain over 3,000 attribute points." Seeing that the zombies were almost gathered, Yi Chen took out a dozen gasoline tanks from the dark space, then wrapped steel around the tanks, controlled the steel to fly in the air, and evenly poured the oil from these tanks onto the zombies. The zombies, looking at the gasoline falling from the sky, had no idea what it was, and still kept moving towards the direction where the gongs were sounding, pushing and shoving each other, and even starting to trample on each other. Once a zombie fell, it would be trampled underfoot by other companions. Seeing them gathering more and more, getting closer and closer, Yi Chen directly took out a lighter. Then a raging fire began to engulf all the zombies. Boom! The flames kept burning. With the help of gasoline, all the zombies began to catch fire. However, these zombies seemed to have no feeling at all, still moving towards the direction where the gongs were ringing. Some zombies began to make crackling sounds as they burned, and the smell of burnt flesh began to fill the air. Let them burn here, it's time to return to school now. Check every corner of the school, see if there are any zombies that have escaped the net, kill all those zombies that have escaped the net, the whole school will be cleared by me. After returning to school, Yi Chen lifted the invisibility status, then he used the steel collected in the dark space to raise the entire school's perimeter wall to 5 meters and created sharp steel spikes on top of the wall to prevent others from climbing over. Yi Chen then began to check every teaching building, every classroom, and even every corner of the school. Finally, after spending a morning, he dealt with those that had escaped the net. By then, all the zombies in the entire school had been cleared by Yi Chen. Yi Chen returned to the teacher's dormitory. It was already noon, and the women had started cooking. When they saw Yi Chen return, everyone's faces lit up with joy. They surrounded him and said, "Yi Chen, you're finally back. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Our meal is almost ready. We've never cooked before, so today is just an attempt. Don't be upset if it's not tasty. It's like serving you in your room, it's our first time." Yi Chen smiled, patted their heads, and said, "It's fine, as long as it's not deadly dark cuisine." Soon, the food was served. The latest dish was an egg drop soup with seaweed. It looked good. Yu Chen took a sip directly from the spoon. The women's faces immediately tensed, waiting for Yu Chen's evaluation. Yu Chen smacked his lips and said, "It's okay, pretty good." "Yay, that's great." Chen Zi was excited and jumped up happily. It turned out that Chen Zi made the egg drop soup. She excitedly said, "I'm so glad you like it. I'll make soup for you every day from now on." Hee hee. Next, Chen Ting said, "Yu Chen, try the stir-fried beef with green peppers and see how it tastes." Yu Chen nodded, picked up a piece of beef, and put it in his mouth. With an approving expression, he said, "Very good, the beef is cooked just right, not too tough or tender, very flavorful." Chen Ting also showed a happy expression. Yu Chen worked hard outside for their livelihood, searching for food and supplies, while they stayed in the teacher's dormitory. Being able to cook a dish Yu Chen liked was a way for them to realize their own value. Seeing Yu Chen enjoy their cooking naturally made them happy. After lunch, Yu Chen said to the women, "I've cleared all the zombies on the entire campus, so the whole campus is safe. I've also raised the school's walls to over 5 meters high, making it impossible for ordinary people to climb in. You can now move freely within this campus." Hearing this, all the women looked surprised. All the zombies on the entire campus are cleared? There are over 30,000 students turned into zombies in this school, at least over 20,000. Husband, you cleared all the zombies in the school in just one morning. How amazing are you? Yes, tens of thousands of zombies. Even if lined up for people to chop, it would take several days, right? Husband, what method did you use? You managed to wipe them all out in one morning? Su Qianqian kissed Yu Chen on the face and said, "I knew Yu Chen is the most amazing, not only powerful but also fast. Killing tens of thousands of zombies in one morning is truly impressive." Li Mang said, "Does that mean we can freely move around the school in the future, go to the playground to run and play ball, do whatever we want? No need to worry about zombie attacks anymore, and no need to stay in the dorm all the time, afraid to go out?" Yu Chen nodded and said, "That's right. You can move freely within the campus. I've raised the walls and made them solid, so outsiders can't see inside, but try not to get close to the main gate." After hearing Yu Chen's words, the women nodded repeatedly. They said, "Yes, we understand. Being able to move freely on campus makes us very happy. We won't do anything dangerous. Those zombies are too terrifying, and we don't want to be seen by them. You just need to know." Yi Chen nodded. Then Yi Chen took a nap. By dinner time, the female students started bustling around to prepare dinner. After finishing cooking, they respectfully called Yi Chen to come and eat. Watching this scene, Yi Chen felt a sense of enjoyment. Before the apocalypse, Yi Chen was just a poor student, orphaned, relying on part-time work to eat. To get free meals, he would help out in the cafeteria washing dishes, serving food, and during peak hours at noon and night, earning 10 yuan per hour. With free lunch and dinner, he saved money on meals. As long as he maintained low expenses, life was still comfortable. Many people were eager to do this job. However, with his athletic physique and hard-working attitude, Yi Chen stood out among the poor students, and the cafeteria preferred to hire him. Who would have thought that after the apocalypse, these beautiful and perfect-bodied female students would compete to cook for him, even afraid of not meeting his taste? It felt like a dream. After dinner, Yi Chen looked at these female students. A total of 30 beautiful female students had received rewards from him, but only Lu Ruyan, Chen Zi, Chen Ting, Su Qianqian, Li Mange, Zhao Yuqing had a substantial relationship with him. The remaining 24 people had not had deep interactions with him yet. Looking at the cooking figures, Yi Chen scanned them one by one. These 24 female students were all beautiful, with delicate features, comparable to Chen Zi and others. The only ugly one, a fat girl, had already been thrown out to feed the zombies. The remaining 24 were all top-notch. Some even rivaled Lu Ruyan in looks, probably at the level of class flower. So, Yi Chen asked one of them, "What's your name?" It was embarrassing that these people had agreed to be Yi Chen's women, had even received rewards from him, yet Yi Chen didn't even know their names, let alone have intimate conversations. Upon hearing Yi Chen's question, the female student showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Before she could speak, Lu Ruyan said, "This is the class flower of class 4, Wang Yuwan. She was quite famous in school, with at least 80 boys pursuing her if not 100. The most famous incident was when a boy knelt outside the girls' dormitory for 3 hours to pursue her, but Wang Yuwan didn't even show up. She's a very aloof class flower." Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Wang Yuwan blushed and said, I'm not aloof at all, it's just that one guy kept following me around like a dog. Even after I rejected him, he wouldn't leave me alone. I had to avoid him, it's not my fault he knelt for hours, it's none of my business." Lu Ruyan smirked and said, "That's right, Yuwan is not aloof at all to her husband Yi Chen, but she's icy cold to other men. Hey, Ruyan, you're so annoying. Wang Yuan's face turned as red as an apple. After hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Yi Chen nodded and said, Class Force Class Flower Wang Yuan, right? Good, come to my room tonight, let's have a good chat. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's face turned even redder. Soon, fragrant dishes were served. Yi Chen sat at the table, and soon a female classmate helped him with his food, chopsticks, and spoon, serving him attentively. Being able to enjoy a delicious meal in the apocalypse, with someone helping to serve food, utensils, and bowls, is truly enjoyable. After dinner, everyone started cleaning up. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was lying in his room, waiting for Wang Yuan to arrive. Soon, there was a knock on his door. Yi Chen's face showed anticipation as he said, "Come in." The door creaked open. Wang Yuan, tall and fair-skinned, walked in. She had already showered and changed into clean clothes, filling Yi Chen's room with a pleasant fragrance. The next morning, Yi Chen woke up to a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, for killing 28,000 zombies and gaining 2,800 attribute points. Yi Chen was delighted by this news. With his enhanced attributes, he felt like a superhero. It was time to start the day's activities. As the 8th day of the apocalypse dawned, most trapped individuals had either starved to death or were desperate for food. Yi Chen prepared to venture outside the school to collect supplies from a nearby supermarket. With his strength and skills, he felt invincible against the zombies he encountered along the way. Yi Chen collected resources from abandoned cars and utilized his abilities to control steel effectively. He encountered scattered zombies and swiftly defeated them with his skills. No matter how fierce the zombies are, they cannot approach the range of 100 meters around him. As long as they appear in his line of sight, they will die immediately. The flying needles that hit the head 100% are no joke. Yi Chen continued to move forward, while the flying needles attacked the zombies in his field of vision. The surrounding cars began to transform into flowing steel, gathering into huge steel ingots into his dark space. If others were to witness such a scene, their eyes would probably pop out. Yi Chen's actions were simply unimaginable, almost like a miracle. Just a few hundred meters away from the supermarket, an unusual situation suddenly appeared before him. A group of zombies were actually attacking a huge white tiger with white fur all over its body. The white tiger was huge, twice the size of an ordinary tiger, estimated to weigh close to 1,000 pounds. She kept roaring, each swipe of her paw could send a zombie flying, but after flying out more than 10 meters, the zombies would get up and continue to attack her. As the sounds of battle and the white tiger's roars continued to echo, more and more zombies gathered there. When Yi Chen saw the scene, there were already dozens of zombies attacking the white tiger. These zombies were not afraid of pain. Even if their hands and feet were broken, they would still crawl towards their enemies. Although the white tiger was brave, it had been bitten many times, and its smooth white fur began to be stained with blood. Numerous red marks appeared on its body. Watching this scene, Yi Chen showed a keen interest. He muttered to himself, that white tiger is really stupid. When facing zombies, the first thing to do is to run away, but she is actually fighting these living dead. However, she has been bitten so many times, why hasn't she turned into a zombie? Could it be that the zombie virus is ineffective against animals? But wait, I just killed a zombie dog. With a puzzled expression, Yi Chen approached a bit closer. This time he noticed a new situation. Every time the white tiger struck, thick ice would form on the zombies' bodies. For example, when she slapped a zombie's chest, a few centimeters of ice instantly formed on its chest. If she slapped its head, the zombie's head would instantly freeze into an ice ball. Yi Chen was astonished. This tiger actually has ice attributes? Could it be a mutant tiger? The reason it is not afraid of the zombie virus is because it is also a mutant? Just as Yi Chen was amazed, he suddenly noticed a zombie in the group that was not mindlessly attacking the white tiger. Instead, it somehow got hold of an iron rod and directly struck the white tiger's leg with it. Roar! The white tiger cried out in pain, then swiped at the zombie, but the zombie unexpectedly dodged the swipe. Seeing this, Yi Chen was even more shocked. He couldn't help but say, "What's going on with that zombie? Not only can it use weapons, but it can also evade attacks?" For zombies, they are usually controlled by their hunting instincts, blindly launching attacks, even just biting with their teeth or scratching with their claws. How can that zombie be so smart? And its movements and speed are faster than other zombies. Could it be that the zombies have evolved? Is this a second-level zombie? Just as Yi Chen was shocked, the second-level zombie began to use tactics, letting the ordinary zombies surround the white tiger first. When the white tiger focused on the other ordinary zombies, it would launch a surprise attack. Another blow struck the white tiger's other leg, causing it to bend and kneel on the ground. When she stood up again, that leg was trembling in pain. Obviously, the second-level zombie had great strength and inflicted severe damage to the white tiger's leg. Roar! The white tiger let out a roar, but it was just a futile rage. The intelligence of the level 2 zombie seemed to be higher than that of this convenient white tiger, playing with the white tiger as if it were a toy, easily manipulating it. At this rate, this white tiger would eventually be worn down by him. It had to be said that the level 2 zombie's leg chopping tactics were very effective, causing the white tiger's movement speed to slow down. Both hind legs had been severely swollen by his thick iron rod. Now the white tiger could only lean against a building, using its front paws to attack the zombies, struggling to resist. However, more and more zombies surrounded her, more and more bloodstains on her body, and fresh blood began to drip on the ground. Although the roar was angry, it was getting weaker and weaker. Yi Chen saw it. Surrounded by these zombies, this white tiger would be killed by them in less than half an hour. Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Poor white tiger, she's starting to fall behind. I guess this white tiger escaped from a nearby zoo, mutated during the apocalypse, broke out of the zoo, but didn't expect to be surrounded by zombies. If I don't save her, she'll die here soon. It's time to take action." Yi Chen directly rushed forward with a big knife. When the zombies saw a human rushing over, a few of them pounced on Yi Chen. However, a cold smile appeared on Yi Chen's face, followed by a swing of the big knife. Swish! The fastest zombie had its head cut off instantly. Then a few more slashes. Swish swish swish. All the zombies were beheaded. Yi Chen had already rushed into the zombie horde, turning into a killing god, leaving corpses everywhere he went. Within a few seconds, he had beheaded all 30-something zombies. The only remaining level 2 zombie, seeing this scene, turned and ran. Yi Chen finally saw the strength of this level 2 opponent. He runs pretty fast, should be twice as fast as an ordinary person. It's a pity that he's still too weak compared to my 18 times speed as an ordinary person. Yi Chen gave a glance. A steel needle flew out at extreme speed, turning into a stream of light, directly shooting towards the fleeing level 2 zombie. Then, bang! With a crisp sound, the level 2 zombie's head exploded instantly, and its body, in a running posture, fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, the white tiger on the side opened its mouth wide, showing a puzzled expression. It seemed to be saying, "What's going on?" Just now, that level 2 zombie, slippery like an eel, couldn't be hit at all, but this human was instantly killed? At this point, Yi Chen also looked at the tiger. A blood-stained big knife pointed directly at it. He said, "I saved you. Submit to me. Otherwise, die." The white tiger was startled, curled up in the corner, with an innocent expression on its face. Although she was a fierce tiger, Yi Chen was an even fiercer person. This white tiger was surrounded by dozens of zombies, helpless, and occasionally chopped by the level 2 zombie, making her almost desperate. But she didn't expect Yi Chen to appear and kill all the zombies. The level 2 zombie couldn't even escape, the power gap was too great. Although the mutated white tiger had low intelligence, she could still tell who was stronger and who was weaker. At this moment, she understood that Yi Chen could kill her with just a flick of his finger. So she could only shrink in the corner, constantly showing her sharp teeth, making a threatening expression, trying to scare Yi Chen away. Yi Chen was not afraid and continued, "I don't want to kill you, nor do I want to harm you. I want you to submit to me, do you understand?" Roar! The white tiger let out a roar. Obviously, she didn't understand. Yi Chen directly put away the knife. He said, "Look, I've taken away the weapon. I don't want to hurt you, understand?" Seeing Yi Chen's move, Baihu seemed to understand some of Yi Chen's intentions. Then Yi Chen reached out his hand, slowly approached the other party, and then touched the huge head of the other party, gently stroking the other's head. Feeling the soft fur of the other, Baihu's restless and anxious heart gradually calmed down, and even squinted his eyes like sapphires, showing a look of enjoyment. Yi Chen also felt a bit funny. Others stroke cats, I stroke tigers, and this tiger is indeed similar to a cat. When being stroked by someone, it looks so enjoyable. In order to get closer to Baihu, Yi Chen took out a piece of frozen pork from the dark space and said to Baihu, "I offer you this meat to eat and regain your strength." So he held the meat in his palm and brought it to Baihu's mouth. Baihu had been fighting zombies for so long, indeed tired and hungry. Now smelling the fresh meat, naturally drooled and swallowed the meat in Yi Chen's hand in one gulp, showing a satisfied expression. Seeing Baihu quiet down under his comfort and food temptation, Yi Chen then directly placed a finger on the other's forehead and began to use soul control. This was the first time he used this skill on a non-human, and he was curious if it would work. 1 minute later, he received a system prompt, "Ding. Congratulations, host, the soul control has been successfully applied, and the other party has become your most loyal servant, who will never betray you. Please enjoy." Upon receiving this prompt, Yi Chen showed a surprised expression. He couldn't help but say, "Awesome. Produced by the system, it must be a fine product. This soul control can even be used on animals. Looking at Baihu's eyes full of admiration and worship towards him, Yi-Chen checked the others behind and confirmed the gender. Indeed, it was a female tiger. If Baihu agrees to be my servant, does it count as a successful rescue of a young female tiger? Will I receive a system reward? With these questions in mind, Yi-Chen directly asked Baihu, "Little Baihu, are you willing to submit to me?" Baihu looked at Yi-Chen with a pair of blue eyes, full of doubt, opened her huge tiger mouth and made a childish voice, "Roar." However, Yi-Chen did not receive a system reward prompt. He shook his head disappointedly. Baihu still looked at Yi-Chen with innocent eyes, not understanding what Yi-Chen was saying. Her intelligence was too low to understand even Yi-Chen's words of submission. "Forget it. I won't force you. Next, I'm going to the supermarket to collect supplies. You can come with me, and then we'll go back to school together. Under my careful guidance, I believe you will eventually have a higher IQ." After saying that, Yi-Chen waved to Baihu and started walking towards the supermarket. The huge Baihu obediently followed behind Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen and Baihu started walking towards the supermarket. It must be said that this Baihu was indeed very huge and looked very majestic. Her 2 legs were hit by second-level zombies with iron rods, so she limped when walking. Otherwise, Yi-Chen would definitely have to sit on her back to show off. Having such a huge mount, it would definitely be impressive to go out. Soon, Yi-Chen and Baihu arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. The white tiger sniffed the air with her nose. Obviously, she smelled the dangerous scent inside the supermarket. She didn't like this smell at all. There were at least hundreds of zombies in the supermarket. So she stopped in her tracks, a somewhat hesitant expression on her face. Yi-Chen smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, they are just some small zombies. They can't cause any trouble in front of me. I'm here. Little white tiger, follow your master inside. Your master will show you what invincibility means." White tiger didn't understand Yi-Chen's words. Her eyes were still filled with fear. Yi-Chen ignored her and walked straight into the supermarket. At this point, White Tiger was already under Yi-Chen's sole control, treating Yi-Chen as her lifelong master. Although she was afraid, she gritted her teeth and followed Yi-Chen inside. Inside the supermarket, indeed, there were zombies everywhere. During the apocalypse, there were many people shopping in the supermarket. More than 3/4 of them turned into zombies, and the remaining quarter either got eaten or bitten, turning into zombies as well. Less than 1/10 of the people who ran out of the supermarket survived. When those zombies saw Yi-Chen coming in, they instantly roared and rushed towards him. White Tiger behind Yi-Chen saw this scene, her mouth showing sharp tiger teeth. She roared at the zombies. Although she knew she was no match for so many zombies, if they wanted to harm her master Yi-Chen, she would fight these zombies to the death. At this moment, Yi-Chen put his hand on White Tiger's head and said, "Cute little White Tiger, don't be afraid. Next, let me show you how strong, fast, and fierce your master is." Yi-Chen smiled and waved his hand. A flying needle shot out quickly, turning into a stream of light, piercing through the zombies. It could explode the head of each zombie it passed by. Bang! 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 The sound of exploding heads in the supermarket was deafening. In less than 3 seconds, hundreds of zombies were killed in a row. Then all the zombies fell to the ground instantly. Yi-Chen had killed all the zombies by exploding their heads. White Tiger behind Yi-Chen looked puzzled at this scene. Meow meow meow? Is this master too strong? She originally thought her master was a melee fighter using a knife, but she didn't expect him to be a mage, directly killing enemies from a distance? Yi-Chen held up White Tiger's chin, which was about to drop to the ground, and closed her mouth. He smiled and said, "Don't be surprised, little White Tiger. Next, let's go collect food with your master." Roar! White Tiger opened her mouth wide and happily followed behind Yi-Chen. She hated zombies the most, but her master Yi-Chen could turn zombies into corpses with just one glance. So following Master Yi-Chen was the happiest thing for her. When they arrived at the supermarket, Yi-Chen looked at the items on the shelves and showed an excited expression. This big supermarket has so many supplies. It's 10 times better than the small supermarket in the school. Not only food, but also clothes, daily necessities, milk drinks, even toys for children, and various types of milk powder. Taking over this supermarket is like having a department store. We won't have to worry about supplies for many years to come. It seems looting the supermarket is a good choice. In the following period, I will go looting the supermarket every day. So Yi-Chen walked towards the shelves one by one. Rice, millet, corn, flour, noodles, rice noodles, glutinous rice flour, sesame flour, corn flour. These staple foods are very useful, take them all. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, red beans, green beans, black beans, take them all. Eggs, frozen meat, frozen products, frozen seafood, bacon, dried fish, sausage, hot pot meatballs, hot pot ingredients, take them all. Snacks, candies, jellies, melon seeds, nuts, biscuits, chocolates, powdered milk, drinks. Take them all away. Clothes, underwear, underpants, toilet paper, pots and pans, toothbrushes, toothpaste, wash basins, face towels, and other daily necessities? Keep them all. Edible salt, monosodium glutamate, various spices, seasonings, sauces? Take them all away. Hundreds of barrels of cooking oil? Take them away. Soon, Yi-Chin collected all the items on the shelves into his dark space. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the fresh area, he found that most of the vegetables and fruits had rotted, with only a few that could be stored for a long time, such as apples, pears, watermelons, durians, coconuts, and oranges that were still edible. As for bananas, mangoes, grapes, and other perishable fruits, they had all rotted. Yi-Chin stored the edible fruits in the space, looking at the rotten fruits and vegetables with a regretful expression. He muttered to himself, if only I had come a few days earlier. Yi-Chin continued to walk deeper into the supermarket and finally found the warehouse. The supermarket's warehouse was divided into fresh warehouse, grain warehouse, clothing warehouse, daily necessities warehouse, and meat warehouse. Yi-Chin found that the supermarket had not experienced a power outage, so the warehouse still had a preservation function, with a large amount of fresh vegetables, fruits, and preserved meats inside. In the grain warehouse, Yi-Chin found a lot of rice and flour, totaling tens of tons. Seeing so many resources, Yi-Chin was extremely excited. He said, "Great, with so many resources, it's enough for me and my women to eat for many years. Take away 50 tons of rice and 50 tons of flour." He also collected several tons of vegetables and fruits in the vegetable and fruit warehouse. At the same time, he also collected several tens of tons of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Sweet potatoes and potatoes were good things in the apocalypse. They were easy to grow and rich in starch. They required much less from the land compared to rice. In the future, if he developed a survivor base, these would be life-saving items. With an excited mood, Yi-Chin stored these potatoes and sweet potatoes in the warehouse. In the meat warehouse, he collected a warehouse full of meat. Various frozen pork, ribs, duck meat, chicken legs, chicken feet, etc. were all taken by him. There were several tons in total. Soon, the entire supermarket's warehouse was emptied by him. A super large supermarket was now empty. Meanwhile, Yi-Chen's dark space was already filled with all kinds of food and daily necessities. It could be said that everything was available, and whatever was needed could be taken out. Satisfied, he nodded and said to the white tiger, "Little white tiger, it's time for us to go back now. Next, I will take you back to see my women. You should spend more time with them, and sooner or later, you will be able to transform." Roar! The tiger-headed and tiger-brained little white tiger just raised its head and roared, still not understanding Yi-Chen's meaning. But she understood that as long as she followed Yi-Chen, everything would be fine. After patting the soft fur of the white tiger, Yi-Chen said, "There is a saying, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you get the tiger's cub? Since she lacks intelligence now and cannot verbally agree to be my female tiger, if she actually becomes my tiger, can she also receive rewards?" Yi-Chen shook his head, temporarily putting this thought aside, and then started walking towards the outside of the supermarket. The white tiger, with a beautiful appearance, soft fur, and cute eyes like sapphires, followed behind Yi-Chen. However, just as Yi-Chen left the supermarket, ready to take the white tiger to the school, the two of them appeared suspiciously on the street corner. With Yi-Chen's keen observation, he had already noticed these two people, so he frowned without making a sound. A steel needle had already appeared in front of him. Just a thought, and the heads of those two people can be blown up. While the little white tiger followed behind Yi-Chen with his head held high, looking relaxed and unaware of any abnormalities. At this moment, Yi-Chen stopped and said to the two people in the dark, "Come out. I have already noticed you. This is your last chance, or else I won't be polite." The two people sneaked out. Yi-Chen noticed that it was a middle-aged man and a young girl. The young girl was tall and full-figured, with a slightly pale complexion but still lovely. She was clearly a beauty. The middle-aged man, upon seeing Yi-Chen, showed an excited expression on his face. He recognized Yi-Chen. And at that moment, Yi-Chen also recognized him. Wasn't this the principal Wang Yukai from his school? The current Wang Yukai looked disheveled, with his previously meticulously groomed hair now a mess. The once lofty principal was now looking at Yi-Chen with a pleasing expression, saying with a smile, "Hey, isn't this Yi-Chen from our school? I remember you. During the school sports meeting, you broke the 100-meter campus record. You won first place, and I personally hung the medal around your neck. I patted your shoulder back then and said your future is limitless, do you remember?" Yi-Chen smiled and replied, "So you're Principal Wang. I didn't expect to see you struggling in the apocalypse. I have things to do and don't intend to chat with you. Carry on with whatever you need to do." In the peaceful era, his sports performance was good, and this principal did praise him during the sports meeting. However, it was limited to just the sports event. Yi Chen understood that the higher the position, the more hypocritical a person could be. Praising his limitless future was just a polite remark. Yi Chen had little interaction with this high-ranking principal before, and even in the apocalypse, he didn't want to engage with him, so he didn't want to waste time with the principal. Wang Yukai stopped Yi Chen with a smile and said, "Don't go, Yi Chen. It's fate to meet in the apocalypse. You know the disorder and food shortage now. The principal is almost starving to death. As a student in the school, shouldn't you help me a bit?" Yi Chen replied, "Sorry, I don't have food either. You saw it yourself, I have nothing on me, not even a backpack. Where would I hide food?" Wang Yukai pushed his glasses and continued, "Don't lie to me, Yi Chen. I'm sure you have food. I saw you spend a long time in the supermarket before coming out. The supermarket is full of zombies, and I've been guarding here for many days, afraid to go in. You managed to come out unscathed, so you must have collected food, just don't know where you put it. And this tiger seems to listen to you well, is it your pet? Although tigers are protected animals, in the apocalypse, we can emergency shelter and eating a tiger is not illegal." Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. He said impatiently, "I already told you, I have no food. Stop bothering me. Even if I had food, why should I give it to you? Don't push your luck, and dare to have ideas about my pet? Do you need me to curse at you before you realize your mistake?" Seeing Yi Chen's cold expression, Wang Yukai took a step back in fear. The young girl behind him quickly came over and held his hand, showing a frightened expression and trembling voice, "Dad, forget it, they won't give us food. Let's find it ourselves. He's so scary." This sentence from the girl instantly caught Yi Chen's attention. He then looked at the girl and was suddenly amazed. What a beautiful girl. In terms of appearance, she's not inferior to the top 4 campus beauties. Wait, Wang Youcai's daughter, Wang Muling, isn't she also one of the top 4 campus beauties? This girl should be Wang Muling. Yi Chen rubbed his chin, a playful expression on his face. Wow, just coming to the supermarket to collect some supplies, and unexpectedly encountering Wang Muling, one of the top 4 campus beauties. Wang Muling is the daughter of the principal. In the past, she was an untouchable presence in the school, even the second-generation rich kids didn't dare to pursue her. Now that he has encountered her, can he let her go? Would it be fair to himself and his invincible abilities not to get the most mysterious campus beauty into bed? At this moment, Wang Yukai also noticed Yi Chen's gaze, which seemed somewhat wicked. He quickly shielded his precious daughter behind him and said vigilantly, "Yi Chen, what are you looking at?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "I'm looking at your daughter. Your daughter is so beautiful, with a great figure. She's said to be one of the top 4 campus beauties, known as the most mysterious one. Such a mysterious and proud campus beauty, wouldn't it feel great if I could get her into bed?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Yukai widened his eyes in disbelief. This guy, without even pretending, directly expressed his intentions towards his daughter in front of him? He has no shame at all. You're dreaming. Wang Yukai protected his daughter behind him, angrily saying to Yi Chen. Yi Chen sneered, "Ha, Lao Bai Dang, didn't you just come out saying you wanted my food, even thinking of harming my pet? Why is it okay for you to target my pet, but not for me to target your daughter? Is your daughter precious while my little white tiger isn't? You're comparing my daughter to your pet? What do you take me, Wang Yukai, for? I'm the principal." Wang Yukai was furious, visibly shaken by Yi Chen's words. His lips trembled as he spoke. Yi Chen continued, "Yes, you're the principal, but why can't you, as the principal, even find enough food to eat, about to starve with your precious daughter? Forget being the principal, what use is it even if you were the emperor? In this post-apocalyptic world, strength is respected. Whoever has the bigger fist can live better. And coincidentally, as a former useless sports student, I now have the most advantage. Now, I'll give you a way out. Look at this," Yi Chen said, taking out a vacuum-sealed chicken leg from his dark space. He opened the packaging of the chicken leg. The aroma of the chicken leg quickly wafted into Wang Youcai's nostrils. Wang Muling behind him couldn't help but inhale deeply, saliva starting to flow. Yi Chen said, "Exchange your daughter for this chicken leg. Principal Wang, what do you think?" Smelling the aroma of the chicken leg in the air, both Wang Yukai and his daughter Wang Muling couldn't help but keep sniffing. Hiss, hiss. It's so fragrant, incredibly fragrant. This vacuum-sealed chicken leg probably contains a lot of preservatives. As an upper-class person in peacetime, Principal Wang might not even bother to look at it. But now, after being hungry for several days, just smelling the fragrance in the air was almost unbearable. Saliva couldn't help but flow. They wanted to eat, they really wanted to eat. Yi Chen looked at the other party's expression, with a slight smile on his face, and said, "How about it, Principal Wang? Are you tempted? Just hand over your daughter to me, and this chicken leg will be yours." This sentence instantly brought Principal Wang back to reality from his fantasy. Yi Chen wouldn't just give him this chicken leg for nothing. What he wanted was his own daughter. His daughter was so beautiful, with a great figure, fair skin, and a big chest. If she fell into Yi Chen's hands, who knows what kind of torment and abuse she would suffer. Just thinking about it was heartbreaking. How could he possibly sell his daughter for a chicken leg? He said to Yi Chen, "No, impossible. Just a chicken leg, and you want to exchange it for my daughter, dream on." Facing Principal Wang's words, Yi Chen was not surprised. He casually took out another chicken leg from the dark space and said, "Then I'll add another chicken leg." Seeing another chicken leg in Yi Chen's hand, Principal Wang's eyes widened. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, although he and his daughter had managed to survive, they had only a few snacks left from the peaceful days they bought just a couple of days ago. In the following days, they could only drink tap water. Unable to bear it any longer, they had come out to search for food. However, they found that the roadside small supermarkets and convenience stores had already been looted. The only resources left were probably in the large supermarkets, but they were filled with zombies, so they didn't dare to enter. After being hungry for so many days, they were on the verge of desperation. Now, seeing the two chicken legs in Yi Chen's hand, Principal Wang couldn't help but salivate. Even his determination began to waver. But soon he shook his head, his eyes regained clarity. He said to Yi Chen, "No, impossible. Just two chicken legs can only keep me alive for a couple more days. How could I hand over my daughter to you?" Facing Principal Wang's words, Yi Chen was not surprised. In peacetime, people often said that there was nothing money couldn't buy, just that they didn't have enough money. Everything had a price. In the face of sufficient benefits, any virtuous woman could turn into a harlot. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, Yi Chen could also say that there was nothing he couldn't obtain with resources, just that he didn't have enough resources. He then took out a large bag of potatoes from the dark space, weighing about 5 kilograms. He said to Principal Wang, "What if I add this bag of potatoes? If you eat sparingly, this bag of potatoes can last you half a month." Seeing the large bag of potatoes in Yi Chen's hand, Principal Wang's eyes lit up. This time, his heart truly wavered. However, he seemed to think of something and still said, "No. Just this little food and you want to exchange for my daughter? My daughter is naturally beautiful, with a good figure and fair skin. She's like a celestial being, pursued by outstanding men from influential and wealthy families. Now you want to exchange her for 2 chicken legs and a bag of potatoes, dream on." "Oh, forget it then. I don't lack women anyway. Zaya Behu, let's go back to the base," Yi Chen said, turning around and leaving without even looking back at Principal Wang and his daughter, Wang Mulan. Seeing Yi Chen turn around and leave without any hesitation, Principal Wang became anxious. What's going on? I just wanted to negotiate a higher price, and he gave up so easily? Isn't this too quick of a surrender? Could it be that my daughter has no charm at all? If Yi Chen really left, they would starve to death. They had already been hungry for several days, and if this continued, they would not last more than 2 days. Therefore, they couldn't let Yi Chen leave. Principal Wang hurriedly called out to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, don't leave. Let's talk things out properly, we can discuss it." Wang Mulan on the side became anxious. She quickly said, "Dad, what are you saying? Do you really want to use me to exchange for some food?" Principal Wang said, "My dear daughter, I'm not using you to exchange for food, I'm thinking about your future. Only by following Yi Chen can you survive and stay with me. In 2 days, you will starve to death. This is not just about food, I just hope you can live longer." Then he looked at Yi Chen again. "Yi Chen, let's discuss this again. My daughter is naturally beautiful, with a good figure, suitable for bearing children. In times of peace, our family has strict rules. She has never had a boyfriend. She is still a pure girl, you won't lose out. Give me more supplies, and my daughter will go with you." Unexpectedly, Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. He said, "I already gave you a chance earlier. Now, I'm not very interested in your daughter, so I'll give you one last chance. 2 chicken legs and 5 kilograms of potatoes, you can only choose one now. Choose one to take away, and your daughter will go with me." Upon hearing this, Principal Wang trembled with anger. He scolded Yi Chen, "You are too stingy, a miser who won't part with a single hair. How come the offer has decreased? You just said 2 chicken legs and 5 kilograms of potatoes, now it's become a choice of one? You skinflint." "No? Then I'll leave, this is your last chance," Yi Chen said as he turned to leave. Principal Wang panicked and quickly said, yes, "Okay, I choose 5 kilograms of potatoes." Give me 5 kilograms of potatoes, and my daughter will go with you. But you must ensure her safety, don't harm her. I can let you marry her, but not use her as food. Yi Chen smiled satisfactorily and said, you should have agreed earlier, why bother? Alright, rest assured, I have plenty of supplies. I won't resort to cannibalism. I will take good care of your daughter, at least she will have 3 chubby kids with me. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Principal Wang's face turned green with anger. But he could only nod in agreement, fearing that Yi Chen would change his mind and not make the exchange. Seeing the other party agree, Yi Chen directly handed over the 5 kilograms of potatoes. Principal Wang whispered to his daughter beside him, listen to him well after following him, don't provoke his anger. He must have collected a lot of supplies safely from the supermarket, you won't have to worry about food and drink. Wang Mulin could only nod tearfully and said, Dad, I understand. You have to be careful even in the apocalypse. Wang Mulin walked to Yi Chen's side with her head down. Principal Wang, on the other hand, ran back to his shelter with the 5 kilograms of potatoes. Looking at the tender and delicate Wang Mulin beside him, Yi Chen showed a satisfied expression. She truly was the daughter of a principal, so tender and beautiful. Despite being hungry for so many days, she still looked so beautiful and charming. He quickly scanned the most mysterious school flower's attributes using the system. Soon, Wang Mulin's information appeared in his mind. Name, Wang Mulin. Age, 18 years old. Height, 1.68 meters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Bust size, D. Appearance score, 95 points. Figure score, 96 points. Charging times, 0. After seeing this basic information, Yi Chen showed an excited expression. With an appearance score of 95 and a figure score of 96, they were both very high. Wang Mulin was definitely a rare beauty. Moreover, as the principal's daughter, no man dared to provoke her, so she was still a virgin until now. This was very rare. Who would have thought that he could exchange for such a stunning beauty with just 5 kilograms of potatoes? Is this the apocalypse? The end of the world is too cool, isn't it? Yi Chen looked at his dark space, at least there were dozens of tons of potatoes. In this case, wouldn't it be possible to exchange for thousands of beauties? Yi Chen said to Wang Muling, your dad Wang has talent to sell you to me. As long as you are willing to follow me, be my woman, I guarantee you will never worry about food and clothing in the future, how about it? Wang Muling blushed and nodded. She said, yes, I'm willing to go with you, be your woman. After receiving this answer, Yi Chen received a system prompt, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the girl, the storage space level increased by 1 level. Reached level 5, size reached 50 times 50 times 50 is equal to 125,000 cubic meters. Another level of storage space level added? This is too cool. This means that Principal Wang not only sent him a daughter, but also sent him a level of storage space. It seems that he must take good care of his daughter tonight, have a deep conversation with her, in order to thank Principal Wang for sending his daughter. Yi Chen took out a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk from the storage space and handed it to Wang Muling, saying, you eat something first to restore your strength. Let's eat while we walk. It's time to go back to my base. Seeing the food Yi Chen gave her, Wang Muling's eyes lit up. She quickly took the food and kept saying, thank you, Yi Chen, you are really great. It seems that her father did not lie to her. Following Yi Chen, food will definitely not be lacking. Yi Chen smiled and said, call me by my name? Call me husband. Ah. Wang Muling blushed, showing a shy expression, but obediently called out, husband. Yi Chen showed a satisfied expression and said, that's right, very obedient. Tonight, husband will make you a real bride. Hearing this, Wang Muling's face turned even redder. She had never had a boyfriend before, let alone any intimate relationship. Yi Chen kept talking about making her a bride. It's really embarrassing. She almost buried her head in her chest. Blushing, she said, I got it, husband. After hearing this answer, Yi Chen satisfactorily pinched her already blushing and tender face. Then a man, a woman, and a white tiger started walking towards the school. Soon they returned to the school. Yi Chen took Wang Muling and the white tiger into the teacher's dormitory. As soon as they entered the teacher's dormitory, the huge figure of the white tiger startled the women. This mutated white tiger was twice as big as a normal tiger, standing taller than the women, giving a strong sense of oppression. Seeing the fearful expressions, Yi Chen smiled and said, don't worry, everyone, this is my new pet. Although she looks big, she is actually very gentle and won't harm anyone. You can come and touch her. The women showed surprised expressions. Touch her? Is it really okay? I've never touched a tiger before. Can we touch its butt? These girls began to be eager to try, some even started rubbing their fingers non-stop, looking like they couldn't hold back. This is a huge white tiger, a very rare existence among tigers. They had never even touched a normal tiger before, let alone a white tiger. In the zoo, tigers can only be seen from a distance behind glass. Who wouldn't want to touch this big white cat? It must be more enjoyable than petting a cat. Yi Chen nodded and said, yes, just treat her as an oversized kitty, feel free to pet her. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Lu Ruyan was the first to reach out her hand and placed it on the head of the white tiger, gently stroking it. The white tiger showed a docile expression, even seeming to enjoy it very much. Seeing the white tiger being so gentle, the other girls immediately surrounded it and started touching it randomly. Wow, the fur is so soft. Is this how a tiger's fur feels? Her tongue feels ticklish when she licks you. Ha ha, the tail is thick and long. It's fluffy and comfortable to touch. If we could ride on her back, that would be so cool. The girls surrounded the white tiger, touching it here and there. They seemed very interested and curious. This made the little white tiger a bit bewildered, its eyes filled with confusion. Being a female too, why are these women touching her body so randomly? Annoying. After the girls finished touching the white tiger, they finally shifted their attention to Wang Nuling. Su Chanxian and Li Mang showed shocked expressions because they recognized her. Both of them exclaimed, aren't you Wang Nuling? Known as the most mysterious school flower in the school, and they say your dad is Principal Wang Yukai. While others might not have seen Wang Nuling, Su Chanxian and Li Mang, as two of the four school flowers, definitely had. They were both school flowers and had connections with each other. They even competed with each other in a subtle way, each thinking they were the best. So now, they naturally recognized Wang Nuling at a glance. Wang Nuling lowered her head and said, yes, it's me. I met Yi Chen on the way, and he brought me back. Hearing Wang Nuling being referred to, the other women were instantly surprised. Wow, the most mysterious school flower was already won over by Yi Chen on the way back he brought her? Calling him her husband directly? This school flower is quite enlightened. They exchanged a few more pleasantries. At this point, Chen Zi spoke up, alright, you all just know how to play with the cat, messing up the fur of the big white tiger. Let's go make lunch. Yi Chen went out to find supplies and brought back a sister and a big white tiger. They must be tired and hungry, let's cook for the husband. Okay, let's go make lunch. The other women nodded and started to get busy. After a delicious dinner, Yi Chen lay down to rest. The newly arrived Wang Nuling and the little white tiger were each assigned a separate room to stay in. Yi Chen was now in the room, contemplating the next plan. Raiding the supermarket was a good choice, as it had various daily necessities and food items. With time passing, the food outside was becoming scarce, and survivors would eventually take the risk to enter the supermarket. Therefore, Yi Chen decided to speed up the raiding of the supermarket. Tomorrow, at least 2 or more large supermarkets had to be raided. Just as Yi Chen made this decision and was ready to sleep, he found his door being knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was light and hesitant, clearly indicating nervousness from the other side. Yi Chen's face showed a smile. Who would come to chat with him at this late hour? He said to the person outside the door, come in. Creak. The door was pushed open. It turned out that the person entering was Wang Nuling, the daughter of Principal Wang. Wang Nuling, as the principal's daughter, used to be the apple of her father's eye, living a princess-like life. Yi Chen didn't expect the other party to be so proactive in looking for him. It seems that he needs to have a deep conversation with her today. Wang Nuling had just finished showering, with wet hair draped over her clean white shoulders. She looked very tempting and beautiful. She looked at Yi Chen with shy eyes and said, honey, Yi Chen interrupted, you don't need to say too much, I understand. A night of silence. The next day, Yi Chen woke up early in the morning and looked at Wang Nuling still sleeping beside him, showing a satisfied expression on his face. Principal Wang didn't lie to me. His daughter is indeed a rare beauty. Yi Chen stretched his back and started to get up, wash up, have breakfast, and decided to start today's adventure. The nearest large supermarket to the school had been looted by Yi Chen, and all the cars on the way to the supermarket had been collected for steel and fuel by Yi Chen. It was time to go to a farther supermarket. Yi Chen, who used to live in this school, naturally knew which large supermarkets were nearby. There were 2 large supermarkets 5 kilometers away. The items inside were more than the supermarket from yesterday. After breakfast, Yi Chen set out directly. The women all showed a reluctant look and said to Yi Chen, honey, be careful on the road. Honey, if you encounter danger, run away quickly, don't fight, even if you have no supplies, it's okay, just come back safely. Honey, we'll cook at home and wait for you to come back. Yi Chen gave them a reassuring look, then prepared to leave. At this moment, Little White Tiger rushed over, wanting to follow Yi Chen. Yi Chen stopped her and said, Little White Tiger, you were injured by a level 2 zombie's iron rod yesterday, your foot is not healed yet, so don't go out with me today. When you're fully recovered, we'll go on an adventure together." However, little white tiger didn't understand Yi Chen's words at all, thinking that Yi Chen was praising her, still looking eager with her cute pink tongue sticking out, looking at Yi Chen. Yi Chen made a gesture to her and said, "Sit down. Stay in the dorm, understand?" This time little white tiger finally understood Yi Chen's meaning, showing a helpless expression. Although reluctant, she obediently sat in place. Actually, Yi Chen also wanted to take little white tiger out to play, because this white tiger was very cool. Using it as a mount would be awesome. Other survivors would probably think he was the god of white tigers. But since little white tiger was injured, Yi Chen didn't want her to suffer too much. After all, this white tiger would probably transform into a human sooner or later. By then, she would be Yi Chen's white tiger mother, so he couldn't let her suffer. So Yi Chen walked out of the school alone and headed to the large supermarket 5 kilometers away. For the current Yi Chen, his speed had reached 18 times that of an ordinary person, so a mere 5 kilometers would take him only a few minutes at full speed. However, he didn't rush at full speed to collect steel and fuel tanks from the vehicles on the road. He leisurely walked, using his steel control ability to continuously collect steel from the cars, while storing the fuel tanks in the dark space. At the same time, any zombies he encountered on the road would be taken out by his flying needles. After all, each zombie was worth 0.1 attribute points, and Yi Chen wouldn't waste them. Yesterday, he collected materials and killed hundreds of zombies in the supermarket, gaining over 30 attribute points that he hadn't used yet. If he could gather 100 today, he could distribute them evenly among the 4 basic attributes. Just a couple of kilometers in, a residential building was surrounded by zombies, constantly attacking the building's door. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen showed a somewhat surprised expression. Those zombies look very low in intelligence, obviously not second-level zombies, but the doors of the residential building are tightly closed, they can't see people, why would they still launch an attack on the door? With the intelligence of zombies, shouldn't they stop in their tracks the moment they can't see people? Just like the former school beauty Tongyan Su Chanshan, who only covered herself with a cardboard box and managed to escape unscathed. If these zombies had this level of intelligence before, Su Chanshan would probably have been gnawed to the bone long ago. Where would she have the chance to climb onto her own bed? Yi Chen came to a conclusion in his mind. It seems that with the passage of time, the intelligence of these zombies has also increased. Even ordinary zombies are no longer so brainless. Even if they hide in a room, they will continue to attack the door. It seems that with so many zombies attacking that room, it won't be long before the door is broken. With a single thought, a steel needle was already floating in front of him. Then he waved his hand. Swish! The steel needle flew at high speed in the air, turning into a stream of light and quickly shooting towards the group of zombies. Bang! 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 The crisp sound of zombies being shot in the head continued, and in less than a second, all those zombies were killed. At this point, Yi Chen walked towards that room, ready to find out what was hidden inside. What if there's a beauty inside? Or even a group of beauties? Wouldn't that be a big win for himself? Yi Chen knocked on the door and said, "Open the door. I've killed all the zombies." Inside the door, no one answered, as if there was no one inside. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. Then he kicked the door directly. Boom! A loud noise rang out. The door was instantly kicked open. Ah! And a woman's scream came from inside the room. This time, Yi Chen finally saw the person inside the room and was stunned in place. What a beautiful mature woman. Yi Chen's teacher dormitory was full of female students, all of them youthful and beautiful, but lacking a hint of mature woman's charm. The woman in front of him looked 25 or 6 years old, mature and charming, wearing a flight attendant uniform that highlighted her mature temperament, with a pair of semi-transparent stockings on her feet, perhaps torn in many places due to escape, giving her a different kind of allure. At the same time, the woman was tall, fair-skinned, well-endowed, with all the curves one could ask for, even more beautiful than the students, exuding the seduction of a mature woman in every move. She was definitely a beauty. The woman also saw Yi Chen at this moment, and her initially fearful face softened. When she heard Yi Chen's cold voice, she thought there was a fierce person outside, but now it seemed like a sunny young man, even somewhat handsome. This flight attendant was no longer so afraid. She had been working for several years, serving as a flight attendant for several years, flying to many places, meeting all kinds of passengers. She understood that the younger the boy, the easier to handle. These boys might even be virgins, very shy, not knowing how to refuse a woman's requests, much easier to get along with than those greasy middle-aged men. She quickly got up from the ground, tidied up her appearance, and said to Yi Chen, "Did you just help me kill all the zombies outside the door? Thank you so much. I've been trapped in the house for several days and couldn't bear the hunger, so I came out to look for food. I didn't expect to be found by the zombies, so I hid in this house, but those zombies kept attacking, really scared me. Thanks to you for killing them and saving me, thank you. Yi Chen nodded and scanned the other party with the system, and the information of the other party appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Yuyu. Age, 25 years old. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Bust size, D. Appearance score, 91 points. Figure score, 97 points. Number of boyfriends, 0. Looking at this basic information, Yi Chen was somewhat shocked. Wow, the figure score actually reached 97 points, the highest score among all his women. And the other party's height reached 173 meters, also the tallest among all his women. Just 12 centimeters shorter than Yi Chen's 185 meters. Is this the legendary best height difference? What's even more rare is that the other party's attire clearly indicated she was a flight attendant, but surprisingly had not recharged yet. At 25 years old, she had never had a boyfriend? Alright, then he would become her first man. Clearly 25 years old, 7 years older than himself, but still without any experience. Compared to himself, she was a rookie, and he would be able to teach this big sister firsthand. Yi Chen loved teaching people the most, especially those inexperienced girls. Helping them transition from innocence to maturity was something Yi Chen found very fulfilling. At this moment, Lin Yuyu also noticed that Yi Chen had been observing her all along. Seeing the look in his eyes, as if he could see through her clothes and into her body, made her feel uncomfortable, and she subconsciously covered her chest with her hand. At the same time, a professional smile appeared on her face, and she pleasingly said to Yi Chen, "This handsome guy, thank you for saving me, but I'm really hungry now. Can you give me some food? As long as you give sister some food, sister will thank you well." Yi Chen nodded. Although this big sister had not experienced romance, she seemed quite sensible. He said, "Sure, as long as you become my woman, I can give you food." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. What's going on? Are young people nowadays this direct? She had thought that young people were easier to get along with, easier to deceive, and easier to deal with than those middle-aged sly foxes, but she didn't expect Yi Chen to be so straightforward, cutting to the chase, and unstoppable. She had to be his woman to get food? Originally, Lin Yuyu thought she just needed to thank him verbally. After all, with her good figure and looks, in the peaceful era, with her identity as a flight attendant, there were countless boys pursuing her, and she had many followers who would send gifts without her having to ask on various holidays. She had thought that seeing her beauty, the other party would also become her follower, providing her with food for free. But she didn't expect the other party's request to be so excessive. How was this different from selling her body for food? The professional smile on her face was about to collapse. She stiffly said to Yi Chen, handsome guy, it's not very appropriate to say that. This is our first meeting, we don't know each other yet, and you want me to be your woman. How can I agree to that? At least we should spend more time together, get to know each other, right? And I'm older than you, I could be your sister. Otherwise, you give me food, and I'll do some things for you within my ability, like laundry, cooking, taking care of your daily life. What do you think? After speaking, she threw a flirtatious look at Yi Chen. A look that said, "Good little brother, quickly agree to sister's request." However, Yi Chen shook his head. Directly said in a cold voice, "I don't have time to get to know you. Don't tell me you're a slow person. You want me to chase you for a few months to see if it's suitable. Do you think you're in a peaceful era where you can raise a pet dog? It's either yes or no. Be my woman and you'll have food. Don't be my woman and starve to death. It's your choice to climb into my bed or choose to starve to death. It's up to you." Yi Chen also realized that this guy actually wanted to control him. Don't think that just because you're pretty, have long legs, exquisite features, and a perfect devilish figure, you can treat me like a dog. There are 3 as pretty as you in my safe zone. The remaining 20 or so are not much different from you. 1 more of you is not too many, 1 less is not too few. Looking at Yi Chen's cold expression and hearing his uncompromising tone, Lin Yuyu finally understood that this handsome guy who looked like a sunshine boy was not easy to control. Although he looks sunny, his heart seems to have been tempered, immune to beauties. It's probably not easy to control him by acting cute. Seeing the beautiful flight attendant Lin Yuyu still acting coyly, Yi Chen impatiently said, "Make a decision quickly. My time is precious. I'll ask you again, are you willing to submit to me?" Lin Yuyu saw Yi Chen looking like he could leave at any moment, and quickly said, Okay, I'm willing to submit to you, but you have to give me some food first. I'm really hungry now." "Okay." Yi Chen nodded. He directly took out a bread and a bottle of milk from the storage space and handed it to her. Seeing the food, flight attendant Lin Yuyu's eyes lit up, showing a happy expression. She took the bread and milk from Yi Chen's hand, opened the packaging, and started eating. At this moment, Yi Chen also received a prompt from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the girl. She has agreed to be your woman. You have received a system reward, all basic attribute points increased by 50 points. After receiving this prompt, Yi Chen was instantly happy. This was probably the time he gained the most basic attributes. All basic attributes increased by 50 points, totaling an increase of 200 points. It's equivalent to the reward for killing 2,000 zombies. It seems that saving a beautiful girl earns rewards much faster than killing zombies. Seeing this reward, Yi Chen's mood improved, and he said to Lin Yuyu, "Let's go, I'm going to the supermarket to collect supplies. Follow me." "Oh, okay." Lin Yuyu's mouth was full of bread, her cheeks bulging, looking very cute. She answered with a somewhat unclear voice. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Seeing the dark entrance of the supermarket, Lin Yuyu's face showed a fearful expression. She said to Yi Chen, "There are at least hundreds of zombies in the supermarket. When I was hiding at home, a neighbor once said that they wanted to go to the supermarket together to collect food. There were 5 or 6 strong men in their team, but they never came back after going in. Although there is plenty of food inside, it's too dangerous. I think we shouldn't go to the supermarket. Although you are tall and strong, you are ultimately not a match for so many zombies." Yi Chen did indeed kill the dozens of zombies in front of his house, but Lin Yuyu had not seen Yi Chen in battle and thought he was just ambushing them one by one. But once inside the supermarket, it wouldn't be an ambush anymore, they would be surrounded by zombies. The difficulty would be much higher. After hearing Lin Yuyu's words, Yi Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "You're not just a brainless woman, you even know there are many zombies in the supermarket. But I, Yi Chen, was born to kill zombies. The more that come, the better. Follow me in, and don't make a sound behind me no matter what you see. I will protect you. With me here, you will not encounter any danger, understand?" "Okay," Lin Yuyu nodded, grabbing Yi Chen's clothes with one hand, curling up her body, and carefully following behind Yi Chen. So the two entered the supermarket. As soon as they entered, many zombies appeared. They roared furiously and lunged at Yi Chen. Lin Yuyu was startled, but she covered her mouth with one hand, not daring to make any sound, because she understood that at this moment, Yi Chen was her only lifeline. She must listen to Yi Chen. If Yi Chen abandoned her, she would undoubtedly die. Watching the zombies flying towards them, a cold smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. With a single thought, a flying needle condensed in front of him, and with an elegant wave of his hand, the needle turned into a black streak of light and shot out directly. The needle pierced through the heads of the zombies one by one, instantly blowing them up. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of heads exploding was incessant, and the zombies' heads exploded into a black mist of blood. Then, their fleeing figures fell to the ground instantly. In less than 3 seconds, all the zombies had been killed. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuyu's mouth dropped open, her chin almost hitting the ground. She saw Yi Chen's tall figure and strong muscles, knowing that Yi Chen's strength should not be weak. She thought Yi Chen would go in and directly chop the zombies with weapons, but she never expected that Yi Chen would just casually wave his hand and the zombies' heads would explode instantly. My goodness! How did he do that? Is he a god? Speak and it happens? Say the zombies die, and they die? Shocked. It's simply beyond shocking. At this moment, Lin Yuyu looked at Yi Chen's broad back with admiration in her eyes. Too powerful. This man is truly too powerful. Not only powerful but also very elegant. Killing zombies with such ease. Without shedding a drop of blood, he could kill hundreds of zombies. He even felt that Yi Chen was killing the enemies with his eyes. Any enemy he could see would die under his gaze. After killing all the zombies, Yi Chen turned around to see Lin Yuyu, who was dumbfounded and shocked. He casually said to her, "Alright, next, let's start collecting supplies." It was only then that Lin Yuyu came to her senses and asked Yi Chen, "How did you do that? Did you really kill all these zombies? Are you sure they didn't die on their own? You killed all the zombies in the supermarket in less than 3 seconds. Are you a god?" Hearing her words, Yi Chen found it amusing. "Of course, I killed them. I'm not a god, but if you want to treat me as one, I don't mind. Let's go, let's collect supplies." Lin Yuyu's face showed an excited expression, nodding quickly, "Okay, husband. Let's collect food together." After saying that, she happily approached Yi Chen and directly hooked her arm around his, acting like a spoiled child. Yi Chen was surprised to hear her call him that. This 25-year-old big sister was indeed more open-minded than those young girls. She even called him husband without him hinting at it. Young people are indeed easy to teach. After seeing the handsome figure of Yi Chen when he killed, Lin Yuyu had already decided that this man was the most suitable to be her husband. As long as she held onto this thick leg, even in the apocalypse, she could live well. At this moment, she felt so lucky to have met Yi Chen by chance. She vowed to take good care of Yi Chen in the future and hold onto his thick leg tightly. So the two of them started looting in the supermarket. Soon, Yi Chen stored all the supplies in his storage space. Lin Yuyu referenced the map, so Yi Chen took her to the next supermarket. They finished looting the supplies in the next supermarket as well. So far, he had looted 2 supermarkets, harvested countless supplies, and with a beautiful stewardess, today's collection plan was already exceeded. At the same time, Yi Chen checked the system prompt. He found that he had killed 350 zombies today and gained 35 attribute points. Although Lin Yuyu provided 200 points, the harvest was still good. It was time to return to school. So Yi Chen said to the beautiful stewardess, Yuyu, it's time to return to my base camp. Okay. Lin Yuyu quickly nodded. So under Yi Chen's lead, the two of them started heading towards Yi Chen's school. More than half an hour later, they had returned to the school. Yi Chen directly took Lin Yuyu into the teacher's dormitory. As soon as they entered the teacher's dormitory, the female students could see Lin Yuyu's attire and instantly showed curious expressions. They surrounded her, looked her up and down, and discussed, saying, she seems to be a stewardess. Oh my, she's so tall. If she wears high heels, she might be as tall as Yi Chen, right? She's really a stewardess, her figure is so good, and she's tall too. Those clean and straight long legs are simply enviable. The key is that she's so beautiful. Before, there were probably 800 men pursuing her even if not 1,000, right? Her appearance is really top-notch. Li Mang said, her legs are even longer than mine. I'm so envious. The school flower with a height of only 1.5 meters, Su Chanxian, said, what a long-legged stewardess. With legs this long, she's taller than me by half. Saying that, she showed a resentful expression on her face. She was a top-notch beauty in terms of figure and appearance, but she was dragged down by her height. It's really annoying. After hearing Su Chanxian's words, Wang Muling and Li Mang laughed. They comforted her, saying, don't worry, little potato is also very cute. Maybe Yi Chen likes your height? Woo woo. Su Chanxian pretended to cry directly, and made a cute face to everyone. This made everyone laugh. The teacher's dormitory was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The newly arrived beautiful stewardess Lin Yuyu watched the women getting along so peacefully, and all these women were very beautiful, with several of them not inferior to herself in appearance. She suddenly felt a strange sense of crisis. She had originally thought that following Yi Chen would make her his only woman, but she didn't expect that there were already dozens of beautiful women in the base camp. At this moment, she finally understood why Yi Chen didn't fall for her when he saw her. He was even more difficult to deal with than those oily, cunning men in their 30s and 40s. The reason was that Yi Chen already had dozens of beautiful women around him. One more or one less wouldn't make a difference. So how could she possibly control him? Although her appearance was indeed outstanding outside, the women here were all pure, beautiful, and young. Could she stand firm in this safe zone? It's still a problem. So he smiled sweetly and said to Su Chanxian and the others, hello, everyone, my name is Lin Yuyu. I am very happy to meet you all. I am a few years older than you. In the future, you can call me Sister Lin. I am new here, and I hope everyone can be understanding and help each other. Hearing Lin Yuyu's words, others also said, of course, no problem. Since we are all in this school, we are like a family. We must get along peacefully. That's right. Sister Lin, nice to meet you. Alright, now that everyone has met, we can go have lunch. Is Yi Chen hungry too? Today we researched a new dish to make for him. Yes, let's quickly make this dish and see if Yi Chen likes it. So the women busily started cooking again. Lin Yuyu, the beautiful flight attendant, was very proactive in helping to integrate with everyone. Yi Chen looked at everyone getting along so well and showed a relieved expression. At this time, the little white tiger also walked towards Yi Chen, pounced on him like a little cat, and licked him excitedly and happily. Feeling the prickly tongue of the other party, making his face itchy, Yi Chen touched the huge tiger head of the little white tiger and said, alright, little white tiger, stop licking. If you keep licking my face, it will be licked raw by you. Tigers' tongues have thorns, very fierce. The little white tiger then removed its front paws from Yi Chen's body and stood on all fours again. Yi Chen stroked the tiger while watching the women busy in the kitchen. Lunch was soon ready. The women brought the food to the table, and Yi Chen started eating heartily, enjoying the delicious meal. While eating, Yi Chen praised the women, very good. It seems your cooking skills have improved. The food is getting tastier. Hearing this, the women's eyes lit up, and they shyly said, as long as Yi Chen likes it. Yi Chen works so hard to collect resources outside. We must find ways to take care of him and cook more delicious food for him. Yes, if it weren't for Yi Chen, we would have starved to death long ago. In this apocalypse, we can live well because of him. Yi Chen is our future. We must firmly grasp this future. The meal was delicious, and Yi Chen ate satisfactorily, especially under the admiring gazes of everyone. After eating, Yi Chen rested on the bed and didn't plan to go out. Today, he had collected from 2 supermarkets, plus the one from yesterday, the supplies from the school cafeteria warehouse, and the small supermarket. Yi Chen was now a rich man in the apocalypse. 5 pounds of potatoes for 1 woman? Yi Chen's current resources could exchange for 100,000 women without any problem. In the evening, after dinner, Yi Chen lay on the bed to rest. At this moment, someone knocked on his door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of the door, Yi Chen's face showed an expectant smile. Who could it be knocking on my door today? Just thinking about it was exciting. He said to the person outside, "Please come in." Creak. Soon, Yi Chen's door was pushed open. Lin Yuyu, the beautiful flight attendant who had taken a shower and changed into pajamas, walked in. Looking at her big wavy hair draped over her pure white fragrant shoulders, she exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. Yi Chen felt a fire burning in his heart, slowly igniting, needing to be released. Outside the door, the women started discussing excitedly. Lin Yuyu is truly a flight attendant. After taking a bath and changing into a silk nightgown, her figure made me, a woman, want to swallow my saliva. Is this the charm of a mature woman? Her figure is really amazing, every move exudes an indescribable allure. Li Meng smirked and said, "Don't envy her, in a few years, you will be just as mature." Oh, no, under the magical ripening of Yi Chen, you won't need a few years, probably 1 or 2 years to be even more mature than Lin Yuyu. Upon hearing this, the women blushed. Oh Mang, you're so annoying. Exactly. You're making us so shy. Inside the room. Although Lin Yuyu is already 25 years old, 7 years older than Yi Chen, she has not experienced love affairs. Now living in the same room with Yi Chen, a strong and athletic student, she appeared very shy. Yi Chen, curious, asked Lin Yuyu, "You're 25 years old, why haven't you had a boyfriend? With your looks, there must be many people pursuing you, right?" Lin Yuyu nodded, her white teeth biting her tempting red lips, softly saying, "Indeed, there are many, but I can't be interested in them. The people at the airport are too promiscuous, a casual handshake could mean dozens of flings. I don't want to be one of their many, used and then discarded. Being beautiful and having a perfect figure are my biggest advantages. I understand that this is my bargaining chip, and of course, I want to use it to find a man who is worthy of entrusting a lifetime to. Unfortunately, the doomsday arrived. My luck is really bad." She looked regretful. Yi Chen held her slender waist, embraced her, and said, "No, you are lucky. Meeting me in the apocalypse means you have luck beyond cruelty. Also, since you haven't had a boyfriend before, you meet the criteria to be my woman. Last time, there was one who was beautiful but had charged over 4 digits, I directly drove her away. Therefore, your chastity in peacetime has brought you benefits, the benefit of being qualified to be my woman." Blushing, Lin Yuyu nodded and said, "Then let me take care of my husband well. Let me give you a massage first to relieve today's fatigue." The next day, Yi Chen woke up refreshed. Beside him, Lin Yuyu was still asleep. She had massaged Yi Chen all night, and she still hadn't recovered her strength this morning. Pinching her delicate face, Yi Chen stretched his back and began to get up to wash up. Today, he was ready to collect supplies again. However, this time, Yi Chen decided not to go to the supermarket but to focus on the first hospital of Haicheng. With the apocalypse, not only was food extremely scarce, but medicines were also in short supply. Therefore, all the medicines in the hospital needed to be collected into the dark space for emergencies. Otherwise, a minor wound infection without medication could be fatal. After all, although Yi Chen's physical quality was 19 times that of an ordinary person, his women were still ordinary people. So today, Yi Chen decided to go out to collect medicines. With the concerned eyes of the women, Yi Chen went directly to the hospital. The little white tiger meowed and wanted to go with Yi Chen, but his legs were not fully healed, so Yi Chen refused. Patting his huge tiger head, he comforted him, saying, "Little white tiger, don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to follow the master into battle in the future. I won't hide you. When the opportunity arises, I will ride on you every day. Don't get tired and can't handle it. Roar!" The little white tiger raised its head, stared at Yi Chen's face, and finally could only watch Yi Chen leave the teacher's dormitory reluctantly. After leaving the school, he headed straight to the largest hospital in Haicheng, the First People's Hospital. There were at least thousands of patients in the First People's Hospital. When the doomsday broke out, most people turned into zombies, and the remaining few were also patients with poor health, probably unable to escape even if they wanted to. Yi Chen thought to himself, There are probably not many survivors in this hospital, and even if there are, they are not patients but probably the doctors and nurses inside. If I can bring back a female doctor or a few female nurses, that would be perfect. If my woman gets sick, I can have the doctor treat her, and when my woman gives birth, these doctors and nurses can also be a big help. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's mood began to get excited. Beautiful doctors, sexy nurses, just thinking about it makes people happy. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of the First People's Hospital. Without any hesitation, he walked straight in. Inside the hospital, as soon as he entered the lobby, he saw dozens of zombies wandering around. Judging from their clothes, some were patients, and some were doctors and nurses from the hospital. Among these dozens of zombies, there was one wearing a white coat that looked different from the others. Its white eyes were not confused, and unlike other zombies, its body was not hunched over and idle, but instead, it was staring at the ceiling with a pensive look. Seeing the other's appearance, Yi Chen felt a sense of familiarity. Isn't this zombie in a white coat similar to the one who attacked the little white tiger with a weapon? Could it be that this zombie is also a level 2 zombie? At the same time, those zombies had also noticed Yi Chen. They immediately let out a furious roar, their faces contorted, and they all rushed towards Yi Chen at lightning speed. Yi Chen calmly conjured a flying needle from the dark space, suspended it in front of him, and elegantly waved his hand forward. Swish! The flying needle turned into a streak of light and shot towards the zombies. Bang! 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 The sound of heads exploding kept coming, and those zombies fell to the ground instantly. The level 2 zombie, seeing this scene, showed a great deal of confusion in its white eyes. Its face even revealed a hint of fear that only humans would have. Then it let out a loud roar towards the air. The zombies that were rushing towards Yi Chen suddenly stopped in their tracks and began to scatter and flee. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen was extremely surprised. What's going on? These zombies can actually follow commands, and that level 2 zombie is so smart, starting to command other zombies to run away together? And they are even running in different directions? Their intelligence is too high, isn't it? Yi Chen had not expected that the intelligence of the zombies could evolve to such a high level in less than 10 days. They even knew that when facing an unbeatable enemy, they should split up and run. However, unfortunately for the zombies, Yi Chen's flying needle speed had surpassed that of bullets. No matter how fast these zombies ran, how could they outrun the flying needle? Bang! 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 Several more sounds of heads exploding rang out. Including the level 2 zombie, all the zombies were taken down by Yi Chen. So Yi Chen began to head to the hospital pharmacy to collect medicine. In the pharmacy, Yi Chen ransacked the place. Cold medicine, cough medicine, fever-reducing medicine? These are good things, take them all. Cephalosporins, amoxicillin, metronidazole, and other antibiotics? These are good things, take them all. Alcohol, iodine, and various disinfectant solutions? Useful for treating wounds, take them all. Vitamins, calcium tablets, lutein, various supplements? Take them all. This is birth control pills? Don't need this. This is Viagra? This is never going to be used, don't want it. Soon, all the medicines in the entire pharmacy were collected by Yi Chen. In the dark space, he didn't care whether they were useful or not, just took everything away. As for contraceptives, aphrodisiacs, and the like that would never be used, he just threw them away. After all, he had some confidence in his own body. With a physical fitness 19 times that of an ordinary person, do you think I would need Viagra? Joking. The internet ruined me. Yi Qianro reference map. Soon, Yi Chen searched the entire pharmacy and then walked out directly, starting to explore the entire hospital to see if there was anything else to collect. If he could really find a beautiful doctor and a sexy nurse, that would be perfect. Outpatient building. Many patients on each floor turned into zombies. As soon as Yi Chen entered, they immediately launched an attack on him. Unfortunately, with Yi Chen's current strength, he was already invincible against these zombies. With just a glance, he could blow all the zombies' heads off. When passing through the 3rd floor, Yi Chen finally discovered something unusual in an infusion room. Although the room was tightly locked, Yi Chen, with his exceptional hearing, heard some sounds inside. He didn't know if it was a person or a zombie. So Yi Chen went over and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He said to the people inside the room, "Is anyone there? I'm here to save you. I've already killed all the zombies on this 1st floor." However, after hearing Yi Chen's knocking, the people inside the room not only didn't open the door but also fell silent instantly. Yi Chen shook his head and said, "No response at all. Could it be that they are not humans but zombies?" He didn't care about that and took a step back, then raised his foot and kicked the door hard. With the strength of 19 times that of an ordinary person, one kick could send a car flying, let alone a broken door. Boom! A loud noise. The door was kicked open instantly. At the same time, a woman's scream came from inside the room. Ah! And Yi Chen also heard that there was not just one woman inside. When he took a closer look, he found that there were several nurses and a doctor hiding in the infusion room. These nurses looked very young, probably around 20, maybe just interns. The doctor looked similar to Ling Yuyu, probably around 25 or 26, tall and pretty. Seeing this scene, surprise appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. Great, this is fantastic. His luck was really good. He thought that saving a doctor and a nurse would be enough, but he didn't expect to find a doctor and 3 nurses hiding here. 4 beautiful women in total. Hee, so comfortable. Those people, after seeing Yi Chen, showed expressions of fear. They asked nervously, Who are you? What are you here for? We are all doctors and nurses in this hospital. Please don't cause trouble. Yi Chen was stunned. What's going on? Do I look like a bad person? I just kicked your door open, that's all. You don't have to be like this. Yi Chen showed an innocent expression and said, I'm not a bad person. I'm here to save you. Didn't I say outside the door that I've killed all the zombies? You didn't open the door, so I kicked it. Don't blame me. The doctor, after hearing Yi Chen's words, calmed down a bit and stood up, saying, There are hundreds of zombies on this floor. Who would believe that you killed them all? We thought you were a scammer trying to trick us into opening the door. Speaking, she leaned out to take a look outside the door and found corpses of zombies all over the ground. She immediately showed a surprised expression and said, You really killed them. Are you a rescue team? Are you here to rescue us? In the eyes of this doctor, only official professional rescue teams with real firepower have the ability to clear out the hospital of zombies. Otherwise, how could ordinary people possibly do it? How could they be opponents of hundreds of zombies? They were trapped inside the infusion room, which was considered very lucky. None of them turned into zombies, and by closing the door, the zombies outside, lacking intelligence, couldn't break in. At the same time, there were various glucose solutions and saline solutions in the infusion room to provide them with energy. This was also the reason they could survive until now. However, only drinking glucose solution, although it could replenish some energy, still made them feel very hungry. Moreover, they had almost finished the glucose solution in the infusion room, with only a few bottles left. If this continued, they probably wouldn't last long before starving to death. Seeing Yi Chen's arrival now, they thought that the official rescue team had started rescuing the hospital. After all, the hospital was the most important public facility in the apocalypse. Only by restoring the normal order of the hospital could other patients be treated. If the authorities really had the power to rescue, then the first place to be rescued would definitely be the hospital. However, Yi Chen shook his head and said, No, it's me. I don't belong to any rescue team, but I am more powerful than all rescue teams. I can save you to a safe place, provide you with food, and all you need to do is listen to me, obey me. Upon hearing this, the 4 people widened their eyes. In an instant, they shrank back into the corner of the infusion room. Seeing their fearful expressions, Yi Chen said, Ladies, I don't think you want to continue being trapped here. If you keep going like this, you will undoubtedly die, and moreover, the intelligence of zombies will evolve. Sooner or later, intelligent zombies will evolve and break in. It's useless to go anywhere. Only by following me do you have a chance to survive. 3 seconds to consider. Wait here to die, or follow me for endless food and a safe haven. Think for yourselves. The faces of the 4 beauties showed a pensive expression, and Yi Chen took the opportunity to scan the other party. He first looked at the charming, bespectacled mature doctor. Name, Yi Qingru. Age, 25 years old. Height, 1.68 meters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance score, 91. Figure score, 95. Looking at the information, Yi Chen showed a surprised expression. Not bad, what a beautiful doctor. Then Yi Chen scanned the 3 nurses. He found that they were all 18 to 20 years old, obviously just interns. The key was that their appearance and figure scores were all above 80, reaching the level of 1 in 1,000. Although not as good as the beautiful doctor, they were already considered great beauties. Very good. These 3 nurses were also very good. After a few seconds of consideration, the beautiful Dr. Yi Qingru bit her enchanting red lips, as if making a difficult decision in her heart. Standing up, she said to Yi Chen, If we agree to your request, can you really guarantee our safety? Yi Chen nodded confidently and said, Of course, you should have seen it. I killed all the zombies on this floor. With my strength, even in a hospital full of zombies, I can come and go as I please, collect supplies, it's not a problem at all. The resources I have are enough for all of you to survive. Follow me, and I'll make sure you live a life of luxury, eating and drinking to your heart's content, even better than in peacetime. After listening to Yi Chen's words, Yi Qingru showed a pensive expression. She had indeed seen countless zombie bodies outside the infusion room just now. Moreover, the fact that this man could kick the door open so arrogantly and make such a loud noise without any zombies coming to attack so far indicated that all the zombies on this floor had been killed. Could it be that he was really a war god who single-handedly killed hundreds of zombies? If that was the case, following him would indeed be a very good choice. Such a strong person could thrive even in the apocalypse, with an abundance of food and seemingly no disadvantage in being his woman. It was definitely better than being trapped in the infusion room and starving to death. So Yi Qingrao nodded and said, "Alright, as long as you promise to protect us, we agree to your request." Yi Qingrao already understood the current situation. Staying in this hospital meant being eaten by zombies sooner or later, with no chance of survival, and the young man was strong and they had no ability to resist. Their fate was no longer in their hands. It was like being meat on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Fortunately, this man did not seem like a fierce and evil person, at least he would seek their opinions. This was already very rare. Good. Yi Chen was waiting for this response. He showed a satisfied expression and said, "Don't worry, as long as you follow me, food is not a problem. I'll ask you one last time, are you willing to submit to me?" Yi Qingrao and the other three nodded and said, "Yes, we are willing to submit to you." At the same time, Yi Chen received notifications from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully saving the girl, storage space skill level +1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully saving the girl, all attribute points increased by 20 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully saving the girl, steel control skill level +1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully saving the girl. Acquired new skill, zombie control. After receiving these 4 notifications, Yi Chen showed a surprised expression. Wow, this time was really rewarding. Not only did he loot the entire hospital and obtain many useful medicines, but he also saved a doctor and 3 nurses, ensuring that his women would have someone to take care of them when they fell ill. More importantly, the doctor and 3 nurses provided him with 4 system rewards. Not only did it increase his skill level and basic attributes, but he also gained a new skill. Awesome! Yi Chen hadn't acquired a new skill in many days, so he really needed one. Yi Chen quickly checked the usefulness of this new skill. Skill name, Zombie Control. Skill level, Level 1. Skill effect, you can control a Level 1 zombie, manipulate its actions, and gain its perspective. After seeing this description, Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised. This skill is awesome. I can completely control zombies, making them my scouts to observe other zombies and enemies. Since zombies do not fight each other, even the strongest humans would not suspect a Level 1 zombie, making it the ultimate scout. After reading about this skill, Yi Chen calmed his excited heart and then looked at Yi Qingrao and the other 4 people. He said to them, "Very well, I am Yi Chen. From now on, you are my women. Let's go, it's time to take you back to my safe zone." "Yes, yes." The 4 people obediently nodded and followed behind Yi Chen. As they walked to the hospital entrance, they looked back at the building. Yi Chen showed a pensive expression. There were at least several thousand zombies in this hospital, which was a valuable resource that shouldn't be wasted. So Yi Chen took out a car fuel tank from the storage space. He poured gasoline in the flammable corners of the hospital and then lit it with a lighter, setting the hospital on fire. Burning down the hospital would at least kill thousands of zombies, yielding hundreds of attribute points. After doing all this, Yi Chen left with Yi Qingrao and the other 3 people. Soon, Yi Chen returned to the school with the 4 people. Little White Tiger heard Yi Chen's footsteps from afar and excitedly ran to the door of the teacher's dormitory, pouncing on Yi Chen with joyful steps. With its front paws on Yi Chen's shoulders, the tiger licked his face affectionately with its pink tongue. Yi Qingrao and the other 3 people were shocked to see such a large white tiger. It was obviously twice the size of a normal tiger, definitely a mutated tiger. However, seeing the tiger being so intimate with Yi Chen, they realized that the tiger was Yi Chen's pet and calmed down. The 4 of them exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. They never expected Yi Chen to be so powerful, even able to tame such a huge mutated tiger. When Yi Chen brought the 4 people back to the teacher's dormitory, the women inside were all surprised to see them. They gathered around to discuss. Su Chanxian said, "Honey, where did you go? You brought back a doctor and 3 nurses, and they are all so beautiful." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Of course, I went to collect medicine in the hospital. After all, in the apocalypse, even a slight injury or illness without medication could be life-threatening. So I collected medicine just in case. Although I'm not afraid of getting sick, you are, and I happened to meet them, so I brought them back. Now we not only have medicine but also a doctor, so we don't have to fear getting sick anymore." After hearing Yi Chen's words, the women were touched once again. It turned out he collected medicine for us. And he also brought back a doctor and nurses to treat us. Yi Chen is really good to us. Later, Yi Chen introduced Yi Qingru and the other four to everyone, allowing them to get to know each other. Su Chanshan said to Yi Chen, "Alright, everyone come in and have lunch. Our lunch is ready, just waiting for you to come back." Dr. Yi, you all come and eat together. Yi Qingru and the others looked pleasantly surprised. They had just joined this school and felt a bit embarrassed to receive such hospitality. Seeing their expressions, Yi Chen understood their thoughts and said, "It's okay, go wash your hands and come eat. Since you have joined my safe zone, we are now a family. You don't need to be so reserved or polite." Lu Ruyan, Su Chanshan, Li Meng, and others also said, "Yes, we are all good sisters from now on. Let's eat together without being so polite." Hearing everyone say that, Yi Qingru realized that further delay would be awkward. So she nodded and said, "Okay, thank you all. After dinner, we will wash the dishes." Yi Chen patted Yi Qingru's head and said, "Eat more later, take a bath in my room tonight, and let's chat. I have a lot of professional medical knowledge to consult you about." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Qingru blushed instantly. She naturally understood Yi Chen's intentions. Other girls also looked at her with a mischievous smile, making her even more shy. But she still lowered her head and said in an almost inaudible voice, I got it." So everyone started eating lunch with a cheerful mood. Today's lunch was very good. These female students unexpectedly learned to cook braised pork, and the taste was surprisingly good. Yi Chen couldn't help but eat 2 large bowls of white rice. The new beautiful female doctor and 3 beautiful nurses were like hungry tigers, devouring the food on the table, their hands scooping the rice faster than a pile driver. They had been trapped for 10 days, surviving only on glucose solution, so facing fresh food now was too tempting. This meal was simply the most delicious they had ever eaten in their lives. It was 1,000 times more delicious than any mountain delicacies or seafood in peacetime. Soon, this delicious lunch was finished. Yi Qingru and others hurried to wash the dishes. Yi Chen returned to his room to rest. At night, Yi Qingru, who had finished showering, knocked on Yi Chen's door. When the other person entered his room, Yi Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the mature and beautiful doctor with a good figure, delicate features, and fair skin. He smiled and said, "Indeed, you are a beautiful doctor, sister, truly exuding a unique charm. Next, I want to discuss medical knowledge with you." Blushing, Yi Qingru nodded shyly. A night of silence. The next day, when Yi Chen woke up, Yi Qingru was still sound asleep. Although she was 25 years old, she had never had a boyfriend before. Yi Chen was strong and had physical qualities 20 times that of an average person. How could Yi Qingru resist? So even now, as the sun was about to shine on their backs, she had not yet recovered her strength. After getting up, Yi Chen received a message from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 4,500 zombies in the hospital yesterday. Only gained 450 attribute points. After receiving this message, Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised. Surely, setting fire to the hospital yesterday had been effective, burning over 4,000 zombies to death. Combined with those he personally killed in the hospital, it totaled 4,500. That was a full 450 attribute points. Without hesitation, Yi Chen evenly distributed all attribute points to his basic attributes. All his basic attributes reached 1150 points. That was 23 times that of an ordinary person. Now his maximum speed had reached 9 times 23 is equal to 207 meters per second. It had exceeded half the speed of sound. In Yi Chen's eyes, ordinary people and ordinary zombies were no different from snails. Seeing his strength increase so much, Yi Chen was very happy. Today, he could continue searching for supplies. Soon, half a month passed. During this period, Yi Chen looted all the supermarkets within a radius of 10 kilometers. His space was already filled with supplies from the supermarkets, having everything one could need. At the same time, all the female students in the teacher's dormitory had already had substantial relationships with Yi Chen. Due to the enhancement of his super genes, everyone was now pregnant. After 10 months, Yi Chen would have dozens of children born. He deliberately did not make a move on the 3 nurses, so that when his children were born, there would be someone to assist in the delivery. With the enhancement of Yi Chen's mental power, he also began to modify the entire school's perimeter wall, raising it to 20 meters. This extremely smooth steel wall made it impossible for even second-level zombies to climb over. The entire school could be said to be as secure as a fortress. At the same time, at the school gate, Yi Chen arranged for a zombie to guard the gate. In order to avoid detection, the zombie was dressed in a guard's uniform, wearing sunglasses and a mask. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell if he was a zombie or a human. Using a first-level zombie controlled by the zombie control, Yi-Chen could have a view, and once enemies invaded, he could see them first. On this day, Yi-Chen had just gone out to collect supplies. A group of strong and rugged men arrived at the school gate. Each of them was fully armed, carrying weapons, and wearing homemade armor on their arms and shoulders, seemingly to prevent zombie bites. They looked like a very professional team. Some of the team members looked fierce and revealed a fierce aura. Obviously, in peacetime, they were tough guys. The survivor team saw that the school's walls were high, making it a very good safe haven. They said to the zombie guarding the gate, "Hey, brother, open the door. We are the survivor team nearby. This school looks very good, a natural shelter. This big school can accommodate many people. Let us in, we can make this place even stronger." Yi-Chen, several kilometers away, saw this scene through the zombie's eyes, frowned, and showed a cold expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "Survivors are coming to us? Good thing I have the zombie control skill, otherwise I wouldn't even know if my house was stolen." Then he ran towards the school at the fastest speed. The survivor team, seeing that the guard inside the gate did not respond after calling out a few times, showed an impatient expression. The leader of the team said to another middle-aged man holding an axe, "He dares to ignore us. If he won't drink the toast, we'll make him drink the penalty. Just chop down the door. When the time comes, kill all the men inside for food reserves, and capture all the women to be slaves." "Yes, boss." The middle-aged man picked up his fire axe and struck the door with force. Bang! A loud metal collision sound was heard. The fire axe in the man's hand was instantly knocked away, his hand numb and bleeding. Surprisingly, the school gate remained motionless, without leaving a trace. Looking at the fire axe that flew several meters away, the blade was already missing several pieces. The middle-aged man said, "Boss, this won't work, this door is too damn hard, it broke my hand." The leader of the survivor team, seeing the fire axe, also showed a shocked expression. He couldn't help but say, "How could an ordinary school have such a hard steel door? Who exactly is living inside?" At the same time, a hint of vigilance and contemplation appeared on his face. Being able to raise the wall to a height of 20 meters in the apocalypse, and still have such a strong steel door, the people living inside were probably extraordinary. "I wonder if we are dealing with someone we shouldn't provoke. Should we retreat first, observe the situation in secret, and then decide?" Just as they were about to leave, a cold voice suddenly came from behind them. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Upon hearing this voice, the survivor team immediately turned to see a young man standing behind them, his eyes full of indifference, as if looking at a pile of dead bodies. The leader of the strong men was startled by Yi-Chen's gaze. He couldn't understand why this young man, who looked like he was under 20, had such a fierce look in his eyes. In the peaceful era, he used to be a professional mercenary and had killed many people on the battlefield. But even so, he was still startled by the look in the young man's eyes. That kind of aloofness from a high vantage point, as if a god was observing mortals. It made the professional mercenary feel uncomfortable, but also a little scared. He put on a pleasing smile and said to Yi-Chen, "This young brother, we are a team of survivors from the vicinity, always searching for food and suitable shelters. The school walls are high and seem like a good shelter, so we want to go in. However, the people inside don't seem to want to accept us. I see that you are also a tough person, able to survive alone in the apocalypse, which shows your strength. Join us, let's go into this school together and establish a base, how about it?" Yi-Chen's face showed a smile that was not quite a smile and said, "I also want to, but the people inside won't let us in." The big man thought Yi-Chen agreed to his proposal. A hint of fierceness appeared on his face. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Then we'll break in forcibly, kill all the men inside, and if there are women, keep them as slaves. We'll divide them up later. What do you think of this proposal?" Yi-Chen nodded and said, "I also think your proposal makes sense. Killing all the men and keeping the women as slaves is a good idea. And since all of you are men here, you all deserve to die." With a single thought from Yi-Chen, a flying needle was already suspended in front of him. The leader of the men saw the change in Yi-Chen's eyes and was suddenly shocked. A deadly feeling arose in his heart, causing cold sweat to instantly appear on his forehead. He didn't know why, as a professional mercenary who had faced life and death on the battlefield long ago, but at that moment when he saw the look in the other's eyes, his whole body trembled. He quickly raised his hands in a gesture to stop the other, saying to Yi-Chen, "Brother, we can talk things out. Whether you want more resources or more women, we can negotiate. Otherwise, after we occupy this school, we can split the things inside 70 to 30, with you getting 30 and us getting 70? Yi-Chen sneered, "Ha, you dare to propose taking my things and splitting them 70 to 30 with me?" Upon hearing this, the big man was instantly shocked. Incredulously, he said, "Are you saying that this school is your stronghold?" Yi-Chen nodded, "That's right, You dare to invade my stronghold, talk about killing me, and taking my women? Well, now you can all go to hell." Upon hearing this, fear appeared on the big man's face. Initially, upon seeing the 20-meter-high walls and the indestructible iron gate, he was curious about who the owner of this school was and how powerful of a strongman he must be to have such strength to build the school so securely. Now, seeing Yi Chen, he couldn't believe that such a young person had built the school like this. The intuition of the professional mercenary told him that this young man was very strong, very dangerous, more dangerous than the king of soldiers on the battlefield. However, he remained calm and said to Yi Chen, "In that case, today's matter cannot be resolved peacefully. Such a good shelter can only belong to one of us." He then ordered, "Attack. Let's take him down together." "Yes, boss." The other members beside him responded, picking up their weapons and rushing towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's face showed a calm smile, then waved his hand. Bang! Bang bang bang! Gunshots rang out one after another, the heads of those survivors exploded into blood mist, and they all fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the mercenary was dumbfounded. Can a person really do such a thing? He had seen teammates getting headshots on the battlefield before, but he had never seen a chain of headshots like this before. And that young man was elegant, waving his hand. All his men were dead. Besides a god, who else could do such a thing? The weapon in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, and he knelt in front of Yi Chen. He kept begging Yi Chen, "Big brother, I was wrong. We shouldn't have come to bother you. Please spare my life. I promise I won't appear nearby again. As long as you spare my life, I will leave Haicheng immediately." Yi Chen sneered and said, "We are the same kind of people, I won't let you go, but I can give you a chance. I'll give you 3 seconds, run as far as you can." Upon hearing this, the big man immediately sprang up from the ground and ran quickly into the distance. Bang! Without any surprises, a gunshot rang out, and the big man fell instantly. Yi Chen then walked towards the school. He waved at the school gate, and the gate opened automatically. After he walked in, it closed automatically, blending with the surrounding wall as if welded together. The gate of the school created by Yi Chen was not locked. It was welded to the wall, and no one could open it except for him using his metal controlling ability. As Yi Chen walked into the school, behind a building, a strong man who looked somewhat similar to the mercenary but younger, with red eyes, covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound. He didn't even dare to breathe. Originally, he was acting together with his brother, but halfway through, he had a stomachache, found a corner to squat for a moment, and when he turned back, he found that his brother and more than a dozen team members were all dead. Seeing Yi Chen's graceful departure and entering the campus, his eyes were filled with fear and hatred. His own brother was killed by this guy, and he could only hide in the corner watching all this, not daring to even go collect the bodies. Damn it! That guy must die, he must pay for my brother's life. In the end, he gritted his teeth, picked up his weapon, and turned to leave. After Yi Chen entered the campus, he found that his women were playing basketball on the school playground at this moment. All the women were divided into 2 teams, playing with great enthusiasm. They were all wearing refreshing sports tank tops and shorts. Due to the sweat soaking their outfits, their proud figures were faintly visible, making it hard to look away. Seeing Yi Chen return, they all showed expressions of surprise and joy, running towards him on the court, surrounding him with admiring expressions on their faces. Looking at these dozens of beautiful and charming young women, each of whom was already pregnant with his child, Yi Chen felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. They could only play basketball now. In another month or 2, after their bellies started to show, they wouldn't be able to engage in strenuous exercise anymore. Yi Chen took out dozens of bottles of water from the dark space and handed them to the women. The women were already accustomed to Yi Chen seemingly conjuring things out of thin air and were not surprised at all. In any case, as long as it was Yi Chen, whatever he did, these young women thought it was normal. After drinking the water, the women asked Yi Chen, "Honey, did you go out to collect supplies again?" Lu Ruyan said, "Honey, it's been a month since the apocalypse broke out. Can you still find supplies? Other survivors should also be collecting, right?" Su Qianqian said, "How could other survivors collect as fast as Yi Chen? They probably dare not go to those dangerous places, only my husband dares to go." Li Meng nodded and said, "It must be like this. Take the supermarket for example. Everyone is shopping in the supermarket, and suddenly the post-apocalyptic zombie virus breaks out. Half of the people turn into zombies in the supermarket. The others probably can't escape either, they will also be bitten and turned into zombies. The whole supermarket is full of zombies. Who dares to go in, except for Yi Chen's husband?" Wang Mulin said, "In that case, isn't it very dangerous for the husband to collect supplies, facing hundreds of zombies?" Lin Yuyu said, "Of course. I used to go to the supermarket with Yi Chen's husband to collect food. The scene was indeed very dangerous at that time, but for Yi Chen's husband, there was no problem at all. With just a glance, all those zombies would die. The women listened to Lin Yuyu's words, showing shocked expressions, while also feeling very envious of Lin Yuyu. This flight attendant with long legs not only slept with Yi Chen, but also collected supplies with Yi Chen and witnessed Yi Chen's fighting style and strength. This is something that others have not experienced. I wonder how handsome Yi Chen's husband is when fighting with zombies. Just thinking about it makes people excited and longing. Looking at the women's eyes as if they were about to stretch, Yi Chen showed a helpless smile. Being handsome and strong is also very tiring. All the time, he has to accept the loving gazes of these beautiful girls, as if they want to devour him alive. Each one looks like they want to drain him dry. How terrifying. Yi Chen said to them, "It seems that our school's safe zone has been targeted by someone. Just now, I killed more than a dozen survivors who wanted to invade here at the school gate. So for the next period of time, it's best for everyone not to go out and stay hidden in the teacher's dormitory." After listening to Yi Chen's words, the women's faces showed a slightly nervous expression, then quickly nodded obediently and said, "Okay, husband. We understand. We won't go out to move around anymore. We'll stay hidden in the teacher's dormitory from now on." Yi Chen showed a satisfied smile and said, "And you are all pregnant now. It's been almost a month since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and the first among you to get pregnant is almost a month alone. You can't engage in strenuous activities anymore. Just take good care of yourselves and the babies in the teacher's dormitory." Hearing Yi Chen's words, the women blushed. The school flower, Su Chanxian, said, "How is that possible? Each of us has only had one interaction with you. How could we all be pregnant? Even if you are powerful, you can't be right every time, can you?" The aloof school flower Li Mang also said, "Exactly, you can't deceive us. Even if you don't want to have a second round with us, you don't need to find such excuses, right? We know that you collect girls too quickly, don't want to go back on your word, we understand." The mysterious school flower Wang Mulin also said, "Exactly, we are all university students, do you think we haven't studied biology? The chances of women getting pregnant are not as high as you imagine. There are ovulation and safe periods, how can it be every time?" Yi Chen showed a helpless expression. He really didn't want to go back on his word. Each of these school flowers is extremely beautiful and curvaceous, how could one time be enough? He is completely thinking for their safety. The multi-child multi-blessing system has strengthened his genetic genes, making him right every time. What can he do? Yi Chen could only shake his head helplessly and say, "Okay, if you don't believe me, then forget it. Anyway, almost a month has passed. You will see if your good friends come to visit you." Su Chanxian showed a look of not giving up. She said, "Humph. My good friends will come right on time. They definitely won't be absent." Li Mang also said, "I am healthy, my sisters all say I have a regular beauty of menstruation. I won't lose either." "Me too." "Humph." The women all expressed that they would not lose. Yi Chen didn't say much, the system was his own trump card, Yi Chen would not reveal it to anyone, so he could only nod and say, "Alright, I hope you can still be so confident in a month." So, he led the women back to the teacher's dormitory. Back in the teacher's dormitory, Yi Chen ate the loving lunch made by the women, then returned to his room, lay on the bed, and started thinking. Perhaps little white tiger hadn't seen Yi Chen for too long, so it followed Yi Chen back to the room, curled up on Yi Chen's bed like a cat. Its huge tiger head rested directly on Yi Chen's thigh. Yi Chen touched the tiger's head with one hand, while thinking about the next plan in his mind. Today, those survivors coming to him made Yi Chen start to be vigilant. The women living in the safe area of this school were all his women, but they lacked the ability to protect themselves. Once invaded by other men, they would be in danger, and he himself needed to keep collecting supplies. But there was no way, he had to protect others in this school 24 hours a day. Although he had the skill of controlling zombies, which could be used to guard the door and provide visibility here, if he was too far away, he might not be able to rush back. A 20-meter-high steel wall was indeed impossible for zombies to climb, but for humans, they had intelligence, they might use ropes, ladders, and other tools. Therefore, it was effective to prevent zombies, but not necessarily against humans. So the top priority now was to strengthen his speed, let himself be able to rush back faster. Yi Chen remembered his steel control, which was very similar to the ability of Magneto in the movie, and Magneto in the movie could fly, so why couldn't he? Just do it. Yi Chen got up directly from the bed. The originally sleeping white tiger was also awakened, lifting her huge tiger head, looking at Yi Chen with a pair of eyes like sapphires, very puzzled. Seeing the cute puzzled expression of the white tiger, Yi Chen rubbed her face and said, "Next, the master will try the ability to fly. Little white tiger, watch closely. When I can fly, I can take you to the sky too." Roar! The confusion in the eyes of the white tiger was still full. She didn't understand Yi Chen's meaning, but then the confusion in her eyes turned into shock, because a layer of shining golden metal armor quickly covered Yi Chen's body. It looked very hard and handsome, just like the Hero King in the animation, except that Yi Chen's armor was silver, while the Hero King's armor was gold. Although this armor looked very heavy and huge, it was just a design. The actual armor was only a thin layer, worn on the body without any weight. Then Yi Chen began to control the steel with his mental power to float in the air. Then, in the astonished eyes of the white tiger, he slowly rose into the air. Yi Chen also began to show a surprised expression. I can really fly. I just don't know how fast the fastest flying speed can reach. Controlling steel to fly needles, I can make them reach a speed faster than bullets, so if I control my own flight, can I also reach such a speed? With this question in mind, Yi Chen flew out of the window directly. Floating in the air, feeling the cool breeze in the sky, overlooking the increasingly small scenery on the ground, Yi Chen's heart was also full of excitement. Is this the feeling of flying? Which young man doesn't have a dream of flying in his heart? So cool, this feeling is really awesome. Next, let's try the speed of this flight. How fast can it go? With just one thought from Yi Chen, he shot off into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Boom! A loud noise resounded in the sky. That was the sound of Yi Chen breaking the sound barrier. At the same time, Yi Chen could already feel his speed. His face was filled with a look of astonishment. Indeed, I can reach the same speed as a flying needle. It's just that it requires much more mental energy than a flying needle. At this moment, my speed should have exceeded twice the speed of sound. That means reaching a flight speed of 680 meters per second. This speed is faster than a fighter jet. It only takes 705,882 seconds for 10 kilometers at this speed. If a situation like the last attack on the base happens again, I can rush back within 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Even if those people climb over the wall with a ladder, it will definitely take more than just 15 seconds. With this flight speed, protecting the base will be much easier in the future. The thunderous sound of Yi Chen flying in the sky also caught the attention of all the women. They came to the window and saw the shining figure in the sky, which surprised everyone. Lu Ruyan said, "Sisters, what is that? It looks like a silver version of Iron Man." Su Chanshan said, "Could it be a new secret weapon developed by the government? Specifically for killing zombies? Or searching for survivors?" Li Mang squinted her eyes, carefully watching the figure in the sky that flew and hovered from time to time, and said, "He looks so handsome, this figure, this demeanor, why does it feel a bit familiar? It looks a bit like Yi Chen's husband." The mysterious school flower, Wang Muling, who is also Principal Wang's daughter, said, "Do you think there's a possibility, that person, he is Yi Chen's husband?" Lin Yuyu said, "Indeed, he does look very similar, but he's too far away, we can't see his face clearly." Dr. Yi Qingru said, "It should be him. Besides Yi Chen's husband, who else could be so handsome?" Li Mang said, "I also think it's Yi Chen's husband." Su Chanshan said, "When did my husband learn to fly? And when did he get that set of armor? He's so cool. I want to fly too." Chen Ziyi gave Su Chanshan a look and said, "Haven't you already been taken to the sky by Yi Chen's husband? Why do I feel like you have something else in mind? Are you planning to have another showdown with Yi Chen's husband?" Su Chanshan blushed instantly. She slapped Chen Ziyi on the butt and said, "Seems like you, little troublemaker, want to have another showdown with my husband." While the women were discussing here, Yi Chen had already completed the flight test and flew back to his room directly. Seeing this scene, those women instantly showed expressions of surprise. They all said, "I knew it must be Yi Chen's husband. Besides Yi Chen's husband, who else is so handsome? Amazing! My husband can actually fly. I want him to take me with him. I want to fly too. If there's a sky battle, it must be very exciting, right? I'm going to find my husband now to see what's going on. I'm going too, count me in." The women swarmed towards Yi Chen's room. When Yi Chen flew back to the room, the little white tiger inside immediately showed an excited expression, looking at Yi Chen with shining eyes. Those light blue, amber-like round eyes stared straight at the armor on Yi Chen's body. It even pounced on Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the little white tiger and said, "What's wrong? Do you also want this set of armor?" The little white tiger stuck out its tongue, licked Yi Chen's armor twice, and then nodded. Yi Chen showed a somewhat surprised expression. "Wow, can you understand me now? Were you pretending not to understand before?" The little white tiger still looked excited. So Yi Chen said, "Alright, I'll make a set for you too. In the future, you won't have to fear the attacks of zombies. The armor I made is hard and sturdy, so when those zombies bite, their teeth will break off." Roar! The little white tiger nodded excitedly, with an expression of "Hurry up, I want it, I really want it." Yi Chen was speechless. "Wow, you understood that too?" He waved his hand. the metallic armor began to envelop the little white tiger's body. It looked imposing and indestructible. The excited little white tiger almost crushed Yi Chen's bed with her half-ton weight as she bounced around on it. Yi Chen quickly said, "Stop jumping, if you keep jumping, my bed will break." Just then, the women rushed into Yi Chen's room. Yi Chen got up from the bed and asked, "Why are you all here? What do you want?" The women said, "We heard a loud noise in the sky just now, and when we looked out the window, we saw you flying in the sky. You're amazing. You even learned how to fly, so we came to see, but who knew?" At this moment, Su Chanshan saw the shiny silver armor on Yi Chen and the little white tiger, and her eyes lit up. She said, "Honey, where did you get this armor? It's so cool." Li Mang also said, "You look just like a war god from heaven. Honey, you're so handsome. And how come the little white tiger has a set too, and it fits so well? Did you have it custom made? Can you get us a set too?" Wang Nuling also said, Yes, I want a set too. But, won't it be very heavy?" Shenzi said, I want one too. The women all expressed their desire for the armor on Yi Chen and the little white tiger, each of them wanting a set. Yi Chen smiled and said, "This armor does look cool, but it's also quite cumbersome. It's only used during battles, not in daily life. Since you don't need to go out to fight, having this armor is useless." Alright. The women nodded and left Yi Chen's room. On the other side, the only surviving strong man had returned to their gathering place. As soon as he returned to the gathering place, the strong man with tears in his eyes immediately found the leader of the gathering place. He cried out, Big brother! Second brother is dead, fifth uncle is dead too. Wang brother is also dead. They're all dead, I'm the only one left. Sob! They're all dead." This gathering place was organized by the three brothers. Because the three brothers were professional mercenaries in peacetime and had strong abilities, others respected them, so the three brothers were the leaders of this gathering place. There were also some other relatives in the team, forming a gathering place of more than 50 people. The strength of this gathering place was good, and ordinary zombies were not their opponents when they went out in teams to find food. In the early days of the apocalypse, they were not lacking in food. The only thing they lacked was finding a suitable place to establish a survivor base and expand their influence. It was for this reason that they sought out the school where Yi Chen was located, as the 20-meter-high iron wall made them envious. However, they did not expect that more than a dozen people would be killed, leaving only the youngest brother alive to return. At this moment, the third brother couldn't help but feel fear and grievance when he saw his eldest brother, crying like a crybaby, showing no sign of manliness. Sitting on the chair, the eldest brother Wang instantly showed a shocked expression after hearing Wang San's words. He asked, "San, what are you saying? Second brother and the others are all dead? Weren't you supposed to find food and look for a suitable place for a base? Did you encounter many zombies?" San cried and said, "Wah, not zombies, it's a person. I only saw his back, don't know what he looks like, but I know he's very powerful. He took out everyone in minutes. I ran back to tell you, everyone is dead." The eldest brother Wang, who was originally sitting, stood up instantly, clenching his fists. He said fiercely, "Let's go. Gather all the people in the assembly point and take us to see who this guy is, daring to kill our second brother. We will make him pay with his life." Wang San said, "Big brother, that guy is very strong. We don't know how he did it, but he killed second brother and the others. Is it safe to go there recklessly? I strongly suspect that he set traps in that place, that's how he managed to kill them all so quickly. Maybe we should probe first." The eldest brother Wang hesitated and said, "Then how do you suggest we probe? The people in the assembly point are all brothers, we can't let others take the risk, right?" Wang San said, "When second brother and I were collecting food, we found a subway station near that school. There are many zombies in the subway station, at least 1,000. We can lure all the zombies from the subway station to the entrance of his school. Even if there are traps, the zombies will trigger them first." The eldest brother Wang brightened up and said, "Makes sense, let's do that." So the eldest brother Wang immediately started gathering all the survivors at the assembly point, preparing to take action. At this time, a beautiful and well-built lady hurried over, asking the eldest brother and the others, "Big brother, third brother, where are you going? I heard that second brother was killed, is it true?" Her eyes turned red as she spoke. Among the three brothers, she was most cherished, and hearing about second brother's death naturally saddened her. The eldest brother said, "Fourth sister, don't listen to rumors, your second brother is fine. We are going out to do something, you stay at the assembly point and don't wander around." Their fourth sister was a top student in peacetime, having just graduated from a prestigious university and returned home to celebrate with her family. They hadn't even started looking for a job when the apocalypse broke out. Fortunately, their 3 brothers were former mercenaries, so protecting their 4th sister in the apocalypse was not a problem. Moreover, among them, only their 4th sister was the most promising one who excelled in academics, got into a prestigious university, and all 3 brothers were very rugged looking, while their sister was very delicate and beautiful, always being protected like a pearl by their family. Now that they were going to avenge second brother, they naturally didn't want the 4th sister to follow along, as they didn't know if they would encounter danger. Unexpectedly, their sister Wang Wenxiu said, "Big brother, don't lie to me. I can see that third brother's eyes are red, obviously just cried. The rumors must be true. You're just afraid for my safety, that's why you don't want me to go. Fine, I must go, second brother always cherished me. I must see who killed him and watch him die." Sigh. The eldest brother Wang sighed, knowing that his sister was already certain about second brother's death and couldn't be persuaded otherwise. He could only nod and say, "If you want to come with us, it's fine. But I have to tell you first that you must listen to me on the way, and if you encounter danger, run immediately. Understand?" Wang Wenxiu nodded. He said, "I understand, big brother. I won't cause trouble for you. I just want to see the person who killed my second brother die." Wang Laoda nodded, and then all the people in the gathering place set off together, led by Wang Laosan, to the outside of Yi Chen's school. From a distance, they saw more than a dozen bodies at the school gate. Wang Laoda clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn it, it's really our second brother." Wang Wenxiu, with a crying voice, said, "Second brother, my second brother. Whoever killed you must pay with his life." Wang Laosan said, "I will take people to the subway station to lure the zombies. When we stand on the building across the street and throw stones at his steel fence to make noise, those zombies will be attracted over." Wang Laoda nodded. Soon, Wang Laosan attracted hundreds of zombies to this place. Wang Laoda saw this scene and instantly became spirited. He said, "Everyone throw stones at the fence to attract the zombies' attention and let Laosan escape." "Yes, boss." The dozens of survivors began to continuously throw stones at Yi Chen's fence. Boom! 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 The metal fence instantly made a deafening noise. All the zombies were attracted over, not seeing any living people, but seeing more than a dozen bodies on the ground. They rushed over instantly and began to gnaw on those bodies. Watching their former brothers' bodies being eaten by zombies, Wang Laoda, Wang Laosan, and others' hearts were bleeding. Wang Wenxiu even cried directly, tears as big as beans rolling down her long eyelashes. At this time, Wang Laoda looked strangely at those zombies. He asked Laosan, "Didn't you say there were traps there? How come those zombies are fine and are enjoying eating the bodies of our second brother and the others?" Wang Laosan's face stiffened, and he stammered, saying, "I didn't see the situation clearly at that time. I just suspected there were traps there. It seems that the other party didn't use traps to kill our second brother and the others? Or maybe our brothers have triggered all the traps, so these zombies won't trigger them again?" Wang Laoda showed an angry expression. He said, "Damn it, if we had known that all the traps had been triggered, we would have directly collected the bodies of our second brother and the others. Unfortunately, we can only watch their bodies being eaten by zombies, not even able to have a complete corpse in death." Wang Wenxiu cried, "Second brother! My second brother!" Sob, sob, sob. At this time, in the teacher's dormitory preparing for a nap, Yi Chen also gained sight and hearing through the zombies guarding the door, sensing that the wall was being attacked. He couldn't help but frown. He said, "Someone dares to launch an attack on my safe zone? Throwing stones? Don't they know that the steel I made is the hardest in the world, even armor-piercing bullets can't penetrate it?" Then Yi Chen directly leaped into the air and flew towards the school gate. At the same time, he used the invisibility skill in the air, instantly concealing his figure. Then he followed the direction where the people were throwing stones and found their location. Floating in front of them, they were completely unaware. Yi Chen directly flew in through the window and came to their side, but they still had no reaction. Seeing their appearance and the few leaders he had taken out, Yi Chen guessed that they should be a group, seeking revenge for his own brothers? It seems brotherly love runs deep. Oh, there's also a beauty? Yi Chen's gaze fell on Wang Wenxiu. He found that among this group of rough men, there was actually a stunning beauty. Moreover, the corners of the other party's eyes were still hanging with teardrops, looking pitiful and evoking a strong protective instinct in people. Not only beautiful but also with a good figure. The towering chest was very eye-catching, probably even bigger than Lu Ruyan's. Yi Chen in stealth mode directly reached out to touch the other party's waist. The touch was really good, she was truly a soft and tender girl all over. At this moment, Wang Wenxiu also let out a scream, "Ah!" But soon she covered her mouth with her hand. Because she remembered her big brother's words, no matter what happens, she must not scream, otherwise it would attract the attention of zombies. Wang Laoda was startled by Wang Wenxiu's voice and quickly asked with concern, "Little sister, what's wrong?" Wang Wenxiu, trembling with fear, said, "Just now. It seems like someone touched my waist, but I couldn't see who it was." After hearing her little sister's words, Wang Laoda immediately showed an angry expression, staring fiercely at the people nearby and said, "You guys, who the hell dares to lay a hand on my sister?" Those people were shocked by Wang Laoda's angry expression and quickly shook their heads, saying, "It wasn't us, Wang Laoda, please don't misunderstand. Even if we were given 100 times more courage, we wouldn't dare to touch Miss Wang." "That's right, Wang Laoda, although everyone in our gathering place admires Miss Wang very much, we only dare to admire from afar, knowing well that we are not worthy of Miss Wang. How could we do such despicable things?" "Exactly, Miss Wang is naturally beautiful, stunning and enchanting, like a celestial being descending to earth. How could we ordinary folks be worthy of her? Just looking at her feels like blasphemy. And now, with a big battle looming, even if we wanted to do such a thing, it wouldn't be possible now, right?" The people around all expressed their innocence. Wang Laoda's angry expression became even more intense. He cursed, "Damn it, you bunch of bastards, don't try to argue with me. Dare to touch my little sister, are you tired of living?" Before the crowd could explain further, Wang Wenxiu spoke up, "Big brother, it wasn't them. That person touched the front of my body, not my back. If it was them, I would definitely see it." Wang Laoda was stunned. What was going on here? Is it haunted? Everyone's faces showed a nervous expression. Wang Laoda asked, "Little sister, are you sure what you're saying is true? How could someone touch you without being seen? Could it be an invisible person?" Another survivor said, "Is there a ghost in broad daylight?" Wang Laosan said, "Little sister, are you sure someone touched you? Or was it just a hallucination?" Wang Xiaomei nodded affirmatively and said, "It's not a hallucination. Someone really touched me." "Ah!" Just as she finished speaking, she let out another scream. She jumped up and hid behind Wang Laoda because she felt that she had been touched again. Wang Laoda asked with concern, "Little sister, what's wrong?" I was touched again. Could there really be a ghost? I'm so scared." "Wah!" This time, Wang Xiaomei was scared to tears. Everyone showed shocked expressions because this time, Wang Xiaomei claimed she was touched, but no one saw who touched her, even though there was no one near her. Was it really a ghostly touch? Or was it just an illusion? "Miss Wang, are you sure someone touched you? We were all here watching, and clearly nothing happened." "Yeah, is it an illusion?" Wang Wenxiu shook her head and firmly said, "It's impossible, it's definitely real. That feeling was too real. It's like someone's hand touched me, but I couldn't see him." Wang Laoda drew his machete from his waist. He knew Wang Xiaomei would never lie, so there must be something strange in the air. He swung wildly at the air in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, he angrily shouted, "Who dares to touch my little sister here? Come out and face us in a fair fight." Seeing this scene, others felt that both the big brother and little sister had gone crazy. Where were people in broad daylight? "Big brother, are you mistaken? There's no one here. Big brother, why are you swinging at the air?" However, as soon as they finished speaking, a tall and burly young man in handsome silver armor appeared out of thin air in front of them. Everyone was dumbfounded at this sight. This guy actually appeared out of nowhere? How long has he been here? Can he turn invisible? Is he human or ghost? A sly smile appeared on Yi Chen's face as he stared straight at Wang Wenxiu and said, "Woman, you have a good figure, suitable for bearing children. I've already checked it out. Your skin feels nice to touch. Very smooth." Upon hearing this, Wang Laoda's face showed an even angrier expression, pointing his knife at Yi Chen and saying, "Kid, how dare you flirt with my sister? Are you looking for death? What is your purpose for coming here? If I'm not mistaken, we shouldn't know each other, we've never crossed paths before?" Yi Chen sneered, "Hee, indeed we have no connection, but I don't understand why, even though we have no connection, you still want to invade my stronghold? After wiping out one group, another comes, won't stop until everyone is dead, right?" Upon hearing this, Wang Laoda and the others widened their eyes. They all asked in unison, "It's you who killed the second brother in them? This school is your stronghold?" Yi Chen nodded, "Yes, this is my stronghold, and indeed I killed the previous group. You'll be joining them soon." Wang Laoda's eyes were filled with rage, pointing at Yi Chen. "Damn it, today I will avenge the second brother in them. Brothers, let's go together. Let's go. Avenge the second brother." Those people picked up their weapons and charged at Yi Chen directly. Yi Chen's face relaxed. With a thought, a flying needle was already suspended in front of him, then he waved his hand. Swish! The flying needle turned into a streak of light, shooting directly at the enemies. However, this time, Yi Chen didn't shoot them all in the head, but pierced their legs. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone's legs were instantly shot off, one by one falling to their knees, unable to stand up again. Except for Wang Wenshui, everyone else let out pig-like screams of pain. Ah, ah, ah. It hurts. My legs. My legs. Help. Someone help me. Even Wang Lao gritted his teeth, enduring intense pain, silent, his face already soaked in cold sweat. At the same time, the look in his eyes towards Yi Chen began to fill with shock and fear. Finally understanding how the second brother and the others were killed. This guy is not an ordinary person at all. How did he do it? In an instant, breaking everyone's legs, as if they were pierced by bullets. But how did he make the bullets turn? At this moment, realizing the power gap between the two sides, everyone's faces showed expressions of despair. Big brother, third brother, everyone. How did all your legs get broken? Sob, sob, sob. What on earth happened? Wang Wenshui burst into tears, suddenly at a loss, rushing over to support his big brother's arm, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, Yi Chen coldly said to the people kneeling on the ground, "With your little strength, you still want to invade my stronghold? It's like lighting a lamp in the toilet, seeking death. I'll give you a chance. Is this woman your little sister? Persuade her to stay and be my wife, and I'll let you go." As soon as he heard this, Wang Lao showed a disdainful expression and said, "Impossible. It's already the end of the world. I've long thought about this day. Do you think I'm afraid of death? My sister is the most beloved person among us brothers. How could I betray her?" Yi Chen sneered, nodded, and said, "Makes sense. And your choice is not wrong, because even if you agree, I will still kill you. Dare to invade my stronghold, no one can survive. And don't worry, I will love your little sister fiercely in the future." Upon hearing this, Wang Lao and the others widened their eyes instantly. They struggled to get up, but the next second Yi Chen gave them a glance. Bang! 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 Ah! 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 Dozens of people were shot in the head in an instant, the bloody scene causing Wang Wenshui to scream in horror. She knelt on the ground, completely bewildered. She was scared stiff. She kept saying, "Big brother, second brother, third brother. Big brother, second brother, third brother." At this moment, Yi Chen slowly walked towards her. He placed a finger on her head. However, Wang Wenshui continued to mutter to herself as if she felt nothing. After a minute, Yi Chen received a system prompt. "Congratulations, host, the soul control spell has been successfully cast, and the other party has become your most loyal servant. Please enjoy." At this moment, she instantly stopped muttering and slowly stood up. She looked at Yi Chen respectfully and said, "Master Yi Chen, Wang Wenshui is at your service." Yi Chen's face showed a satisfied expression. Indeed, the skill given by the system was amazing. The soul control could control to such an extent. Even after witnessing the deaths of her two brothers, she could still wholeheartedly follow him, considering herself as the master. This skill is really useful. To test the extent of control of this skill, Yi Chen said to Wang Wenshui, "I just killed your two brothers, don't you have any thoughts?" Wang Wenshui's eyes remained respectful. She glanced lightly at the bodies on the ground and said coldly, "These trash dared to invade Master Yi Chen's stronghold, even dared to have any thoughts about Master Yi Chen's stronghold. They deserve to die 1,000 times. Even if they die 10,000 times, it's their own fault. From now on, I am no longer their sister. I am Master Yi Chen's woman, I am Master Yi Chen's dog. Master Yi Chen can do whatever he wants to me." At the same time, Yi Chen also received a system prompt. Ding! "Congratulations, host, successful rescue of the girl, the other party has voluntarily become your woman, system reward obtained, steel control skill +1. Seeing that he had received a reward from the system, Yi Chen became even happier. He nodded and said, "Very well, since you were so enlightened, tonight I will reward you well. Now, come with me. Oh, by the way, you don't have to call me master anymore, just call me husband." "Yes, Yi Chen husband," Wang Wenshui said respectfully and shyly. Following Yi Chen downstairs, at this time, the zombies downstairs, attracted by Wang Wenshui's scream just now, had all gathered, but they couldn't open the door, just banging on it. Yi Chen opened the door, kicked a zombie away with one foot, then used flying needles to shoot and kill all the zombies. He received another system prompt in his mind. Ding! "Congratulations, host, killed 400 zombies, gained 40 attribute points." Yi Chen smiled again. "These damn things not only bring me a woman but also attribute points, not bad." He evenly distributed these 40 attribute points among his 4 basic attributes. Then, with Wang Wenshui, he returned to the teacher's dormitory. As they entered the teacher's dormitory, Su Qianqian and other goddesses saw that Yi Chen had brought back another beautiful woman, and immediately surrounded her with great curiosity, observing Wang Wenshui. They found that Wang Wenshui was a few years older than them, but a few years younger than Dragon Sister Lin Yu and Dr. Yi Qingru. It could be said that she displayed both a youthful innocence and a mature charm. At the age of 22, it was truly the most mature and beautiful time for a woman. Having just graduated from university, she had not delved deep into the world, but had already shed the innocence of a student. Lu Ruyan directly asked Wang Wenxiu, "Sister, where are you from? You are so beautiful." Li Mang also said, "Your skin is so fair, so tender, so smooth. Even I envy you." Chen Zi said, "Sister, you must have been a campus beauty before, right? Which school did you graduate from?" Wang Wenxiu blushed a bit when everyone looked at her and said softly, "I graduated from the performance department of Haicheng Art College." Everyone showed expressions of understanding. "No wonder you are so beautiful, turns out you are a big sister from the performance department. Compared to those big stars, you are no less. If it weren't for the apocalypse, you might have become a big star, right? What a pity. What's there to regret? If it weren't for the apocalypse, would we have met such a powerful man as Yi Chen husband? I say we are lucky. Let's not talk about regrets. Yes, meeting Yi Chen husband is the greatest luck of our lives." Seeing everyone discussing, Yi Chen also scanned the future big star Wang Wenxiu, and information about her appeared in his mind. Name, Wang Wenxiu. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance score, 95 points. Figure score, 96 points. After seeing her information, Yi Chen showed a satisfied expression. Truly a future big star, her figure and appearance are top-notch. After dinner, Yi Chen returned to his room to rest. At the same time, he began to contemplate. He had raised the school's walls to 20 meters, creating a secure shelter, but because of this, the school had become too conspicuous. It was no longer an ordinary school, and he expected more invaders in the future. Although he now had the ability to fly at more than twice the speed of sound, and could collect supplies within 10 kilometers and return within 15 seconds, Yi Chen still felt uneasy. What if enemies could invade within those 15 seconds? So the school needed to be strengthened. With his steel control ability, he could easily add a mesh canopy over the entire school. This way, the enemy would never be able to enter. Yi Chen had enough confidence in his steel, the hardest in the world, that not even missiles could break through. The entire school area would become truly impregnable, with no weak points. No matter how powerful the invader, they would only be able to watch as Yi Chen stood unchallenged. After making this decision, Yi Chen prepared to act the next day. At that moment, there was a knock on his door. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Chen's attention was drawn back. He said to the person outside the door, "Come in." The door opened. Wang Wenxiu walked in. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Chen woke up refreshed. He got up, washed up, and had breakfast. He flew out of the window and into the sky above the school. Then he had a thought. The steel he had collected in his storage space began to emerge. It formed a huge net, which then covered the entire school, connecting with the surrounding walls to create a protective shield without any breach points. Now the whole school was protected by Yi Chen. Intruders? Even if there were more intruders, they wouldn't be able to get in. At this moment, the women also saw everything Yi Chen had done through the windows, each showing a shocked expression. "What is Yi Chen doing, dear? Isn't it amazing? The whole school is covered by a metal net. Now even flying zombies won't be able to invade our school. So awesome, can we go out freely again in the future? He is truly amazing, our husband." The women were all very happy, because Yi Chen had said yesterday that there were invaders outside the school, asking them to minimize their outdoor activities these days. Unexpectedly, the next day, Yi Chen directly added a protective shield to the school. Now, it could be said that there were no breach points for any invasion. After doing all this, Yi Chen flew directly outside the school. In the moment he approached the metal net in the sky, a gap automatically opened in the metal net, allowing him to fly out, and then closed automatically after he flew out. This metal control skill allowed Yi Chen to enclose the entire school without leaving a door, so there was no place for others to invade. The switch was all controlled by his mind. After securing the school, Yi Chen could start collecting from the area 10 kilometers away. After all, it had been almost a month since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and Yi Chen had already scavenged the area within 10 kilometers of the school. Those big supermarkets, malls, and even the vegetable markets had not escaped Yi Chen's scavenging. To collect supplies, one had to go further. Yi Chen flew in the air all the way. Just as he flew out about 10 kilometers, he suddenly saw two figures running underground. Yi Chen slowed down his flight speed and took a closer look. He found that a woman was actually chasing a man. At the same time, both of them were very fast, surpassing ordinary people, even faster than Yi Chen during his athletic days. The man looked very rough, with a stubble on his face, clearly not a good person. But the woman chasing him had a good figure, and her chest surged as she ran, exuding an irresistible charm. She was definitely a good woman suitable for bearing children. This caught Yi Chen's attention. He carefully observed the two in the air. The man ran into an alley, with the woman following closely behind. However, the alley turned out to be a dead end. There was no way out at the end. Finally, the man stopped and turned around, panting heavily as he looked at the woman. The woman pointed at the man and said, "This guy has nowhere to run, surrender obediently and come back with me to the management bureau. Maybe you can still get a reduced sentence." Unexpectedly, the man spat and said, "Bah, the apocalypse has already arrived. Who cares about your so-called management bureau? Now that the order has collapsed, it is the era of us ability users. I advise you not to meddle anymore." Management bureau? Ability users? After hearing the conversation between the two, Yi Chen showed a very interested expression, then he directly activated his invisibility skill, slowly descended, and came to the two without being noticed by them. While the two were unaware of him, Yi Chen observed them closely and listened to their conversation. What a surprise! The woman looked even more beautiful up close. Not only did she have a good figure, but her face was flawless, with smooth and fair skin like a baby's, making people want to pinch her cheeks. There is a unique temperament on her body, different from ordinary women. She looks more powerful, capable, and charming than ordinary women. At this moment, the woman, after hearing the man's words, said directly, "In that case, I can only be impolite. You are just a D-level esper. Do you think you are my opponent? Behave yourself, maybe you will suffer less. Otherwise, if you refuse to drink the toast, you will drink the forfeit, and I will have to catch you with force." After hearing the threat from the beautiful woman, the big man did not show a panicked expression, but instead revealed a faint smile. Coldly said, "Of course, I know I am not your opponent, so how could I provoke you alone? The reason I ran into this dead end is to lure you here. Do you think I am at my wit's end? In fact, it is you who are at your wit's end. He he." After speaking, the other party showed an evil smile. At the same time, two strong men emerged behind the woman, blocking her retreat. At the same time, the faces of the two strong men showed malicious intentions. They said, "The high and mighty official beauty, from now on, the three of us will have a good time with you. Let's see how enjoyable it is to play with you official espers. Rest assured, we won't let you die without playing for 3 days and 3 nights. Look at how proud and majestic she is. It's so satisfying to think about. I prefer to play with her pair of straight and white long legs, can play for a year. I like her cherry lips, waiting for her to scream. I wonder how contrasting it will be. You are a female inspector, right? He he." The three strong men surrounded the woman with wicked smiles, approaching her step by step. Finally, a hint of panic appeared on the woman's face. She is unmatched in single combat here, but if the three opponents attack together, she will have little chance of winning. A mistake. Unexpectedly fell into the enemy's trap. Originally thought she could capture the opponent, but ended up being lured into an encirclement. It's terrible, really terrible now. If caught by these three criminals, the consequences would be unimaginable. Maybe they will play her to death. Thinking of this, the woman's face showed a hint of despair. She gritted her teeth, observing her surroundings. She wanted to find an opportunity to retreat, but found herself in a dead end, with buildings on both sides towering more than 10 stories high, nowhere to run. Damn it! It's really damn it! Because of her carelessness, she might not only lose her innocence but also her life. Seeing the woman's reaction, the three strong men showed wicked smiles and said as they approached her, "What's wrong? My lady inspector, why do you look so panicked now? Do you know fear now? What were you doing earlier? Ha! You used to be arrogant in front of us, chasing us all over the world. Now kneel down and serve us well. We won't kill you, we'll take you away and make you our woman. How do you like this condition? Otherwise, when we use force, you will lose your arms and legs." The beautiful woman showed an angry expression and said, "Damn it, the bureau will not let you go." The man laughed and said, "Hee hee, you talk as if we won't bother you, and your bureau will let us go? Isn't it that you chased us for hundreds of kilometers and didn't let us go? We are espers, what's wrong with killing hundreds of ordinary people? In the apocalypse, what's the difference between the lives of ordinary people and ants? If we don't like them, we just kill them directly. Those ordinary people are only worthy of licking our feet and serving as our slaves." The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, you bunch of perverts. Hey, you got it right, we are perverts. Next, we will use all perverted methods on you. Play with you inside out, let you truly experience our perversion." The men charged towards the woman, launching an attack on her. The woman immediately fought back. The 1-against-3 fight was surprisingly intense, with the beauty falling behind in a short time but still able to defend herself. Yi Chen watched from the side, amazed by what he saw. These ability users are quite strong, twice as powerful as ordinary people. That female ability user is even more formidable, able to battle 3 people at once. However, under the siege of the 3, she can only hold on for another 3 minutes at most before being defeated. As expected, a few minutes later, the beauty was overpowered by the 3 men, kicked to the ground by one of them. As she tried to get up, another man held a knife to her neck. Finally subdued by the opponents, the 3 men smirked triumphantly, saying, "Hey, Lady Inspector, it's time for the 3 of us to perform. Brace yourself." The woman showed a look of despair and said fiercely, "You despicable scoundrels, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, our bureau will eliminate all of you." At that moment, she only wished for death, knowing that being caught by these 3 men might be more unbearable than death. Who knows what kind of perverted torture she would endure from these 3. One of the men said, "Dying won't be so easy. After we're done playing with you, we'll kill you. Before that, you better be our slave." However, before he could finish his words, a gunshot rang out in the air. Immediately after, bang! A muffled sound, his head instantly exploded into a mist of blood. The other 2 men were startled. "Damn! There's a sniper! Find cover quickly!" The 2 of them comically rolled on the ground and hid behind a pillar. Yi Chen's voice sounded coldly, "Daring to make indecent remarks about my woman, you're asking for death." Upon hearing this voice, the beautiful woman and the 2 remaining men were shocked, as they heard the voice nearby but couldn't see anyone. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. This was like a supernatural event happening in broad daylight. Being able to hear the other speak but not see their figure? Was this a ghost? And not only did it blow someone's head off as soon as it appeared, it was an extremely brutal ghost. Terrifying. It was truly terrifying. This unknown fear was the most frightening. If the other killed you, you wouldn't know where they were, what they looked like, or what abilities they had. It was like a divine punishment from above. One of the men peeked out from behind the pillar, trembling, and shouted at the air, "Are you human or ghost? Come out if you dare. Stop playing tricks. We have no grudge against you, why kill us?" Yi Chen sneered and revealed his figure directly. Seeing Yi Chen's handsome and tall figure, the men widened their eyes. One of them exclaimed, "Did you kill our companion? Are you also an ability user? Is your ability invisibility?" Another man said, "Brother, we have no grudge, never met before, why trouble each other? How about you let us go, take this woman, what do you think?" Before Yi Chen could speak, the woman dressed as an inspector spoke up, "No. These people are all unforgivable villains. In the last days, they don't see ordinary people as humans at all. Whether provoked or not, they will kill them. If it's a woman, the consequences will be even more tragic, as they will play with her to death. Don't let them go." Listening to the woman's words, the 2 big men sneered and said, "You dare to call out? If it weren't for him appearing, you would have been played to death by us. You're lucky, but falling into his hands, you probably won't escape the fate of being played to death. In the last days, which Esper isn't perverted? With much stronger power than ordinary people, and no legal or moral constraints, if not perverted now, then when?" His companion echoed, "Exactly, in the last days, only fools don't do as they please. Those ordinary people are just toys for us Espers, including you, also a toy for us men. Look at your chest, your legs, your waist, just thinking about it feels good. Unfortunately, we can't play with you, we can only look and think, what a pity. Brother, this woman is for you, we're leaving, see you later." With that, he clasped his fists at Yi Chen, and he and his companion turned and left. Watching the 2 men's unsuspecting backs, Yi Chen sneered, "How dare you fantasize about my woman in front of me? Do you think you can still get away with this?" Yi Chen elegantly waved his hand. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds rang out. The 2 men instantly turned into headless corpses, falling stiffly to the ground. Seeing this scene, the beauty beside her was shocked. Her trembling lips said, Who are you exactly? How are you so strong? Are you an S-class Esper as rumored? What level are you? Please don't kill me, I'm a member of the official end of the World Biological Management Bureau, you can join us. With your strength, you will definitely be highly valued by the organization." Faced with her words, Yi Chen just smiled lightly, then took steps towards her. The beauty, seeing Yi Chen approaching, was terrified, continuously retreating. In the end, her plump buttocks hit the alley wall. She had no more room to retreat. The expression on the beauty's face no longer showed the strong and elite woman, but revealed an expression of immense fear. She was even more afraid of Yi Chen than those 3 big men. She had been pursuing those 3 big men, so at least she knew about them, knew they were perverted, and was mentally prepared. But this young man, though he looked sunny and handsome, the hint of disdain in his smile sent chills down her spine. Perhaps he was the real beast in human clothing? Those three big men were shot in front of her, but this young man, when killing, didn't even blink an eye. Standing in front of the beauty, Yi-Chen spoke, and his words were shocking. He said, "Be my woman. If you disagree, I'll force you, and you'll still be my woman. Lin Momo, behave yourself." Ah, the beauty was instantly stunned. She never expected that he would know her name and demand her to be his woman right away. "Isn't this too shameless? How? How do you know my name?" Lin Momo asked in confusion. Yi-Chen smiled and said, "Not only do I know your name, but I also know you're 168 meters tall, weigh 51 kilograms, have a D cup, you're 21 years old, haven't had a boyfriend, still a virgin, very suitable for having children with me. Whether you actively have children with me or let me force you, it's your choice." After hearing Yi-Chen's words, Lin Momo was completely dumbfounded. He never expected the other party to know so much about him, and each item was accurate. She asked Yi-Chen, "Who are you exactly? Why do you know my information? Have you investigated me? What do you want to do?" Yi-Chen said expressionlessly, "What do I want to do? Didn't I tell you from the beginning? Whether it's by force or voluntarily, you choose. My patience is limited. I ask you, do you want to be my woman?" Ah, this question dumbfounded Lin Momo. They had only met for less than 3 minutes, and he was already asking if she wanted to be his woman? What a presumptuous man. But if she disagreed, he might use force, and she had no ability to resist. Moreover, if he hadn't appeared, she might have been raped by 3 fugitives already. He saved her life, so it didn't seem wrong to offer herself in return. Besides, he was young, tall, handsome, and strong. Being with him didn't seem like a bad deal. Maybe she could even benefit a little. Thinking this, Lin Momo blushed and nodded involuntarily, saying, I'm willing, right? Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully saving the girl. The other party has voluntarily become your woman. You have received a system reward, and the storage space ability level has increased by 1 level. After receiving this prompt, Yi-Chen was overjoyed. Ha, did he really succeed? He had thought he needed to use soul control to make her agree, but she accepted with just 1 question? Was his charm already this strong? Alas, how lonely invincibility is. Being handsome is such a nuisance. Thank you for the gifts, which are several times more than my fee. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a happy new year. Ha 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 ha. Lin Momo reference picture. After receiving this prompt, Yi-Chen was very happy. The storage space had increased again, allowing him to store more supplies. Moreover, this woman was very beautiful, had a great figure, and was the only one among Yi-Chen's women with abilities. Judging by her physical qualities, she was at least twice as strong as an ordinary person. She should be able to withstand my output perfectly, right? It seems I need to have a good chat with her tonight. But before chatting with her, he needed to ask her about the so-called ability users and information about the management bureau. So Yi-Chen said to Lin Momo, "Call me husband and tell me about the situation with your ability users." Hearing Yi-Chen's words, Lin Momo blushed and showed a shy expression. She couldn't understand why the other person had become her husband within a few minutes of meeting, and she had agreed to it herself. Ah, so shy, I must be crazy. She felt her face burning. It must be as red as a ripe apple by now. But despite feeling shy, she still said softly, husband. Next, I'll tell you about our post-apocalyptic creature management bureau. In fact, our post-apocalyptic creature management bureau was established before the apocalypse broke out. At that time, we were called the Ability User Management Bureau. Once we discovered ability users, we had to control them to prevent them from harming society. Since our control targets are ability users, all members of our management bureau are also ability users. Listening to the other party, Yi-Chen looked puzzled. Who are these ability users? They existed before the apocalypse broke out? Lin Momo said with some confusion, "Husband, aren't you an ability user too? Don't you know? Or have you just awakened recently and don't understand yet?" Yi-Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I awakened after the outbreak of the apocalypse, and I had never encountered any ability users before." "Oh, I see." Lin Mo nodded, then continued, "Ability users existed before the apocalypse, but their numbers were relatively small. After the apocalypse, it seems that more people have awakened, and it has become more difficult to control them. After all, during the apocalypse, with the chaos and order, ability users were running amok everywhere, and ordinary people were no match for them. Some twisted ability users treated ordinary people like toys, playing with them and then killing them, just like those 3 twisted individuals you took care of. So these people need to be controlled, and that's the job of our management bureau. Once there are ability users who kill innocents indiscriminately, we will arrest them and put them in prison, or even execute them." Yi-Chen asked, "So what does it mean that after the apocalypse, the Ability Users Management Bureau became the Apocalypse Creatures Management Bureau, because after the apocalypse, ability users are no longer the only ones who need to be controlled. This apocalypse is not as simple as we imagined. Even I don't know much about it. I only know that after the outbreak of the apocalypse virus, besides zombies, there are also some strange mutated creatures, and even creatures from other worlds. Perhaps this apocalypse virus does not originally belong to our planet, but comes from another planet. Along with this virus, there may be creatures from other planets as well. If you want to know more, you can come back to the Management Bureau with me. With your strength, you will easily be valued and surely get more information than I do. Lin Mo began to persuade Yi Chen again. After seeing Yi Chen's strength, she understood that Yi Chen was definitely not simple. Even in the Management Bureau, he would be an outstanding individual. If she could really bring him back to the Management Bureau, she would definitely receive a generous reward from the organization. After listening to the other party, Yi Chen said, I am interested in your Management Bureau, and even more interested in those creatures of the apocalypse. If there are alien women, that would be even better. If you want me to go back to the Management Bureau with you, it's not impossible, it depends on how you convince me. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Mo blushed instantly. Convince him. Although it's not impossible, it's still not appropriate in broad daylight. Oh my! It's so embarrassing. She stammered, even if we want to chat, we should wait until night, right? It's broad daylight here, and there are no rooms nearby. There might even be zombies around. How can we chat? What if the sound of our conversation attracts zombies? I definitely don't want that. After listening to the other party, Yi Chen smiled confidently and said, too shy in an open place? No problem, it's easy. He waved his hand, and the steel in the space was instantly released by him, forming a huge iron room. Seeing the iron room appearing out of thin air, Lin Mo opened her mouth wide, unable to believe her eyes. Isn't this guy an invisible ability user? How did this iron room appear? Is he an ability user or a magician? Even if he is an ability user, he should still abide by the law of conservation of mass. How can he create things out of thin air? Unable to understand, Lin Mo was truly puzzled. And after carefully examining the appearance of the room, her beautiful face blushed even more, because she saw that this room looked like an interrogation room. And not just any interrogation room, it felt like the kind of interrogation room used for torture. She looked at Yi Chen in confusion and asked, what does it mean that you created an interrogation room? Yi Chen said, aren't you an inspector? Frequently arresting criminals for interrogation, you should be familiar with the interrogation room, right? I want to create a familiar environment to help you relax more easily. Isn't this reason sufficient and reasonable? I'm doing this for your own good. The female investigator and the interrogation room are a perfect match. Yi Chen licked his lips. It's time to discuss methods and techniques for interrogating enemies with the other party. With a single thought, the iron door of the interrogation room opened instantly. So, he held Lin Momo's waist and said, let's go in and have a good chat. Ah! Lin Momo blushed. She was startled by Yi Chen's action of hugging her, and her heart started beating rapidly. So the two entered the interrogation room, and with a single thought, Yi Chen closed the door of the interrogation room instantly. Being with Yi Chen is really enjoyable. Blushing, she said to Yi Chen, honey, can you come with me to the Management Bureau now? Go to the Management Bureau with you? I need to think about it. Yi Chen was not very familiar with the Management Bureau. Besides, he had killed many people during the apocalypse. What if the Management Bureau pursued him and arrested him? He felt that going to the Management Bureau might provide some information about the apocalypse, but the risk was quite high. So Yi Chen hesitated. At this moment, Lin Momo noticed Yi Chen's hesitation and quickly said, there are many beautiful girls in our Management Bureau, even more charming than me. Oh, Yi Chen's eyes lit up instantly, then he said, alright, let's go now. I don't care about the girls, I just want to chat at your Management Bureau. Lin Momo nodded mischievously and said, okay, honey, I understand you well. You are obviously not interested in women. Good husband, Yi Chen asked, where is your Management Bureau? How should we go there? Lin Momo replied, our main base is in Baicheng, just over 100 kilometers from here. I received information that these criminals are in this city, so I came to pursue them. I took a helicopter to come here, but before going back, I need to take a photo of these criminals to remove their wanted orders. So Lin Momo took out her phone and took a picture of the 3 criminals who had been shot in the head. Then she operated on the phone and showed a happy expression, saying, the wanted orders have been successfully removed. I have earned 3 military merits, I'm rich. These 3 military merits were earned by myself, no need to share with the team. Thanks to my husband, I can achieve success. After speaking, she leaned over and kissed Yi Chen on the face. Facing the beauty's kiss, Yi Chen enjoyed it very much. After savoring it for a few seconds, he said, "You are still young, yet you can fly a plane?" "Of course, I became an esper in peacetime and received special training from the management bureau. Learning to use firearms and drive tanks and planes is necessary. Aesopers learn new things twice as fast as ordinary people, so they can learn faster," Lin Momo said proudly. Yi Chen nodded and said, "But helicopters are too slow. Let me take you there." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Momo looked incredulous and said, "Helicopters are slow?" In the post-apocalyptic world, road traffic has already collapsed, everything is congested, and abandoned cars can only rely on air transport. Helicopters are the best means of transportation. This is something only the authorities have. Yi Chen waved his hand, and a thin layer of metal armor enveloped Lin Momo. Seeing this layer of metal armor, Lin Momo was surprised. Wasn't her husband's ability invisibility? What's the deal with this armor? However, her doubts were not resolved yet, and the next moment her whole body began to slowly rise into the air. "Ah!" Lin Momo let out a scream. How am I flying? Help, I'll fall to my death. Why am I flying higher and higher? Ah! Husband, save me, I'm so scared." She just turned to her husband for help, only to find that Yi Chen had already flown to her side, with a confident smile on his face. He said to her, "What are you afraid of? I'm the one making you fly, and there's more excitement to come. I want you to experience the feeling of truly soaring into the sky." Fly? Into the sky? Lin Momo blushed. She thought to herself, could Yi Chen be planning another battle in the air? But before she could come to her senses, the next moment, boom! With a loud noise, she broke the sound barrier and flew forward at more than twice the speed of sound. It was only thanks to Yi Chen's metal armor that she could withstand such speed, otherwise, even as an esper, she would not be able to endure it, enough to make her ascend to the heavens. But even though her body did not feel uncomfortable, the changing scenery before her and the extremely fast speed of flight made her heart race to the extreme. Momo's small mouth trembled as she said, Husband, it's too fast, I can't take it." Yi Chen just smiled and said, "It's okay, the first time is a bit uncomfortable, you'll get used to it with more experience. Flying at supersonic speed, don't you feel like a superwoman?" Lin Momo, frightened, said, I don't think so. I just feel scared." Yi Chen said, "It's okay, you'll get used to it." Over 100 kilometers away in Baicheng, Yi Chen flew at twice the speed of sound. It would only take 100,000 divided by 680 is equal to 147.0588824 seconds. In other words, less than 2.5 minutes to arrive, whereas it would take an hour by helicopter. That's the difference between Yi Chen and ordinary espers. 2 kilometers away from Baicheng, Yi Chen landed with Lin Momo. At this moment, Lin Momo's face was pale, as if she was still flying and hadn't come back to her senses. Yi Chen smiled and patted her on the back, saying, "Are you okay?" I am fine. It's just that the flight was too fast. It made me a little uncomfortable. Husband, next time, don't fly me so fiercely," Lin Momo said nervously. Yi Chen nodded and said, "Next, we'll walk to your base camp, because I don't want to expose my abilities prematurely, and you also need to keep it secret for me, understand?" Lin Momo nodded and said, "Don't worry, husband, I will never reveal your information. We already have such an intimate relationship. I am your woman now, how could I do anything harmful to you?" Since her interaction with Yi Chen and witnessing his battles, Lin Momo had fully experienced Yi Chen's strength. At the same time, she had been completely won over by Yi Chen. Such a powerful man was definitely the best support in the apocalypse. Even within the official management bureau, she couldn't find a stronger match than Yi Chen. Who wouldn't like a tough guy? Especially one as handsome and powerful as Yi Chen. If this husband Yi Chen were in peacetime, he would be the dream of 1.4 billion girls. Countless fangirls would commit suicide for him. That's good. Yi Chen nodded and then walked with Lin Momo towards Baicheng. Following behind Lin Momo, Yi Chen entered the main camp of the Apocalypse Creature Management Bureau. Along the way, they encountered many people from the bureau, who all smiled friendly at Lin Momo. When they saw Yi Chen, they showed curious looks and asked Lin Momo, "Momo, you're finally back, did you catch that fugitive? Mo, where are your teammates? Why did you bring a handsome guy back? I don't think I've seen him before. Who is this handsome guy? Mo, introduce him." Lin Momo is also one of the goddesses in the official post-apocalyptic biological management bureau, very popular among everyone. Now that Lin Momo is back, the male members of the bureau naturally gathered around her, asking questions like a group of stars surrounding the moon. Some people looked at Yi Chen with vigilance. Some even looked provocative, thinking that this guy must have other intentions in approaching Lin Momo. They couldn't let this guy from who knows where snatch the goddess Momo away. Faced with everyone's questions, Lin Momo blushed. Before she could answer, Yichen spoke up, I am her boyfriend. If you used to have a crush on her, I'm sorry, but you can stop now because she is already my woman and won't be interested in any of you. Yichen had already noticed that several of these men were interested in Lin Momo and looked at him with hostility. He had to show some aggression as well. Lin Momo is already his woman now, not someone anyone can covet. Moreover, if there are other beauties in this bureau later, he will take them all away. Sooner or later, he will become a public enemy, so why hide it? With my strength, can't I do as I please? Sure enough, after hearing Yi Chen's words, the hostility on their faces intensified. A big man jumped out directly, pointing at Yi Chen and said, Kid, what do you mean? Don't you know that Momo is one of the goddesses in our bureau? So many people have pursued her, and she has never agreed. Who do you think you are? Coming here and claiming to be her boyfriend? You have some nerve. And what strength do you have to be her boyfriend? Did you ask me? Kid, I challenge you to a duel. Yichen glanced at the man and saw that he was Lin Momo's lackey. He only dared to secretly admire Lin Momo in the past. Now that he saw Yichen had gotten Lin Momo, he felt uneasy and couldn't take it anymore, right? How dare you challenge me? Even if you help me push my butt, I would still despise you. You still want to fight me? The big man, seeing Yi Chen's contemptuous look, became even angrier. He rushed towards Yi Chen, ready to fight. But to his surprise, Lin Momo stood in front of Yi Chen, aggressively confronting him. Li Haixiong, what are you trying to do? This is the bureau, and you dare to fight here? Don't you know that this is against the rules? Moreover, the person I brought back, you dare to fight in front of me. Do you still have any respect for me? Are you even worthy? Li Haixiong never expected that the girl he had been longing for would now be helping another man and scolding him. He felt as if his heart was bleeding. Could it be true what the man said, that he is Momo's boyfriend? No, that can't be true. I don't believe it. The goddess would never fall for such a loser. She must have been deceived by him. Li Haixiong said to Lin Momo, don't let him deceive you. This kid must have used some trick to deceive you. He's just a loser, he doesn't even dare to duel with me. What does he have that's better than me? After hearing this, Lin Momo showed a look of disdain and said, with your bear-like appearance, you dare to compare yourself to my husband? You don't even have the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath as my husband. In terms of looks, my husband beats you by a mile. In terms of strength, my husband surpasses you by 100 miles. Get out of the way. After hearing Lin Momo's words, Li Haixiong completely collapsed, as if something inside him had already shattered and could never be put back together. He shouted, Momo, you. How could you say that to me? I will never be your lackey again. A companion beside him patted his shoulder and said, Haixiong, it's really heartwarming to see you come to your senses. I've been wanting to remind you, being a lackey doesn't end well. Yes, don't be a lackey anymore. Your realization means there's still hope for you. Another companion added, although Lin Momo is the goddess of our management bureau, she shouldn't insult people casually. It's all her fault, don't be too sad. Hearing the last companion's words, Li Haixiong angrily looked at him. I won't allow you to speak ill of my goddess. She's not at fault, it's all my fault. The companions were speechless. Weren't you just saying you won't be a lackey anymore? We advised you, and you turned around to bite us? What a lackey! They shook their heads, realizing it's very difficult to advise a lackey to turn back. At this moment, Li Haixiong turned to Yi Chen and said, Kid, only hiding behind women, what kind of skill is that? I don't know how you deceived Momo, but let me tell you, today you've met me, Li Haixiong, you won't deceive her anymore. Duel! We must duel today! Lin Momo wanted to say something, but Yi Chen stopped her, saying, forget it, lackeys are like this, they won't turn back until they hit a wall. Since he wants to duel with me, I'll play along. Lin Momo obediently nodded and said, honey, be careful. Li Haixiong, upon hearing Lin Momo's words, showed a proud expression on his face, as Momo truly recognized his strength, even starting to warn the kid to be careful. However, Lin Momo continued, this guy, brainless and powerless, honey, you must control your strength, don't accidentally kill him, it won't look good if he dies, can't explain to the director. Li Haixiong's confident expression stiffened on his face. Yi Chen smiled and said, don't worry, won't kill him, at most half dead, let him lie quietly in bed for a few months, unable to get up. Hearing this, Li Haixiong showed an angry expression and shouted, you arrogant brat, today I'll show you the true strength of an official management bureau member. With that, he rushed forward in a big step, ready to attack Yi Chen. His companions, seeing this, didn't stop him and instead watched with a look of amusement. This newcomer was too arrogant, and they were willing to see how Li Haixiong would teach him a lesson. Although Li Haixiong wasn't very bright and looked rough, he had strength. In close combat, there were few in the entire management bureau who could match him. Let this newcomer see that members of our management bureau are not to be trifled with. Don't let him be so arrogant, thinking he's all that just because he got the goddess? Just a pretty boy. In the end, strength reigns supreme in the apocalypse. No matter how handsome you are, what's the use? Even the most handsome face will be beaten into a pig's head, the most eloquent mouth will be left toothless on the ground. Dare to be so arrogant in our management bureau. If we don't show him some color, does he really think we're nobody? That's what they thought. At this moment, Li Haixiong had already rushed to Yi Chen's front, raising his fist as big as a sandpot, and directly punched towards Yi Chen. Lin Momomo, seeing this, wasn't worried at all. He already knew Yi Chen's strength, and against an opponent like Li Haixiong, her husband could at least take on 10 at once. Yi Chen also saw the opponent's movements at this time. A faint smile appeared on his face. The speed and strength were indeed stronger than Lin Momo's, but unfortunately, in front of himself, it was no different from a newborn baby. With more than double the strength of an ordinary person compared to himself, it was a difference of a whole 10 times. All his movements were in slow motion in Yi Chen's eyes. His strength was just like scratching an itch in front of Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen stood still and let the other party hit him all day, he wouldn't get hurt, the other party would just get tired. Of course, Yi Chen wouldn't be so foolish to stand still and let the other party hit him. Just as Li Black Bear's fist was about to hit Yi Chen, he slapped back, and at an eye-blurring speed, instantly slapped Li Black Bear away. Smack! Li Black Bear's body spun in the air like a top, then crashed to the ground with a bang. The 200-plus pound body was slapped more than 10 meters away by Yi Chen's seemingly effortless slap. Li Black Bear, lying on the ground, with a swollen face and blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, was already unconscious, directly passing out. Seeing this scene, his companions beside him were dumbfounded. Lao hey! Black Bear, what's wrong with you? Damn, passed out directly. Li Black Bear is known for his tough defense. He has never been knocked out during a mission. My god, is the power of this slap so strong? At this moment, the way they all looked at Yi Chen had changed. This guy is too strong. A seemingly light slap almost knocked Black Bear half to death. Handsome, young, and strong, isn't he born to be irresistible? No wonder Lin Momo is so devoted to him. If I were a woman, I would be devoted to him too. God is really unfair. Why do some people look so ugly, some so handsome, some have low strength, and some have strong strength? Most importantly, being handsome and strong can exist in the same person. Does this leave any room for others to live? In peacetime, there is at least a one-man one-wife law. But in the end times, won't such men become objects of admiration for all women? Marrying hundreds or thousands of wives? Changing one every day is no problem? Jealousy. It's really envy-inducing. At this moment, Yi Chen also cast a cold glance at them and asked, "Does anyone else want to challenge me?" Those people shook their heads repeatedly. No, I don't want to. We'll take Black Bear and leave now. The companions quickly lifted the unconscious Black Bear from the ground and hurriedly left. Can't afford to provoke. As soon as Yi Chen made a move, the other party understood that Yi Chen's strength was not something they could contend with. No wonder he could control the goddess Lin Momo so easily. Turns out he is a super strong individual. However, there is no shortage of strong individuals in the management bureau. If he really encounters a high-ranking member of the management bureau, someone will take care of him. We D-level and C-level members should not join in the fun, just wait and watch, no need to step forward at this time. Let those A-level and S-level members handle it. So they decided not to provoke Yi Chen anymore. Seeing them leave, Yi Chen felt a bit bored. He said to Lin Momo, "It seems that your official management bureau doesn't seem to have much strength. I scared them off with just a little effort. It's a bit boring." Lin Momo said that Black Bear is a C-level ability user ranked over 50, and the rest of them are also ranked after 50, even some are D-level. Even within the management bureau, they are the lowest ranking members, naturally not opponents of Yi Chen's husband. Do members of the management bureau also have different levels? This made Yi Chen feel a little curious, and he asked Lin Momo, "What level are you?" Lin Momo said, "I am at level C, ranking lower than that Li Haixiong. I am around 60th. How is this ranking done? How many ranks could I achieve if it were me?" Yi Chen asked with some interest. Lin Momo said, "During peacetime, there were already people with abilities, and these individuals are globally controlled because abilities are a significant advantage over ordinary people. If an ability criminal escapes to another country, it could cause great harm to the ordinary people there. So, they have a unique, independent ranking and control system. As long as you pass the test, you can enter the list of people with abilities. All globally tested individuals with abilities are on that list. With Yi Chen's strength, he must be at level S, but as for the exact ranking, I can't say, at least within the top 100, right? Can you test here? If some individuals with abilities haven't been tested, wouldn't that mean their information and strength ranking are missing? Yi Chen curiously asked. Lin Momo replied, indeed, there are cases where some haven't been tested. We call those individuals wandering abilities. They haven't received official strength certification, so they can't work for the authorities, even for jobs like bodyguards or mercenaries, which require strength certification. The higher your ranking, the higher your salary, so most individuals with abilities, upon awakening, voluntarily request testing to enter the ranking. Unless you don't want to reveal your identity as an individual with abilities and instead want to use your abilities for illegal activities rather than legitimate work. Yi Chen nodded, very well, take me for testing next. I also want to see what my ranking is. Sure, dear husband. Lin Momo happily nodded. After the husband completes the test, he will definitely receive a very good ranking. By then, her sisters will surely envy her. To think she found such a powerful husband, hee hee. The two chatted as they walked. They soon arrived outside the office of the head of the management bureau. Lin Momo knocked on the door and led Yi Chen inside. The head of the management bureau, whose hair was already gray, showed a curious expression upon seeing Yi Chen. He asked Lin Momo, Momo, who is this? Lin Momo said, Director, this is an individual with abilities I encountered while on a mission. His name is Yi Chen. Originally, I was surrounded by 3 fugitives, and he saved me. He is very strong, so I wanted to introduce him to you. The director's face lit up with a warm smile and said to Yi Chen, Oh, very strong? We are currently in need of talents at the management bureau. Young man, do you want to join our management bureau? I am Chen Kuliang, the director of the Post-Apocalyptic Creature Management Bureau. You can call me Director Chen. In peaceful times, their management bureau had enough manpower, considering the scarcity of individuals with abilities. The number of individuals with abilities committing crimes was even lower. Most individuals with abilities, once discovered by the authorities after awakening, would be immediately approached by the management bureau to register personal information, test their strength. If their strength was sufficient, they would be absorbed into the management bureau. If not, they would be controlled and sent back to avoid committing crimes. But now, with the outbreak of the apocalypse, the number of individuals with abilities has greatly increased. The number of awakenings and the probability of awakening have also increased. Besides managing those individuals with abilities committing crimes, they also have to deal with zombies and other post-apocalyptic creatures. The name of their management bureau has changed from the Abilities Management Bureau to the Post-Apocalyptic Creature Management Bureau. It can be said that it is extremely busy, and there are not enough people. If Yi Chen is really a powerful supernatural being, the director naturally hopes to absorb him. Unexpectedly, after listening to the other party's words, Yi Chen shook his head and said, I am not here to join you. I came here to ask you some information about the apocalypse and test my strength to see what level I can reach. Let's talk about everything after I finish testing. Otherwise, even if I say I am strong, you won't believe it, and I don't know your management bureau now, so I can't decide whether to join. Director Chen felt reasonable after hearing Yi Chen's words. He nodded and said, Young man, you are right. Only after confirming your true strength can I decide what position you can hold in our management bureau and how high your salary will be. Don't worry. The treatment we provide at the Management Bureau is absolutely the best, whether in the apocalypse or in peacetime. Joining our Management Bureau is the ultimate dream of all supernatural beings. Come on, I will take you to the test next. I hope you don't disappoint me. So Director Chen began to take Yi Chen to the place for strength testing. When Yi Chen, Director Chen, and Lin Momo walked out of his office, there were already many people outside, and rumors about him had spread throughout the entire Management Bureau. The incident where he knocked out the black bear with one slap had already spread throughout the entire management bureau, and everyone wanted to come and witness his true appearance. Now, seeing Yi Chen so young and handsome, everyone was surprised. They began to discuss, did he really knock the black bear flying with one slap? The black bear is ranked over 50 in the C level. Could it be that this guy is B level? Even if he is B level, it's not easy to say so casually. Can he kill a C level so easily? If the black bear encounters an ordinary B-level supernatural being, he should be able to fight back a few moves, right? Could it be that he is one of the top-ranked B-level or even A-level? A beautiful female member said, let's not worry about his strength level for now, but he is really handsome. Look at his walking posture, so majestic, and his expression is so resolute, he looks like a super strong man at first glance. Another beautiful woman also said, yes, he is so handsome. He looks even more handsome than Lu Qingsong, the ninth in the S level in our management bureau. If he joins our management bureau, he will be the #1 male god in the future. Have you seen Lin Momo following him like a little fangirl? Looking at his back, her eyes are shining. The relationship between these two is not ordinary. Forget about her fangirling. I saw such a handsome guy, I'm fangirling too. When he joins the management bureau, I will definitely pursue him. Did you see that Lin Momo has already reserved him? Who cares? Let's compete fairly. What if the handsome guy wants to change a girlfriend or have one more girlfriend? Having one more girlfriend is good. Since he has agreed to have one more, he should agree to have another one. Take me too. I can be small. What are you little girls talking about? Shameless. Oh, pretending to be high and mighty, as if you don't want to be with him. Of course, I don't want to. My dream male god is Lu Qingsong, the ninth in the S level, not this kind of superficial showpiece. Why do you say he is a showpiece? What if he tests higher than Lu Qingsong later? Look at him, not even 20 years old. Even if he is a supernatural being, how strong can he be? Lu Qingsong has been through many battles. He became the male god of supernatural beings 3 years ago, has completed hundreds of missions, and has never failed. This is the male god who has been tested by time. What about this pretty boy? Estimated to be at most an A-level strength. Let's wait and see. Since Director Chen is taking him for testing, let's watch and see. So almost everyone in the management bureau started following behind Director Chen, ready to see what kind of strength this Yi Chen possessed. Yi Chen, under the guidance of Director Chen, arrived in front of the testing machine. Director Chen handed Yi Chen something like an earphone and said, "This is the most advanced in the world, specially designed for ability users. Put this on your head, and a virtual image will appear in your mind with virtual enemies. You can demonstrate your combat power by defeating them, and the computer will calculate your strength to give you a rating. This machine is also globally connected. Once the test is completed, your ranking will automatically be displayed on all machines worldwide. Currently, the first place in the S level is Orwell from the White Eagle Empire, the second place is Li Guilong from our Divine Dragon Empire, but he is not in our management bureau, he holds an important position in Dragon City. The third place is Godang from the Little Sun Empire, the fourth place is Paratif from the Barbarian Bear Empire. Now, you will enter the sealed testing device, then put on this connector to start the test." Yi Chen nodded. He took the connector from Director Chen's hand and put it on his head, then sat inside the sealed testing chamber. As the sealed testing chamber closed, no one could see Yi Chen anymore. In Yi Chen's mind, virtual images had already begun to appear. He entered a virtual world, arriving in an open space, where several Minotaur monsters suddenly appeared in front of him. They were tall, wielding axes, and charged straight at Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at his body in amazement. Such a high-end testing device, it feels like I've crossed into a new world. The sensations on my body are no different from the normal world. Is this the legendary virtual reality game? I didn't expect our technology to be able to create such a thing, not for gaming, but as a tool to test ability users. Very well, next, I will unleash havoc in this game. With a single thought, a steel needle appeared in front of Yi Chen. Very well, it seems that even in a virtual game, I can use the abilities brought by my system. Next, it's time for my solo performance as Yi Chen. By now, the Minotaur monsters had already begun charging towards Yi Chen, wielding their axes. Several Minotaur monsters ran together, creating thunderous sounds on the ground, as if even the ground was trembling. Yi Chen also noticed their speed, probably twice as fast as an ordinary person, and although he hadn't tested their strength yet, judging by their strong and huge bodies, their strength was at least several times that of an ordinary person. Dealing with these Minotaur monsters wouldn't be easy for an ordinary ability user unless they had combat-type abilities. Otherwise, in terms of basic physical fitness, they wouldn't have much advantage over these Minotaur monsters and could only rely on intelligence to prevail. After understanding the opponent's strength, Yi Chen didn't waste any time. With a single thought, a flying needle swiftly shot out, instantly bursting the 5 Minotaur monsters. A line of text appeared before him. "Congratulations, you passed the first level in just 0.75 seconds, breaking the record for level 1 completion. Now, proceed to the next level." In the second level, 10 Minotaur monsters appeared. Yi Chen was somewhat speechless. With just these trash Minotaur monsters, what difficulty was there even with 10,000 of them? With a single thought, he quickly annihilated the 10 Minotaur monsters. "Congratulations, today you completed the second level in 0.85 seconds past the second level, breaking the clearance record of the second level. Now on to the third level. The third level has 20 Minotaur monsters." Yi Chen was somewhat speechless. Is this test too boring? Such a good virtual reality game, and you use it to grind Minotaur monsters? You might as well summon a few succubi for me to play with. Yi Chen continued to kill those Minotaur monsters, breaking the clearance once again. He continued to kill his way to the 10th level. This time, a line of red light flashed before him with a warning: "Attention, the boss of the 10th level is about to appear. Please be cautious." At this moment, Yi Chen felt a sudden tremor coming from the ground, causing the entire ground to shake violently, with cracks spreading in the distance like a spider web. Soon, a dark figure slowly rose from the ground. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen finally became alert. Good, finally a boss? I hope this boss can give me some challenge. And when the boss emerged from the ground, another line of red text appeared before him: "The boss of the 10th level, the giant Minotaur, has appeared. Please handle with care." Yi Chen was truly speechless this time. Is it only Minotaur monsters that exist in this game? Regular monsters are Minotaurs, and the boss is a giant Minotaur? By now, the giant Minotaur had charged towards Yi Chen, who also saw the opponent's strength. The speed should be 3 times that of an ordinary person. And for an Esper, it's only twice that of an ordinary person, so the boss is even stronger than an Esper. Seeing that the opponent's size exceeded 5 meters, their strength must be much greater than that of an Esper. It's not easy for a regular Esper to defeat them. At least a combat Esper with strong abilities would be needed. Then, with a single thought, Yi Chen instantly killed the giant Minotaur. Congratulations, you have defeated the boss, the giant Minotaur of the 10th level, in just 0.5 seconds, breaking the clearance record. Now, proceed to the 11th level. The 11th level has a giant Minotaur and a regular Minotaur. Yi Chen. The 20th level, a supergiant Minotaur, with 10 giant Minotaurs. Yi Chen. After he killed the supergiant Minotaur, he received a message from the game. Congratulations on passing the 20th level in just 0.5 seconds, breaking the clearance record. You are now ranked first. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Yi Chen was stunned. I'm already first place so quickly? Are the most powerful Espers only able to reach the 20th level? A supergiant Minotaur plus 10 giant Minotaurs? After the initial surprise, Yi Chen found it quite reasonable. After all, the supergiant Minotaurs had reached 4 times the speed of an ordinary person, and their height exceeded 8 meters, with strength at least 10 times that of an ordinary person. In addition, their defense was astonishing, making it very difficult for regular Espers to defeat them. Those who could defeat the supergiant Minotaurs were probably S-class Espers. Not to mention the 10 giant Minotaurs assisting them. Regular Espers would likely be overwhelmed and in disarray facing these enemies. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was different from regular Espers. His metal control allowed him to kill numerous enemies with just a single thought. Unless the enemies could resist his metal control shots. Despite reaching the 20th level and breaking the record, as well as achieving first place, Yi Chen still wanted to continue the challenge to see where his limits lay. So he chose to proceed to the 30th level. A special giant Minotaur, accompanied by 10 supergiant Minotaurs. The 40th level. A Minotaur leader with 10 special giant Minotaurs. The 50th level. A bull-headed lord, accompanied by 10 bull-headed chieftains. On the 60th level, a bull-headed king with 10 bull-headed lords. Yi Chen kept going until the 100th level, where a bull-headed saint with a group of bull-headed emperors appeared. Yet, Yi Chen still managed to defeat them in seconds. At this point, Yi Chen received a message from the game: "Congratulations, you have become the first person to pass all levels. There are no more test contents for you. You are now ranked first and can exit the test." Yi Chen couldn't help but comment, "What a rubbish test, might as well call it Bull-Headed Monster Park. I haven't even used half of my strength. Passing 100 levels with just a steel needle, imagining a battle of wits with the big boss, then stealthily killing the boss from behind?" Yi Chen then left the test game. He disconnected, opened the test chamber door, and walked out. The people outside were dumbfounded to see Yi Chen coming out so quickly. Less than 10 minutes in there. When they were testing, didn't they spend several hours? It was said that the strongest S-rank 9th place in the management bureau, Lu Qingsong, spent 3 hours on the final level during testing. It was all about grinding through. Yi Chen's quick completion of the test could only mean that he was killed early on. Once a player is killed by a monster in the test game, they are forced to exit the game. They cannot continue testing for a month. This is also to save testing resources and prevent others from endlessly replaying levels. The male members of the management bureau nearby began to show disdainful expressions, making sarcastic remarks. "Ha ha ha, a C-rank Esper, at least tested for over half an hour. This guy finished in 10 minutes, probably a D rank in combat? It's hilarious." There were rumors in the bureau that he defeated Li Haixiong with one slap, but now it seems like it was just luck. Maybe his ranking isn't even higher than Li Haixiong's. Li Haixiong is just a C-rank waste ranked around 50th place. Even if he did defeat him, what's there to be proud of? Exactly, just a country bumpkin. He's just a bit taller, more handsome, and fairer, but in the apocalypse, strength is what matters. What's the use of being handsome? I just checked, his name isn't even in the top 1000 C-rankers. It means he's not even a C-ranker. Ha, couldn't even pass the first level? His name isn't in the top 1000 D-rankers either. Ha, could it be that he doesn't even qualify for the rankings, an Esper without a ranking? An Esper without a ranking doesn't even qualify to join our management bureau. Our bureau's first requirement is to rank in the D rank. Could he be an A rank? A 10-minute A rank? That would be insane. Impossible. Do you believe a 10-minute S rank? I'll eat shit standing on my head. And it has to be the runny kind. Exactly. Lu Qingson, the 9th place S ranker, fought for a full 8 hours inside to achieve that rank. What can he do in 10 minutes? Just the time for me to fire 3 shots. Just as everyone was mocking and taunting each other, the old bureau chief nearby, who had a previously aged appearance, now showed a spirited expression. His eagle-like eyes flashed with a vigor that didn't match his age. He was visibly excited, his dry hands clenched into fists. With an excited tone, he asked Lin Momo next to him, "Momo, you just said this young man, named Yi Chen, right?" Lin Momo was also a bit frustrated. She originally thought that Yi Chen could at least achieve an S-level result, but seeing the other party come out in just 10 minutes, she also thought that Yi Chen was defeated. However, she felt that Yi Chen was only defeated due to an accident or underestimating the opponent, as long as he could still achieve good results in the next test. Therefore, she was not disappointed, just a bit regretful and frustrated. Now that she heard the director asking her a question, she came back to her senses and said, "Yes, director, his name is Yi Chen." After hearing this affirmative answer, the director's expression became even more excited. He said to everyone, "Look, who is the number 1 in the S level?" The people subconsciously said, "Isn't it Orwell from the White Eagle Empire? Could it be Yi Chen? Damn, what's going on? How did Yi Chen become the first? This name sounds like someone from our Divine Dragon Empire. Could it be that there is a new strong contender from Dragon City on the list? So awesome. Wait, didn't Momo just say that this kid is called Yi Chen? Damn, he is Yi Chen, he is the first?" The male members showed shocked expressions on their faces, full of disbelief, while the female members showed expressions of joy. Ah ha ha ha, amazing, so he is Yi Chen. Yi Chen's husband is amazing. Husband, so handsome. I want to be your woman. Ah, I must be your woman in this lifetime. This is too amazing. Reaching the first place in S level in 10 minutes? So fast and fierce. Whoever becomes his woman will be so happy. I don't care, I also want to be his woman. With great power comes great responsibility. Yi Chen, husband, just take all of us. Wait, you little slut, didn't you just say that Lu Qingsong is your male god? Who is Lu Qingsong? I don't know him, don't talk nonsense, I'm afraid Yi Chen will misunderstand. How could the 9th place in S level be compared to the 1st place in S level? This is the best in the world, the strongest among all countries. Ha ha, what a turncoat. Another beauty said, "Who was the one who said he wanted to eat shit upside down? Didn't he say he wanted to eat it watery? My stomach hasn't been feeling well lately, do you want me to help you with that? Hey, why are you rewarding him? Let him deal with it himself. Hurry up and eat, if you don't eat, all of us women will look down on you." Exactly, hurry up and eat. You were just trying to scam for food and drinks from the beginning, right? That's why you said Yi Chen's husband is not good. If you don't eat now, we won't let you off. Even the director Chen, whose hair had turned white, looked at Yi Chen with eyes as if he was looking at his first love. He quickly said to the people next to him, "Quickly cut off the machine's internet connection. Don't let this information spread to the Dragon City headquarters." The person next to him replied, "It's useless, director, this testing machine is connected in real time, it can't be cut off, not to mention the Dragon City headquarters, other countries have already received this news." Director Chen showed a somewhat lost expression and cursed, "Damn it, in that case, Dragon City might come asking for people again. Whenever there is a powerful Esper, they take them away. Li Guilong, the S-level 2nd place, was also discovered by me. Now there is a new 1st place Yi Chen, it may be difficult to keep him. And the most important thing Director Chen hadn't mentioned yet, that is, Yi Chen became the S-level 1st place in just 10 minutes. Li Guilong took a whole 10 hours. The difference in strength is not just one rank apart. This is a world of difference. At this moment, Director Chen Kalong's face showed a pained expression. The news of Yi Chen winning 1st place had already spread worldwide. Not only did the Dragon City headquarters know, but other countries around the world were also aware of this news. Orwell from the White Eagle Empire had dropped from first place to second place. Director Chen's brain was spinning rapidly. He wanted to figure out a way to keep Yi Chen at the Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau, rather than being transferred by the Dragon City headquarters. However, as he was pondering, Yi Chen shook his head and expressed disappointment, saying, "So this is the so-called test for superhumans? It's not challenging at all, I can only describe it as boring. Director Chen, through this test, I have begun to understand your strength. Your bureau holds no attraction for me anymore. It seems like your female team members like me, but since I'm here, you can't let me leave empty-handed, right?" Director Chen had been thinking about how to deal with the pressure from Dragon City and keep Yi Chen, but upon hearing Yi Chen's words, it was clear that he didn't even want to stay. It was no longer a matter of headquarters snatching people. Yi Chen simply didn't value their official organization. Director Chen, with his face full of wrinkles and a serious expression, suddenly smiled and said to Yi Chen, "Young Yi Chen, our official organization is not as you imagine. There are many things you haven't seen yet. As long as you join our Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau, you will be the captain of our bureau. All members inside will be under your command. How do you feel about that?" Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Captain? Isn't Lu Qingsong the current captain? Is Director Chen really going to remove Lu Qingsong and appoint Yi Chen as the captain just like that? If Lu Qingsong, who is currently on a mission outside, found out about this, he would probably faint in the restroom. For the other team members, this was an unimaginable temptation. That's the captain. All the superhumans in the Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau. Who wouldn't show respect to the captain? The captain even had the power to assign tasks and work to any other team member. It was a position of authority over thousands, and only Director Chen could manage the captain. Moreover, the captain's salary was very generous. Various weapon rewards, material rewards, countless benefits. Lu Qingsong was also the wealthiest among all the superhumans in their bureau. Which one of these superhumans didn't aspire to become the captain? While they were envious of the attention Yi Chen received from the director, Yi Chen just smirked. Then he said to Director Chen, "Your strongest member is only ranked 9th. With the strength of this Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau, what's the point of me joining? To become your captain? That's beneath me. Here's the deal, bring all your female team members here, let me pick a few to take as wives. I'll owe your bureau a favor, and if you need help, just let me know. But as for joining you, forget about it. I can't afford to lower myself like that." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone gasped in shock. Goodness! While other superhumans consider joining official organizations as an honor, Yi Chen seems to think that joining an official organization is beneath him. Is this the difference between an ordinary person and the S-rank first place Yi Chen? However, he does have the confidence to say such things. Snatching the first place in 10 minutes, he is definitely the number one in the world. As the number one superhuman in the world, what's wrong with being a bit arrogant? Director Chen's face showed an expression uglier than crying after hearing Yi Chen's words. Yes, it seems that the entire Post-Apocalyptic Creature Management Bureau currently has no conditions to retain him. With such strength, why should he join them? But listening to him, it seems he's interested in the female team members here. Director Chen came up with a solution. He said to Yi Chen, "Young Yi Chen, as long as you join our Post-Apocalyptic Creature Management Bureau, I can make you the team leader. You can freely choose all the team members here to form a main team. You can pick any type of female team members you want. How does that sound to you? You like beautiful women, right? Well, you can choose from the beautiful women in our bureau. Whether you want them to be your team members or wives, it's just a matter of your word. This should finally make you stay, right? I'm practically giving you a wife right away." After hearing Director Chen's words, the female team members nearby showed expressions of surprise and quickly said, "Director Chen, this decision is truly wise. We all want to join Yi Chen's team. Yi Chen, choose me, I can be your wife. Choose me, I can warm your bed. Choose me as your husband. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Every inch of my body belongs to you. Choose me as your husband. Whatever position you want me to do, I agree." Those girls are all eager to join Yi Chen's team. The male team members, on the other hand, showed expressions of deep regret. They weren't regretting Yi Chen becoming the idol of these women. They were regretting why they weren't women. "I also want to follow Yi Chen. He said he doesn't accept men? I can also wash and warm his bed." Whether male or female team members, they all really hope Yi Chen will stay. As long as this S-rank first place becomes a member of their Post-Apocalyptic Creature Management Bureau, their status in the bureau will rise rapidly, and their faces as team members will shine wherever they go. So everyone hopes Yi Chen will stay. Seeing that Yi Chen hasn't agreed yet, Director Chen leaned in and whispered to Yi Chen, "Young man, join our bureau, we each mind our own business. You can call me director in front of others, but you can call me Lao Chen in private. Rest assured, you will be an honorary team leader here. I won't assign you tasks, you can receive the team leader's salary, just hang around here with a nominal position, and you can freely choose female team members. And look at them, they all seem very willing to follow you, and as our bureau develops, more female team members will definitely join in the future. Then you can choose even more, right? It's a win-win situation no matter how you look at it. What do you think? After hearing Director Chen's words, Yi Chen was also somewhat tempted. Hang around with a nominal position, just an honorary team leader? In other words, the title of team leader is mine, but the actual work of the team leader is done by the former team leader, Lu Qingsong, right? You handle the dirty work, I'll handle the money and women for you. If you think so, it seems like it's not impossible. So Yi Chen said to Director Chen, honorary captain, I can consider it, but I want to make it clear that I won't stay in your management bureau usually. I want to go back to my own base, and I want to take my female team members with me. Also, as you said, don't come looking for me unless there is a special mission that others can't handle. If you come to me, I can consider it. If I have time, I can help you. If I don't have time, then forget it. I don't accept mandatory tasks. If you think it's feasible, I will be your honorary captain. When Director Chen heard Yi Chen's words, he immediately showed a surprised expression and said, okay, no problem, of course, no problem, completely no problem. As long as you become our honorary captain, I agree to all your requests. With Yi Chen, the top-ranked S-class, joining, the position of the End Times Biological Management Bureau will rise sharply, and they can apply for more funds and support from the Dragon City headquarters. Most importantly, Yi Chen is just an honorary captain and not bound by the Bureau's orders. This way, Dragon City won't be able to request him from the Bureau. Director Chen can easily find an excuse to say that Yi Chen is only the nominal captain and has his own personal freedom, unable to accept orders to return to Dragon City. This way, they can keep Yi Chen in the Bureau all the time, right? Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Director Chen's face was already smiling like a chrysanthemum. And when those female team members heard that Yi Chen agreed to stay in the End Times Biological Management Bureau as an honorary captain, their faces blossomed with smiles. The next step is to select the team leader, right? He. Some female team members subtly lowered their straps, revealing their white fragrant shoulders, showing off their charms. Some quietly pushed up their chests, highlighting their pair of E-cup assets, attracting more attention. Some flirtatiously glanced at Yi Chen, stuck out their tongues, licked their tempting red lips, with faces that said, honey, come and get me. Yi Chen said to Director Chen, are all the members of the End Times Biological Management Bureau here? Director Chen replied, most of them are here, but a small portion may not have received your test message, or they are not interested in your test message, so they haven't come. But it's okay, I'll give the next order to gather them on the playground. As the new captain, you can go to the platform and speak to everyone. Let them get to know you. Okay, Yi Chen nodded. It's good that everyone is gathered here, then I can pick them one by one. Soon, Director Chen gave a direct order. In less than half an hour, all the members of the End Times Biological Management Bureau had gathered on the playground. Yi Chen stood with Director Chen on the platform in front of the playground. The new members below didn't understand what was happening. They saw a handsome young man standing next to Director Chen. They began to discuss. Who is that person? How can he stand next to Director Chen? Wasn't that position previously reserved for Lu Qingsong? This guy really doesn't know his place. He dares to take Lu Qingsong's position. If Lu Qingsong finds out, he might be targeted. Exactly, what qualifications does that kid have to stand in Lu Qingsong's position? Listening to the words of these newcomers who were unaware of the situation, those who saw Yi Chen achieve the top rank of S-class showed a cold smile. Then they said to the newcomers, Lu Qingsong, the team leader? The position of the captain has long been taken by someone else. Isn't that right? Just an S-rank 9th place, now not even worth mentioning in our management bureau. Those people, upon hearing this, showed incredulous expressions on their faces. They asked, what does this mean? Has the position of the captain been replaced? Is it the young man standing next to Director Chen? Isn't he Li Guilong, the second-ranked S-rank? What? Li Guilong? He's here in our management bureau? My goodness. He looks so young. I thought he was a middle-aged man. They all thought that the person standing next to Director Chen was Li Guilong, the second-ranked S-rank. However, the person next to them said, how could it be Li Guilong? Even if he is the second-ranked S-rank, he wouldn't receive such treatment, coming in and directly replacing Lu Qingsong's position. Let me tell you, this is the latest to pass the test and become the first-ranked S-rank, Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, those people's faces instantly showed shocked expressions. What? First-ranked S-rank? Back then, Li Guilong tested many times, tried every means to surpass the first rank of the White Eagle Empire, but after so long, he couldn't reach the first rank. Who is this Yi Chen? He snatched the first rank on his first test? They could hardly believe their ears. To be able to snatch the first rank on the first test, and even directly replace Captain Lu Qingshan's position? Isn't that too amazing? Those people continued, the more amazing part is yet to come. Not only did he snatch the first rank, but he did it in just 10 minutes, his strength is beyond our imagination. In order to keep him as the captain in our Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau, Director Chen almost knelt down to beg him. After hearing this, the crowd was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. What? Snatched the first rank in 10 minutes? Is he even human? When I tested, I spent half an hour on the first level. The second level took me an hour. The 10th level, I couldn't pass even after a whole day. How many levels did he pass? The male team members looked at Yi Chen with admiration. And the female team members, looking at Yi Chen, were full of admiration, almost hearts in their eyes. To reach S-rank first place in 10 minutes, what a powerful man. Just thinking about it makes one drool. Originally, they were indignant about Lu Jinsong's position being taken, but now their attitudes changed one by one. Lu Qingsong? Who is that person? I don't know him. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Director Chen began speaking into the microphone to the people below. The reason I called everyone here is to announce one thing. The person standing next to me is Yi Chen, the first-ranked S-rank. He just passed the test to become the first rank. From today onwards, he is the captain of our Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau. And Lu Qingsong will be the vice-captain. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted once again. Although they had already heard the news that Yi Chen was the first-ranked S-rank and had become the captain, hearing it directly from Director Chen's mouth felt completely different. This was the real official announcement. At this moment, Yi Chen was also observing the people on the field. He noticed that there were only about 100 people in the Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau, with around 50 women. Excluding some older, unattractive, and overweight individuals. There are probably only about 20 or 30 women who can meet the standards of being their own women. Originally thought there would be a big harvest, but it doesn't seem very surprising. Even Yi Chen felt somewhat disappointed. 20 or 30. There are 30 beautiful women he saved just from the campus. However, the women in the End Times Creature Management Bureau are all supernaturals. If he could bring back dozens of them to protect his campus, it would be a good choice. Of course, before making a choice, Yi Chen had to fleece the system. So he stood on the high platform and asked all the female supernaturals on the playground, which of you is willing to be my woman? As soon as they heard this, the female supernaturals on the playground instantly showed expressions of surprise. Wow, is he being that direct? Director Chen initially said he could let him choose female team members at will, but the implication was that he could choose women at will, just saying it's better to choose female team members, which doesn't sound as direct. But Yi Chen doesn't play by the rules. He directly asked who would be willing to be his woman. This kind of straightforward and direct man is really charming. We like men who are strong, direct, and straightforward. So they all showed expressions of surprise and excitement on their faces, shouting loudly to Yi Chen on the high platform, "I'm willing, I'm so willing." One female supernatural said, "Honey, take me away quickly. I'm the 58th ranked female supernatural of S level, I have strong abilities, and I'm great at giving birth. I don't even need to rest during the postpartum period." As soon as they heard this, everyone's gaze turned to that beautiful woman. The male supernaturals started discussing. They said, "Oh my, isn't that the 58th ranked goddess Gu Yunhan of S level? Isn't she known as the Ice Beauty, the coldest goddess in our management bureau? How can she say such things now, calling Yi Chen honey directly and even wanting to have a child with Yi Chen? Is this the aloof goddess in front of us? In front of Yi Chen, she can't wait to get close. The contrast is too big, sigh, so pitiful, ordinary supernaturals like us will never feel the initiative of a goddess. If Gu Yunhan would call me honey, I'd be willing to die. Forget it. You can't even make it into the A-level ranking, and you want her to call you honey? Exactly, a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. You're not even worthy of licking her shoes." At this moment, another beautiful woman said, "Honey, look at me, I'm the 105th ranked female supernatural of S level, my abilities can also be used in that area, I guarantee to make you ecstatic." Upon hearing this, those male supernaturals became spirited again. They said, "The 105th ranked S level Moondrunk Blue. Even she couldn't resist Yi Chen's charm? It is said that Moondrunk Blue is the most desirable goddess in our organization. Although her ranking is not as high as Gu Yunhan's, her abilities are said to be very suitable for that area, making men unable to resist. I don't know if it's true or not, no one has ever tried. It must be true, she just said it herself." Moondrunk Blue is already so beautiful, with such a great figure, plus the supernatural enhancement. I really can't imagine what it feels like to fly to the sky. Men with her must be so happy. We can only think about it. Who can enjoy her beauty? I guess even the ancestors' graves will smoke. Smoke what? She's still throwing herself at Yi Chen, isn't she? Perhaps this is the charm of being ranked first in S level. If you can reach the first rank in S level, you can also get these girls throwing themselves at you. At this moment, another female supernatural ability user stood up straight and said, "Honey, take me away. Those people are not worthy of you. Only someone like me with a perfect body shape is worthy of you." Upon hearing this, a huge wave was stirred up in the crowd. They all turned to look at that beautiful woman. Wow! What a stunning beauty! Such a perfect body shape! There had been rumors within the organization about a voluptuous beauty named Bai Qingqing, but most people had only heard of her and never seen her. Now they finally saw her in person. It was a sight to behold. Indeed, she was the most voluptuous and sexy woman in the entire Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau. Ah, she's simply top-notch. Not only is she beautiful and tall, but those long legs are straight and white. And that proud and majestic figure on her slender waist is exceptionally dazzling. Gulp! Stop drooling, I've already swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Such a top-notch woman actually confessed to Yi Chen. It's really enviable, isn't it? These women are all fighting to be his wives. If Yi Chen takes them all, he'll be so happy. He can have a different one every day for a month. Meanwhile, as the crowd discussed, a cold voice rang out, "Do you few, who are ranked dozens, think you're worthy of competing with me, Fang Qingjue, for a husband? In terms of strength and appearance, do any of you surpass me?" Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned to look. A face that was breathtakingly beautiful and peerless instantly caught their eyes. Fang Qingjue, ranked 15th in Class S. She was also the most powerful female supernatural ability user in the Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau, on par with Lu Qingsong. Not only was she powerful, but she was also extremely beautiful, rumored to possess an unparalleled beauty that could overturn nations. They had only heard of her before, but now they finally saw her in person. She was as stunningly beautiful as a goddess from heaven, with an ethereal temperament that seemed otherworldly. However, despite her ethereal appearance, her eyes were fixed on Yi Chen on the platform. Then, she lightly opened her red lips and said, "Anyone who dares to compete with me, Fang Qingjue, I will challenge her directly and turn her into a pig's head." Upon hearing this, everyone showed shocked expressions. Wow! Fang Qingjue, the leader of the four goddesses, was actually ready to fight others to win Yi Chen? In other words, are even the goddesses willing to fight for Yi Chen, the number one in Class S? This Yi Chen is truly fierce. Even the four goddesses want to fight for him. After Fang Qingjue said this, Bai Qingqing, Yu Zuilan, and Gu Yunhan all showed angry expressions on their faces. But they dared not speak out. They acknowledged Fang Qingjue's strength as the 15th in Class S. If they really fought, they would definitely not be Fang Qingjue's match. However, deep down, they consoled themselves. Who said men rank women based on strength? What if Yi Chen prefers someone slightly less powerful? After all, who doesn't like gentle and coquettish girls? What's the use of being strong? Can you be stronger than the number one in Class S? As these girls argued and competed with each other, even some male supernatural ability users called out to Yi Chen, "Boss Yi Chen, pick me for your team. I'm ranked 75th in Class S. I'm very strong, and I can handle all the dirty work for you in the future. I can be your loyal follower. Boss Yi Chen, choose me. I'm ranked 38th in Class S. I'm even stronger. In the future, I'll go through fire and water for you, just say the word. I will never refuse. Boss, look at me. Although I am only ranked 98th in S level, my ability can increase defense. I can be your bodyguard, your shield. When there is danger, I will be the first to rush up. As long as I am alive, I will never let Boss Yi Chen be harmed." Almost everyone in the Apocalypse Creature Management Bureau admires Yi Chen very much and wants to join his team. Seeing this scene, even Director Chen showed a somewhat surprised expression on his face. Originally, he thought that these high-ranking S-level ability users could maintain some of their pride even when facing the first-ranked person, and even ignite some fighting spirit in their hearts, wanting to strive to become stronger and catch up with Yi Chen. Indeed, he did not expect that they would directly become Yi Chen's little fans. But thinking about it, facing Lu Qingsong, the 9th-ranked S-level, they might still have some goals to strive for. They might think that with effort, they might catch up with Lu Qingsong. But when facing Yi Chen, they knew that the gap between people was too big. Achieving S-level first place in 10 minutes is not something that can be caught up with just by working hard. They have all undergone tests and understand how difficult the tests are. Naturally, they also understand the significance of Yi Chen's S-level first place in those 10 minutes. Everyone is vying to be his team member, but Yi Chen remains silent, only showing a smile on his face because he keeps receiving revelations from the system in his mind. Ding! Detected that the other party has voluntarily become your woman, successfully saving the beautiful girl. Power attribute plus 10. Ding! Detected that the other party has voluntarily become your woman, successfully saving the beautiful girl. Speed attribute plus 10. Ding! Detected that the other party has voluntarily become your woman, successfully saving the beautiful girl. Stamina attribute plus 10. Ding! Detected that the other party has voluntarily become your woman, successfully saving the beautiful girl. Spirit attribute plus 10. Ding! Detected that the other party has voluntarily become your woman, successfully saving the beautiful girl. Stealth skill level up. Ding! Detected that the other party has voluntarily become your woman, successfully saving the beautiful girl. Steel control skill level up. Ding! Detected that the other party has voluntarily become your woman, successfully saving the beautiful girl. Storage space skill level up. Ding! Detected that the other party has voluntarily become your woman, successfully saving the beautiful girl. Zombie control skill level up. Ding! Detected that the other party has voluntarily become your woman, successfully saving the beautiful girl. Acquired new skill, battle focus. Ding! Detected that the other party has voluntarily become your woman, successfully saving the beautiful girl. Acquired new skill, skybreak slash. Receiving these prompts, Yi Chen was extremely happy. This system bug is so good. Whether they are beautiful or ugly, fat or thin, as long as they agree to be my woman, they can get rewards, and I can just take the rewards and leave. They are willing to be my woman, but I didn't say I'm willing to accept them. After hearing the system's reward prompts, Yi Chen then said to Director Chen, I'm going to start picking people next, and you don't mind whoever I choose, right? No problem, of course not. You are already the captain of our management bureau, so it's your freedom to choose what kind of team members you want. Director Chen smiled. Such a powerful S-level first-ranked person is worth 100 other ability users. Not to mention, Yi Chen is just selecting a few team members. So Yi Chen began to walk down from the high platform and came to the playground, selecting suitable candidates from a group of female ability users. Those female supernatural beings saw Yi Chen walking down personally. Being able to observe Yi Chen up close, each of them was overjoyed, their excitement on their faces becoming uncontrollable. Some even blushed, their bodies trembling slightly, just seeing Yi Chen up close and smelling his charming male scent. They couldn't help but want to go for it. Yi Chen pointed at a female supernatural being and said, "You, come with me later." "Ah, me? Is it really me? Ha ha ha, awesome." The female supernatural being, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, immediately showed an excited expression on her face, let out a sharp scream, and jumped more than 2 meters high on the spot. The happy expression was overflowing. Following that, Yi Chen continued to select, pointing at another female supernatural being and saying, "You, come with me later too." A few minutes later, behind Yi Chen, there were already 23 beautiful girls. These were personally selected by Yi Chen, and he could even see a flaw on their faces. These 23 beautiful girls were the best of the best. Each one was above the level of class flower. Yu Zuelan, Gu Yunhan, Bai Qingqing, and Fang Qingju, the four goddesses, were even more outstanding, in terms of appearance, definitely more beautiful than big stars. In terms of temperament, as top-level S-class supernatural beings, they exuded a strong aura of a powerful individual. Their eyes seemed to possess the kind of demeanor that looked down on all men in the world. Just thinking about having such exquisite goddesses under him made one feel like flying. This kind of contrast, the joy of conquering a cold goddess, probably only true strong individuals could experience. Watching Yi Chen take away so many goddesses, the faces of other male artists were filled with envy, but also with admiration. If you don't admire, you can also get a first-ranked S-class in 10 minutes, and women will still throw themselves at you. Can you do it? The testing machine is right here, you can go test it anytime. It's not that you're not given a chance, but you're given a chance, you're just not capable. Leading these beautiful girls, Yi Chen arrived in front of Commander Chen amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. He said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take these female team members back first. We'll contact each other when we have time." Since the beauties were already in hand, staying in this so-called end times biological management bureau seemed to serve no purpose. Therefore, Yi Chen didn't want to waste his time. He was ready to slip back to his safe zone immediately. However, Director Chen had no intention of letting Yi Chen take away more than 20 beautiful female supernatural beings so easily. You say you'll leave, and who knows when you'll come back next time. How to contact you is still unknown. So Director Chen said to Yi Chen, no need to be in such a hurry, you have become the chief of our End Times Biological Management Bureau. It's the honorary chief. Yi Chen corrected. There is a difference between chief and honorary chief. The honorary chief is just a title. Yi Chen is a free-spirited person who loves freedom and does not enjoy being bound by rules and regulations. Although he really wanted the beautiful female supernatural beings in this organization, he couldn't lose his freedom because of them. Of course, I know it's the honorary chief, but even if it's the honorary chief, when encountering major events, I still need you to come back to make some decisions, show your face and all that. Moreover, our End Times Biological Management Bureau has just started not long ago. Now that the end times have come, more ordinary people have awakened to become supernatural beings. Joining our management bureau, the number of beautiful female supernatural beings will increase. By then I can contact you, come back to continue selecting team members. What do you say? He, Director Chen said, with a mischievous smile on his face. Director Chen finally understood that Yi Chen was the type who wouldn't act unless he saw the rabbit. To get him to do something or to invite him to the organization, they had to use beautiful women as bait. The more beautiful, the faster he would come. Director Chen could understand. Heroes love beauties, that's always the case. As expected, after hearing Director Chen's words, a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. He said, listening to Director Chen, it seems to make sense. I should come by occasionally to see if there are any new female team members to train. I mean, to guide them. Exactly. With our Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau, are you afraid there won't be new female team members? This is a military satellite phone. Even in places without signals, you can make calls. Take it, so you can contact me anytime, and I can contact you too, Director Chen said, handing a phone to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded and then put the phone in his pocket. Director Chen then said with a smile, now that Yi Chen has joined our Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau, I will show you some important secrets of our bureau and explain some information about the apocalypse to you. Of course, I can only tell you what I know. There are many mysterious things that even I at my level cannot access, so you will have to explore them yourself. Information about the apocalypse? Yi Chen suddenly became interested. Although he was extremely powerful now, he could be considered the number one among global ability users. However, when it came to understanding the apocalypse, Yi Chen was definitely not as knowledgeable as these official personnel. These officials had established the Bureau of Ability Users before the apocalypse arrived. Yi Chen had never seen news about anyone becoming an ability user, which indicated strict control and information censorship by the authorities. Ordinary people had no access to this information, not even a hint of what was happening. Therefore, the information about this model was definitely better understood by these officials, while ordinary people were always kept in the dark, only partially informed. Although Yi Chen's strength was not that of an ordinary person, his understanding of the apocalypse was still at an ordinary person's level. Therefore, the information in this bureau was very important to him. So Yi Chen nodded, okay, let's talk as we walk, Director Chen said as he started walking towards the playground. Along the way, Director Chen began to explain the information about the apocalypse to Yi Chen. The apocalypse is not as simple as you imagine. It's not just about a virus outbreak turning humans into zombies. In addition to the virus, various mutated creatures and strange creatures never seen before have appeared worldwide. The reason our management bureau changed from the Bureau of Ability Users to the Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau is because we discovered these mutated creatures, and even the existence of extraterrestrial beings. As he spoke, he had already brought Yi Chen to a huge sealed door. Then, using his pupils to scan, he opened the heavy iron door. He led Yi Chen into an elevator. Inside the elevator, he continued talking to Yi Chen. Next, I will take you to the underground control area of our Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau, where there are various research labs working on studying the apocalypse creatures and developing new drugs. At the same time, some strange and mutated creatures we have captured are also detained there. As Director Chen spoke, the elevator had reached the -15th floor. Then the door opened. Yi Chen followed him out of the elevator and saw the vast space of the underground area of the Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau. Even Yi Chen was deeply impressed. Truly an official organization. It was like having an underground city. Is this the power and resources of the officialdom? It's unknown how many times larger than one's own school district. It seems that one must also make good use of steel to control this skill and create a more well-equipped steel city for oneself. After arriving in the underground space, Yi Chen was shocked by the complete and vast facilities in this space. Commander Chen led Yi Chen around, introducing various facilities in the underground space. Yi Chen found various laboratories in the underground facilities. He curiously approached the transparent glass to observe the busy workers inside. Director Chen said, "This is the research laboratory for new end-time weapons. Although firearms in peacetime are powerful against zombies, the loud noise will attract more zombies. In the end times, firearms are not effective, so we are actively researching new weapons specifically designed to deal with zombies." Yi Chen nodded. They continued to move forward and arrived at another laboratory. Director Chen introduced to Yi Chen, "This is the end-time drug laboratory. We are actively developing antiviral drugs to prevent people from turning into zombies after being bitten, and we are also actively developing cure drugs, hoping to turn our fellow zombies back into humans." Yi Chen nodded. The official organization indeed has a much larger scope than ordinary people. Even in the end times, they are considering the welfare of all mankind. While researching weapons, they are also researching drugs to cure zombies. They continued to move forward and arrived at another laboratory. Several zombies were tied to the bed. There were male zombies, female zombies, and even child zombies, all stripped naked, bound hand and foot, unable to move. Some of them even had their bellies cut open, revealing blackened internal organs. Although Yi Chen had killed many zombies, he had never dissected one and did not know the internal structure of zombies. Now seeing this scene, he also felt curious and quickly approached the glass to observe carefully. He saw one female zombie, although grimacing, had a very good figure, with the right proportions and curves, probably a beauty in her lifetime, with many admirers. At this moment, she was stripped naked, tied to the bed, struggling constantly, her skin as white as paper, without a hint of blood color, and faintly visible black veins. Yi Chen stroked his chin. He thought to himself, apart from the fierce expression on her face, this female zombie is not much different from an ordinary person, just a bit paler. She has a kind of alternative beauty. Director Chen seemed to notice Yi Chen's interest in this female zombie, so he explained, "This is the laboratory specializing in the study of zombies. We dissect zombies to understand their body structure and how it differs from humans, and also study their various physical characteristics, including their mobility, digestive ability, reproductive ability, etc. In the end, we have come to a preliminary conclusion that the intelligence of ordinary zombies is very low, their actions are completely driven by the desire to feed, and they also have the ability to enter a hibernation-like state with extremely low energy consumption. However, they will immediately break this hibernation state and resume normal activity when they hear a sound, pursuing their prey. This is why zombies can go for so long without eating and still not starve to death. Zombies also have reproductive capabilities, and when their food is abundant, they may even engage in reproductive behavior. So the method for increasing the number of zombies is not just by infecting humans, they can also give birth to little zombies themselves, although in the early stages of the end times, their desire for this reproductive behavior is not high. Yi Chen showed an interested expression and asked Director Chen, "Do zombies have reproductive abilities? Have you ever tried male zombies with ordinary human females, or female zombies with ordinary men? Can they reproduce? If so, what would the children born be, little zombies or little humans?" Director Chen was stunned. He seemed not to have expected Yi Chen to ask this question. After 2 seconds of being stunned, he replied, "We haven't researched this. But research in this area seems to have no value. Who would want to mess with a zombie? Even the most desperate man wouldn't, right?" Yi Chen felt a bit embarrassed and touched his nose, saying, "I just asked casually. If you haven't tried it, forget it. Let's continue walking." Director Chen nodded and led Yi Chen forward again. Soon they arrived at a laboratory. However, the subjects being experimented on in this laboratory were no longer zombies, but a creature that looked ugly, like an orc, with long fangs protruding from its mouth. It was tall and strong, estimated to be over 2 meters tall, with a body covered in bulging muscles and bluish skin, filled with thick veins. It had sharp claws on its hands, looking even sharper than a wild beast. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen showed a surprised expression and said, "What is this thing? It looks so ugly? Uglier than zombies. If this creature had a female, even the Indian ascetics probably wouldn't touch it." Director Chen explained, "This is a creature that has never appeared on our planet before, and it doesn't seem to be a mutant from the apocalypse. Because we compared their DNA and found that their DNA sequence is completely different from the creatures on our planet, which means that this may be an extraterrestrial creature that has come to our planet. We have discovered many types of such extraterrestrial creatures, not just this one. But some we can't catch, only eyewitnesses have seen them. That's why our Apocalypse Creature Management Bureau is so urgently researching new weapons and studying these extraterrestrial and mutant creatures, because if humans don't speed up to catch up, they are likely to be eliminated, and these monsters will become the masters of our planet, while humans will be completely wiped out from this planet." Yi Chen nodded. The outbreak of the apocalypse, with just the zombie virus, has already reduced the living space of ordinary people to a very small existence. Not to mention the mutant creatures and those extraterrestrial creatures. Just like this orc in the laboratory, it looks extremely powerful. Even 100 ordinary people are no match for it. It probably took a lot of effort for the Bureau of Apocalypse Creature Management's espers to capture it. If these things are everywhere, won't ordinary people be wiped out? So humanity is facing its greatest crisis now. If you don't get stronger quickly, you will be eliminated. Because falling behind means getting beaten, the truth is within the range of the cannon. Therefore, if humans want to continue to maintain their dominant position on this planet, they must defeat all these mutant creatures and extraterrestrial creatures. Then Director Chen took Yi Chen to observe other places. Next, Director Chen took Yi Chen to observe other places underground. The lower level, the -16th floor, is the residential area. Director Chen explained, this level is for the ordinary people to live in, a vast survivor residential area. If humans are really eliminated in the competition, unable to beat those mutant creatures and extraterrestrial creatures, then this level will be the last refuge for humans, storing enough food and prepared living facilities to support 5,000 people for 50 years. This is an underground shelter that was built in peacetime. I don't know the original purpose of building it. Maybe the higher-ups know more than I do. They may have already discovered some clues. Yi Chen nodded. The information known to the higher-ups is naturally much more than that of the lower levels. Even Director Chen, at his level, doesn't know many things. Not to mention that Yi Chen is just an ordinary college student. College students are the easiest to brainwash. They have not yet experienced the dangers of society, let alone such confidential information. Director Chen continued, showing you so many facilities and secrets of our Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau is to tell you that our bureau is not as useless as you imagine. Although your strength is indeed top-notch among ability users, possessing the ability of ranking first in Class S, this is only your personal ability. For the authorities, personal ability is not everything. The information, resources, and backing that the official organization possesses are given by the entire country. It can also bring you great help. Strong individuals like you are emphasized by the organization. Therefore, although you are only the honorary captain, I still hope that you can come to our bureau more often, show up from time to time, let everyone get to know you, and at the same time, carry out some tasks to obtain military products in exchange for resources within the bureau. As they spoke, the two entered the elevator and returned to the ground. Yi Chen nodded and said, "All right, I understand what you said. Next, I should bring my wife. The female team members back. See you later." The information obtained from Director Chen today indeed shocked Yi Chen. At the same time, Yi Chen also really liked the underground shelter. The only downside was the underground space, which was somewhat oppressive. If Yi Chen were to build a shelter, he would prefer to build it on the ground, or even in the air. However, even though Yi Chen didn't like it, the underground shelter was still impressive. He gained a lot of inspiration from it, and it was time to strengthen his safety zone. Director Chen listened to Yi Chen and nodded. He said, "All right, then you can take them back. But I have to make it clear to you, the elite female team members you are taking away are all from our organization. You must take good care of them and not let them encounter any danger. Some of these female team members have been with the organization for several years. Director Chen treats them as if they were his own daughters. Now, watching them being taken away one by Yi Chen, his heart was bleeding. But there was no other way. In order to keep Yi Chen, a talented individual, even if it meant bleeding, sacrifices had to be made. They could only endure the discomfort. Seeing each of them smiling and excited, eager to throw themselves into Yi Chen's arms, Director Chen knew that these female team members also didn't want to leave. Their behavior was just a way of making the best of a bad situation. "Don't worry. As long as they follow me, Yi Chen, women can live a good life," Yi Chen said confidently. Then, with a single thought, he enveloped all the women in a layer of steel armor and flew them into the sky at supersonic speed. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky as Yi Chen flew with the women towards the school at supersonic speed. The onlookers from the Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau showed expressions of shock. They discussed, "Wow, is this supersonic speed? Yi Chen is truly amazing, being able to fly at supersonic speed. And even carrying people. I want to experience that too." He covered all the girls with a layer of metal armor. Is this his ability? Directly control metal? So he can fly? And he dares to show himself in front of us without any reservation, not hiding at all, not only awesome but also confident. Isn't it? Lu Qingsong, ranked 9th in S-Class, no one knows what his ability is. Look at Yi Chen, he clearly tells you, "My ability is metal control. What can you do to me?" This is the confidence of a strong person. Even Director Chen showed a somewhat surprised expression. Muttering to himself, he said, "This ability is great. The upper limit is definitely very high. No wonder he is ranked first in S-Class, our management bureau has hit the jackpot this time." Soon Yi-Chen returned to his own school, safely landing with more than 20 beautiful girls. The faces of those beautiful girls showed a somewhat shocked expression. Just now, flying at supersonic speed in the sky, even as ability users, they felt very scared. At the same time, they also felt very excited. Now that they have landed and stood firm, they still feel their hearts pounding. They all looked at Yi-Chen in shock and said, "My God, is this the strength of the first ranked in S-Class? Not only can he fly at supersonic speed himself, but he can also fly at supersonic speed with others. This is too amazing." The feeling of flying in the sky is both scary and exciting. Only Lin Momo remained unchanged. She said somewhat proudly, "Now, what is this feeling of flying in the sky? At night, hee." Hearing Lin Momo's words, the other girls blushed, lowered their heads slightly. Their eyes were full of shyness and anticipation. Yi-Chen said to them, "All right, follow me to the teacher's dormitory area. You can find a place to stay. Tonight, Fang Qingjue's will come to my room. I have something very important to talk to you about." Fang Qingjue's face immediately showed a hint of surprise. "I told you so. You slutty girls, talking about strength and appearance, which one of you can beat me? Want to compete with me for my husband? Dream on. I will definitely be the first one among you to climb into my husband's bed." He. Yi-Chen brought these more than 20 beautiful female ability users back to the teacher's dormitory. Before they even entered, Bai Hu's extraordinary hearing had already heard Yi-Chen's footsteps, twisting his white tiger butt. He ran out excitedly. Seeing Yi-Chen, he directly pounced on him, jumping around his face. Feeling the wet tongue of the little white tiger licking his face full of saliva, Yi-Chen hugged the tiger's head and said, "All right, stop licking. Men and women should not be so intimate. Although I know you are very happy, but in front of so many women, can you be a little more restrained?" Ayo. The white tiger barked, then stopped licking Yi-Chen's face. Fang Qingjue and the others, seeing the little white tiger, all showed shocked expressions, saying, "Such a big and strong tiger. Is this a mutated tiger? I didn't expect that Yi-Chen could directly tame a mutated tiger. This is too amazing. This tiger is so fierce, so strong, and so big. It's almost as fierce as Yi-Chen. It's a male tiger, let me see. Ah, damn. No wonder it's so coquettish, turns out it's a female white tiger." Watching the white tiger being so intimate with Yi-Chen, they even thought about the relationship between this man and tiger. It's not ordinary, right? Damn, Yi-Chen's taste is really heavy. He really doesn't pick. But this also shows how strong he is. He can conquer even such a huge female white tiger, not to mention humans. Whoever chats with him will probably end up completely exhausted. The women looked at Yi-Chen, unable to help but feel excited. And at this time, Chen Zi, Chen Ting, Lu Ruyan, Su Chanxian, Li Mange, and others also came out. Seeing that Yi-Chen brought back so many women at once, they were all a bit surprised. They said, "Honey, where did you go this time? You actually brought back so many survivors?" Su Chanxian said, "Honey, these sisters are all so beautiful. Where did you bring them from?" Looking at their attire, they don't look like struggling survivors at all, but rather like urban beauties, all dressed up brightly and beautifully, much better than us back then. Chen Zi said, "Isn't that right? Back then, I was almost eaten by zombies while hiding in a tree, about to give up, thanks to my husband for saving me. I bet when my husband saved me, I looked like a wild person, right? Haven't bathed for days, must have had a smell, and haven't washed my hair for days, it must have looked like a bird's nest. How come they all look so beautiful, even though it's been almost a month since the apocalypse started?" Chen Ting said, "Exactly, I was trapped in the toilet back then, almost starving to the point of eating shit." Li Mange said, "Honey, did you find a city that hasn't been invaded by zombies? Are these beauties brought out from that safe city?" They were indeed very puzzled. When the apocalypse broke out only 3 days ago, they were almost starving to death, all disheveled, pale, and thin. But now, almost a month into the apocalypse, the women Yi-Chen brought back were all bright and beautiful, flourishing, not at all troubled by neglect, looking like they ate well, drank well, slept well, all beautiful and charming. Much stronger than them back then. Could it be that there really is a city unaffected by zombies? If so, we should ask our husband to take us there. Who wouldn't want to live in a safe city? After listening to these women, Fang Qingjue said, "It's not as you imagine. This outbreak of the virus is global, not just in your city. The reason we seem unaffected by the apocalypse is that we are official superhumans." Yu Zuilan also said, "That's right, in the apocalypse, if you haven't awakened superpowers, ordinary people would probably find it very difficult to survive outside, let alone grooming. Finding food is almost impossible. How could they still maintain such an elegant figure?" Bai Qingqing said, "Indeed, when we see you, we are a bit surprised. Clearly each of you is an ordinary person, not a superhuman, yet you seem to live carefree like us, unaffected by the apocalypse. That's the most surprising part." Gu Yunhan said, "I'm afraid only Yi Chen can do such a thing. With his own strength, he can protect so many women, dozens of them. Even as superhumans, without an official organization as a backing, dare not say we can protect so many survivors and let them live such a good life." After listening to these people, Su Chanxian's face showed a proud expression. She said, "Of course, our husband is the most powerful. Not only can he provide us with food, but he has also turned the entire campus into a safe zone, where we can move freely, even built walls tens of meters high and huge protective shields. No matter how powerful the zombies are, they can't invade." Li Mange said, "What do you mean by superhumans? Are you all superhumans? Are you very powerful?" Fang Qingjue's face showed a proud expression. She said, "Of course, superhumans, even without the boost of superpowers, just based on physical basics, our quality is already twice as strong as ordinary people, plus superpowers, combat power is at least tens of times that of ordinary people. Don't say it's just ordinary zombies, even if it's level 2 zombies, they are not our opponents. It's nothing to fight hundreds of zombies at the same time." Hearing this, Su Chanxian and others showed a shocked and envious expression on their faces. They all said, "This is too amazing, right? I also want to become a supernatural being, so I can fight zombies too, and not hold back my husband anymore." Chen Ting also said, "Yes, when we become supernatural beings, we can help out." Chen Zi said, "Helping out, I don't really care, but it's best to give me a power that can be used in that area, so I can give my husband a better experience, he. After saying that, she showed a mischievous smile. At this moment, Yi Chen said, "Alright, since everyone has already met each other, let's hurry to the dormitory. You are newcomers, you can find an empty room to stay in, and Fang Qingjue, you take a good bath tonight, wash yourself clean and tender, then come to my room to chat with me. Let's have a good chat all night." Hearing this, Fang Qingjue blushed instantly. She nodded and said, "I got it. I will definitely wash myself clean and tender. Just wait for it. He. After having dinner with the girls, Yi Chen returned to his room, lay on the bed, and started to look at his attribute panel. Due to today's conquest of more than 50 beautiful girls in the end of the World Biological Management Bureau, Yi Chen also received more than 50 system rewards. He hadn't had a chance to carefully check how many rewards he had received. Now it's time to take a look at his attribute panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 18 years old. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 1,550 points. Speed, 1,550 points. Spirit, 1,550 points. Speed, 1,550 points. Maximum speed 279 meters per second. Skills, 1. System space, level 8. You have a system space of 80 meters x 80 meters x 80 meters. 2. Metal control, level 7. You can control any metal, control their movement, and change their shape. 3. Invisibility, level 5. You can be invisible for 24 hours each day. 4. Zombie control, level 5. You can control up to level 5 zombies, up to 5 in number. 5. Space slash, level 2. When you use a weapon to attack, you can launch a 20-meter long sword energy to attack the enemy. 6. Battle focus, level 2. When you use this skill, you will devote yourself entirely to the battle, increasing all your basic attributes by 20%, lasting for 10 minutes, and can be used twice within 24 hours. 7. Virus immunity. You can be immune to zombie viruses. 8. DNA gene enhancement. You can branch out with any suitable species. 9. Attribute enhancement. You can gain 0.1 attribute points for each zombie killed. 10. Soul control, level 5. You can cast soul control on all people within a 50-meter range who are under your control. After 1 minute, they will become your most loyal servants. Looking at his attribute panel, Yi Chen was extremely happy. The enhancements he received this time from the official organization were really significant. Not only did he gain new skills like space slash and battle focus, but his basic attributes also received several hundred points of enhancement, reaching 31 times that of an ordinary person. His speed has reached 279 meters per second, almost reaching the speed of sound. At the same time, all his skills have been upgraded. His storage space has reached level 8. 80 times 80 times 80 is equal to 512,000 cubic meters. Such a large space can hold a lot of supplies. Yi Chen looked at the empty space and felt a sense of urgency. It's empty again. Looks like I need to continue collecting supplies to fill it up. His metal control skill had reached level 7, making it more proficient and faster, with a longer range and able to control heavier weights. Now, with just a thought, he could even control an aircraft carrier to fly in the sky. His stealth skill had reached level 5, likely maxed out, allowing him to stay invisible for 24 hours a day. Yi Chen could remain invisible all day without being noticed. His zombie control skill had also reached level 5, enabling him to control level 5 zombies, although he had only encountered up to level 2 zombies so far. It seemed that the zombies' upgrade speed couldn't keep up with his control skill's upgrade speed. Through his discoveries in the Apocalypse Creature Management Bureau, Yi Chen had learned that level 2 zombies had higher intelligence than level 1 zombies, even resembling humans more. So, would level 3, 4, and 5 zombies resemble humans even more? And zombies could reproduce. He also had a gene enhancement skill. If a level 5 female zombie looked a bit prettier, it wouldn't be a bad idea, it might even have its own charm. As for the soul control skill, after reaching level 5, it turned into an area skill where all enemies within a 50-meter range could be controlled simultaneously, greatly increasing efficiency. As for the skill of breaking the void, Yi Chen felt it was not very useful. After all, he could easily use steel needles to explode people's heads with a wave of his hand. A 20-meter-long sword energy was indeed a sharp weapon at the beginning of the apocalypse, allowing him to charge into a horde of zombies and dominate. However, Yi Chen possessed too many skills now and basically didn't need to resort to close combat. So, Yi Chen focused on the last skill, Battle Focus, which could boost his basic attributes by 20% in 10 minutes. Currently, Yi Chen's speed was 279 meters per second, and with a 20% increase, it would be 334.8. It was almost close to the speed of sound at 340 meters per second. By using this skill, Yi Chen could make his speed almost reach the speed of sound. This new skill was truly impressive, and it was only at level 2. Would it increase by 30% at level 3, 40% at level 4, and 100% at level 10? The upper limit of this skill was also very high. Perhaps this trip to the Apocalypse Creature Management Bureau had brought him the best reward. In short, Yi Chen felt that this trip to the Bureau was not in vain, thanks in large part to Lin Momo, who had always insisted on accompanying him. This little girl, not only beautiful and charming but also seemed to bring him a lot of benefits. It was not in vain that he had made her suffer in the interrogation room back then. Just as Yi Chen was feeling pleased, his door was knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. Although the knocking was not loud, it was urgent, indicating that the person outside was excited and couldn't wait to come in and have a chat with Yi Chen. Upon hearing the sound, Yi Chen immediately regained his composure and said, "Come in." The door was quickly pushed open. A slender and pure white jade foot stepped in first. Seeing this leg, Yi Chen was instantly energized. What a beautiful leg! So straight, long, and white, he wondered whose it was. Following was a graceful figure that slowly walked in. After seeing the person clearly, Yi Chen revealed a surprised expression. It was indeed Fong Qingjue. She had just finished eating and went to take a bath, then came to find him. Now pushing the door open, there was still a fragrant breeze. She had already changed into a close-fitting silk nightgown. Her perfect figure, highlighted by the semi-transparent nightgown, looked especially enticing. The curves of her perfect figure were displayed to the fullest. Even Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement upon seeing her. She was the 15th ranked female Esper of S rank, the aloof goddess within the Apocalypse Creature Management Bureau, an existence that other men could only admire from afar, but now she actively washed herself clean like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, crawling into her room, waiting for her harvest. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. It's hard to resist. Facing Yi Chen's fiery gaze, Fong Qingjue's beautiful face revealed a hint of shyness. A slight abnormal blush appeared on her cheeks. Even her breathing began to tremble. Yi Chen patted his bed and said to her, "Don't be nervous, I am very gentle. Come sit down, let's have a good chat about life, ideals, and the contributions we should make for human reproduction." Fong Qingjue nodded, then nervously sat down beside Yi Chen. Looking at her sitting beside him, emitting a faint fragrance, with a stunning appearance and a hot figure, Yi Chen's mood began to stir. Compared to those female students, Fong Qingjue seemed more mature, and her S-rank 15th ranking was unmatched by female students. Yi Chen couldn't help but scan her with the system. Name, Fong Qingjue. Age, 24 years old. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Bust size, C+. Appearance score, 95 points. Figure score, 93 points. Charging times, 0. After seeing this information, Yi Chen showed a somewhat surprised expression. Not only did her figure and appearance score above 90 points, but the charging times were also 0. This was a 24-year-old beauty, and it was said that she had already entered the Apocalypse Creature Management Bureau and became an Esper several years before the apocalypse broke out. How come she, as an Esper for so long, had not been taken down by other Espers? Yi Chen directly asked. I didn't expect you never had a boyfriend before? Fang Qingjue opened her mouth, showing a surprised expression. She said, how did you know? Yi Chen touched his chin and said, seeing how nervous and cautious you were sitting beside me, trembling all over, it's obvious you have no experience with men and women. Don't be nervous, I am the gentlest person, and all my women are first-timers, so I am most experienced with first-timers. But you are so beautiful, with such a good figure, and already 24 years old, why haven't you had a boyfriend? Do you not like men? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Fang Qingjue's face turned as red as an apple. This guy could even tell she had never had a boyfriend or any experience with men and women before. Could it be true that the rumors on the internet, that you can tell if a woman is a first-timer by her way of walking or certain behaviors, are true? She didn't know how he figured it out. Fang Qingjue replied, I became an Esper when I was 20 years old. At that time, my awakened Esper ability was very powerful, and I received special training from the organization. It can be said that I had a bright future, so naturally, I didn't look at ordinary men. Even the 9th-rank Lu Qingsong, I didn't think he was that strong, but the 2nd-rank Li Guilong caught my interest, but he was already in his 30s, too old. So, I haven't found a suitable man to be my boyfriend. But now I consider myself lucky to have met a powerful man like you. It's so perfect to be my boyfriend. He. As a woman, who wouldn't admire the strong? In times of peace, there is a saying that goes, money is for women to see, not to spend. Being wealthy is not about how much money you spend on women, but about showing strength, attracting women to you. For example, in times of peace, if you can drive $1 million car and casually drive around the university campus, you can easily pick up a college student. After all, a major drawback of luxury cars is that the air conditioning in the passenger seat is too hot, making those beautiful women want to undress as soon as they get in the car. In times of peace, money is equivalent to power. The end of the world is coming. Combat power is the real strength. And at this moment, Yi Chen happens to be the number one among all superhumans. And he became number one in just 10 minutes. This kind of strength is highly valuable, naturally appealing to all women. Even Fang Qingjue, ranked 15th, admires Yi Chen endlessly, wishing to devour him alive and dry him out immediately. After hearing Fang Qingjue's words, Yi Chen nodded and said, indeed, a peerless beauty like you naturally deserves the strongest man to possess. And I, Yi Chen, happen to be that strongest one. Today, let me show you my strength. Blushing, Fang Qingjue said, Captain Yi Chen, you. Yi Chen smiled and said, still calling me captain, you should call me husband now. Ah, Fang Qingjue's face turned even redder, but obediently nodded and said, husband, please treat me with care and cherish me. Don't worry. I'm just chatting with you. Yi Chen nodded with a mischievous smile. The next morning, Yi Chen woke up early. Fang Qingjue, exhausted from chatting the day before, was still sound asleep in bed. But it must be said, the goddess of the Bureau of End-Time Creatures was still a goddess, even in her sleep. She remained so beautiful and captivating. Her peaceful face looked like that of a sleeping beauty, and Yi Chen couldn't help but reach out and pinch her. Fang Qingjue mumbled something incoherent. She patted Yi Chen's hand and said, don't touch me, we agreed to just chat yesterday, right? We started getting physical while chatting. Almost exhausted me. Let me sleep a little longer. Hearing her words, a smug smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. So what if she's the 15th in the S rank? She still can't withstand my level 8 Gale. After getting up, freshening up, and having breakfast, Yi Chen started thinking about what to do today. The nearby resources had been almost depleted. Previously, Yi Chen had enclosed the entire school area with a huge metal net to prevent zombie invasions because his women had no combat power. But things were different now. Bringing back over 20 superhumans, each with strong abilities, these superhumans could easily withstand thousands of zombies. With that in mind, Yi Chen could now venture further to collect resources without worrying about his backyard catching fire. So today, Yi Chen planned to collect supplies in the neighboring city. After all, Yi Chen's storage space had been upgraded again, becoming larger and more spacious, and he couldn't wait to fill it up. So after breakfast, Yi Chen prepared to head out. Gu Yunhan and others came over, saying, Captain, where are you going? We want to go with you. Yu Zuilan also said, yes, we female superhumans are all your team members. Wherever you go, we will follow. Other female superhumans also said, yes. When team members are on a mission, they must be with the captain. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, alright, Gu Yunhan, Yu Zuilan, and Bai Qingqing, the three of you will be in my team. Fang Qingjue was too tired from chatting with me last night and hasn't woken up yet, so she won't be coming. The rest of you will stay in the safe zone for now. When there are missions, I will assign them to you. You can also form teams of 5. Gu Yunhan and the others showed expressions of joy on their faces, very happy. But the other dozen or so female team members were a bit unhappy. They also wanted to act with Yi Chen. But thinking about it, how could a team have over 20 people? Too many people, too big a target. Even in the Bureau of Apocalypse Creatures, they also carried out missions in teams of 5. Therefore, they couldn't say anything. After all, Gu Yunhan and the others were S-level female ability users. Most of them were B-level and A-level. They couldn't compare to S-level. They could only reluctantly nod. Afterwards, Yi Chen started leading the 3 beautiful female ability users out of the teacher's dormitory building. It was indeed a different feeling to search for supplies with 3 stunning ability users. And the 3 of them would occasionally compete for attention by Yi Chen's side. They all wanted to catch Yi Chen's attention, hoping to climb into Yi Chen's bed tonight. This made Yi Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. Could it be that he was really so handsome that every woman wanted to compete to get into bed with him? Well, it seems that being handsome is also a kind of trouble. After leaving the teacher's dormitory, Yi Chen directly used his mental power to cover the 3 beautiful women with a layer of metal armor, preparing to fly with them to the neighboring city to search for supplies. However, at that moment, he noticed something. Not far from the teacher's dormitory, there was a pile of soil on the ground. This caught Yi Chen's attention, and he furrowed his brows as he walked over. He found a hole. How could concrete ground have a hole? Could it be that the school area had been invaded by someone? This made Yi Chen vigilant. In the Bureau of Apocalypse Creatures, Yi Chen had already discovered the existence of ability users. He found that there were more and more ability users appearing during the apocalypse, and the number of mutated creatures was also increasing. If someone, or a mutated creature, awakened the ability to dig holes, it was not impossible. He carefully observed the hole. He found that the hole was dark, deep, and damp, pitch black inside, impossible to see the end at a glance. The entrance of the hole had fresh soil, still somewhat moist, indicating that it had been dug recently, possibly last night. And judging by the appearance of the hole, it seemed to have been dug from the bottom up, not from the top down, which meant that it was possible for a creature to invade from outside the campus through this hole. At this moment, Gu Yunhan, Yu Zuilan, and Bai Qingqing also came to see the hole, their faces showing some surprise. Gu Yunhan bent down and touched the moist soil, saying, "This soil is still very fresh. This hole should have appeared not long ago, probably last night. The entrance is not big enough for a normal adult to pass through. Maybe it's a mutated rat, groundhog, or something like that." Yu Zuilan said, "Captain, the upper part of this safe zone is indeed well fortified, but unfortunately, the ground protection is not sufficient. Like our Bureau of Apocalypse Creatures, even the underground 15 floors are our territory, and we have a thick layer of reinforced concrete on the 15th floor underground, which not only prevents water leakage but also prevents underground creature invasions. I think you, as the team leader, can request official assistance to have them reinforce the school directly." Bai Qingqing said, "Now it's the apocalypse, official organizations don't have as much manpower and resources, can they help?" Yu Zuilanlu said, "Even without manpower and resources, we must lend a hand. Our captain is one of the top talents in the Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau. If we encounter danger, the losses will be even greater." The other 2 women nodded after hearing this. Since returning with Yi Chen, they had already placed Yi Chen as their top priority. For the safety of the captain, shouldn't the Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau or official organization provide some help, resources, and personnel? Isn't that necessary? At this moment, Yi Chen said, "To figure out what has invaded our campus, we must go inside this cave to find out. Maybe that thing is still inside the cave." At this point, Gu Yunhan beside him said, "The entrance to this cave is too small for ordinary people to enter. Maybe Su Chanxian can go in, as she is only about 1.5 meters tall?" Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Even if it's Su Chanxian, she may not be able to crawl in. Besides, Su Chanxian is not a supernatural being, just an ordinary person. What if the creature inside is very ferocious? We can't let her take the risk." After saying that, he tilted his head for a moment, then suddenly brightened up as if he had figured something out. He said to the women, "Wait for me here. I'll be right back." Without waiting for the women to respond, he leaped up and flew directly outside the school. A few minutes later, he flew back. Accompanying him was a little brat in full steel armor. When the 2 of them landed, Gu Yunhan and the others realized that the little brat was not human but a little zombie girl. Seeing this scene, Gu Yunhan and the others showed a somewhat shocked expression. Gu Yunhan said, "Captain, what's the use of bringing back a little zombie girl?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "Let her go in and investigate for me." Her size is that of a 5 or 6-year-old girl, so she can crawl in. Yuzuelan said, but zombies won't obey your commands. Even if they do, they can't speak. So even if she finds the enemy, she can't tell you about the situation. Yi-Chen smiled and said, I have my ways. He possessed the skill of controlling zombies and had reached level 5, capable of controlling 5th level zombies. This little zombie girl was only at the 1st level. As long as he controlled her, he could see through her eyes, control her actions, and make her do whatever he wanted. Isn't it simple to make her crawl into a hole? Zombies have no intelligence and don't speak? There's no need for her to speak, just use her eyes to see things for me. So Yi-Chen sent a command to the little zombie girl in his mind, crawl in. The zombie instantly started crawling down from the entrance. Gu Yunhan and the others who witnessed this scene were very shocked. They couldn't understand how Yi-Chen could make the zombie so obedient. Just crawl into the hole as commanded? The Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau had been studying zombies for a long time, and they hadn't even developed a cure for the zombie virus, let alone a method to control zombies. If there really was a way to control zombies, controlling all the zombies globally and turning them into a workforce would be fantastic. In the future, instead of workers entering the factory to screw screws, just let the zombies in. If one could control all the zombies, the reconstruction after the apocalypse would take less than a year to bring the world back to its peak and then achieve a higher level of modern society. Yi-Chen ignored the women's astonishment and continued to control the zombie to crawl down. It must be said that this cave was dark, deep, and narrow. Even the little zombie girl, crawling inside, was tightly squeezed and moving very slowly. In the end, Yi-Chen decided to use his steel control skill, urging the little girl zombie to swiftly traverse the cave. After traveling for dozens of seconds, they finally arrived at another place. Seeing the scene in front of him, Yi-Chen was shocked beyond words. Yi-Chen never expected this. Going deeper underground through this cave, there was actually a vast space, a natural mine underground, with several figures busy inside the mine. Without exception, these figures were all very small, looking to be about 1.3 meters tall. But when they wielded their hammers, they were vigorous and continuously mining underground. Yi-Chen looked at all this through the eyes of the zombie, shocked in his heart. I never expected that there would be other humanoid creatures underground in the area of my school. Judging by their size, they look just like the dwarfs in the cartoons from before. Could there be Snow White as well? Yi-Chen watched these dwarfs working there, both male and female, all in the post-apocalyptic world, and he didn't know what they were mining for. At that moment, one of the dwarfs noticed the little girl zombie controlled by Yi-Chen. He immediately pointed at the little zombie and shouted to his companions, "Hey, look at that guy, when did he appear, what is he?" His companions also paid attention at his reminder, and upon seeing the little zombie, they all showed surprised expressions. He looks like a little human. No, he's a little zombie. Get rid of him quickly, or he will definitely bite us. A male dwarf directly rushed over with a hammer. Then, a hammer struck the little zombie's head. Boom! A loud metallic collision sound echoed in the underground space. The hammer was instantly knocked away. Due to the steel created by Yi-Chen wrapping around the zombie's body and head, even the strong male dwarf's hammer couldn't break through. The male dwarf showed a shocked expression. He shouted, "This zombie has a head of steel." The other dwarfs burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Olaf, I think you and your wife worked overtime too much at night. That's why your whole body has gone soft." "Ha ha, I think so too. With you like this, what kind of mine can you run? You can't even smash a skull, what are you mining?" The dwarf named Olaf showed an unhappy expression and said, "If you don't believe it, come and try it yourself. This zombie seems a bit stupid, won't fight back even if we hit him. Try it yourself and you'll see." "Let's give it a try, it's just a child zombie, can it really turn the tables?" "I don't believe it, is he really an iron-headed kid?" Another dwarf picked up a hammer and rushed over, striking the zombie's head. Boom! Another loud sound, but the zombie remained unscathed. "Ha!" The dwarf also showed a puzzled expression. "Move aside, let me try." Another dwarf rushed over. Boom! Boom boom boom! All the dwarfs took turns hitting the zombie with a hammer, but not a single person could break through his defense. Olaf laughed. "I said keep it up, why are you so weak, work too much overtime with your wife at night." "Ha ha ha!" A dwarf looked at the zombie and said, "This zombie is not right. The zombies we encountered before would rush to bite us as soon as they saw us, but this zombie has been hit by us so many times, yet he hasn't moved at all. And I found that his head and body are wrapped in a metal similar to steel, definitely not an ordinary zombie. Look at him standing there foolishly, let's tie him up and let the chief see." "Makes sense, since we can't kill him anyway, let's tie him up and let the chief figure it out." So the dwarves took out a hemp rope and tied up the zombie, stuffing a large stone in her mouth to prevent her from biting. Yi Chen, who witnessed this scene, smiled. Very good, this is the effect I want. As long as they take the zombie back, I can follow its vision to find out where their main base is. These damn dwarves almost dug up the underground of my school area. How can I not go to their main base and make a scene? And it seems like their job is mining. Maybe their main base has countless metals that I can collect and use. If I control the entire dwarf clan with soul chains to mine for me, won't I have an endless supply of metals in the future? This is much easier than collecting cars on the road. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's face was filled with excitement. Underground. In the dim mine, the dwarves threw the tied-up zombie into a mining cart and pushed it forward. After over an hour of travel, they had not reached the exit yet. Gu Yunhan, Yu Zuilan, and Bai Qingqing, not knowing what was happening below, were getting impatient and said to Yi Chen, Captain, won't the zombie escape on its own? Why no movement after over an hour? Yu Zuilan said, could there be monsters underground that killed the zombie? Bai Qingqing suggested, why not block the entrance with metal and cover the entire ground with metal so we won't have to worry about invasions? Yi Chen shook her head with a smile, telling them to be patient. Don't rush, Rome wasn't built in a day. It's only been over an hour. If you go chat in my room, you won't even be done by the time you come down from the sky. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Gu Yunhan and the others blushed. Annoying. You promised to chat for at least over an hour. On the other side, after over an hour of travel, the dwarves finally reached an elevator, pushed the zombie in, and slowly ascended to the surface. When they appeared on the surface, Yi Chen finally saw the dwarf tribe. It looked like a wilderness village, with many wooden houses built by the dwarves. There was a huge smelting furnace outdoors, with many dwarves pouring ore into it. At the same time, dwarves were forging weapons non-stop. The scale of this tribe seemed large. Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. How come these creatures were never discovered before the outbreak of the apocalypse? After the apocalypse, not only did humans turn into zombies, but even dwarves, who were only seen in fantasy worlds, appeared in reality. However, through her sensing of the zombies, Yi Chen already knew the location. It was probably a suburb of Haicheng, just over 10 kilometers from Yi Chen's school area. It was time to go to the dwarf tribe and plunder it thoroughly. So Yi Chen said to Gu Yunhan and the others beside her, very well, let's go find the culprits who dug through our ground. Gu Yunhan and the others were surprised. Captain Yi Chen, you already know their location? Yi Chen nodded, yes. Let's go now. With a slight movement of her mind, he flew into the sky with the three women. Since his steel control had reached level 7, the speed of controlling steel had increased, and now his flying speed had exceeded 4 times the speed of sound. It only took a few seconds to reach the dwarf tribe tens of kilometers away. At the same time, the dwarves, the miners in the tribe, had already brought the metal-wrapped zombie to their tribal chief. When their leader saw the zombie, he showed a very puzzled expression and asked the dwarves, why did you bring a zombie back to the tribe? Although we are not native creatures of this world, we can also be infected by the zombie virus. Do you want to become dwarf zombies? The dwarves hurriedly replied, Chief, we found this zombie in the underground mine and don't know how he got into our mine. But his body is wrapped in a very special metal that even with mining hammers and chisels, we cannot break through. Besides, this zombie is a bit silly and doesn't attack people at all. So we brought him back for you to decide. Upon hearing this, the chief showed a somewhat surprised expression and said, oh, is there such a thing? A zombie that doesn't attack others on its own? After speaking, he walked up to the zombie with short legs, drew his short sword from his waist, and poked the zombie's head. Because the zombie's head was protected by armor, it couldn't be harmed, but the head swayed from side to side from the poke of the sword. The zombie showed no reaction at all. The chief dwarf then used the sword to tap the metal on the zombie and, hearing the crisp sound it made, exclaimed, the armor on this zombie is made of very powerful metal, even harder than the metal forged by our renowned dwarf tribe. It seems to be man-made, and it fits so well that it must have been custom-made for this child zombie, who has already been tamed by someone. That's why it doesn't attack others at will. The other dwarves asked, Chief, what should we do next? The chief of the dwarf tribe replied, take off this armor, see who fits it, and let them wear it. As for this little zombie, just chop off her head. Yes, chief. The dwarves were about to remove her armor when suddenly, several shadows flew in from the sky at supersonic speed. Then, with a loud bang, Yi Chen and 3 beautiful women landed together. The people of the dwarf tribe were directly startled by this scene. All the little dwarves jumped up, then quickly drew their weapons from their waists, looking very alert at Yi Chen and the others. Yi Chen noticed that this dwarf tribe was not very large, probably only about the size of a village. Altogether, there were only about 200 dwarves. Yi Chen had a relaxed expression on his face, while Gu Yunhan and the others were very shocked. Unable to help herself, Gu Yunhan asked Yi Chen, my goodness, how come there is a group of little dwarves here? Although they are short, the male dwarves have muscles bulging high, full of beards, and their beards are almost dragging on the ground. They look very rough and tough, not cute at all. Yu Zuelan said, they are nothing like the dwarfs in Snow White. Bai Qingqing said, the few female dwarves over there look okay. Although they are very short, their body proportions are good, not like those of dwarfs. They seem to be just a shrunken version of normal people, giving off a delicate and beautiful feeling, like porcelain dolls. At this moment, the dwarves also showed a wary expression upon seeing Yi Chen and Bai Qingqing, and asked aggressively, humans, what are you doing here? This is our dwarf tribe's territory. Are you trying to invade us here? The dwarves, despite their small stature, had quite a temper. In their world, there had been wars between the dwarf tribe and the human tribe. At that time, they won more and lost less, even facing half-orcs without fear. Inside their small bodies, there was immense energy. In terms of strength, a 1.2-meter dwarf had the strength of a 1.8-meter strong man. Yi Chen listened to the other party's words and said, you little guys have dug mines under my school. What do you want? If you continue like this, you will collapse our entire school. Where did you little guys come from? You shouldn't be the original creatures on our planet, right? The dwarf chief with a long beard stepped forward and said, we are indeed not the original creatures of this planet, and we don't know how we were transported to this world. However, most of the human race on this planet has turned into zombies. We dwarves have formed a tribe to protect our safety, isn't that normal? It's you who come aggressively. What do you want to do? Do you want to be enemies with our dwarf tribe? With these words, the other dwarves around the dwarf chief also showed serious expressions, began to take it seriously, and began to prepare to attack Yi Chen. After listening to these people, Yi Chen smiled and said, do you little dwarves have the qualifications to be enemies with me? I think you are good at mining. I'll give you a chance to be my subordinates. After mining and refining metals, hand them all over to me. I agree to let you become my little brothers. I will protect the safety of your tribe in the future. How about that? This condition is pretty good, right? Unexpectedly, these dwarves laughed heartily after hearing Yi Chen's words. It was as if they had heard a huge joke. A strong dwarf said, is the leader crazy? He actually came to recruit us dwarves as his subordinates? And he's just a few people, wanting to subdue hundreds of us. It seems that the intelligence of the human race on this planet is lacking. Don't waste time talking to him, attack directly. Leader, I request a one-on-one with him. Let him know how powerful our dwarf tribe is. The dwarf chief said, everyone attack together. This guy came from the sky, probably not an ordinary human race. Let's attack him together and take him down. Don't be careless. Yes, leader. The dwarves took orders and charged towards Yi Chen. They raised their weapons, ready to attack Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen just glanced at them. The weapons in their hands instantly began to change. Ah, why is my axe melting? The weapons in the hands of those dwarves melted into strange shapes in an instant, then turned into a snake-like shape spreading towards their bodies. The next second, all the dwarves were tied up like zongzi by metal ropes. They fell to the ground, unable to move. Even the dwarf chief was no exception. At this moment, fear appeared on their faces. They never expected this human to be so strong. Yi Chen smiled and said, attacking me with metal weapons? Aren't you seeking death? Yi Chen used his metal control ability to control the metal ropes binding the dwarves, flying them all together into a pile. Yi Chen captured over 200 dwarves. Because Yi Chen's soul control skill had been upgraded to level 5, allowing him to control all enemies within a 50-meter range, Yi Chen was ready to control all these 200 dwarves at once. The dwarves were gathered together, fear showing on their faces. The chief of the dwarf tribe shouted at Yi Chen, you despicable fellow, what do you, this despicable human, want to do? Our dwarf tribe will never submit to anyone. Even if you kill us, we will not submit. His daughter also said, in our original world, even when facing orcs and elves, we have never surrendered, let alone you mere humans. You despicable people, your world is already facing doomsday, you will perish sooner or later. Listening to these two people, Yi Chen sneered and said, whether humans will perish or not, you don't need to worry about it for now. You are just my mining tools. After speaking, Yi Chen directly began to use soul control. 1 minute later, he received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, host, the soul control has been successfully executed. They have become your most loyal servants, they will never betray you. At the same time, the eyes of those dwarves looking at Yi Chen had completely changed. Initially, they were very angry and disdainful, but now, when they looked at Yi Chen, there was only obedience and respect. They almost wanted to immediately hug Yi Chen's feet and lick them wildly. The daughter of the dwarf chief looked at Yi Chen with admiration in her eyes, even with a hint of coquetry, sending flirtatious glances to Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen said to those dwarves, "From today, this dwarf tribe is my property, including all of you dwarves, who are my assets. You will continue to mine here, and after mining the ore, there is no need to smelt it. I will come regularly to smelt them myself at intervals. You just need to dig the ore out from underground." The leader of the dwarf tribe said, "Yes, Lord Yi Chen. We will make sure to mine quickly, to bring more resources to Lord Yi Chen." The daughter of the leader of the human tribe said, "Lord Yi Chen, Sigrid, I am at your command. You can order me to do anything, including serving you in bed." He. With that, this beautiful little dwarf showed a seductive smile, licked her lips with her tender tongue, and threw an extremely affectionate glance at Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at her. It has to be said that this little dwarf is indeed different from others. Perhaps because she is the daughter of the chief, she doesn't need to dig in the mines. Her clothes are very clean, more luxurious than others, and her skin is not the typical bronze color but flawless and white, like a porcelain doll. Coupled with her height of 1.23 meters, she looks like a little beauty coming out of an animation. Yi Chen asked her, "Little dwarf Sigrid, how old are you? You are not under 18, right?" Sigrid covered her mouth and laughed. The lifespan of us dwarves is 200 years, twice that of ordinary humans. Although I look like a girl, I am actually 28 years old, and my father is over 80 years old. And don't be fooled by my short stature, I am already an adult in size, because the tallest dwarves grow to only 1.2 to 1.3 meters. Hearing this from the dwarf beauty Sigrid, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. Even dwarves have longer lifespans than humans? Humans are really pitiful. Yi Chen asked, "Why do you have such a long lifespan?" Sigrid tilted her head and thought for a moment, showing a cute expression on her face. She said, "I don't know either, but 200 years is not long for us creatures in this world. The elves, they say, can live for over 2,000 years. Elves?" Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Elves are legendary creatures, and it is said that every elven woman is extremely beautiful. People often use the phrase "as beautiful as an elf" to describe a beautiful woman. Real female elves are probably the most beautiful creatures in the world, right? If one could get a beautiful elven girl, wouldn't that be amazing? He asked Sigrid, "Have the elves also come to our world with you? If they have come here, do you know their whereabouts?" Sigrid shook her head. "After accidentally crossing into this world, we did not find creatures from our world, but we encountered many zombies, so I don't know if there are elves." Yi Chen looked disappointed, thinking he could get an elven maiden. It seemed he had been thinking too much. However, even if he couldn't get elves, getting dwarves would be great. He cleared his throat, straightened his body, puffed out his chest, and asked the dwarf women, "Dwarf women, will you be my women, Yi Chen?" Upon hearing this, the dwarf women's faces lit up with joy. They had already been completely conquered by Yi Chen's soul. Who wouldn't want to follow Yi Chen? Not to mention being Yi Chen's women, they would be willing to be Yi Chen's dogs. Even the married dwarf women, their husbands had no objections, as they too were under Yi Chen's control. So, the women unanimously said, "We are willing." At the same time, Yi Chen began to receive system prompts in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully saving the maiden. Receive system rewards, all attributes plus 10 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully saving the maiden. Receive system rewards, storage space skill upgraded by 1 level. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully saving the maiden. Receive new skill, passive shield. Level 1, a shield will be generated around your body to block one attack, cooldown 24 hours. Watching the continuous system prompts in his mind, Yi Chen was overjoyed. In the end, he received a total of 84 prompts. However, Yi Chen noticed something was off. There were more than 84 dwarf women here. He counted, there should be over 90. And all the dwarf women agreed to be his women. Logically, he should receive over 90 rewards, so why only over 80? This puzzled Yi Chen greatly. Logically, with genetic enhancement, Yi Chen could reproduce with any species, including dwarves. So, receiving rewards from dwarf women was expected by Yi Chen. But not all dwarf women allowed him to receive rewards. Why this difference? The system seemed to detect Yi Chen's thoughts. A mechanical voice sounded, "Only women who can be impregnated by the host can receive rewards." It's not that just one woman can give you rewards, that would be a bug, wouldn't it? Yi Chen was stunned. Wow, this system even knows about bugs? He looked a bit guilty. He asked in his mind, I have enhanced my genetic genes, can reproduce with any species, why can't I handle this group of dwarves? Why are there still around 10 who can't reproduce? The system replied, although the host's genetic genes have been enhanced to break reproductive isolation with any species, some dwarves in this group are inherently infertile. Even with enhanced genes, your seeds won't grow without suitable conditions. Yi Chen was stunned. Being a sports student, he didn't understand these physiological knowledge well. He continued, "Why are some dwarves infertile?" The system answered, "They are too old, already in menopause." Yi Chen finally understood. So that's how it is. No wonder the system always prompts that saving the girl was successful. It seems that if one is too old, they cannot have children, no matter how strong they are. But obtaining more than 80 rewards, Yi Chen also feels it's enough. Moreover, knowing that being too old means unable to receive rewards, when encountering older women in the future, there's no need to waste time. If they dare to pester him, he can just kill them directly. After communicating with the system, Yi Chen withdrew his attention and focused on the dwarf women. It must be said that the dwarf race is indeed a very rugged one, with even the women full of muscles. Even the women have to work in the mines. It's different from the pampered human women. This results in most of the dwarf race having dark and rough skin, with bulging muscles. Their limbs are not as slender and delicate as humans. It completely does not match Yi Chen's aesthetics. The only one that fits Yi Chen's aesthetics is their chieftain's daughter, Sigrid. So Yi Chen said to Sigrid, "Next, you will come back to my main camp with me, while the others continue to stay here in mine. Although you all are willing to be my women, some of you are already married, so don't think too much. I won't take you with me. Just focus on your work." Upon hearing this, Sigrid's face showed a surprised expression, and she was overjoyed. She said to her father, "Dad, I'm leaving here next. Take care of yourself." Being able to follow Lord Yi Chen is so exciting to think about. "Don't worry, I will come back with him every time he returns to see you." The dwarf chieftain's face showed a relieved expression. He said, "Good daughter, I'm very happy that you can follow Lord Yi Chen. In the future, just follow Lord Yi Chen with peace of mind, don't worry about me. I will lead the dwarf tribe here and mine well for the Lord." So, Sigrid obediently followed beside Yi Chen. At 125 meters tall, she stood in front of Yi Chen, who was 185 meters tall, like a little kid. Looking at this 28-year-old daughter of the dwarf chieftain, Yi Chen's face showed a somewhat complicated expression. Can this dwarf really match him? Can they have children together? It's really intriguing to think about. Originally, the youthful beauty Su Chanxian was already outstanding, with a height of 1.5 meters compared to Yi Chen's 1.85 meters, he could easily pick her up. And now, there was a 1.25-meter tall dwarf beauty. It's truly mind-boggling. However, dwarves are different from humans, their bodies are more robust, with a greater body density. Despite being only 1.2 to 1.3 meters tall, their weight is similar to that of an adult 1.8-meter tall human, and their strength is greater. If it were a 1.25-meter tall human adult, they probably couldn't withstand Yi Chen's antics. But dwarves are different. Their sturdy bodies should be able to withstand it. Yi Chen shifted his focus away from the dwarf Sigrid. Looking at the tribe, he noticed the unfinished walls and a pile of ores. He asked the dwarf chieftain, "What are you planning to do with these walls and ores?" The dwarf chieftain replied, "The walls are to defend against zombie invasions. We first erect tall walls made of wood, then surround them with iron sheets we've prepared. This way, zombies won't be able to invade. The dwarf tribe on our original planet lives by forging, not only making weapons and armor for ourselves but also selling them to other races, such as humans and elves. The arrows shot by the elves are all crafted by our dwarves," said the dwarf chief proudly. "Their forging technology is top-notch on their planet. Through mining, smelting, forging, and manufacturing weapons and armor, they trade with other races for resources and food. This is the dwarves' way of survival. They are small in stature but strong and sturdy, perfect for underground mining." After listening to the other party's introduction, Yi Chen nodded. They used to trade weapons for food and resources on their planet, and now they continue the same practice on this planet. Unfortunately, there may be no one left to trade food and resources with them. They might have to starve to death as before. Fortunately, they met Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "Very well, from now on, you will mine for me, and as for your food, I will provide it. You only need to mine, no need to smelt, I can do it myself." With a thought, Yi Chen waved his hand towards a pile of metal ore in the distance. The metal components inside the ore gathered together like flowing water, leaving behind useless stone debris on the ground. Seeing this scene, the dwarf chief was stunned. Lips trembling, he said, "Lord Yi Chen? How did you do this?" It is well known that smelting iron ore into iron requires blast furnace technology, which consumes a lot of manpower, resources, and fuel. The cost of smelting ore into iron is not low. However, Yi Chen could skip this step and directly achieve mental smelting. Yi Chen then turned the iron into a wall, surrounding the village and making it impregnable. Seeing this, the dwarf chief was excited. This is too amazing. Lord Yi Chen, your iron smelting skills are 1,000 times better than our dwarves. You are the true king of steel. Are all humans in this world as powerful as you? In that case, our dwarf group's skills, even in eating, have become worthless. For the dwarves, their proudest and most accomplished skills are forging and mining. But the technology displayed by Yi Chen far surpasses theirs. Blast furnace smelting? He doesn't need it at all. With just a wave of his hand, the iron flowed like water into a lump. Another wave, and the flowing metal turned into indestructible steel plates, forming the walls of the tribe. To the dwarves, this was like a miracle. With their level of skill and technology, they could never have imagined how Yi Chen achieved such feats. Yi Chen said, "Not everyone has the same abilities as me. There is only one Yi Chen in this world. From now on, you only need to mine, not smelt. The rest of the time, you can plant crops. I will provide you with enough seeds for potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and other crops, and I will provide you with food until you can be self-sufficient. You don't have to worry about food." Upon hearing this, all the dwarves cheered. "Really? You can provide us with food and seeds? Lord Yi Chen, you are truly our savior. Back on our planet, we only traded food for weapons and armor made of iron. So after coming to this planet, we have been starving for the past few days. When we didn't know how to get food, Lord Yi Chen, you came, you are truly our great benefactor." Yes, Lord Yi Chen, you are our great benefactor. The dwarves were all grateful to Yi Chen. Because Yi Chen came here, not only did he build their tribal walls well, but he also provided them with food. He was simply a savior. Facing everyone's gratitude, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Being my follower, Yi Chen, of course, you will benefit. In the future, you can mine here with peace of mind. I will come to collect your ores every once in a while, and I will also bring food until you can be self-sufficient. I will take care of your food before that. Work well, I'm leaving." "Yes, Lord Yi Chen," the dwarves respectfully said. So Yi Chen continued to equip the women with steel armor, took Gu Yunhan, Yuzuilan Baking King, and the dwarven chieftain's daughter Sigrid, and flew away from here. Flying in the sky, Sigrid's face showed a surprised expression. She asked Yi Chen, Lord Yi Chen, how can you fly? And you can fly with us?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "I know many things. Tonight you come to my room, I will show you something more amazing." Gu Yunhan and the others heard this and showed a somewhat lost expression on their faces. Tonight, Yi Chen actually appointed the dwarf Sigrid to enter his room? Damn it! Doesn't that mean we have to wait in line? Damn, this little dwarf got ahead of us. But this little dwarf does have unique qualities. Although she is very short, her limbs are very well proportioned, even her chest is not small, and her face is very delicate and beautiful, a super beautiful face. After all, she is already 28 years old, not a little kid. However, the height difference with Yi Chen is quite significant. Can the two of them really match? Gu Yunhan and the others expressed great doubt. It's really hard to imagine how someone around 1.3 meters tall can play together with someone who is 1.85 meters tall. The scene is simply stimulating to think about. However, dwarves are known for their sturdy bodies, maybe they can really handle it. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the dwarf Sigrid blushed, revealing a shy smile. In her smile, there was also joy that was hard to hide. Lord Yi Chen said to find him in the room. Does that mean I can have intimate contact with Lord Yi Chen? Oh my goodness. Just thinking about it is so exciting. Hee, watch me tonight, I will find ways to make Lord Yi Chen unable to resist. Got it, Lord Yi Chen, I will come to find you tonight. Sigrid said happily, then showed a puzzled expression. She asked, Lord Yi Chen, where are we going next? Yi Chen smiled and said, Today, my purpose of coming is not just to find your dwarven tribe. Your dwarven tribe is just an accident on the way. My real purpose is to search for resources. Since I have brought you back, then you will come with us. Hearing this, Sigrid's face showed a happy expression. She said, Great, being able to act with Lord Yi Chen is Sigrid's honor. I will unconditionally obey Lord Yi Chen in the future. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. You don't need to do anything, just follow me and watch me perform. I, your master, am very powerful, Yi Chen said with a smile. Then, with a single thought, everyone accelerated their flight, instantly creating a sonic boom in the air. At the same time, more than 20 kilometers away in Nanshan City, a dusty team arrived outside a survivor base. The surviving base was spontaneously organized by survivors after the outbreak of the apocalypse, led by a person with special abilities. The top leaders of the base are also extraordinary individuals, who were professional mercenaries and assassins in peacetime. They have very strong combat capabilities. It is precisely because of this that they can manage thousands of people in the base. At this moment, the leaders of the base are drinking and chatting. Outside the base, the leader of a team showed a pleasing smile and called out to the guard at the gate, Brother, we are here to join your base. Can you open the door? The guard, upon hearing the accent of these newcomers, found it strange. They didn't seem to be locals. He furrowed his brow but didn't think much of it. After all, it had been a month since the apocalypse began, so it wasn't surprising if people from neighboring cities fled here. As for whether to accept these survivors, he needed to consult the top leaders of the base, so he hurried to the office of the base's top leaders. At this moment, the top leaders of the base were inside, drinking tea and chatting. The leader of the base, a middle-aged man named Lihanio, with dark skin, well-built muscles, and a tall stature, appeared to be around 35 years old. He took a sip of tea and said to the others, "We now have over 1,000 survivors in our base, and we receive a lot of supplies every day. With the development of the base, our strength will continue to grow. It seems that this apocalypse is not entirely a bad thing for us." Lihanio, in peacetime, had an affair with someone else's wife, which led to a fight where he ended up killing the woman's husband in self-defense. He was imprisoned for this act, originally sentenced to death. 2 months before his execution, the apocalypse broke out, turning the people in the prison into zombies, and he managed to escape. He even awakened special abilities, becoming the king of this post-apocalyptic world. He gathered many ruthless individuals, forming this survivor base, where they lived a luxurious life, with him having more than a dozen wives, all of them beautiful, some of whom were taken from other survivors. This guy, even in the apocalypse, did not change his treacherous nature. He wasn't particularly fond of ordinary girls but desired other men's wives. Being a person with special abilities and the leader of the base, he would directly take any wife he fancied, and the men dared not object. If anyone had a complaint, he would break their legs and throw them outside to feed the zombies. Moreover, to join their base, one needed to provide resources daily and have a safe place to stay away from zombie invasions. When resources were insufficient, they would be expelled. Once a survivor was left alone outside, surviving became extremely difficult. Inside the survivor base, one could team up with others, sleep peacefully at night without fear, and be much safer than wandering alone. As long as you could endure the exploitation by the top leaders of the base, it was actually better to survive than to fight alone. At this moment, another person in the manager's office also took a sip of tea and said, "We owe our comfortable lives to Brother Hanyu. It's thanks to him that we can live such a luxurious life. In peacetime, which one of us didn't cause trouble? Who could claim to be innocent? It's only because the doomsday arrived, otherwise, we would probably spend the rest of our lives in prison, right?" Another survivor leader also said, "Isn't that right? Thanks to Brother Hania's leadership, we were able to establish this survivor base and live like emperors. Compared to the peaceful times before, we are now like in heaven. This end time is great." The third leader also said, "Brother Haniu is truly the light in our end time, leading us to grow stronger and more brilliant. Brother Haniu, I toast to you." We all toast to Brother Haniu. Everyone raised their teacups and toasted Lihaniu. Lihania had a happy smile on his face. Flattered by these followers, he couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Feeling like a god in the vicinity, able to do as one pleases, lawless. Just as this group of people was happily toasting, the door was knocked. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," Lihania said calmly. Soon the door was pushed open, and a follower walked in, reporting to Lihanio, "Brother Hanio, a group of survivors outside the base said they want to join us. Should we let them in?" Hearing this, Lihanio's face lit up. He said, "Oh, survivors want to join us? How many are there? Are there any women?" The follower said, "There are about 10 people. Men and women, mostly young." Lihania showed a happy expression and said, "Great, young is good. I like young women. Let's go, brothers, let's go see how these new survivors are." "Alright, looks like Brother Hanyu will find new mistresses again. Ha ha, only Brother Hanyu is so strong, able to handle a dozen mistresses, all around 30 years old, mature and experienced. At this age of being like a wolf or tiger, who else can handle it? Brother Hanyu is invincible." Under the flattery of the followers, Lihaniu arrived at the entrance of the base. Through the gate, he saw the group of new survivors who wanted to join. The survivors said to Lihaniu, "Brother, we want to join your base. Let us in, we will follow your rules, as long as you protect us collectively." Listening to them, Lihania felt something was off. He couldn't help but frown. The follower beside him had a sly smile on his face. He whispered, "Brother Hania, those women look good, very pretty, with good figures, and they seem petite, probably fun to play with." Lihanio glanced over and indeed found those women very attractive, with a unique charm. So he nodded to the follower and said, "Open the door, let them in." The follower nodded and opened the door, and the survivors walked in. The leader of the survivors asked, "Are all the leaders of our base here?" While Li Hanyu was still puzzled, the follower quickly answered, "Yes, these four are the leaders of our base, and brother Li Hanyu is our boss." "Very good." The survivor nodded and then signaled to his companions. Those people suddenly drew their weapons from their waists and swiftly rushed towards the four leaders inside the base, while the follower was already controlled. Before the others could react, their necks were already held at knife point. Li Hanyu was shocked, asking, What do you want to do?" The survivors showed a cold smile. The four base leaders and a follower were instantly subdued by the survivors. Fear was written all over Li Hanyu's face. As the only Esper in this base, he couldn't even react to himself, which shows that the other party's strength is also an Esper. He saw that there were a total of 10 people on the other side. 10 people are all Espers? This team is too strong, right? At this moment, Li Hanyu felt like he was about to wet himself, because after discovering the strength of the other party, he realized a fact, that is, the entire base combined is not the opponent of the other party. 10 Espers are enough to slaughter a base of 1,000 people. He put on a pleasing smile and said to those people, "Brothers, let's talk nicely. We can discuss anything, you can take whatever you want, just spare my life." At this moment, Li Hanyu already understood that this base had been invaded, and he was already powerless to resist, so he could only yield. The leader of the invaders took out a porcelain bottle from his hand. He poured out several black pills. He gave one to each of them and said, "Swallow this pill." Li Hanyu showed an uneasy expression. He could sense that this pill was definitely not a good thing. Maybe it was poison. He continued, "Brothers, can we discuss this again? Can we not take this pill?" A female invader said, "Stop talking nonsense. Not taking it? I'll just kill you." Then, each of the 5 people took a pill. As soon as they swallowed it, they felt an unbearable pain in their stomachs, as if countless insects were gnawing inside them, causing them to clutch their stomachs and fall to the ground. "Help! Help! My stomach hurts so much. What did you give us to eat? Ah, damn it, give me the antidote quickly, give it to me now. It hurts, just kill me, please, kill me." As the effects of the pill took hold, they writhed in pain on the ground, some even wishing for death. At this point, the leader of the invaders took out another porcelain bottle, poured out several pills, and gave one to each of the 4 leaders. After Li Hanyu and the others took the pills, the pain in their stomachs disappeared instantly, but the younger brother who didn't take the antidote kept rolling on the ground. His face was already pale, his expression twisted, clutching his stomach and screaming, "Ah, help! Hanyu, save me! My stomach hurts! Ah, please, save me, give me an antidote too. As long as you give me an antidote, I'll do anything." However, the invaders just coldly watched the scene. Hanyu and the others trembled all over. Having just experienced such pain themselves, they deeply understood how unbearable the pain of being torn apart from the inside was. The younger brother on the ground continued to scream, "Ah, Hanyu, kill me. If you don't give me the antidote, just kill me. Please, big brother, give me a quick death." Seeing the other party in such pain, Li Hanyu's face also showed a look of fear. These people were too strong, and this poison was too terrifying. If he hadn't yielded and received the antidote, he would have been the one begging on the ground, wishing for death. Although the younger brother rolling on the ground was his most loyal follower, Li Hanyu dared not even utter a plea now. He didn't dare to take action on his own to give the other party a quick death, because the invaders had not spoken yet. Now, even moving a finger made him tremble with fear. The younger brother on the ground, writhing in pain, finally showed a fierce look, pulled out the dagger from his waist, and cut open his own stomach. Crash! The younger brother's stomach instantly split open, revealing a terrifying mouth of blood. His intestines spilled out in an instant. It must be said that this younger brother was ruthless and daring, to be able to perform self-surgery on his abdomen. Immediately after, his hands reached into his bloody stomach. He grabbed his stomach and forcefully pulled it, then directly cut it off. Holding it in his hand, he revealed a manic expression, laughing heartily, saying, "Ha, it doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt now." Watching this horrifying scene, even Li Hanyu, who had been through countless battles and killings, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Isn't this poison too terrifying? To the extent that it would make a person prefer to peel open their own stomach and cut out their stomach. Terrifying. It's really terrifying. Who are these horrifying people? It's truly chilling. In the end, after suffering for several minutes, the younger brother finally died due to excessive bleeding. Seeing this scene, Li Hanyu's people felt a chill down their spines. To be in such pain that one resorts to self-mutilation and death, who can imagine what he was thinking in his final moments? At this moment, the invaders finally turned their attention to Li Hanyu and the others. The leader of the invaders revealed a smirk and said, "The poison on you must be taken with an antidote every 7 days. otherwise you will suffer like him, in unbearable pain. I believe you already know how powerful this poison is, right? From now on, listen to us, we will provide you with the antidote regularly. If anyone dares to have ill intentions, the fate of gutting oneself will be yours. Understand? Understood, understood. Sir, rest assured, we will definitely not act against your orders. In the future, if you tell us to go east, we will go east. If you tell us to go west, we will go west. You are our leader. We will not hesitate to go through fire and water. The leaders of the 4 bases quickly reassured. Listening to the other party, it seemed like they wanted to control themselves with poison, to work for them. This means they still have some value, and there shouldn't be an immediate life-threatening situation. After reaching this conclusion, Lee Hanyu and his group felt somewhat relieved. In the apocalypse, death could come at any moment. Living one more day is what matters, even if it means being someone's dog. Living is the most important thing. However, the sudden shift from being a god in the base to becoming someone else's dog was hard for him to accept. He clenched his fist without a word, but his face still wore a pleasing smile. The leader of the invaders then said, "Gather all the people in the base, tell them that from today we are the leaders of the base, and show us around, make introductions. From today, we take over this base." Lee Hanyu quickly nodded and said, "Yes, sir, I will do it right away." The leaders of the 4 bases immediately went to gather the people in the base. Meanwhile, the 10 invaders stood on the high platform of the square, waiting for the arrival of the people. Seeing that those people did not follow them, a burly man said to Lee Hanyu, "Boss, they didn't follow us, should we escape now? These people are too terrifying, we will die sooner or later if we stay here." Lee Hanyu replied, "You, usually so bold, how can you say such things now? Haven't you heard them? We have to take the antidote once a week, or we will suffer to death. Didn't you see how that lackey just died?" The burly man, with an excited expression, said, "Then what should we do? Are we really going to be their slaves, their dogs? Damn it! We were just drinking tea and lamenting the end of the world, thinking it was a great opportunity for us to live like immortals. Who knew that we wouldn't be happy for long before these people played a trick on us, making me so angry?" For him, such a drastic change in status was truly unacceptable. This big man's name is Eru. He's both stupid and arrogant. He's narrow-minded and speaks without thinking. If the invaders heard what he just said, he would probably end up dead. Lee Hanyu said, "Eru, you can say these things in front of me, but if you say them in front of those people just now, you'll definitely be in big trouble. Don't talk nonsense anymore. Let's take it step by step for now, follow what they say, and wait for an opportunity to act. I see something strange about these people in their actions, expressions, and tone. Let's observe them more closely, we'll find a way." Lee Hanyu is a psychic, the only one here. His observational skills are much stronger than the other 3 ordinary people. During the time he spent with the invaders, he noticed something odd about them. In fact, even before opening the door, he already found the invaders suspicious because one of them mentioned that the woman next to him looked good, which distracted him and made him lower his guard. After the face-to-face contact, Lee Hanyu became even more suspicious of these people. Their accents were off, their movements were off. He suspected that these people were not from the Dragon Kingdom but foreign invaders. If they were foreign invaders, there was still hope. They could seek refuge with the official organization. As long as they provided useful information to the organization, they could make amends for their actions in the end times and even during peacetime. With this in mind, Lee Hanyu felt determined. As long as it was the official organization, even the most poisonous medicine could be studied for an antidote, right? The other 3 men calmed down after hearing Lee Hanyu's words. Since Big Brother Hanyu had spoken, he would surely find a solution. After all, Big Brother Hanyu was the strongest among them and the only psychic, the most trusted figure among them all. Soon, Lee Hanyu gathered all the people in the base and led them to the square. The invaders stood in the square facing the crowd and said, "From today, this base is our property, and we are the top management among the top management in the base. Lee Hanyu is our subordinate. Anyone who dares to defy our management will face only one outcome, death." Faced with these invaders, the ordinary survivors in the base began to discuss. One survivor said, "Who are these guys? They've taken over Lee Hanyu's position, and that Lee Hanyu was standing there meekly as if he has no objections? Something seems off." Another survivor said, "I reckon these 10 newcomers are very powerful, even stronger than Lee Hanyu and the others, which is why they dare not say anything. But it doesn't concern us much. After all, we are at the bottom, so it doesn't matter who manages the base for us." Exactly, maybe these new managers will treat us better? Isn't that right? That guy Lee Hanyu stole my wife, damn it. I wish he were dead. If my wife has been taken away, what else do I have to lose? These newcomers, no matter how bad they are, can they be worse than Lee Haneo? For the ordinary survivors in the base, it doesn't matter who sits in the position of the base management. Anyway, they are the lowest level of existence, the oppressed bottom layer, just changing the person who oppresses them. Lee Haneo is not that great either. Not only did he plunder their supplies, but he even took their wives. If they could beat Lee Haneo, they would have killed him long ago. Moreover, this Lee Haneo is a supernatural being, and even has a bit of a feeling of being all-knowing. Those survivors who had their wives taken away had united before, with dozens of them having their wives taken. They had secretly discussed about getting rid of Lee Haneo. It's not known how Lee Haneo got wind of this information. Before they could act, he already knew their plan. He directly killed all those survivors who were plotting against him, and threw them out to feed the zombies. Since that incident, no one has dared to resist Lee Haneo. There are even rumors in the base that Lee Haneo is all-powerful and all-knowing. Even speaking ill of him behind his back will be heard by him. And now, seeing this all-powerful, all-knowing God being humiliated, these ordinary survivors even feel a bit pleased in their hearts. You dared to take my wife, now you have your comeuppance. After announcing this, the 10 invaders left directly. They directly moved into the leadership building where Lee Haneo and his group used to live. Lee Haneo and his group could only settle for living in other buildings. Watching their assets and base being taken away like this, Lee Haneo was seething with anger in secret. He had already started planning his revenge. Foreign invaders? Once I figure out your intentions and your true identities, I will find people from the Bureau of Supernatural Ability Management to deal with you. I don't believe you can be a match for the official Bureau of Supernatural Ability Management. At night, the 10 invaders started drinking and eating in the leadership building. Each of them had a smug expression on their faces, and they started chatting away. In a corner, a little mouse hid among the clutter, nibbling on a peanut that had fallen to the ground while the invaders were drinking. Then the invaders started talking. One of them said, "Lord Miyamoto is indeed clever. With just a little trick, he managed to subdue all the people of the Dragon God country. He made them work for us, not daring to have any thoughts of rebellion." Another invader said, "In the words of the Dragon God country, this is called killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, right? By taking down one of their companions, they intimidated the rest of the people. This method is brilliant. Lord Miyamoto is truly remarkable." The third invader said, "Having to take an antidote poison every week? We don't have such a thing. Ha ha, the person who died actually consumed real poison, while the others only had fake poison. These people of the Dragon God country are truly foolish. If everyone had this level of intelligence, our small empire of Japan would sooner or later occupy the entire Dragon God country. Once we establish ourselves here, we will notify the main forces to come and occupy this city first, and then advance step by step. By then, the entire Dragon God country will be the territory of our small empire of Japan. Ha ha, we are the first group of pioneers here. This outbreak of the apocalypse is a great opportunity for our small empire of Japan. During peacetime, we couldn't beat the Dragon God country, but with the outbreak of the apocalypse, the gap in everyone's strength is not that big anymore. We must seize this opportunity for the future of our small empire of Japan. That's right. Let's have a toast for the future of our small empire of Japan. These people originally came from the Empire of Japan. Their goal is to infiltrate the Dragon God country and gradually occupy its territory. Starting from the south by the sea, then advancing from the inland, their ultimate goal is to even occupy the entire Divine Dragon country. What a group of ambitious little Japanese imperial pirates. At the same time, Lee Haneo, who lives in another building, has clenched his fists, unable to help but curse in a low voice. "Damn it, how dare you deceive your grandpa Haneo?" The 3 colleagues next to him heard Lee Haneo's words and showed a puzzled expression, asking, "Haneo, what's wrong? Who are you cursing at?" Lee Haneo calmed down. "It's nothing. It's too stuffy inside the house, feeling restless, I'll go outside for some fresh air." Saying that, Lee Haneo walked out of the house directly, and the other 3 colleagues didn't pay much attention. After Lee Haneo walked out of the house, he went straight out of the base. Since he found out that he was not poisoned, of course, he would run as far as possible. And now that he knew that these guys were invaders from the little Japanese Imperial Empire, as long as he reported to the Divine Dragon country's Bureau of Supernatural Ability Users, he would definitely get support. Although the apocalypse has erupted, he is not a good person, but compared to these invaders invading the Divine Dragon country, he is still a compatriot. Moreover, reporting the invaders can also be credited. This is called making amends for past mistakes. In the future, if I, Lee Haneo, can join the Bureau of Supernatural Ability Users, I will have a stable income. From then on, I joined the Divine Dragon country's establishment and no longer had to struggle like before in the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Li Haniu was full of energy. After leaving the base, he ran all the way, wanting to get away from this dangerous place. As for why he didn't tell those 3 colleagues, it was because although they were also high-ranking officials in the base, they were ordinary people, not supernatural ability users, and their speed definitely couldn't keep up with him. Although they were like brothers in the base, when it comes to real danger, protecting one's own safety is the most important. This is the apocalypse, this is human nature. Li Hania thought to himself, if I can find the official organization and come back to save them, they will truly be saved. If I take them with me to escape, and they are caught by those little Japanese devils, they might be killed directly. So it's not that I abandoned them, but I'm trying to find a way to save them. They should be grateful to me. Li Hania ran all the way. Although he didn't know the specific scope of the Bureau of Supernatural Ability Users, he knew that during the apocalypse, the Bureau would send people to patrol and even capture those wanted supernatural ability users. As long as he left the base, he was very likely to encounter official administrators. He had encountered them from a distance when he was collecting supplies before, and at that time, he deliberately avoided the official organization personnel for fear of being identified as a fugitive. Unexpectedly, now he had to actively seek out official personnel. It's really ironic. Li Hania ran for more than 10 kilometers, panting heavily, sweating profusely, but he didn't dare to slow down. After all, the supernatural ability users from the little Japanese Imperial Empire were stronger than him, and they would definitely run faster than him. If he was discovered, he might be caught up. Once caught up by the other party, the consequences would be death. So now it was a matter of life and death. He ran at a sprint speed of 100 meters all the way. Just as he was sprinting at top speed, suddenly, several figures appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The faces of those people showed a serious expression, asking, "Who are you? Why are you running so fast? Where do you want to go? Judging by your running speed, you should be a supernatural ability user, right?" Li Hania stopped, seeing the uniforms on those people. A look of excitement appeared on his face. Happily, he asked them, "Are you official personnel from the Bureau of Supernatural Ability Users?" The several people nodded. "Yes, but now we have become the Apocalypse Creature Management Bureau. All creatures in the apocalypse are under our control, not just the mutants." "Who are you?" Li Hania gasped and said, "I am a mutant who awakened after the apocalypse. After the outbreak, I saved many ordinary people and formed a surviving base. However, someone invaded my base, and I found out they were invaders from the Little Sun Empire. So I ran all the way, wanting to find the official organization to report. Finally, I found you. I am so happy." After hearing Li Hania's words, the members of the official organization immediately showed a serious expression. "What? Invaders from the Little Sun Empire? These damn invaders dare to invade our Dragon Kingdom? Where are they? Lead us there." Li Hania said, "They are very powerful, with 10 people, while you are only 5. I'm afraid you are not their match. I suggest you report to headquarters to send more people for support. Their methods are cruel and terrifying. If you can't beat them and get caught, you will all die." Without full confidence, Li Hania did not want to return to that survivor base. There were only 5 official mutants. Li Hania did not trust their strength. The captain of the team also found Li Hania's words reasonable, thought for a moment, and took out a satellite phone from his pocket. He dialed the headquarters number and explained the situation. The headquarters immediately reported to the director of the Apocalypse Creature Management Bureau, Chen Kuliang. After hearing about the incident, Chen Kuliang furrowed his old brow. He said, "Invaders with abilities from the Little Sun Empire? This is not a small matter. This invasion force may be a probe. If we don't handle it well, they will think that the Dragon Kingdom is weak. If all foreigners unite to invade the Dragon Kingdom, it will be troublesome. So we must use thunderous means to eliminate them all." Chen Kuliang asked his secretary, "How many S-level teams do we have in the bureau?" The secretary looked embarrassed and said, "Currently, they are all on missions, and we don't have a single S-level team. Because last time Yi Chen took away too many female S-level mutants, we are short of S-level mutants." "Ah." Director Chen sighed. But soon, his eyes lit up as if he had figured something out. He said, "The incident seems to be not far from the city where Yi Chen is. Let's have Yi Chen take action directly. No matter how powerful the invaders are, they will be directly killed. Do we need to find other S-level teams? Quick, call Yi Chen." The secretary also showed an excited expression, saying, "Yes, Yi Chen is our honorary captain, ranked first in S-level. With him taking action, it's a sure win." So the secretary quickly picked up the satellite phone, ready to call Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was originally with the dwarf beauty Sigrid, as well as 3 other beautiful women, collecting supplies in the supermarket. By now, they had collected from 3 entire supermarkets, and Yi Chen's storage space was filled with many items. The 4 women watched as Yi Chen waved his hand and the supplies disappeared, each of them marveling at Yi Chen's strength. Although they had seen Yi Chen produce items and food, they never expected him to make the entire supermarket's food disappear. This was too amazing. The 4 women looked at Yi Chen with starry eyes. He was so handsome, they were falling for him. As Yi Chen finished collecting from this supermarket, under the admiring gaze of the women, preparing to head to the next supermarket, his satellite phone unexpectedly rang. Yi Chen looked puzzled, but still answered the phone. Yi Chen said into the phone, "Hello, who is it? Why are you calling so early in the morning?" Director Chen Cologne's kind laughter came from the other end of the phone. Yi Chen, it's me, Chen Cologne. Today I received some news that not far from your city, there is a surviving base that has been occupied by the superhumans of the little Japanese empire. It is said that there are many beautiful women trapped in a dire situation there. We urgently need the bureau to rescue them, but we are short-staffed, so I have to ask if Yi Chen is available. I can't bear to see those women being mistreated by those little Japanese. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face showed a surprised expression. Such a thing actually happened? People from the little Japanese empire dared to invade our dragon god country? And they even occupy a survivor's base. After the apocalypse, the population of the dragon god country decreased by at least 90%. Every person is a resource to Yi Chen, especially beautiful girls, who can also provide rewards to Yi Chen. He can't let those people from the little Japanese empire take them away. And, if a little Japanese empire from afar comes to compete with me, Yi Chen, for women, are they seeking death? Yi Chen felt it was necessary to meet with these people from the little Japanese empire. But he couldn't show it on his face. He said to Director Chen on the phone, "Director Chen, I am very busy now, and I am just your honorary captain, not obligated to carry out tasks for you. Why don't you find someone else?" Director Chen quickly said, "Yi Chen, if I could find someone else, would I need to call you? I know you are busy with your own career. I have no other choice. Please help me eliminate or capture all those people from the little Japanese empire, and I will give you the highest military merit, which you can use to exchange for resources within the bureau." Hearing that Director Chen was already using military merit to tempt him, Yi Chen smiled, still calmly saying, "But I really don't have time." Director Chen was silent for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and said, "I'll give you 2 special military merits. At the same time, everything obtained from the superhumans of the little Japanese empire will be yours, so you don't need to hand it over. I just want their people, or their bodies." Seeing that the other party remained silent for so long before offering 2 special military merits, it seemed that it was already the limit. So Yi Chen said, "Okay, I'll put aside my current tasks and make time to deal with those superhumans from the little Japanese empire for you." Upon hearing this, Chen Cologne immediately showed a happy expression and quickly said on the phone, "That's great. Our S-level team is all out on missions, and we haven't found anyone to send out. If Yi Chen is willing to go, I will be truly relieved." "Very well, I'll hang up now, waiting for your good news." Yi Chen nodded, then hung up the phone. After seeing Yi Chen hang up the phone, Bai Qingqing asked, "Who called you, Yi Chen?" Yi Chen said, "That old guy Chen Cologne. He said he wanted me to help him with something, offering me 2 special military merits. I haven't worked in your bureau before. How much is 2 special military merits worth? Or how much rice can I exchange for them in material terms?" Yi Chen had no concept of military merits, so he didn't know what 2 special military merits meant. "I don't know how much food can be exchanged." After hearing Yi Chen's words, Bai Qingqing and the other 2 people all showed shocked expressions on their faces. They are all S-level ability users and also team leaders within the management bureau. Naturally, they understand very well what a special military merit means. Bai Qingqing said, "Director Chen actually agreed to give you 2 special military merits? My god, isn't that too generous?" Yu Zuelan said, "In our management bureau, only Lu Qingsong has received a special military merit, and it was because he was chasing a high-ranking S-level ability user fugitive, got ambushed by the other party, got seriously injured, and received a special military merit. I didn't expect you to get 2 at once. How dangerous of a mission do you have to undertake?" Gu Yunhan said, "A special military merit cannot be measured in terms of money or material things. It can get you things that others can't. If you are willing, with 1 special military merit, if you encounter someone in need, others would be willing to offer hundreds of tons of food at least to buy it. Of course, first, you have to find someone so wealthy in the apocalypse." After listening to these 3 people, Yi Chen's face showed a happy expression. He said, "Very well, in that case, I must go on this trip. Invaders from the little Japanese empire, right? Endure my Yi Chen's hard and big iron fist." So Yi Chen directly took 3 beautiful women and a dwarf beauty, flew directly into the sky, heading to the location mentioned by Director Chen. In less than a minute, Yi Chen had arrived at the designated location given by Director Chen. He saw Li Hanyo and the team from the management bureau. When Yi Chen landed, the faces of the team members showed expressions of surprise. They reported to headquarters, and headquarters said they would send reinforcements, but they didn't expect the reinforcements to be the honorary Chief Yi Chen. They had long admired Chief Yi Chen. If it weren't for the fact that they were men, they would all want to follow Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen again, each of their faces showed excitement. They called out to Yi Chen, "Chief Yi Chen, it's so exciting that you're here to support us, isn't it? With Chief Yi Chen's help, this time we're safe." Hee, invaders from the little Japanese empire? They're in for it this time. Yi Chen nodded at them and said, "Tell me about the situation and the invaders' location." "Yes, Chief Yi Chen." The team leader nodded and then looked at Li Hanyo, saying, "You, come over here and report the situation to our Chief Yi Chen." Meanwhile, inside the survivors' base, the invaders from the little Japanese empire had already noticed that Li Hanyo was missing, so they gathered all the people in the base. In front of everyone, they tortured the remaining 3 senior members severely. A woman from the little Japanese empire whipped one of the base's senior members. Snap! A bloody wound instantly appeared on the person's back. The leader of the little Japanese empire invaders said, "Tell me, where did your leader go?" The senior member of the base was already very weak, covered in blood, trembling in pain after being whipped. He kept begging, "I really don't know, and we are all poisoned, how could we lie?" He said he was going out for some fresh air, and then he disappeared. "We really don't know anything, he's the only one with abilities in the entire base, how could we control him?" The leader of the invaders frowned and then pulled out a dagger, holding it against the other's neck. Coldly, he said, "I'll ask you one last time, do you know where he went?" "Sir, I really don't know." The management team was about to cry. Li Hanyo ran away without a word, leaving the 3 brothers behind. They had no idea where Li Hanyo had gone. It's not that they didn't want to say, but they really didn't know. However, these invaders didn't care. The leader of the invaders showed a cold look in his eyes, then forcefully slashed the dagger. Puff! A deep blood mouth was instantly drawn on the opponent's neck, and the surging blood sprayed out directly. The man's eyes widened, and after just a few seconds, he fell to the ground, his legs twitching a few times before falling silent. The leader of the invaders wiped his dagger clean, then said to everyone, "Your boss ran away. Whoever knows any clues must report immediately. I will reward generously, and I will kill 1 person every hour until someone reveals his whereabouts." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped in fear, their eyes showing signs of fear. These invaders kill without hesitation, not even blinking an eye. Everyone was trembling with fear, and the entire base was shrouded in an atmosphere of terror. On the other side, Li Hanyo came to face Yi Chen. Looking at Yi Chen's resolute figure, he felt a kind of pressure he had never experienced before. This young man looked like he was under 20, but the aura of strength he exuded was something he had never seen before. Just being within a meter of him made his hair stand on end, unable to look directly at him. Facing Yi Chen's sharp gaze, he felt a fear of being seen through. It was as if he was stripped bare in front of Yi Chen. This was the leader of the official management bureau. He never expected him to be so young. "You see those team members acting arrogantly in front of me, but in front of this leader, they would gladly bow down and lick his feet." This kind of aura of a strong individual is not something an ordinary person can possess. Even the director of the management bureau might have to show him respect. He was just a prisoner in peacetime who escaped after the Doomsday outbreak, awakened his abilities, and became the leader of a base. In front of such a strong individual, he felt utterly inferior. A deep sense of inferiority and fear made Li Hanyo speak incoherently. His lips trembled as he said, "Sir, it's like this. I was originally the leader of a base, but one day, 10 unexpected guests arrived and threatened me to hand over the base to them. Later, by a stroke of luck, I heard that they were actually from the little Japanese empire. So, disregarding my own safety, I ran out to report to the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. We cannot let these people from the little Japanese empire succeed. They are planning to gradually erode our Shenlong country's territory starting from this city." After listening to his words, Yi Chen nodded, finding the information quite similar to what he already knew, just a bit more detailed. This was not what he wanted to know. So Yi Chen asked, "How many people are in your base? Are there many beautiful women, and are there any women among the invaders?" Little Japanese empire women. He had only seen them in movies before. If he could get his hands on a few in reality, it would be exhilarating to think about. Upon hearing Yi Chen's question, Li Hanyo was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Chen to ask that. But how could one easily guess the thoughts of a big shot? The reason why the big shot asked that question must have its purpose. It must be for the greater good. Lee Haneo answered truthfully, there are over 1,000 people in our base, with over 500 of them being women. As for beautiful women, I'm not sure what the standard is, but I think there should be dozens of them. As for the invaders, there are 2 women and 8 men. Are those 2 women beautiful? Yi Chen continued to ask. Beautiful, very beautiful, but I didn't dare to look too much, Lee Haneo said. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Dozens of beautiful women plus 2 invading super beautiful female ability users, right? Then I, Yi Chen, have a reason to go. I can't wait any longer to go. Let's go, let's leave now. You take me there. How dare these people from the little Japanese empire invade our divine dragon country? It's unforgivable. I don't want to wait another second. Lee Haneo, upon hearing this, quickly showed a happy expression and said to Yi Chen, alright, sir, I'll take you there, follow me. Lee Haneo turned around to leave. The next moment, he found his whole body seemingly wrapped in something, unable to move. Then his whole body lifted off the ground, floating in the air. This scared him so much. A 9-meter tall, dark-skinned, muscular man was so scared that he screamed like a woman, help me, sir. What's happening? Help! At this moment, Yi Chen floated next to him, smiling and saying, don't panic, stay calm. As an ability user, is the ability to fly so hard to understand? I'm the one who made you fly. It was only then that Lee Haneo realized that everyone was floating. His trembling heart finally calmed down a bit. At the same time, he was even more shocked by Yi Chen's power. The ability to fly? Not only could he fly himself, but he could also fly with others. That was too powerful. No wonder he could be the chief of the Apocalypse Biological Management Bureau. This strength was too strong. In the astonished eyes of the others, Yi Chen then said, show me the way. Which direction? Lee Haneo pointed in the direction of the base with one finger. The next moment, there was a loud bang in the sky. Everyone exceeded the speed of sound and began to fly at high speed. In less than 10 seconds, they had already arrived at Lee Haneo's base. Then with a bang, they landed. Upon hearing this loud noise, everyone was startled. When the smoke cleared, they saw a tall, handsome figure standing proudly, shining with a silver light. Whether it was the survivors inside the base or the invaders, they all showed shocked expressions. They never expected someone to descend from the sky in such a grand manner. Could it be another invader, but with a more direct approach? However, when they saw the black cow next to Yi Chen, they suddenly realized this was not an invader. It was the reinforcements brought by Lee Haneo. Seeing this scene, the 10 invaders from the little Japanese empire showed a serious expression. The opponent descending from the sky was not weak. Seeing the shiny silver armor on the opponent, it seemed to have high defense and was quite handsome. The opponent might be a flying ability user. At the same time, it was possible that they were the official elites of the Divine Dragon Country. Otherwise, in the post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people would never get such a handsome set of armor. However, for ability users, the armor was not very useful. This outdated thing couldn't even stop bullets, so what was the point of wearing it? It would be better to get a bulletproof vest. A flying ability user's combat power was not strong. Even if they could fly, so what? Could they fly past arrows? Flying in the sky is a live target, which can be shot down with just one arrow. The 10 little Japanese invaders all showed a light smile. When Lee Haneo's 2 companions saw Lee Haneo returning, they showed a grateful expression on their faces. They said to Lee Haneo one after another, Big brother Haneo, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. It turns out you went to bring reinforcements back to save us. We are truly touched. Big brother Haneo, I deserve to die, I was wrong. At that time, I secretly cursed your ancestors for 18 generations in my heart. I even thought you had abandoned us and ran away by yourself. It turns out you endured humiliation and returned. I wrongly accused you. Unfortunately, Lao Si was killed and couldn't wait for your return. He died with regret. Hearing the words of the 2 brothers and seeing the body of one of the brothers, Lee Haneo's expression also showed some sadness. At first, he was indeed prepared to escape, never thinking of coming back to save his brothers. But now seeing his brothers looking at him with such expectation, Lee Haneo stood tall and said, one day as brothers, lifelong as brothers. Brothers, I will not abandon you, the survivors in this base are all my brothers. I, Lee Haneo, a man of the majestic Shenlong country, how could I let these little Japanese scare us away? Upon hearing this, everyone in the base showed a shocked expression. These invaders are from the little Japanese empire? They had been controlled by these little Japanese for so long, they didn't even realize the enemy's identity. They spoke the language of the Shenlong country, although with some accent, but it was completely unrecognizable as Japanese. Now hearing Lihania say that they are all from the little Japanese empire, the survivors in the base showed expressions of anger. Damn little Japanese. The apocalypse has broken out, and they dare to invade our Shenlong country? This time we must make sure they have no way back. Those survivors who were originally kneeling on the ground all stood up. They kneel to the heavens, the earth, and their parents, but they will never kneel to the little Japanese. Even if they die, they will die standing. Seeing all the survivors in the base standing up, the invaders from the little Japanese empire showed a shocked expression on their faces. Without their permission, how dare these people stand up? Who gave them the right to stand up? The leader of the little Japanese invaders shouted loudly, "Kneel down. You bunch of useless people, who allowed you to stand up? Are you tired of living? I'll count to 3. Whoever dares to stand up again, if you don't kneel down, I'll kill you." However, in response to his threat, what they showed was a firm and hateful look. All the people in the base, although some were ragged, some were disheveled, some were thin and yellow-faced, some had black dirt on their faces. They looked weak and fragile, but the kind of unyielding attitude and indomitable will revealed in their eyes made the 10 invaders from the little Japanese empire feel surprised. Why do these guys dare not listen to me? Aren't they afraid of death? Why do they dare to look at me with such eyes? Who gave them the courage? At this moment, Lihaniu also showed an excited expression on his face. Thousands of survivors who were kneeling on the ground all stood up in an instant. This scene was truly spectacular. Although they were all ordinary people, none of them had superpowers, but the momentum emanating from them was like a mountain torrent, surging higher and higher, as if to engulf all 10 little Japanese invaders. Intense. It's really intense. At this moment, even Lihania, a fence-sitter who only thinks of himself, felt his blood boiling. It was as if from the depths of his heart sprang the phrase, "The rise and fall of the world concerns every man." Even he wanted to take the lead and defeat these invaders. Seeing this scene, seeing the seemingly destitute survivors emerging with overwhelming momentum, the leader of the invaders frowned and said to Lihaniu, "Where did you run off to? So you went to get reinforcements? Have you forgotten that you've been poisoned by us? Without an antidote, you will die a painful death in a few days. You have already experienced that kind of pain firsthand. Do you want to try it again?" Lihania replied, "Even if I die, I will die standing. You invaders will surely die before me. Do you think I will submit to you invaders? Dream on." Other survivors heard this and shouted in unison, "Never submit. Invaders must die. Never submit. Invaders must die." Over 1,000 people shouted in unison. The sound was deafening. The leader of the invaders, hearing this, turned back and cursed at the survivors. "Are you seeking death? Who gave you the courage to look at me like that? Dare to speak such words? Are you not afraid of death, you bunch of pigs?" No one answered him, only cold eyes filled with hatred responded to him. The man drew a dagger from his waist, preparing to kill a survivor to show his authority, but at that moment, a cold voice rang in his ears. "I gave them the courage. You invaders dare to invade the divine dragon empire and happen to encounter me. So, what follows for the few moments you have left will be spent in regret and pain." After speaking, Yi Chen leaped up at lightning speed towards the leader of the invaders. Seeing Yi Chen rushing towards him at extreme speed, the leader of the invaders widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to believe what he was seeing. This guy was wearing a heavy silver armor, yet he ran as fast as the wind. Who on earth was this wind-like man? The leader of the invaders was an S-rank Esper, although his ranking was only around 500, not very high. But S-rank Espers were a rare breed among Espers in this world. The higher the rank, the fewer in number. Most Espers were low-level C and B ranks. And the ability to fly, as an ability that did not provide combat power, usually couldn't even reach a rank. The man's thoughts were still racing, but in the next second, Yi Chen was already in front of him. A speed several times that of an ordinary person was no joke, even without using flight, just running on foot could leave after images. In an instant, Yi Chen's fist had already struck the invader. The other party couldn't react in time. Boom! With a loud bang, the guy was sent flying dozens of meters away, his chest deeply caved in, and at the same time, a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth. He fell to the ground, looking lifeless, his eyes staring blankly at the sky. But in his mind, there were no thoughts, only the pressure brought by Yi Chen's final punch and the fear that made him tremble from the depths of his heart. As the leader of the invaders, an S-rank Esper ranked around 500, he felt the threat of death for the first time. Wherever he went before, he always carried himself as if he were superior to everyone. Even when facing the leading S-rank Espers of the Little Sun Empire, he had never felt such pressure. Because the difference in strength between the S-rank 1st place and the S-rank 10th place, the S-rank 100th place, and the S-rank 500th place was not that significant. The difference is at most 1, 8 meters, 1, 7 meters, and 1, 6 meters. Who dares to guarantee that a person who is 6 meters tall cannot beat a person who is 8 meters tall? There is still a chance for a counterattack. But when facing this young man now, he feels not just 8 meters, but a sense of oppression as if it were 18 meters or 180 meters. It feels like lying at the opponent's feet. The opponent only needs to move their toes to crush him. In front of the opponent, it feels like the opponent is an elephant and he is an ant. As the captain of this invading team, Gutting began to regret his decision to enter the Dragon Kingdom. When he invaded, he was full of confidence, starting from one city, then to a province, then to a region, and finally to the entire Dragon Kingdom. Step-by-step attempts, step-by-step invasion, step-by-step control. Eventually, he would be able to control the entire territory of the Dragon Kingdom. But now, it seems that the first step has been brutally thwarted. At this moment, Yichen stood in front of Gutting, looking down at him. His eyes were full of disdain, with a hint of a smile on his face. This smile in Gutting's eyes was as terrifying as an underground demon. Then Yichen directly stepped on Gutting's chest. This step pressed his already sunken chest even deeper. Puff! Gutting once again spat out a mouthful of blood. He wished he could vomit out his own lungs. His ribs had long been broken by Yichen, now deeply piercing his lungs. Blood bubbles filled his mouth and nose. Even speaking became difficult. But he still showed a fierce expression on his face and threatened Yichen. Who are you? We are the espers of the Little Japanese Empire. Dare to lay a hand on me, the Little Japanese Empire will not let you go. Hearing the threat, Yichen laughed. He forcefully rotated his foot, stepping on Gutting's chest, as if crushing a cigarette butt. Gutting screamed in pain again. Yichen sneered, a prisoner still dares to threaten? Don't you know you're already at death's door? Take action. Get rid of this guy. Are you just watching on the sidelines? Gutting shouted at his teammates. Upon hearing this, his teammates finally reacted. Their captain had been knocked down, spitting blood, chest sunken, and they were just watching? But they were indeed shocked by Yichen's strength, so they didn't react immediately. Being shouted at by their captain, they finally started to act. 9 enemies charged towards Yichen from different directions, surrounding him with more numbers, not allowing him to be picked off one by one, attacking simultaneously. By now, they had seen Yichen's strength, and even in a one-on-one fight, they were definitely not his match. Captain Gutting is an expert of over 500 S rank. The remaining 9 members of their team are only A rank. If even the S rank was defeated in seconds, wouldn't they be serving themselves on a platter if they went up one by one? In an instant, they had reached Yichen's side. Breaking through to this point, they all showed a somewhat surprised expression on their faces. At the same time, all 9 of them instantly drew their weapons and directly attacked Yichen. Yet Yichen remained motionless. He didn't even look at them, and the invaders thought he hadn't reacted yet. However, just as their knives were about to strike Yichen, they suddenly stopped in midair. Ha! The 9 invaders instantly widened their eyes. They continued to exert force, trying to push the knives down. However, the weapons in their hands remained motionless. Just as they were shocked beyond belief, Yichen slowly turned his head towards them. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "From now on, feel the despair every second." Following that, the weapons in the hands of those 9 people slowly changed direction, gradually pointing towards themselves. They were even more shocked. They tried their best to wield the knives to strike Yichen, but the knives turned on their own, eventually pointing their sharp edges towards themselves. At that moment, the 9 invaders shuddered instantly. Even their spines began to feel cold. The back of their clothes had already been soaked with cold sweat. Seeing their weapons, which originally belonged to them, now pointing at their own necks, they even felt this scene was somewhat eerie. Isn't this the ability of controlling that only demons and monsters have in legends? Their minds were already filled with fear, and at this moment, they heard Yichen's icy voice again. "A group of small fries dare to invade our dragon god country, kneel down to me." Smack! The 9 invaders all knelt down involuntarily. They had no idea what had happened. Why did their knees bend without obeying them? The martial spirit of the Small Sun Empire did not allow them to kneel to the enemy. However, when they tried to stand up, their feet felt weak and sore, unable to straighten up. The survivors inside the base witnessed this scene, each showing a shocked expression. This shock quickly turned into extreme excitement. They began to shout, "These small fries are kneeling. Just now they were arrogant in front of us, and now they are kneeling, aren't they? Who is that young man? How is he so powerful? He's really handsome." He directly killed 10 invading Small Sun Empire ability users, subdued them, made them kneel and beg for mercy. This strength is too strong and fierce. Gutting saw that his 9 teammates knelt before the enemy in less than 3 seconds. He immediately showed a look of disappointment on his face and scolded the 9 teammates, "You bunch of useless people. We are the ability users of the Small Sun Empire, following the martial spirit. How can we kneel to the enemy? What about your dignity? What about your ideals? Damn it! Sister! Stand up, you are my own sister. I won't allow you to kneel." Listening to the opponent's words, Yi Chen frowned, glared at him, and directly stepped on his mouth. He coldly said, "Still dare to shout?" Smack! His heel crushed all his front teeth, and Guting's mouth was full of blood, making it difficult for him to speak properly. Then Yi Chen looked at the 2 female invaders. Indeed, as Li Hanyo had said, the 2 invaders were very beautiful. Although they were women from the Small Sun Empire, they had a unique charm. Yi Chen had encountered many women from the Dragon God country. He even had a young girl from the Dwarf clan. But he had never played with women from the Small Sun Empire. He had to let them experience the might of the Dragon God country. Yi Chen lifted his foot from Guting's mouth and slowly walked towards his sister. Seeing this, Guteng became anxious instantly. He shouted at Yi Chen, What do you want to do? If you have the guts, come at me, don't touch my sister. What kind of man are you to lay hands on a woman? Aren't the women in your Dragon God country highly regarded? I heard that men in your Dragon God country always yield to women." Ignoring the opponent's words, Yi Chen went straight to his sister, pinched her smooth chin with one hand, and slowly lifted her head. Then Yi Chen saw a stunning face entering his eyes. This Japanese woman was indeed outstanding. The skin is fair and delicate, the features are exquisite, and there is a unique charm. The eyes always give a sense of obedience, as if willing to comply with any request or command. This kind of delicate woman easily arouses men's desires, including Yi Chen. Who wouldn't want a submissive beauty from the Little Sun Empire? In the past, during peacetime, it was studied that the best women to be wives in the world are from the Little Sun Empire. Some of their advantages include, once married, women from the Little Sun Empire quickly transition into the role of a wife. Japanese women, once they have a family and children, become loyal to them. This doesn't mean they give up their careers. They only try to find a balance between different aspects of life without compromising. They manage to allocate time to clean the house, cook a delicious dinner, take care of their children, and fulfill their work responsibilities. Every man would be happy to have such a loyal partner by his side. They are supportive. Even in the most desperate situations, Japanese married women try to comfort you. In their culture, women should protect their men by giving them absolute love and proper care. They believe that their boyfriend's or husband's happiness is one of the most important things. These are the kind of women that the world is lacking today. They are wise. Japanese brides have a lot of life wisdom to share with the world. In their youth, they receive the first lessons of life philosophy from their parents and grandparents. This is the source of their patience and dignity. You can confidently seek advice from your Japanese girlfriend or wife, as she will always give you some suggestions. They are hardworking. Japanese women are not afraid of work, whether in daily tasks or career prospects. They do not prioritize financial matters in successful relationships. Therefore, they do not date Western men for economic benefits. This does not make sense to them. Compared to the Dragon Kingdom women who advocate feminism, Japanese women are indeed much better. Of course, this is also the result of the efforts of the men of the Little Sun Empire. In the past, feminism was rampant in the Little Sun Empire, even pushing men to the brink. Eventually, men confronted women. They demanded equality, competition, and job opportunities. But in the end, Japanese women are not the match of men in terms of work ability, endurance, or stress tolerance. They end up unable to find work and can only return to being housewives. They no longer have their arrogant demeanor and become the most submissive women in the world. So today, Yi Chen has decided to experience what it feels like to be with the most obedient woman in the world. With a mischievous smile, he pinched the woman's chin and made her stand up. Seeing this scene, Goto went crazy. He struggled to get up but couldn't, only lying on the ground helplessly and angrily shouting, "Let go of my sister. What do you want to do? You despicable guy. Come at me if you dare. What kind of skill is it to lay hands on a woman?" Yi Chen ignored him and scanned the Japanese woman with the system. Soon, her information appeared in his mind. Name, Aoki. Age, 18 years old. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 43 kilograms. Bust size, D cup. Appearance score, 91 points. Figure score, 90 points. Charging times, 0. After seeing this information, Yi Chen's face showed an excited expression. Very good, excellent. The young girl who had just turned 18 was tender and Yi Chen liked her the most. Moreover, the number of times charged is 0, and both the foreign trade score and the remaining score have reached over 90 points, which can be said to be very perfect. In terms of appearance and figure, she is not inferior to Su Chanshan and Li Mange. Moreover, the other party is also an ability user. Conquering this beautiful woman with abilities, I wonder what great rewards it will bring to oneself. So Yi Chen pinched the other party's chin and asked, Qingmu, I ask you, would you like to be my woman? Upon hearing this, the woman from the small Japanese empire was directly stunned. He never expected that this enemy would ask this question after defeating him. Before he could answer, his brother, Guto, became anxious. Qingmu, don't pay attention to him. We people of the small Japanese empire cannot submit to them. Never agree to be his woman, or you will be tortured to death by him. Even if we die, we must die standing up. You talk too much. Yi Chen said coldly, then with a thought, a steel ball instantly formed and flew directly into Guto's mouth, stuffing it full so he couldn't speak. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. He stared with wide eyes, only able to make whimpering sounds like Yi Chen. Yi Chen said coldly, originally, this was prepared for your sister, but unexpectedly, it was used by you. What a waste. Then Yi Chen directly lifted Qingmu and walked towards the adjacent room. Today, he will let this woman from the small Japanese empire experience the power of his great wind. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. Guto kept whimpering in despair, but no one paid attention to him. The 8 small Japanese empire invaders kneeling on the ground dared not move, because each of them had a steel needle suspended above their foreheads. They knew that with just a thought from Yi Chen, the steel needle would instantly explode their heads. Inside the room, Qingmu was extremely nervous. Although she couldn't accept Yi Chen, although she thought Yi Chen was forcing her, in terms of strength, she was no match for Yi Chen at all. If she were to resist, she would undoubtedly die. She had no courage to resist at all. Even at the sight of Yi Chen's strong physique and cold eyes, her whole body had gone weak. She couldn't muster any strength. Her mind was already filled with the fear deeply implanted by Yi Chen. It was all blank. At this moment, she appeared timid in the room, not knowing what to do next. Yi Chen, with a cold face, didn't speak, but directly began to use soul control. These people from the small Japanese empire were not spiritually strong. Even if they verbally agreed to become his woman, to be his captive, Yi Chen might not fully trust them. 1 minute later, Yi Chen received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, the host's soul control has been successfully deployed, and the other party has become your most loyal servant. You can now use them as you please. At the same time, the other party's eyes towards Yi Chen had become submissive. That kind of almost devout obedience was absolutely impossible in ordinary relationships. Even in ancient feudal society, people serving their masters would never have such respectful eyes. How many eunuchs in history still wanted to wear the yellow robe? Isn't the emperor's authority great enough? Isn't there someone who wants to rebel? But Yi Chen's soul control was different, directly controlling from the soul. No one would have thoughts of rebellion, only thinking for Yi Chen forever, everything for Yi Chen's benefit. She licked her lips and said to Yi Chen, Respected Lord Yi Chen, Qingmu is at your service. Please use me as you wish. I will agree to any of your requests. Now she has regarded Yi Chen as the person she admires most in her heart. Not to mention asking her to have children with him. Even if he asked her to kill her brother Guteng with her own hands, she would not hesitate. Yi Chen was very satisfied with her performance, so he asked her, Darling, I'll ask you again, do you want to be my woman now? Qingmu blushed at this question, burying her head in her ample chest. But in the end, she bit her red lips and shook her head at Yi Chen. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen was stunned. Could it be that there are times when soul control fails? Clearly, he had already controlled her, but why did she still shake her head when asked if she wanted to be his woman? Yi Chen couldn't understand because he had never failed before. Just as he was still puzzled, Qingmu spoke again. She looked at Yi Chen with a pair of watery eyes and finally said, Lord Yi Chen, we are invaders who came from the little Japanese empire to invade the divine dragon country. We used to be your enemies. We have done the biggest mistake of our lives. I am not qualified to be your woman. You should still treat me as a captive, a lowly servant. After hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly realized. Oh, so when she said she didn't want to be his woman, she wanted to be his obedient dog. She truly is a woman from the little Japanese empire, indeed enlightened. Yi Chen nodded, alright, since you, this woman from the little Japanese empire, don't want to be human and insist on being a dog, then I won't stop you. From now on, you will be my dog, Yi Chen's dog. Yes, Lord Yi Chen. I will fulfill all your requests and commands. I will go through fire and water for you, without hesitation, Qingmu said earnestly with her big eyes wide open. At the same time, Yi Chen received a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully conquering the girl. Receive a system reward, all attributes strengthened by 50 points. Wow! All prompts increased by 50 points, which means a total increase of 200 points. Such rewards are rare. After receiving this prompt, Yi Chen looked satisfied at Qingmu and said to this woman from the little Japanese empire, "Very good, you are indeed a sensible woman, and the reward you bring me is also decent." Saying this, Yi Chen walked towards her step by step. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Stop reminiscing here, it's time to see if your brother is dead." When Qingmu heard about her brother, a look of disdain appeared on her face. She said, "He's just a waste. There's nothing worth caring about for such a waste." He dared to lay hands on Lord Yi Chen, truly ignorant and arrogant. Not only did he fail to complete the mission of the little Japanese empire, but also indirectly showed that the people of the little Japanese empire are all trash. With such low abilities, he dared to be enemies with Lord Yi Chen, truly overestimating himself. Listening to Qingmu's words, Yi Chen was very satisfied. It seemed that this woman had been completely conquered by his dominance, even forsaking her brother's affection. Now she wished she could slap her brother to death. Yi Chen said, "Let's go, even if your brother is a waste, we should still check if this waste is dead." "Yes, Lord Yi Chen." Qingmu nodded and followed Yi Chen out of the room. By this time, the people outside were already stunned. Yi Chen and Qingmu entered the room and didn't come out for a full 4 to 5 hours. Even the dwarf princess, Sigrid, was amazed. She thought, "This guy is too fierce. I don't know if my small frame can handle it." Gutting, at this moment, saw Yi Chen coming out and his whole being was filled with rage. His face was full of anger, wishing he could devour Yi Chen alive. That is his own younger sister, and she is also a top-level esper. They both grew up together, and their future is limitless. His sister has always been treated like a treasure by their family. Gyutin is no exception, as he adores his sister. He has always shared everything good and fun with her, protected her well. But who would have thought that today, his own sister would be insulted in front of him? This was a huge blow to Tingyun. He felt like his heart was bleeding. However, with the metal ball in his mouth, he couldn't speak a complete sentence, only making whimpering sounds. Seeing the miserable state of the other person, Yi Chen waved his hand and controlled the iron ball out of the person's mouth. Gyutin, feeling the absence of something in his mouth, could finally speak. He directly cursed at Yi Chen, "You despicable person, how dare you do such a thing to my sister? I will kill you, I will definitely kill you. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. You are doomed." However, before he could finish his words, a pair of white tender hands held a sharp dagger and ruthlessly stabbed into his chest. Gyutin looked incredulously at his chest, at the owner of those hands, showing extreme shock. Because the person killing him was none other than his own sister, Qingmu. Gyutin never imagined that his sister, whom he had grown up with and treated the best, would stab him with a dagger at this moment. After a few seconds, he managed to say, "Ah, sister. What are you? What is this for? Tell me why. I am your brother. Damn it." Hearing his words, Qingmu pulled out the dagger and stabbed him again from another place. Gyutin screamed in pain once again. At this moment, Qingmu coldly said, "A waste like you dares to curse Lord Yi Chen? You deserve to die." Daring to curse Lord Yi Chen, even dying 10,000 times is not enough. What? What are you saying? Do you know what you are doing? I am your own brother. I used to change your diapers when you were a child. Gyutin angrily shouted. "Shut up, you waste. In front of Lord Yi Chen, you are not even an ant, and you dare to curse Lord Yi Chen?" Qingmu said, turning the dagger. The dagger shredded Gyutin's internal organs, causing him to scream in pain. The remaining 8 invaders on the side were stunned. They never expected Qingmu to attack her own brother, and with such brutality. Not even giving him a quick death, but torturing her own brother with a dagger. It was too brutal. What kind of ability does Yi Chen have to make a girl kill her own brother? The little Japanese empire was best at brainwashing, and those militaristic individuals were heavily brainwashed. Including these espers sent on missions, they were brainwashed harshly before coming out. They would never betray their empire. At this moment, Gyutin, who had been stabbed twice by his sister, was already lifeless, showing a look of despair. When they arrived, they were full of spirit, saying they would occupy the Dragon God country, starting from a city, then a region, and eventually the whole country, making the entire territory their own, turning all the people of the Dragon God country into slaves, forever subservient to the little Japanese empire. But just at the beginning, he suffered such a fierce blow. Not only was he killed instantly by the enemy, but even his sister became the enemy's forbidden fruit, allowing the enemy to play with her, vent, and even brainwash to kill her brother. Despair. Complete despair has filled the heart of Gyutin. Now he is like a dead man, just wanting to be killed early. He said to his sister Aoki, "Kill me. This is a failed mission, and as the captain, I should indeed die in atonement. If I die by your hand, I think it would be the greatest punishment for me." Sister, do it. However, even when her own brother asked her to kill him, Aoki did not immediately act. Instead, she looked at Yi Chen and said, Lord Yi Chen, should I kill him? Put. Upon hearing this, Gyuten's heart was attacked, and he spat out a mouthful of blood directly. As a brother, he actually asked her to kill him, such a simple request, and she didn't even agree? And she needs to consult the enemy? Damn it! Gyuten completely collapsed, shouting loudly, I don't want to live. If you have the guts, kill me. Damn it! Kill me! Kill me! Seeing the opponent's breakdown, Yi Chen smiled and said, Don't worry, it's not time for you to die yet. I will let you watch your teammates submit one by one in front of me, insulted by them, nurtured by them, let each of your team members stab you, let you lose completely in despair, let you regret invading the Divine Dragon Kingdom on the road to the underworld. Gyuten collapsed even more, shouting, damn guy. They say the people of the Divine Dragon Kingdom value martial virtue, but you are simply a demon. Yi Chen smiled and said, For you little Japanese, no means are too cruel. After speaking, Yi Chen directly began to launch soul control on the invaders kneeling in front of him. 1 minute later, he received a prompt. Ding, congratulations, host, the soul control has been successfully cast, and these 8 people have become your most loyal servants. At the same time, the 8 people who were trembling with fear were no longer shaking, the fear on their faces had disappeared without a trace, and they were looking at Yi Chen with a face of admiration. So far, including Gyuten's sister, a total of 9 invaders from the little Japanese empire had been conquered by Yi Chen. The only one not yet conquered by Yi Chen was Gyuten, lying on the ground unable to move. At this point, he was covered in blood, his chest sunken. Seeing his own sister and 8 subordinates become Yi Chen's servants, he was full of regret. Despair was written all over his face, and now he felt that he had no meaning to live. He wanted to die. Every second he lived felt like a great insult. As the most loyal person of the little Japanese empire, he absolutely could not allow such insults to appear on himself. He shouted at Yi Chen, Kill me, kill me. You have insulted my sister, and forced all my subordinates to submit to you. These people have disgraced the people of our little Japanese empire. But I, Gyuten, will never submit. Not even in death. If you have the guts, kill me. Yi Chen stepped on his face. Gyuten let out another painful scream. Yi Chen then said to him, Do you think you still have the right to decide whether to live or die? Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Then Yi Chen said to the 8 invaders he had conquered, Each of you stab him once. But you can't stab him in a vital area. After 8 stabs, he still can't die. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 8 intruders were covered in cold sweat. This is quite technical. Stabbing him once per person, and he still won't die? Even though Guteng was originally an S-class Esper with strong abilities, he has already been beaten half to death by Lord Yechen, and now he only has half a life left. Each of these 8 stabs could potentially be the straw that breaks the camel's back and kills him. The female Esper said, Let me go first, ladies first. I've been eyeing this damn Guteng for a long time, I've wanted to stab him for a while. Don't argue with me. Hearing her words, the men knew she was just making excuses, but they didn't want to argue with her. After all, she was the first to speak, and since she had already said that, they couldn't just snatch the first spot from her, right? Although everyone knew that the first stab was the least risky, and the last one was the riskiest, in case they stabbed Guteng to death, they might be punished by Lord Yechen. But they didn't want to argue with the girl, so they said to her, Maple Leaf, be careful when you stab, don't stab him to death in one go, leave him some breath for us. Maple Leaf nodded and said, Don't worry, everyone, before the apocalypse erupts, I was a doctor. Although not a surgeon, I still have a good understanding of human organ distribution. I can avoid his vital points. Even if I puncture his intestines, he will suffer for a few hours before dying. Upon hearing this, Guteng, standing nearby, felt his hair stand on end. Wow, you guys were originally my teammates, but now you've suddenly turned traitor, thinking of how to torture me without killing me? Despair. Guteng was completely desperate. He understood that Yechen was deliberately not giving him a quick death, just to play with him. Guteng cursed loudly, Damn bastards, if you have the guts, just kill me. You traitors dare to betray the little Japanese empire. You will all die. After stabbing once, Maple Leaf left the dagger in Guteng's body without pulling it out, because if she did, the loss of blood would make him die faster. Then she stood up, walked in front of the other 7 people, and said, Look, he's still lively. The other 7 people also felt relieved when they saw this scene. One of them said, It wouldn't be fair for the next person, so I've decided to use dice to decide. I happen to have 3 dice here, we each roll once, whoever gets the highest number goes first. Then, in descending order of points, the second highest goes second, the third highest goes third. What do you think? Any objections? The others also found it very fair, so they shook their heads and said, "No objections, we have no objections. Let's start rolling the dice next." So the 7 people started rolling the dice. Soon, the results were out. The person with the highest score became the first to stab among the 7, his face showing an excited expression, happily shouting, "Huh? First place, I'm first. Finally, I can deal with this damn Guttung. How dare he attack our Lord Yechen, dare to invade the Dragon God country, isn't this seeking death? Watch me stab him in the heart." Put. The knife plunged into the opponent's belly. Guttung let out another miserable cry. These were his former teammates, practically his brothers and sisters. But now, they had stabbed him on both sides of his belly, a true betrayal. "You traitors, you all deserve to die. Have you forgotten your oath of allegiance to the little Japanese empire at the beginning? Have you forgotten your initial promise? You were all my former teammates, I know you are not afraid of death. What has this guy given you in the end? Let you become his servants?" Kotang had 8 knives inserted above his belly. He shouted in despair at those teammates. One teammate turned to look at him, spit to a thick phlegm spat on his face. That teammate said, "Little Japanese empire? Just a dirty and weak empire. You are also a weak and dirty person. What qualifications do you have to oppose Lord Yechen?" Hearing the words of his teammate, Kotang was truly desperate. Former teammates who were as close as brothers, at this moment, were actually speaking ill of him. It was as if he had become the enemy who killed his father. What happened? What exactly happened? What kind of charm does that guy from the Shenlong kingdom have? How could he make all my teammates betray the little Japanese empire in such a short time? The survivors in the base were also stunned. Goodness! The people from the official organization, when they arrived, were still so arrogant towards the people of the little Japanese empire, but now they had turned against each other. Teammates were starting to kill the captain? Those 8 knives stabbed in the belly must have made the little Japanese empire captain suffer unbearably, right? But this kind of pain probably doesn't compare to the psychological pain. Betrayed by all teammates, betrayed by his own younger sister. He probably wanted to die a long time ago, right? Satisfying. Looking at this arrogant guy, now being tortured into a sorry state, the survivors felt satisfied. Weren't you just saying you would kill one of us in an hour? Weren't you treating the people in our base like dogs to be killed? Now you have become a stray dog yourself. How does that taste? This is called reaping what you sow. Yechen looked about done. He had had enough fun. He walked directly up to Kotang, facing him, and said, "Very good, your teammates have perfectly fulfilled my requirements. After being stabbed with 8 knives and still not dead, your life is quite tough. Next is my turn." After speaking, Yechen kicked Kotang directly. Boom! The powerful force sent him flying like a football, dozens of meters high in the air. At this moment, a huge metal blade appeared in front of Yechen, hovering in midair. Then Yechen gave a look. Swish! The metal blade flew towards Kotang in the air at several times the speed of sound. The next moment, it directly hit Kotang, making a loud and violent sound. Boom! His body was like being hit by a tank shell, making a loud and violent sound, instantly bursting into countless blood mists, leaving no trace of his body. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Ruthless. It was really ruthless. Is this the thunderous means of a strong person? How should invaders of the little Japanese empire be dealt with? Even the most vicious torture methods are not enough to vent their anger. Everyone in the base looked at Yechen with admiration. After killing the team leader Kotang, Yechen said to the others, "You 2 female little Japanese empire ability users, stay, have children for me. The remaining 7 males, return to your troops, wait for the opportunity, and when the time is right, I will give you mission orders." Yes, Lord Yechen. The 9 people nodded simultaneously. Then the 7 male invaders quickly left here, preparing to return to their little Japanese empire headquarters. And the 2 remaining females, Aoki and Maple Leaf, stayed. After the 2 stayed, gratitude appeared on their faces. Being able to stay by Lord Yi Chen's side is simply a blessing earned from past lives. After all, they are invaders, defeated by Yi Chen and now become captives. There is no such thing as treating captives well in the apocalypse. Even Yi Chen, tearing them to pieces is only right. But Lord Yi Chen did not do so, instead letting them stay to be his women, follow by his side, and even help him have children. This is truly a great honor. To help a peerless powerhouse like Lord Yi Chen have children, how many women would do anything for this opportunity? They all said to Yi Chen, "Lord Yi Chen, thank you for not holding grudges and letting us stay. From today onwards, we are your most loyal servants. We will not refuse anything you ask us to do. We will obey absolutely." Hearing their words, Yi Chen nodded. He didn't need them to say it, he knew it already. After all, soul control takes top priority. Being able to change the other's thoughts from the soul level, they will never betray him. Yi Chen never worries about those under soul control betraying him. After all, products from the system are top-notch. There should be nothing in this world that can surpass the system. At this moment, the other survivors in the base saw the two women bowing and obeying Yi Chen, showing absolute obedience. Each of them looked at Yi Chen with admiration. It's indeed Lord Yi Chen. These women from the small Japanese empire are all obedient to Lord Yi Chen. They do whatever he asks. When it comes to the bed, oh my, just thinking about it is exciting. At this moment, Yi Chen stood up and said to everyone, I rescued this base from the hands of the invaders from the small Japanese empire. If it weren't for me, you might have all been killed. So, from today onwards, I, Yi Chen, am the boss of this base. Who agrees? Who disagrees? After hearing this, everyone showed a shocked expression. Oh, didn't Black Bull Boss go to ask for help from the official management bureau? I heard he was some kind of captain just now. Why does it feel a bit different now? How could the people from the official management bureau demand to become the boss of this base? Can the management bureau people be interested in such a small base? Their leaders wouldn't allow them to do that, right? But if he becomes the boss of this base, what will Black Bull Boss do? Black Bull Boss wouldn't agree, right? Everyone in the base turned their eyes to Li Hanyu, especially the two senior survivors. Originally, they had 3 senior survivors, and with Li Hanyu, it was 4. Among them, Li Hanyu went to find reinforcements, leaving the 3 of them to face the wrath of the small Japanese empire. The small Japanese empire killed one as a warning to others, leaving 2 survivors. They believed that Li Hanyu coming back to save them was absolutely loyal. So deep down, they were all rooting for Li Hanyu to become the boss of the base, not Yi Chen. Therefore, they all looked at Li Hanyu, ready to follow his lead and oppose together if he disagreed. However, to their surprise, after hearing Yi Chen's words, Black Bull did not show any sign of opposition. Instead, he was the first to agree, respectfully saying, Lord Yi Chen is right. From today onwards, this base belongs to Lord Yi Chen. I will be Lord Yi Chen's most loyal follower. If anyone dares to oppose, I, Li Hanyu, will be the first to disagree. Black Bull Boss. Boss, you. The 2 original senior members of the base, upon hearing Li Hanyu's words, showed expressions of disbelief. Black Bull Boss used to be the god in the base. Who dares not to listen to Black Bull's words? Those people, even if their wives were snatched by Black Bull, they dare not make a sound. But now Black Bull has become so submissive? What on earth happened? Both of you shut up, Li Black Bull said fiercely. These ordinary people don't understand a thing. Only Li Black Bull, who is also an ability user, knows how strong Yi Chen really is. That kind of strength is something that no one can ever shake. Li Black Bull is not even as good as an ant in front of Yi Chen. Those 10 invading ability users from the little Japanese empire were arrogant, right? They were all taken out directly. Their kind of lackeys are not even worth looking at in the eyes of the invaders from the little Japanese empire. Not to mention in the eyes of Lord Yi Chen. They are simply not even worth a hair. Li Black Bull is a smart person. The reason he dared to do whatever he wanted in the base before was because he knew he was the strongest person in the base, and the strongest person should do as they please. And now that the strongest person has become Yi Chen, it is natural for Yi Chen to do as he pleases. Strength is respected in the rule of the apocalypse. Li Black Bull is a smart person, so he knows this. The 2 high-ranking officials had to shut up after listening to Li Black Bull's words. Even their big brother has already submitted, so what else can they say? At this moment, Yi Chen directly said, very well. Since no one has any objections, from today onwards, I am the leader of this base. This base has a population of over 1,000 people. In the apocalypse, population is a resource. Looking at how he has gained so many human resources, Yi Chen is very happy. He asked Li Black Bull, how was this base operated before? Li Black Bull said, the high-ranking officials of the base are responsible for protecting their safety. Inside the base, they don't have to worry about being attacked by zombies, and they can also trade with other people. Ordinary civilians are responsible for forming teams to go out and search for resources, and they have to hand over a portion every day as their protection fee. If they don't hand over resources, they have to leave the base. After listening, Yi Chen shook his head. Resources in the apocalypse will eventually run out. This kind of operation is only temporary and cannot be sustained for long-term development. If you want to live better, you need to learn how to cultivate. Only then can you be self-sufficient. After listening to Yi Chen's words, a hesitant expression appeared on Li Black Bull's face. Finally, he gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to say, Lord Yi Chen, although we in the base also want sustainable development, but now it is the early stages of the apocalypse, the outside is full of dangers, collecting practical and necessary items, and having enough food to eat is already very difficult, let alone finding seeds and tools for farming. Without seeds and tools, even if we have more people, we cannot rely on farming to feed ourselves. Other survivors also said, every time we go out to find food, many people die in action, either eaten by zombies or bitten and turned into zombies. Every time we fight against zombies, we are risking our lives, taking full risks. In the apocalypse, we live day by day. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Perhaps this base will be destroyed tomorrow. I escaped from another base. That base was much larger than this one. There were over 2,000 people. But once, a high-level zombie led a large army of zombies to invade, and they all died overnight. Very few managed to escape, and I was the lucky one in that zombie tide. This base is smaller than the last one I was in. Who knows how long it can hold out? That's right, in the apocalypse, there are too many possibilities and too many unexpected events. We ordinary people can't see the future at all. Maybe we'll die tomorrow. How can we develop under such circumstances? Although this base has more than 1,000 people, its strength is not strong. Just 10 invaders almost wiped out the entire base. It's hard for us to have confidence in this base. What if we grow crops, and when they mature, another group of invaders from the small Japanese empire comes in and steals our hard work? Listening to the survivor's words, Lihania's face showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Indeed, he didn't lead well. The strength was too weak, and when 10 invaders came from the small Japanese empire, they had no resistance at all. Lihania's ability is to control rats. He can control up to 10 of them, allowing him to see through their eyes and senses. It's somewhat useful when searching for supplies. He can send the rats ahead to check for danger, which is how he managed to thrive in the apocalypse so far without encountering any danger. It's because of his ability to control rats that he could hear the conspiracies being discussed by the small Japanese empire and know that he wasn't actually poisoned. They were just trying to scare him. That's why he dared to run off to find reinforcements. This ability is useful for eavesdropping on enemies and reconnaissance, but it's too weak for combat. What can 10 rats do? Even if they were 10 large rats weighing a pound each, they still wouldn't be a match for an ability user. It's not like he can control 10,000 of them. So, the survivors in this base have no hope for the future mainly because Lihania, the former leader of the base, was too weak. He couldn't provide confidence to the other survivors. After listening to the survivors' words, Yi Chen naturally understood their concerns, and a confident smile appeared on his face. He rose into the air and stood in mid-air. Then he waved his hand. Iron blocks in the storage space began to transform into tools continuously, and Yi Chen released them from the space, letting them fall from the sky. Spears, hoes, shovels, sickles. These tools kept appearing in the sky and falling to the ground with clattering sounds. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Chen, wearing silver armor, shimmered with an almost blinding light under the sun, and tools and weapons kept falling behind him. People looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at a deity. Is this the legendary god of weapons and tools? One of the main reasons they couldn't fight zombies was the lack of weapons in the apocalypse. Bare-handed, who could fight zombies? Even with weapons, occasionally finding a fruit knife, scissors, a kitchen knife, and adding a wooden stick could only make a makeshift spear. This kind of makeshift spear could hardly pierce a zombie's head. After all, the last time, the skull wasn't easy to break through. Unless you stab the eyes to penetrate the brain. Otherwise, if you stab the forehead, the skull will block it directly. The backwardness of weapons meant they had no advantage when fighting zombies. But the spears Yi Chen created for them were 2 meters long, made of stainless steel, looking indestructible. Even if a zombie's head is made of iron, it can still be pierced. Soon, a mountain of weapons piled up under Yi Chen's feet. He said to the crowd, "Everyone can choose a long spear as a weapon, choose a hoe, a shovel, a sickle. This is my gift to you." These weapons have not been forged with psychic power by Yi Chen, so they cannot reach the level of being indestructible, but they are sufficient for ordinary people. When the survivors heard Yi Chen's words, grateful expressions appeared on their faces one by one. Having a weapon is equivalent to having hope, equivalent to having self-defense equipment. A 2-meter-long spear is enough to stab zombies to death before they can get close. This weapon is extremely useful in the apocalypse. Everyone's hearts were filled with emotion. In the apocalypse, these weapons can be said to be extremely precious. A 2-meter-long spear can definitely be exchanged for a lot of goods. But Lord Yi Chen said he would give them to us. This kind of leader is many times better than Lihanio, who only knows how to steal other people's wives. This is the true style of a leader. Thank you, Lord Yi Chen. Lord Yi Chen, you are our savior. Lord Yi Chen, we will always follow you. Lord Yi Chen, you are our leader, our eternal leader. The crowd was moved to tears, kneeling down directly on the ground, continuously kowtowing to Yi Chen in the sky. Seeing their performance, Yi Chen was very satisfied, and then continued, "Not only that, I will also lend you seeds. Sweet potatoes, corn, potatoes, 20 pounds of each. You can use them for planting, but 1 year later you need to return 10 times to me, which is 200 pounds of each." After speaking, sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes began to rain down from the sky, quickly piling up into 3 piles at Yi Chen's feet. Looking at these countless foods, there were at least a dozen tons. Everyone was dumbfounded. How many resources does Lord Yi Chen actually have? After all the resources had been distributed, Yi Chen said to everyone in the sky, "These seeds will be evenly distributed to each of you, 20 pounds each. 1 year later, you need to return 200 pounds to me, which is 10 times. Of course, if anyone doesn't want it, they can choose not to receive these 20 pounds of seeds. Give up? Only a fool would give up. Corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes are crops that are not picky about the land. You can plant them anywhere with a hoe. The corn produced by 20 pounds of corn seeds increases tenfold, which is simply too easy. You should know that only 5 pounds of corn seeds are needed per acre. 20 pounds of corn seeds are enough to plant 4 acres of land. 4 acres of corn can yield 500 pounds. This means giving back 200 pounds to Yi Chen, and keeping 300 pounds for yourself. It's just perfect. As for sweet potatoes and potatoes, they are even more convenient. Potatoes can be cut into pieces for planting, and sweet potato sprouts can be planted by cuttings. Just stick a sweet potato sprout in the soil and it will survive. In the apocalypse, these are all good things. And Lord Yi Chen also provides hoes, sickles, and shovels, which is simply perfect. At this moment, Yi Chen was like a savior who had descended in the apocalypse, giving everyone hope to survive and hope for long-term development. At this moment, Yi Chen saw the grateful eyes of the crowd. He nodded in satisfaction, then asked, "Women in the base, are you willing to be Yi Chen's women?" As soon as they heard this, everyone was stunned. They originally thought Yi Chen would say something to motivate or encourage them, but who knew he would directly ask if they wanted to be his women? This Lord Yi Chen is too direct, isn't he? But he's so handsome. Perhaps only the strong have such direct confidence. The women nodded eagerly, saying, "I'm willing, I'm so willing." Some women's husbands were still by their side, looking eagerly at Yi Chen in the sky, but feeling embarrassed to say they wanted to be Yi Chen's women. Instead, their husbands encouraged them from the side. "Hurry up and speak. As long as you follow Lord Yi Chen, you will definitely be safe in the future, and you won't have to worry about food and clothing. Even if you go with Lord Yi Chen, I won't blame you, as long as you can live well." The woman immediately showed a moved expression. Then she said, "Husband, thank you for fulfilling my wish." Then she said to Yi Chen in the sky, I'm willing too." At the same time, Yi Chen began to receive continuous prompts from the system in his mind. Ding! Detected that the woman willing to become the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. All attribute points plus 10. Ding! Detected that the woman willing to become the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. Metal control skill plus 1 level. Ding! Detected that the woman willing to become the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. Storage space skill plus 1 level. Ding! Detected that the woman willing to become the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. Rewarded with a new skill. Time restart. Ding! Detected that the woman willing to become the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. Time restart level plus 1. Yi Chen's mind kept hearing system prompts, and he was extremely happy. When the sound of the system prompts stopped, Yi Chen began to speak to the people below. Those willing to be my woman, stand on this side, but I only want those aged 18 to 25, never married, never had a boyfriend, the rest stay where you are. Upon hearing this, most women showed disappointed expressions. Not being married was fine, at least half of the women had never been married. But not having had a boyfriend, at least 90% of the women were eliminated. It made sense, a man like Lord Yi Chen would surely only want clean women. How could the withered flowers and fallen leaves match Lord Yi Chen? The women who met the criteria showed extremely happy expressions, eagerly standing where Yi Chen designated, with a look of longing in their eyes, each one hoping to be chosen by Yi Chen. Yi Chen found that only about 50 women were willing to stand out. Among these 50 women, after excluding some with poor figures and looks, only about 20 or 30 remained. Yi Chen walked among them, starting to choose amidst the eyes of everyone's desire. He pointed to a girl who looked only 18, fair-skinned and beautiful, with long white legs and a tall and full figure, and said, "You, come with me later." "Ah, me, that's great. Ha ha, okay, I will follow you forever in the future. I will do whatever you ask me to do." The girl was extremely happy, jumping up. Then Yi Chen walked towards another girl. "You, come with me too." Okay, Lord Yi Chen. Thank you for choosing me. I am deeply grateful and have nothing to repay you with, only to offer myself. The girl was also very happy. When passing by a woman who was somewhat ugly and very fat, Yi Chen directly skipped her. The woman, seeing Yi Chen skip her, showed a surprised expression and said to Yi Chen, Lord Yi Chen, why did you skip me? I completely meet your criteria. I just turned 18 this year, and I have never had a boyfriend. Why did you skip me? Yi Chen glanced at her. At least 180 pounds with a height of 1.6 meters. Heavier than Yi Chen, who was 1.85 meters tall. With this weight, why did he skip you? Don't you have any self-awareness? Yi Chen directly said, you are too fat. With just this sentence, the woman instantly exploded. What? You actually said I'm too fat? Do you understand respect for women? Can you stop objectifying? Can you give women the most basic respect? What's wrong with the fat person? Why discriminate against fat people? Can't fat people lose weight? Fat people are all potential stocks, don't you know? You really have no insight. Ha! Yi Chen frowned and walked up to her again. The woman thought Yi Chen had changed his mind and was ready to take her away, with a smug expression on her face. She said, I am a little fairy. Now that you have made the little fairy angry, you must apologize to this princess before I will go with you. Ha! Yi Chen snorted from his nostrils. He frowned, showing a somewhat incredulous expression. In the apocalypse there would still be such foolish people? Dare to act crazy in front of me, Yi Chen? If it weren't for her appearance, Yi Chen would have almost forgotten his nickname, Wrist Tyrant. It seems that today, he will have to perform a deliberate punch again. Take this punch, let's play together. After hearing the words of the fat woman, Yi Chen came up to her. Standing in front of this 1.6 meter tall little tank, Yi Chen, who was 1.85 meters tall, looked down at her. It has to be said, she really looked like a pillar. With a height of 1.6 meters and a weight of 200 pounds, even after so long since the outbreak of the apocalypse, she could still maintain this weight, which is really not easy. Perhaps this is what they call innate talent, being able to gain weight just by drinking water. If this talent of hers is discovered by malicious survivors, it would be disastrous. They would make her drink water every day and cut meat from her body every day. Wouldn't she become a perpetual motion machine of human flesh? No matter how much you eat, you can't finish it? Seeing Yi Chen standing in front of her, the fat woman thought that after scolding Yi Chen, he realized his mistake and came over to apologize to her, with that high and mighty expression on her face again. But Yi Chen didn't say a word. Instead, he raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face, smack. A loud sound. The fat woman was instantly slapped several meters away, her face, which already looked like a pig's head, now swollen even more like a pig's head. She fell to the ground, silent, fainted. Seeing this scene, everyone held their breath. Those men secretly cheered in their hearts. Handsome. He is really handsome. This woman's brother was the only high-ranking member of the base who was killed. Under her brother's protection, this woman could be said to live a luxurious life, which is why she never lost weight even after the apocalypse arrived. Seeing her brother being killed, she was sad for a few minutes. She thought she could cling to Yi Chen's thigh and still live a luxurious life in the future. Who knew Yi Chen didn't take her with him, so she couldn't stand it anymore and started accusing and cursing at Yi Chen directly. But Yi Chen didn't buy it. He just slapped her and sent her flying. This woman not only looks fat but also has a violent temper, is petty, and always acted high and mighty, looking down on others. Except for a few high-ranking members of the base like Li Hanio, she called other survivors trash pigs. When she saw women prettier than her, she would even deliberately target them. Making others call her big sister, she demanded all the good food and fun things. She treated others like servants. Both men and women dared not speak up against her. After all, her brother was one of the 4 high-ranking members of the base. Under the tyranny of this fat woman, the other survivors in the base had long been resentful. Now, seeing Yi Chen slap this woman, everyone felt extremely relieved. This kind of woman who looks down on others should be treated like this. She used to bully ordinary people. Now she knows she was wrong, right? Suddenly, cheers erupted from the crowd. They shouted to Yi Chen, Master Yi Chen, you are really handsome. This guy used to be unchallenged in the base, now finally someone can punish her. A man said fiercely, Bah, my wife's gold bracelet was taken by her. That was bought when we got married. Damn. A beautiful girl said, she even asked me to wash her feet last time. Her feet really look like pig's trotters, fat and smelly. A little girl said, she even stole my lollipop. She even steals candy from children, it's really shameless. Thank you, Lord Yi Chen, for punishing this despicable guy for us. Lord Yi Chen, you are truly our savior. Listening to everyone's words, Yi Chen frowned. It seems that the ordinary people in this base were oppressed in the past. He said to Li Hanyu, although it is a cruel era of indifference now, anything can happen outside. I hope that in my base, there will be no more bullying of the weak. As long as they follow my rules in this base, they will receive fair treatment, understand? After listening to Yechen's words, Li Hanyu's face was already covered in cold sweat. He quickly nodded and said, yes, yes, yes. Lord Yechen, I will definitely manage this base well in the future. It was my negligence before that allowed such things to happen. There will absolutely be no more bullying of the weak in this base in the future. Yechen nodded and said, well, as long as you understand. What happened before was because this base belonged to you before, so I couldn't control what happened before. But starting today, this base belongs to me, Yechen, so it should follow my rules. Anyone who dares not to comply will have only one consequence, death. Li Hanyu said, okay, Lord Yechen, we will obey. The survivors of the base heard Yechen standing up for them, scolding Hanyu on their behalf, and they were all moved to tears. He's truly a savior. His presence has made this base fair and just. Everyone feels hopeful for the future. With tools for farming, seeds for planting, and a super strong enforcer of rules, there will be no more bullying of the weak. The people in the base have their equal rights. They can protect their families and their property. No longer will things be taken by the strong. This kind of life is slowly entering an era of peace. They are starting to have hope and something to look forward to. Whoosh! The survivors all knelt down in unison, bowing to Yechen. Bang bang bang! Lord Yechen, from today on, you are the savior of our base. Your presence gives us hope to survive. Thank you, Lord Yechen. Over 1,000 people spoke in unison, saying, thank you, Lord Yechen. Please rise. Yechen said to them. Yechen didn't consider himself a good person. The reason for setting these rules is to prevent the ordinary from being bullied, to give them enough confidence and hope to survive, and not be oppressed. Because people are like springs, the more they are oppressed, the greater the energy they gather, and once honest people erupt, they can also cause great harm. This is not conducive to the development of the entire base. What Yechen wants is stability. Only when this base can develop steadily, with more and more people, will he collect more resources. Because in Yechen's rules, all items obtained by these survivors must be handed over 20%. The more people, the more to be handed over. After dealing with the matters inside the base, Yechen said to the people in the management bureau, take this body back and report completion. Also, tell Director Chen that my mission is done, and that special military merit should be noted for me. When I come to your management bureau next time, I will start exchanging items with military merit. Yes, Captain. The members of the management bureau immediately said respectfully, then carried the body and hurried towards the management bureau.